Loading across dimensions. Where am I? Lynn suddenly opened his eyes, his ears filled with a cacophony of unfamiliar languages, yet his mind automatically translated their meanings. Before he could make out his surroundings, a round-faced fat man in a robe was holding a crystal ball staring at him like a sewer rat. Another piece of trash. The fat man snorted, turning away in disgust. Lynn struggled to lift his head. A resplendent hall, an intricate magic circle beneath his feet, and a circle of black-robed figures holding staffs. As a corporate slave who stayed up late chasing KPIs in his previous life, Lynn instantly realized he had crossed worlds. And it was the cliché hero summoning. High Priest, how is it? In the center of the hall, on an ornate exaggerated throne, a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown lounged lazily, his silver hair framing eyes that held absolute coldness. The fat man immediately switched to a fawning smile, bowed, and raised the crystal ball above his head. Your Majesty. All stats. Only one. A blinding white light projected from the crystal ball into the air, forming a translucent panel. Hero Lynn N. Level none. Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Constitution 1. Skills Alchemy Appraisal. The hall fell dead silent for 2 seconds. Then roaring laughter like a tsunami shook the dome. Ha ha ha. All stats 1. Even my guard dog has strength 3. Alchemy. Appraisal. A useless waste without any combat skills. Wasted the resources of the cross-dimensional summoning array. The nobles pointed and sneered without restraint, their eyes filled with contemptuous superiority. Lynn stood frozen. All stats 1. This was his starting point. Silence. The man on the throne lightly tapped the armrest. The laughter instantly cut off, the hall so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Herman 3 leaned back, his drooping eyelids lifting slightly as if deciding the fate of an ant. The seventh one. Apart from the first 2, the rest are all defective. He didn't even bother to glance at Lynn waving his hand dismissively. Throw him into the labyrinth defense line and let him fend for himself. As you command. The fat priest grinned maliciously, turned and gestured to the black-robed mages. Hey. Wait. What labyrinth? Lynn's heart skipped a beat, a strong sense of crisis rushing to his head. He tried to struggle, but his mouth was sealed as if with superglue, and not a single syllable escaped his throat. In his vision, the fat priest faced him, slowly drawing a thumb across his throat. Silent spell. Lynn's pupils contracted. In his previous life, capitalists only exploited labor. These bastards from another world were taking his life with a single word. The utmost disregard for human life. Your Majesty. Just as Lynn was struggling desperately, a young man in silver-white scale armor strode forward. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, an ethereal demeanor, and a faintly glowing burning sword badge on his left chest. It's the successful hero of the 3rd session, the Sword of the Empire, Lord Alan Klaus. Someone whispered in awe. Alan placed a hand on his chest, frowning. Your Majesty, Herman, he is after all a fellow summoned from another world. Throwing him directly into the lower labyrinth seems too. Alan. Herman interrupted him, his voice flat. The labyrinth defense line kills tens of thousands every year. The Empire has no spare rations to waste on a waste with all stats at 1. Besides, this is a unanimous decision between me and the court mage. Do you have an objection? What? The decision of that lord. Alan was startled. His clenched fist slowly loosened. Do as you wish, Your Majesty. He gave Lynn a deep look, a flicker of guilt in his eyes, then turned and retreated into the crowd. Lynn stared hard at that glamorous back. Thanks for the plea, bro. But since you stuck your neck out, why not see it through? Teleport. Herman 3 issued the final order. The magic circle beneath his feet blazed with light, and violent spatial tearing forces pressed in from all directions. Lynn felt his internal organs being churned, consciousness plunging into darkness. Faintly, the fat priest's venomous taunt echoed in his ears. Scum, even worse than a farmer, let your flesh feed the monsters of the labyrinth. Bang. His back slammed heavily onto sharp stones. Cough. Lynn coughed up a mouthful of sour liquid, excruciating pain tearing through his nerves. It took a full 3 minutes for him to regain his senses from the dizziness. All around was pitch black, a thick stench of decay assaulting his nostrils like entering a giant morgue. Lynn gritted his teeth, trying to stand. But his body, with all stats at 1, was like a frail old man. Just straightening up by leaning against the wall drained most of his strength, his legs trembling like sieves. By the faint green glow of moss on the walls, he made out his situation. A dead end. Behind him was a sealed stone wall, ahead a narrow corridor stretching into the deep. Can't panic. I worked overtime for 3 years without dropping dead. I won't die at the hands of these bastards. Lin bit his lip hard, letting the taste of blood keep him alert. Find water, find a weapon, survive. Then slaughter that high and mighty king and those watching nobles, every last one of them. Gurgle. A teeth-grinding sound of mucus friction suddenly came from the shadows ahead. Lin's hair stood on end. He whipped his head around. A translucent jelly-like mass the size of a wash basin glowing with a dim green light crawled out of the darkness. A slime. Lin's heart pounded like a drum. He immediately summoned the appraisal skill from his panel. A faint light flashed before his retina. Acid slime, common, LV1. Strength 2, agility 2, intelligence 1, constitution 2, magic 6. The moment he saw the stats, Lin felt like falling into an ice cave. Even the lowest slime had stats twice his own. This was the gap between an ordinary person and a professional boxer. Without giving Lin time to think, the slime suddenly recoiled. SSS. Like a cannonball, the dark green jelly shot through the air. Dodge. Lin's brain issued the command, but his body, with all stats 1, couldn't keep up. Splat. A blob of hot mucus slammed into his right calf. Ah. His pant leg was instantly burned through, white smoke rising from skin corroded by acid, excruciating pain shooting to his skull. Lin's eyes bloodshot. He kicked the slime half a meter away but lost his balance completely and crashed heavily into a pile of cold rubble. His right leg was completely numb. Ahead, the slime compressed its body again, a deadly green light glowing from its core. The second strike would pierce his throat. Is this how it ends? Dying at the hands of a beginner's own slime. I won't accept this. Just as Lin fell in despair, his right hand, propping on the ground, suddenly grabbed 2 cold, sharp, hard objects. Deep in his mind, a cold mechanical voice exploded. Detected alchemy materials: crude iron ore X1, blue crystal fragment X1. Proceed with alchemical synthesis. Lin shuddered. Alchemy. In his sight, the slime was already leaping, acid flying toward his face. Synthesize. Synthesize now. Lin let out a beastly roar in his heart. A blinding grayish-blue light burst from his palm. The 2 ores instantly melted and interwove, and a sharp stone blade gleaming with a cold blue light materialized in his hand. Alchemy success. Obtained item: sharp stone blade, common. Permanent stat bonus: strength 3, agility 2. Boom. A violent surge of warmth rushed through the arm, holding the blade into his entire body. Strength quadrupled. Agility tripled. His previously leaden body now felt like it had a high-power engine, muscles brimming with explosive power. In midair, the slime's pouncing trajectory suddenly slowed in Lin's eyes. Die. Lin executed a sharp side roll, perfectly dodging the deadly acid. Twisting his waist, using the momentum of rising, he backhanded the blue stone blade deep into the slime's body. The blade pierced through the jelly without resistance, precisely skewering the dark green core. The slime convulsed twice, then instantly turned into a pool of foul-smelling, smoking liquid. Lin gasped for breath, pulling out the stone blade. On the blade's tip, a shattered crystal fragment remained. Just as he was about to check his wound, another prompt appeared in his mind. Detected alchemy materials: slime residue X1, slime core shattered X1. Proceed with alchemical synthesis. Lin stared at the text, pupils contracting sharply. A broken stone picked up on the roadside could be synthesized into a weapon with stats and even give permanent stat points. Now, even the waste remains from monsters could be synthesized. Lin couldn't help trembling all over. A crazed grin spread across his lips. This was no ordinary support skill. As long as he had materials, he could stack stats infinitely. This was clearly a truth-level miracle with no upper limit. Hermann. Court mage. You bastards of the Empire. Lin tightened his grip on the slime-covered stone blade, his eyes glowing eerily in the dark labyrinth. Your deaths are not far off. Synthesize. Lin stared intently at his palm, where the slime's residual liquid and shattered core were drawn by an invisible force wrapped in a gray-blue light, wildly intertwining and compressing. Ding. Alchemy success. Obtained acidic slime bottle 3, throwable corrosion, lasts 5 seconds, permanent attribute constitution 3, obtained passive skill weak acid resistance LV. 0, acid damage reduced by 10 thud. 3 glass bottles filled with sloshing green liquid materialized out of thin air and landed at his feet. Lin was completely frozen. His gaze was locked onto the flickering panel in his mind. Strength 4, agility 3, intelligence 1, constitution 4, mana 1, 2 alchemy attempts. Constitution quadrupled. And I got a passive skill for free. He swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. Others get stronger by risking their lives, but I get stronger by crafting trash. Lin En suddenly looked up, and his gaze at this dark, damp and stench-filled maze corridor completely changed. This is not a monster nest at all. This is clearly a self-service restaurant full of gold coins. Without any hesitation, Lin En immediately activated the locust swarm mode. He crouched down and tore off a handful of glowing moss from the wall, then snapped off 2 withered vines from the stone crevices. Synthesize. A flash of light in his palm and a flexible rope glowing with faint light appeared in his hand. Obtained glowing rope. Permanent attribute agility 2, huh? Lin En's eyes lit up, and he immediately crouched down, using his fingernails to dig out several pieces of colorful gravel from the stone crevices. Synthesize. Obtained simple stone hammer, heavy strike with weak tremor. Permanent attribute strength 3, a rough but heavy stone hammer landed in his palm. Lin En weighed it in his hand, and his grin widened. Finally, he used a stone blade to scrape off the condensed water stains on the stone wall and collected a small handful of dew formed from toxic mist from the corner. Synthesize. Obtained paralysis powder 5, inhalation causes muscle stiffness for 3 seconds. Permanent attribute intelligence 4, 3, syntheses smooth as flowing water. Just as he was about to continue, a cold prompt appeared in his mind. Spirit power reminder, remaining alchemy times today 38, there's a limit. Lin En frowned slightly, then relaxed. Alright, if there's a limit, I'll use it sparingly. Anyway, it'll be full again tomorrow. He took a deep breath and called up the panel. Strength 7, agility 5, intelligence 5, constitution 4. 10 minutes ago he could barely walk 2 steps without panting. Now surging explosive power filled his muscles, every nerve felt like it had been reconnected with high voltage. More importantly, with his intelligence soaring to 5, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. Lin En instantly grasped a hidden mechanism he had overlooked. The first stone blade was synthesized when his mind was full of kill monsters. The next 3 times he envisioned the direction and purpose of the items in his mind in advance, and the results were spot on. That means as long as the materials meet the requirements, I can directionally create whatever I want. Lin En licked his dry lips. This is no mere auxiliary skill. This is a causality level wish machine. He carefully tucked the paralysis powder into his pocket, picked up the stone hammer with his left hand, held the stone blade in a reverse grip with his right hand, and strode towards the depths of the maze. His steps were steady, no longer the frail and ragged appearance when he first arrived. The Empire doesn't raise trash. Lin En muttered to himself, a chilling smile in his voice. Dear King, you'd better pray that I never walk out of this maze. The deeper he went, the denser the monsters. Lin En killed 2 more lone acid slimes on the way and synthesized a rough arm guard from the materials. Ding! Obtained insect arm guard defense 8. Permanent attribute constitution 5. The moment he tied the arm guard to his left arm, a warm current surged into his torso and his skin seemed to have an invisible hard shell on the surface. Constitution 9. 10 minutes ago this value was enough for 3.5 of him. He turned a corner on a waterlogged path and the air suddenly turned cold. The water stains on the ground ahead deepened significantly. In the puddles that reached above his ankles, 7 or 8 translucent azure slimes were leisurely roaming. Lin En stopped, and with a thought. Water slime normal 8, strength 2, constitution 3, that's it. Lin En scoffed. Strength 7 versus strength 2. Isn't this bullying kids? He didn't even bother to take out items. Splashing through the water, he charged like a tiger descending the mountain. Bang! The stone hammer accurately smashed the shell of the first one, and blue juice splashed onto his bare hand, causing a cold stinging sensation. Water damage. Annoying but not fatal. Stone blade cuts, the core stone hammer smashes. The violence accumulated from 3 years of being exploited by capitalists in his previous life was fully released at this moment. In less than 2 minutes 4 water slimes turned into a mess of blue dead water. The remaining 4 frantically curled up and desperately fled into the depths of the puddle. Lin En didn't chase. He crouched down, fished out a well-preserved blue core from the residue and twirled it between his fingers. Synthesize. Ding. Obtained water spirit amulet, water damage 15. Permanent attribute intelligence 3. Obtained passive water resistance LV 1. A blue droplet-shaped pendant condensed in his palm. The moment Lin En hung it around his neck, the residual sting on his hand completely dissipated as if washed away by warm water. Kill acid monsters, get acid resistance. Kill water monsters, get water resistance. Lin En stood up, his eyes shining like a beast's. What you lack you supplement. This growth logic is simply ridiculously overpowered. Remaining alchemy times 18, only one last time left. It must be saved for a critical moment. Following the trail of water stains left by the fleeing water slimes, Lynn and continued deeper. After a dozen meters, the narrow passage suddenly opened up. A huge underground lake lay before him, its dark blue surface shimmering with eerie phosphorescence, reflecting the entire stone dome in a dreamlike scene. On the opposite shore, the dark exit of another passage was faintly visible. The way out. Lin N's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to step forward, his peripheral vision caught a huge black mass in the center of the lake. His feet were nailed to the spot. It was a giant indigo slime 3 meters tall, like a glacier, quietly lurking in the center of the lake. More terrifyingly, the water level of the entire lake slowly rose and fell with its breathing. It was like a beating heart, and the entire lake was an extension of its body. Identification spell. Water Slime King, LV 10, Elite Boss, Strength 32, Agility 6, Intelligence 15, Constitution 68, Mana 55, Trait Water Assimilation, Constitution doubled in water, Physical damage halved, Skills High Pressure Water Bullet, Water Manipulation, Core Regeneration, Shattered Core regroups within 30 seconds. Lin N's molars clenched tightly. Damn. Strength 32. Constitution doubled in water 136. And core regeneration can regrow within 30 seconds after being shattered. His own total stats were just over 30. Charging in would be delivering a midnight snack. Not a second of hesitation. Lin N lightened his steps, lowered his body, and retreated inch by inch back to the corner of the passage until he was completely out of the monster's perception range. If you can't win, just lie low. You only have one life. He leaned against the cold stone wall, calming his racing heart. Bad news: the only exit was blocked by a boss that was unsolvable at his current level. Good news: as long as there were enough materials, he could just farm the periphery for 10 days or half a month. By then, with all stats over 100, he could come back and crush it. When I stack my stats to 4 digits, who knows who'll be the boss then? Lin N tightened his grip on the stone blade, and his gaze gradually regained calmness. I wonder what insane stuff can be made from the boss materials. He glanced at the panel. Remaining alchemy times 18, one last chance today. He must not waste it on ordinary materials. Just as he was about to turn and go to another passage to scavenge materials, his steps suddenly stopped. An extremely crazy idea struck his mind without warning. Lin N was completely frozen. Wait. My alchemy never said there was a limit on material types. Ore can be refined. Plants can be refined. Monster remains can also be refined. He slowly turned his head, his gaze penetrating the dark depths of the corridor. In his pupils reflected the faint green glow of the moss, like 2 unquenchable ghost fires. Then, what about living things? Lin N's eyes instantly lit up like a starving wolf. Having made up his mind, he crouched down and poked the rubble at his feet with his fingertip. Detectable alchemy material, rough stone 1. He withdrew his hand and the prompt vanished. He poked again and the prompt reappeared. Not only is there no material limit, but it also has intelligent judgment. As long as I touch it, detection triggers. Lin N's lips curled into a grin, his mind racing. With the basic logic understood, he grabbed the stone hammer and turned back to charge down the corridor. Within 30 meters, 4 stray water slimes were hopping about in a puddle ahead. Lin N raised his hand and cast an appraisal art. Ding. Skill upgraded, appraisal art unranked LV 10. It can level up through proficiency. An unexpected delight. Lin N suppressed his grin and strode toward the nearest slime, slapping it hard on the head. Synthesize. The air fell silent for a second. Nothing happened. The slime, stunned by the slap, recoiled and spat out a glob of water. Lin N dodged to the side and kicked it against the wall. He touched 3 more slimes, but none reacted. Dead objects count as mine once picked up, but living ones don't submit, so there's no ownership judgment. Leaning against the corner, Lin N pondered, his gaze sweeping over the 4 bouncing blue blobs, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Not convinced? Then he'll beat them into submission. It's the same logic as catching pets in games, force capture at low health. Lin N cracked his neck, hoisted the stone hammer, and charged out like a rampaging dinosaur. Bang! The first slime was smashed directly, its crystal cracking, collapsing into a mushy mess that didn't even twitch. Lin N stepped on it. Detectable alchemy material, weak water slime, LV 11. Exactly. I've successfully exploited this bug. Lin N held nothing back and quickly pummeled the remaining 3 until they were barely alive. 4 dying slimes writhed at his feet, too weak to even flee. He pressed both hands down on 3 of them. Synthesize. Prompt: current alchemy level insufficient. Maximum of 3 living beings can be synthesized at once. 3 it is. Synthesize. A blinding blue light exploded in the dark labyrinth. The three slimes were torn apart, interwoven and compressed by an invisible force. Within the radiance, three cores could be seen violently colliding, finally merging into one. Ding! Living alchemy successful. Obtained water slime LV3 absolute loyalty. Strength 6 agility 5 intelligence 4 constitution 8 mana 22 exclusive skill water shield LV1 permanent attribute feedback mana 8 intelligence 3 skill plunder assessment in progress. Assessment successful. Obtain active skill water shield LV. 1 passive upgrade water resistance LV. 2 25 water damage reduction ding. Skill upgraded alchemy unranked LV. 1 spirit power consumption reduced by 5 random attribute reward cap increased to 15. A torrent of golden prompts cascaded down. Lynn gasped, frozen in place like had been struck by lightning. The most insane part of living creature synthesis wasn't the attribute boost, it was the ability to ignore race and directly plunder the monster's exclusive skills. Skill plunder. Lynn murmured the words, his voice trembling. If this thing were applied to a boss. He dared not think further. At his feet the newborn slime had grown a full size larger, with a crooked smug smile etched on its surface like a child eager to please its parent right after birth. Interesting. Lynn rubbed its cool gel body. From now on you're called Xiaolan. Xiaolan's smile flickered and it bounced happily twice. As for the leftover half-dead slime, Lynn smashed its head with a hammer. A worker doesn't need extras. Spit out the gold coins. In the days that followed, Lynn turned into a full-fledged maze cleaner. Whenever his alchemy count refreshed, he was either catching slimes or on his way to catch slimes. Ding. Plundered skill water perception LV. 1 perceive water flow within 30 meters. Ding. Plundered skill water escape LV. 1 drastically increased movement speed in water. During this time he also tried synthesizing the newly formed slimes with each other, but they exploded and failed. Apparently living synthesis also had hidden grade restrictions. TCH, too much greed spoils the broth, huh? Then he'll just feed them one by one. Xiaolan was fed all the way to LV15, its body swelling to half a person's height, even developing hard shell-like patterns on its surface. This little creature was fiercely protective of its master, constantly casting water shield on Lynn and sticking to his leg as it bounced. Get lost, you're in the way. Lynn kicked it away in disgust. Xiaolan instantly shrank to the size of a palm, a pair of pitiful teary eyes appearing on its surface. You've trained your emoji game faster than your stats. Lynn sighed, scooped it up and stuck it on his shoulder. The water level rose wildly day by day, even sleeping had to be done on rocky ledges. If this keeps up, I'm going to grow gills, damn it. Lynn wiped the foul water from his face and summoned his panel. Sure enough, his level hadn't increased. It seemed alchemy didn't grant experience, but that didn't matter. Attribute boosts were fine. Hero Lynn LV1 no cap, strength 34 agility 28 intelligence 26 constitution 38 mana 42 skills alchemy LV. 1 appraisal LV. 1 water resistance LV. 3 water escape LV. 2 water perception LV. 2 water shield LV. 1 weak acid resistance LV0. From a total weakling with all stats at 1, he had relentlessly ground himself into a half-water elemental magic swordsman. Almost there. Lynn drew his azure stone blade, his gaze cold and sharp as he looked toward the underground lake. Let's go meet that boss. Xiaolan, lead the way. Xiaolan instantly expanded into a giant surfboard carrying Lynn as it broke through waist-deep water, charging straight toward the underground lake. At the end of the passage the space opened up. The once calm lake surface was now shrouded in mist, the temperature dropping several degrees. At the center of the lake a massive indigo fleshy mountain 5 meters wide sat like an ancient glacier, firmly suppressing the water eye. Its body was covered in a translucent heavy armor membrane, and 7 water tank-sized cores within it glowed faintly like deep-sea searchlights. The water level of the entire lake rose and fell violently with each breath it took. With each inhale the water dropped 3 inches, with each exhale it rose 3 inches. It was the god of this watery domain. Lynn's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he cast an appraisal art. Slime King Water LV10 Elite Boss. Status evolving, progress 97, strength 64, agility 15, intelligence 38, constitution 136, mana 120, new skills deep sea domain, water pressure cage. Lynn's sneer gradually froze on his face. Shit. Strength had gone from 32 to 64. Constitution 136. 2 new skills. Evolution progress 97. I've been grinding attributes like crazy outside, not even daring to sleep. And you the damn boss are here slacking off and evolving while sleeping. The resentment of his past life as a corporate slave and the brutality of this life instantly burst through his skull. But before he could curse a second time, the water surface trembled wildly. The 7 giant cores inside the boss stopped flickering at the same instant. 7 emotionless compound eyes slowly emerged from the depths of the indigo gel, locking onto Lynn and the intruder. The water of the entire underground lake at that moment fell completely still. Boom! The lake's surface suddenly swelled into a 3-meter-high water wall. Before Lin En could react, the water wall crashed down with a thunderous roar. Rocks splintered and the entire path behind him was sealed tight by the deluge and cascading boulders. Damn! Cursing under his breath within the torrent, Lin En instantly activated his water escape technique, turning into a blur that skimmed along the cavern wall, narrowly dodging the second wave of hydraulic impact. The retreat is cut off. Looks like I have to fight. Lin En had no choice but to accept this reality. Xiaolan max out the water shield. The waist-high bonded slime immediately leaped in front of Lin En, expanding a cerulean shield around them both. Lin En knew this battle couldn't be won through brute force alone, otherwise he would be the one lying dead. Victory would depend on his alchemy skills combined with some tactical maneuvers. There was still a chance. Lin En's gaze locked onto the translucent shell-like membrane covering the Slime King's body. A plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Break the membrane, extract the cores, alchemize them, kill it. The Slime King possessed 7 cores and the cooldown for its core regeneration skill was 30 seconds. If he could extract the cores and directly consume them through alchemy, the regeneration would be nullified. Theoretically feasible. I can only gamble. Lin En gritted his teeth, pulled 3 vials of acidic slime from his belt and twisted off the caps. Let's see whose membrane is tougher, yours or my corrosive slime. Lin En activated water escape once more, gliding at high speed across the water's surface, and in the blink of an eye he circled around to the flank of the Slime King. But the Slime King's reaction was faster than anticipated. A water pressure cage materialized out of thin air, a hemispherical wall of water attempting to trap Lin En. He swiftly changed direction, water exploding in all directions. By the time the cage closed he had already darted out of its range. But a second one followed immediately. Instead of dodging, Lin En charged straight into the water pressure cage. Xiaolan. The water slime understood, instantly enveloping Lin En with its entire body, using the water shield to endure the cage's crushing force. Smack. The immense pressure shattered Xiaolan's shield with a resounding crack. Its body shuddered and visibly shrank in size. Seizing the 1-second buffer, Lin En had already closed to within 2 meters of the Slime King's side. He hurled all 3 vials of acidic slime at once. Glass shattered and green acid splashed onto the shell-like membrane. Sizzling sounds arose and white smoke billowed. The acid quickly corroded a basin-sized concave pit on the membrane's surface. The film thinned and softened, revealing the writhing blue gelatinous mass beneath. Now, Lin En raised his warhammer and struck the corroded point with all his might. Boom! The hammer's shockwave transmitted through the membrane, causing the Slime King's body to convulse violently. Beneath the corroded area, a core shifted from its deep position due to the tremor, floating up to the surface layer. Lin En's eyes were swift. He discarded the warhammer and plunged his right hand directly into the hole burned through by the acid. Icy gelatinous substance enveloped his entire arm, water-type damage frantically eroding his skin. Water resistance LV. 3 absorbed most of the damage, but his stamina was draining at an alarming rate. Come out. Lin En's fingers touched the core. He locked his grip and exerted force from his shoulder. The core was wrenched free. A blue orb pulsed in his palm and the Slime King emitted a dull resonance that shook the entire underground lake. A notification flashed in his mind. Alchemy materials detected, Slime King Core 1, Cerulean Warhammer 1. Lin En hesitated not a moment. Synthesize. Blue light exploded. The core and warhammer merged into one. Ding. Alchemy successful. Obtained Cerulean Battle Axe Fine. Strength permanently 12. A hefty blue battle axe appeared in his hand. The blade gleamed with cold light and a thin layer of flowing water wrapped around the shaft. Strength surged to 46. Without pausing, Lin En raised the axe and swung. The blade tore through the membrane and buried deep into the Slime King's body. He dug along the incision and extracted the second core. The third core. 2 cores rolled on the ground, flickering with light. Just as Lin En reached for the 4th core, the Slime King finally reacted. The remaining 4 cores lit up simultaneously. The lake water surged violently and the entire cavern's water pressure instantly escalated. Lin felt an invisible hand clench his chest. Breathing became difficult and his movement speed plummeted. Not good, it's its deep sea domain. At the same time 4 waterwall cages converged from all directions, pinning Lin in place. Then came high-pressure water bombs. 3 shots. The first shattered the insect armor bracer on Lin's left arm. The second struck his chest, sending him flying backward into a water wall. The third was already upon him. Xiaolan somehow appeared in front of him. The waist-high slime used its entire body to absorb the high-pressure water bomb. Its outer water shield shattered instantly and a hole was punched through its body. Xiaolan! Lin roared. Xiaolan collapsed into the water like a deflated ball, its body shrinking to the size of a fist, the light of its core flickering unsteadily. That single high-pressure water bomb had brought Xiaolan to the brink of death. Meanwhile the 3 cores on the ground began to glow. Lin knew the cores were about to return to the main body. If that succeeded, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Lin felt pain throughout his body, his lungs burning, his left arm nearly numb. But his mind was exceptionally clear. His gaze swept back and forth between the dying Xiaolan and the 3 cores about to regenerate. Without hesitation, enduring the pain, he reached out and touched them. A notification appeared in his mind again. Alchemy materials detected: dying bonded water slime LV151, deep sea essence 1, slime king core 3. Synthesize alchemy, success rate 31. 30%. Lin stared at the number, the corner of his mouth twitching. He looked down at Xiaolan, whose light was fading in the water. Only 1 shot left. Lin quickly gathered the 3 cores and Xiaolan together, pressing his hands down. Synthesize. Golden light erupted from his palms and even the Slime King seemed to halt its attack. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The light dissipated. A water slime, indigo in color and a full 1.2 meters tall, rose from the water. Its surface was covered with a shell-like membrane identical to the Slime King's, but thinner, more transparent and denser. Inside its body was only a single core, yet it radiated light more dazzling than all 7 of the Slime Kings combined. Ding! Alchemy successful. Slime King Xiaolan LV1 bonded. Strength 58, agility 42, intellect 55, constitution 120, magic power 135. Skills: deep sea domain LV. 1 water pressure cage LV. 1 high pressure water bomb LV. 1 core repair LV. 1 water shield LV. 3 mimic LV. 1 telepathy LV. 1 healing stream LV. 1 water resistance LV 6. Permanent attribute bonus, all stats 15. Before Lin could finish reading the panel, a crisp voice sounded directly in his mind. Master, you are injured. Xiaolan wrapped a warm stream of water around Lin's left arm and chest. The pain visibly subsided as bones and muscles were repaired. Lin froze for a second. Xiaolan. You can talk. Yes, master. Xiaolan's telepathic tone was earnest. Master, please step back. That ugly stinking giant, leave it to Xiaolan. The shell-like membrane tore open with a crack and Xiaolan's body began to transform, mimic. It morphed into a streamlined indigo battle armor resembling a giant water droplet. How dare you harm my master? Xiaolan's telepathic voice turned icy. Unforgivable. Deep sea domain release. The skill that once belonged to the Slime King now turned against its former owner. The water pressure within the cave shifted abruptly. The Slime King's deep sea domain was forcibly suppressed and the light of its 4 cores dimmed for an instant. Just that instant. Xiaolan shot forward like an indigo arrow of light. High-pressure water bomb, rapid fire. 4 water bombs struck the Slime King's 4 cores with pinpoint accuracy. Each shot penetrated deeply. The Slime King's body collapsed within 2 seconds. The 5-meter gelatinous mountain crumbled like a melting iceberg. 4 cores rolled into the shallow water, their light extinguished. The core repair skill activated, attempting to regenerate the cores. Xiaolan's telepathic voice added coldly, repair your head. Water pressure cage. 4 walls of water enveloped each core, continuously increasing the pressure. Crack. Crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. All 4 cores shattered under the water pressure. The Slime King was utterly dead. The underground lake fell silent. The water began to recede. Lin sat on a rock that had emerged from the water, his chest still aching faintly. He looked at Xiaolan, who had reverted to slime form and was nuzzling against his feet, a wave of lingering fear washing over him. 30% success rate. Thank heavens it worked. Otherwise I'd be pushing up daisies today. Gamblers never have a good ending. Lynn clenched his fist. He needed to raise his alchemy level. Lynn had a vague feeling that the success rate was linked to his alchemy proficiency. The water level continued to drop. The underground lake went from waist-deep to knee-deep, then from knee-deep to ankle-deep. As the water retreated, a flight of stairs and an ancient stone door came into view. Lying against the ground before the stone door were 3 human skeletons. Lynn sighed and walked down the stairs with a solemn expression. The clothes on the skeletons had long rotted away, but the remnants of what appeared to be some kind of standard armor were faintly discernible. Near the hand of one skeleton lay a rusted iron sword, its hilt engraved with a burning blade. Lynn found it familiar. Then he remembered, it was the Empire. The same Empire that had mocked him and teleported him here. Lynn's gaze turned instantly cold. He stared coldly at the ground. On the stone floor in front of the middle skeleton a line of characters was carved crookedly. Lynn had never seen such script before, yet he inexplicably understood its meaning. Do not open the labyrinth. What do you mean? Lynn tried pushing the door with all his might. It didn't budge. He turned around and crouched in front of the skeleton, staring at the crookedly carved line on the stone floor, his brows knitted into a knot. Isn't it supposed to open after beating the boss? Don't open the labyrinth. What's locked inside the door? Lynn muttered, pondering. The strongest monster on this floor is just a level 10 slime king. Logically the next floor shouldn't have anything too powerful. Lynn dusted off the gravel from his knees and stood up. Forget it. With my current strength even fighting the slime king is tough. I'd better not touch this door for now. Master. Master. Xiao Lan's telepathic words bounced into his mind, cheerful and urgent, like a primary school student rushing over to tug at his sleeve during recess. Lynn turned around. Xiao Lan was hovering half a meter in front of the stone door, its entire body unconsciously leaning forward, a faint circle of indigo blue fluorescence shimmering on its surface. What's wrong, Xiao Lan? Lynn asked. There seems to be something inside drawing me. A large question mark appeared above Xiao Lan's head, then it turned its body back to face Lynn, and the question mark shrinking into a confused crooked mouth face. Drawing you? Lynn was surprised. Xiao Lan can't explain it clearly, it's just a buzzing sound, very comfortable yet a bit scary. Xiao Lan's body shrank back, the question mark on its head disappeared, and its expression turned into a wrinkled, bitter face. Master Xiao Lan feels that Xiao Lan can open this door. But not now, Xiao Lan is not strong enough yet. You can open the door. Lynn stared at it for 2 seconds, his mind racing. Xiao Lan was synthesized and evolved from the core of a slime king with the bloodline of a slime king flowing within it. The previous slime king was originally the guardian of this door. It made perfect sense that the new king could open the door. Lynn filed this away in his mind, picked up a withered branch from the ground and poked at the 3 skeletons. A prompt immediately popped into his mind. Detected alchemy materials, human skeletons 3, ultra rare, proceed with alchemy synthesis. Note: insufficient alchemy level. Success rate 1. Materials will be lost upon failure. Proceed with caution. Ultra rare. 1. Lynn was taken aback. When synthesizing Xiao Lan it had 30. Just how rare were these 3 bones? He cast appraisal. Robust human skeletons 3, ultra rare, identity Shrank, adventurers deceased, cause of death mana exhaustion, water element erosion, Shrank. Lynn slowly straightened up. Shrank adventurers were worn down to death by a slime king. That couldn't be right. Wait. If he thought from another angle, that slime king might not be only level 10. If it was crippled by 3 shrank individuals then underwent prolonged regeneration. If so, then this floor might not be the shallow layer of the labyrinth. Lynn shifted his attention to the stone door. The greenish-black surface was covered with dense patterns like blood vessels, giving off an ominous vibe no matter how you looked at it. Appraisal. Sealed labyrinth gate, floor 100, the seal status intact, unseal conditions insufficient, appraisal level unable to display. Hiss. Floor 100. Just as I thought. Lynn let out a breath. Damn stinking king, where the hell did you teleport me to? Wait. He suddenly paused. Teleporting someone to the 99th floor of the labyrinth must have consumed a considerable amount of mana, right? Just to kill a useless guy with all stats at once, why go through such great expense? Lynn raised his hand and cast appraisal on himself. The attributes and skills displayed on the panel were all fine. Except for the last line. Negative status, location, spell, continuous eye of surveillance, intermittent. Lynn's hand dropped. The expression on his face gradually turned cold. Location. Surveillance. Fine, very fine. Damn king, what exactly are you plotting? Lin N's voice was calm, so calm it was chilling. What's wrong? Master. Sensing Lin N's emotions, Xiaolon instantly bristled at surface patterns, glowing, the whole body swelling up like a blue balloon about to burst. None of your business. Lin N bent down and pressed it back. Oh. Xiaolon flattened its body, reluctantly retracting its combat state, and circled around Lin N's feet. Lin N didn't move. He stared at the bones on the ground for a few seconds. 3 strength materials, a 1 success rate, and under surveillance. Let's find a way to remove the negative status first. Xiaolon, let's go. Okay, master. 1 person and 1 slime ball, 2 figures, 1 big and 1 small, disappeared into the depths of the corridor. Imperial Capital Orteria. Inside the rear palace hall, dim yellow lights. Hermann III sat on the throne holding a wine glass between 2 fingers, casually swirling the red wine inside. Only 1 person stood in the hall. Griffin Meyer, the court's chief archmage. He was gaunt with high cheekbones, his 2 eyes were noticeably different, one silver gray and dull, the other normal. His white beard was trimmed meticulously. A black spinal staff leaned by his side. He raised his right hand slightly, the orb atop the staff glowing with a dim light. A blurry image appeared in the center of the hall, as if viewed through a dirty pane of glass, outlines barely discernible, details obscured, but one could vaguely make out a human figure moving in some dark underground space. Hermann III didn't even lift an eyelid. Griffin, state your business. Griffin bowed, not deeply but enough to show respect. My king, the 7th summoned hero Lin N, has been confirmed to have arrived at the 99th floor of the Era Great Labyrinth and is still active. Hermann III finally glanced at the image. Arrived at the 99th floor. His tone was slightly excited. Good. Any news from the Purpose Expedition team? Yes. Griffin's voice dropped. The Purpose Expedition team. All dead. What did you say? All dead. You mean the life potion I was determined to obtain is gone? Hermann III abruptly stood up, angrily smashing the cup to the ground, sending shards flying. Please calm down, my king. Griffin's tone was unwavering. Although the 3 top adventurers of the Purpose Expedition team died before the gate of floor 100, the gate has been loosened. How so? A corner of Hermann III's mouth twitched as he reseated himself on the throne. Griffin didn't answer directly. He manipulated the staff and the image in the orb began rewinding rapidly. Blurry lights and shadows flowed, finally freezing at a frame. In the image, Lin N was synthesizing the Slime King's residual core with or into that gleaming blue battle axe, then cleaved the Slime King apart with one swing. Hermann III stared intently at the image, his fingertips tapping faster and faster on the armrest of the throne. Alchemy. That auxiliary skill that can't even be ranked. How did it allow a trash with all stats at 1 to kill above his level within 3 days? My king, the key point is not the skill itself but its eerie growth potential. Griffin's silver-gray left eye flickered with a morbid light. Every time he synthesizes, his aura undergoes a leap. Enough. Hermann III abruptly stood up, his face dark. I don't care what he awakened. The Purpose team used their lives to cripple that Slime King, I won't let some trash reap the benefits. But the situation now is, Griffin lightly tapped the image of Xiaolon with his staff, this new Slime King has acknowledged him as its master. According to Labyrinth rules, if it does not die, the 99th floor will not spawn a new guardian and the sealed gate of the 100th floor will remain forever shut. The air in the hall instantly plummeted to freezing point. Hermann III let out a cold sneer filled with contempt and murderous intent. Are you saying that the trash I personally discarded is now the only key for me to open the treasure vault? Exactly. If a pawn grows rebellious, crush it. A key in a dead man's hand is always more reassuring than in a stray dog's. Hermann III waved his sleeve coldly. Send the order, have the quasi-rank adventurer Leonhardt lead a team into the Era Great Labyrinth. He paused, his profile looking especially sinister under the dim light. Chop up that trash and his eyesore of a slime and feed them to the fish. Bring back my life potion. Griffin bowed in acknowledgement, but a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the western district of the royal capital at the Iron Anchor Tavern, the wooden door exploded with a thunderous crash. A young adventurer was sent flying backward through the frame, his back shattering 2 door panels before he tumbled 7 or 8 meters across the street. Inside the tavern, the candle flames flickered. Every adventurer in the room lowered their heads in unison, their breaths growing shallow and cautious. No one dared to look up at the man standing by the table. Leonhardt brushed the wood chips from his shoulder, then cast a downward glance at his deep crimson cloak that trailed on the ground. That blind mutt dared to step on my cloak. Leonhardt, known as the Golden Man Lion, was a quasi-rank adventurer at level 89. Before him sat 6 empty jugs of ale. The 7th was only half finished. Across the long table sat 2 men. One was tall and lean, sporting a goatee, clad in dark gray leather armor with 2 short swords at his waist. He was 3rd in the rank adventurer rankings, Razor the Poison Needle. The other man was a stocky, bald-headed brute whose neck was thicker than his skull, and he wore an iron shield engraved with runes across his chest. 7th in the rank, Helga the Iron Wall. The two were Leonhardt's regular teammates, widely regarded in the royal capital's adventurer circles as the Lion's 2 hounds. Razor raised his cup, nodding toward the young adventurer still struggling to rise outside the door. Kid, thank Lord Leonhardt for his mercy. Under normal circumstances, stepping on his cloak would cost you much more than just being flung out. Helga let out a sneering laugh, hefted the ale jug and took a gulp. His lordship is in a good mood today, so he spared your life. Now get lost before he changes his mind. Outside the door, the young adventurer, wincing in pain, scrambled away and vanished around the street corner. No one else in the tavern dared to utter a word. Everyone present knew exactly what the name Golden Man Lion meant in the royal capital. This man had no scruples whatsoever. He was also closely tied to the empire. And with all rank adventurers currently absent from the capital, no one dared to provoke the strongest below that level, Leonhardt himself. Leonhardt sat back down and resumed drinking. Just then a knight clad in the Empire's silver eagle armor stepped through the shattered doorframe. He glanced at the splintered wood and bloodstains near the entrance, his expression unchanged, and walked directly to Leonhardt's table. Stopping before it, his gaze passed over the 2 rank adventurers and fixed on Leonhardt. Mr. Leonhardt. His Majesty has a task for you. Leonhardt didn't even lift his head. Razor chuckled, crossing his legs. Deputy Commander Victor, you've dealt with Lord Leonhardt before. You know the rules. A muscle twitched at the corner of Victor's mouth. Without changing expression, he unbuckled a heavy leather pouch from his belt and tossed it onto the table. Only then did Leonhardt raise his eyelids, pick up the pouch, weigh it in his hand, and grin. Good. When dealing with me, skip all that formal nonsense. Money talks. He pocketed the gold pouch and propped his feet up on the table. So who do I kill? The summoned hero of this cohort, Lynn. A hero? Leonhardt raised an eyebrow. Which one? The one with all stats at 1. A moment of silence fell over the table. Then Leonhardt laughed. The laughter rose from low to loud, shaking the entire table, the empty ale jugs rattling and spinning on the surface. The one with all stats at 1. Ha 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 ha. Razor also burst out laughing, his goatee quivering. All stats at 1. Does the Empire really need to hire us to kill trash like that? Helga slapped the table, his bald head gleaming with laughter. A thing that can be crushed underfoot, does it really warrant your personal attention? Victor remained motionless, waiting until the laughter died down naturally before he spoke. Lynn tamed the king of slimes on the 99th floor of the Era Great Labyrinth and made it his magical pet. So your task is not merely to kill Lynn, but also to retrieve what His Majesty requires from the 100th floor. The laughter ceased abruptly. Leonhardt lowered his feet from the table. The 100th floor. He leaned forward, a smile still on his lips, but his eyes had lost all warmth. What about His Majesty's Purpose Expedition team? That guy has been working on the floor 99 boss for nearly a year. Who would dare poach his prey? Victor's voice dropped a notch. Purpose and the 2 other rank adventurers with him, all killed in action. The air in the entire tavern froze instantly. 3 ranks wiped out. Razor's smile stiffened on his face, his goatee no longer twitching. Helga set down his ale jug, his expression tightening as well. Leonhardt said nothing, tapping his thumb on the table 3 times slowly. Victor continued, but before they died they gravely wounded the king Mark Slime, forcing it to regress. Only then did that hero Lynn swoop in and take the prize. 3 ranks sacrificed their lives to create that opening, and a worthless piece of trash with all stats at 1 just picked it up. Leonhardt let out a snort. What a lucky bastard. He slowly rose to his feet, his Tometer Plus frame casting a massive shadow in the dim tavern. The king Mark Slime. Leonhardt clenched his fist. If he could make it his own, his team's rating would surely break into this rank. He lifted his head, his eyes now unable to conceal their greed. I'll take this job. The head goes to the Empire, I'll bring back what you need, but the slime belongs to me. Victor paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Leonhardt strode to the wall, grabbed his massive battle axe and said, 3 days at most, the item and the head will be delivered to the palace gates. A worthless piece of trash with all stats at 1. I'd like to see how long an ant can last before a lion. The Era Great Labyrinth, 99th floor. Lynn led Little Blue through the corridor behind the stone gate. They walked for about 20 minutes. The passage gradually widened and the damp, corrupt smell faded, replaced by a fresh scent of soil and grass. The stone slabs underfoot vanished, giving way to soft earth. The rock ceiling above also rose, from 3 meters to 5 to 10 until it receded into the dark depths beyond sight. In its place a giant moss emitting a soft blue glow covered the dome densely like an inverted starry sky. Lynn stepped out of the corridor and halted. Before him stretched a grassland that seemed to have no end. Pale blue light fell from the dome, illuminating rolling hills, winding streams and rocky mounds faintly visible in the distance. So the labyrinth isn't just literal. Wind from deep within the plain swept over him, carrying the scent of soil and plants. This is nothing short of an entire underground ecosystem. Master. So big, so big. Little Blue bounced off Lynn's shoulder, spinning 3 times in midair, the indigo patterns on its body flashing with excitement. Lynn didn't let the sight go to his head. His first move was to cast appraisal, scanning the surrounding environment. On the grassland, slimes were everywhere. Fiery red, emerald green, earthy yellow, pure white, slimes of every color and attribute bounced and rolled through the grass, basking lazily in the blue light from the dome. A rough count revealed at least 100 within his line of sight. Fire slime LV8, wind slime LV5, earth slime LV12, light slime LV15. None exceeded level 15. For Lynn's current stats, dealing with them was no different from stepping on roadside weeds. Lynn's eyes lit up. Slimes of every attribute meant skills of every attribute. Wasn't this an open-air skills supermarket? He tightened his grip on his stone blade and strode toward the nearest fire slime. Little one, sorry about this, but you're my first target. Before he could finish, the fire slime suddenly stopped. It turned toward Lynn, its entire body trembling violently. Then it charged at him. But it didn't attack. Instead it prostrated itself before him with human-like submission. Then a second, a third, a 10th. Every slime on the grassland seemed to receive a silent command. They all stopped, turned toward Lynn and surged forward wildly. The ground trembled. Hundreds of colorful slimes converged from all directions, accelerating like a tide, crashing down on Lynn and Little Blue in an overwhelming way. What's going on? Lynn instinctively stepped back, holding his stone blade before him. There were far too many, he couldn't possibly fight them all. He glanced over his shoulder at the corridor entrance, plotting an escape route. Master. Don't be afraid. Little Blue's telepathic voice exploded in his mind, carrying an excitement even it hadn't expected. These slimes, they seem to be here to pay homage to Little Blue. Little Blue hopped onto Lynn's shoulder. The core inside its body emitted an indigo light that pulsed outward like a wave. Wherever the light wave passed, every slime pressed low against the ground. Master, it seems Little Blue has become their king. Lynn stood frozen. Slowly he lowered his stone blade, gazing at the dense multicolored slime army at his feet. Wind blew from the depths of the plain, rustling his clothes. Lynn was silent for 3 seconds. Then he looked up at the inverted starry dome above. A slow grin spread across his face. Little Blue. Yes, master. I have a question. Lynn's eyes swept across the slime army prostrate at his feet, his voice soft. Would your subjects be willing to share their king's burden? Master, wait a moment. Xiaolon paused for a few seconds, its indigo patterns flickering ceaselessly as if engaging in soundless communication with the army of slimes before it. Then it turned around, morphing into an extremely solemn and serious face. Master, the slimes are willing to offer you their cores. Lin N's heart raced. This was a sure win. With all these living materials, if he synthesized them one by one in an assembly line, his stats would absolutely skyrocket. But the smile on his lips had just begun to rise when it instantly faded. Lin N's peripheral vision swept over the translucent panel, flickering at the edge of his sight. Debuff, locate spell, continuous eye of surveillance, intermittent. He felt like a monkey locked in a zoo, every move under constant scrutiny. It was unbearable. Lin N didn't want to expose his golden finger, but he knew that the scene of him killing the Slime King had probably already been transmitted back to the Empire. Then what awaited him was definitely not flowers and applause. Given that pompous king's temperament, he would most likely be silenced. Time was pressing. He had to eliminate that damned surveillance as soon as possible. Xiaolon, have them line up by attribute 3 in a group and send them over. Lin N took a deep breath, his gaze turning abruptly fierce. Even the lowest level slimes should have a skill to remove debuffs. Whether he could turn this certain death situation around depended on today's card draw. Lin knew the odds were slim, but who knew for sure without trying? Yes, master. Xiao Lan's head popped an exclamation mark, releasing a ring of indigo pulse. The slime army on the grass quickly squirmed. Fiery red, emerald green, earthy yellow. They spontaneously formed squares by color as orderly as employees lining up for meals. Lin crouched down and pressed his hands on the 3 fire-attributed slimes in front. Synthesize. A red light flashed in his palm. Ding. Alchemy on living creature successful. Permanent stat bonus strength 7, constitution 5. Obtain active skill fireball L1. A surge of heat flowed into his arms. Lin quickly scanned the skill bar on the panel, and his originally expectant gaze paused slightly. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent, just shook his hands and said in a low voice, next group. 3 wind-attributed slimes rolled up. Synthesize. Obtain passive skill Windwalk LV. 1. Permanent stat agility 8. Lin's jawline tightened abruptly and the light in his eyes dimmed another half. He said nothing directly, reaching out to grab the next group. Lightning attribute. Obtain skill Lightning Arc LV. 1. Acid attribute. Obtain skill Acid Spray LV. 1. Time after time. Colors flickered alternately in Lin's palm, each alchemy forcibly expanding his muscles and bones with brand new power. In normal times he would have laughed out loud. But now, as the remaining alchemy attempts grew fewer, Lin's face became increasingly grim. All 8 alchemy attempts were successful. He had acquired a pile of commonplace attack and support skills, but none was the one he wanted. Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing his brow in irritation. Hint: daily alchemy limit 9, intelligence exceeds 50th limit 1. Remaining today 1. Ha. Daily alchemy count increased. Lin stood up. There was still one last chance. His gaze stubbornly swept back and forth over the slime army. Suddenly, under the withered grass roots on the periphery, he spotted several transparent gels almost blending into the air. No attribute slime LV8. All stats are 1 and no skills. The lowest tier of elimination. All stats are 1. Lin looked at the appraisal panel and tugged at the corner of his mouth self-deprecatingly. When he was first summoned, wasn't he also an elimination seed with all stats as 1? Trash in others' eyes, but perhaps a miracle in his alchemy. He strode over and cupped the 3 transparent slimes, so weak they seemed about to evaporate in his palm. Last try, succeed or not, you're it. He pressed down fiercely with both hands. Synthesize. This time, instead of a blinding light, a deep, quiet black-purple vortex surged from his palm. Ding. Alchemy critical. Obtained familiar shadow slime LV1 rare. Permanent stats agility 12, intelligence 8. Obtained active skill shadow stealth LV. 1. Telepathy LV. 1. Obtained active skill purify LV. 1. Removes negative statuses from the target, including curses, marks and parasitic abnormalities. 3. Active skills. Lin's movements froze. His gaze was fixed on the last 2 lines, even his breath stopped for a beat. Purify. That's exactly the skill. The next second, without any hesitation, he directly aimed his palm at his own chest and activated the skill. A soft white light cascaded down from above his head. The persistent, unsettling sensation of being watched that clung to the back of his mind like a thorn pricking his back melted away completely, like ice thrown into boiling water with a hiss. Locate spell continuous, purified. Eye of surveillance intermittent, purified. The white light dissipated. Lin stood in the breeze, tilted his head back and took a deep, greedy breath of the underground prairie air. Free at last, now I can go all out. Lin clenched his fists, an unprecedented ambition blazing in his eyes. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak. Jrrr. A vigorous stomach growl mercilessly shattered the martial expert's cool facade. Lin's expression froze and he clutched his stomach. It seemed the surge in stats had consumed tremendous energy, and now he felt hungry enough to devour an entire cow. Xiao Lan. Lin looked down with a dark face. Is there anything to eat on this floor? Xiao Lan morphed a bitter face. Master slimes eat everything on this floor, only grass and stones are left. Lin frowned. What about the floor above? Yes. They say up there are running long-toothed meat, bones and fruits. Lin drew the stone blade at his waist. Hunger made his eyes exceptionally fierce. Let's go. Gather your soldiers, we're hunting upstairs. Yes, master. At the same time. In the Empire's capital underground spell laboratory. The surveillance crystal floating in midair flickered twice without warning, then completely turned into a dead black stone. The final image frozen was the afterimage of Lynn and standing on the grass, head slightly tilted back, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The dim room was dead silent. Griffin Mel, the chief court mage, gaunt like an old crow, sat quietly in a spacious armchair. Staring at the completely ruined crystal ball, this magic madman who regarded human life as cheap did not get angry. On the contrary, his silver-gray artificial eye blazed with unprecedented fervor and excitement. He slowly leaned back into the chair, letting out a low hoarse chuckle. A waste of a hero with all stats at 1 Lynn N. Very good. Griffin's voice echoed in the empty underground chamber. It seems this game has gained quite an interesting variable. The entrance to the 98th floor. Lynn N sidestepped, pressing both hands against the icy door, and slowly pushed it open to create an extremely narrow gap. Xiaolan immediately squeezed up, flattening its entire body into a pancake with practiced synchronization. It poked half its head out from under Lynn N's arm, mimicking 2 round gleaming eyes. A wave of hot air thick with the stench of blood seeped through the crack. Lynn N pressed one eye to the gap, his pupils contracting sharply. The 98th floor turned out to be an underground primeval jungle reeking of death. Black iron-colored ancient trees were as thick as city walls, with bulging roots like curling dragons burrowing into the dark soil. Less than 60 meters from the stone door, a bipedal monster over 3 meters tall crouched amidst a pile of shredded flesh, devouring voraciously. It had the head of an ox and the body of a man. Its thick grayish-brown hide was covered in rust-like bony plates. Pitch-black curved horns were smeared with strands of bloody flesh, and beside it lay a shattered stone pillar thicker than an adult man's waist, casually stuck into the ground. Master. Xiao Lan's telepathic voice was barely a whisper. Its mimicked eyes instantly shrank, turning into a pale, terrified face. That big guy is so strong. Lin En didn't respond. With a thought, he silently cast appraisal. Ironhorned Bull Demon LV98. Strength 420, Agility 180, Intelligence 65, Constitution 380, Mana 90. Skills: Crushing Smash LV5, Iron Wall Body LV4, Furious Rush LV3. Strength 420. His own strength was 68, less than 1/6 of that. Lin En held his breath, his gaze sweeping past the bull demon and deeper into the jungle. A massive gray-white behemoth was moving slowly among the ancient trees, its shoulder height over 5 meters. 2 saber-like tusks were coated with ice-blue frost. Every exhale of white mist caused a thin layer of ice to form on the tree trunks within a 3-meter radius. Frost-tusk Giant Elephant LV96, Strength 510, Constitution 620. An extremely agile shadow flickered through the canopy's darkness. Shadowblade Panther LV93, Agility 450. Any single one of them had stats several times his own. Master. Xiaolan yanked its head back abruptly, its entire body swelling into a ball. Its core blazed hot and it mimicked a fierce, gritted-teeth battle face. Should we attack? Xiaolan is ready. Lin En expressionlessly reached out and smacked its head, flattening that battle face on the spot. Attack your head. You want to deliver takeout? Woo. Xiaolan deflated into a crepe in grievance, pasting itself to the ground and playing dead. Lin En silently closed the stone door, pressing his back firmly against the panel, letting cold sweat drip down his temples. There was no boss-level presence beyond the door. It seemed those 3 dead Shrank adventurers had killed it. But even the ordinary monsters inside were beyond his ability to handle for now. Garuru. An extremely untimely stomach rumble sounded. Continuous high-intensity alchemy and stat surges had plunged Lin En's body into ravenous hunger. Xiaolan, Lin En said hoarsely. Here. Xiaolan bounced up. Pick 60 of the most agile low-level slimes and go find food on the 98th floor. Fruits, roots, anything you can put in your mouth. Remember, if you run into a big one, flee immediately. Survival first. A pulse of deep blue light flashed through Xiaolan's core. 67 multicolored slimes surged from behind, squeezing through the door gap into that dark red jungle. Lin En sat down against the stone wall and closed his eyes. Silence as he waited. Ella Great Labyrinth Floor 91. Boom. A giant tree head dripping with dark green juice crashed to the ground, sending wood chips flying. Jawsplit Tree Demon LV88, Floor 91, Boss killed. Leonhardt stepped onto the tree demon's corpse, pulled out his great axe with one hand, casually scraped the blade with his boot sole, looking quite relaxed. Behind him over a dozen adventurers lay sprawled, panting heavily. Boss. Deputy Resser's eyes widened as he stared at the labyrinth manual in his hand. Something's wrong. The records say floor 91's boss was a rockshell lizard. What the hell is this tree demon? Shieldbearer Helga wiped cold sweat from her bald head. Resser, the boss on this floor, was already taken out by Purvis and his crew. You didn't forget, did you? Oh right. Haven't been in the labyrinth in a while, slipped my mind. So a new boss moved in. Resser looked a bit embarrassed. Leonhardt swept his eyes over them and suddenly burst into laughter. Brothers, this is our chance. He slammed his great axe heavily into the ground. His 2-meter-plus frame radiated a ferocious pressure, eyes blazing. New arrivals means they haven't evolved to their peak yet. From floor 91 to 99, if we can kill every single one, the resources will be enough to catapult us straight into a true strength team. Resser and Helga drew sharp breaths, the fatigue in their eyes instantly replaced by greed. Speed up, our era is coming. Leonhardt strode toward the passage to floor 92 like a true savage lion. Heaven helps us. All the Empire's ranks are away from the capital. This place is mine now. Clear 2 floors every day, and while we're at it, crush that waste named Lynn. Then he'll make those bastards who look down on me. Ha ha ha. At the junction of floors 99 and 98, before the stone door, Lynn stood up, his gaze grave. The 67 slimes he had sent out were back. But only 31 returned. Almost every survivor was injured, bodies corroded, torn cores dim and nearly extinguished. 36 lives traded for only 5 fist-sized black wild fruits and a handful of fern leaves. Lynn cast appraisal. Abyss iron fruit restores a small amount of stamina, tastes terrible. Lynn sighed, bit open the hard shell, chewed the coarse flesh and swallowed. After 5 fruits the burning sensation in his stomach subsided slightly, but this little energy was nowhere near enough. Master. So many subjects didn't make it back. Xiaolan pressed against Lynn's foot, tears welling in its eyes. Enough. Don't be sad. Once your master gets out of danger, he'll help you build a kingdom. Lynn wiped the fruit pulp from his mouth. Hearing his promise, Xiaolan's eyes sparkled. It brightened up again. Lynn sighed. Counting on slimes to find food might not work. He needed another plan. His gaze passed over Xiaolan and suddenly landed on the farthest corner of the slime group. A blob of pitch-black gel, almost blending into the shadows, floated silently. It was the shadow slime he had alchemized today. Only palm-sized, it rested quietly within the darkness. Lynn's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment, then a playful urge struck him. You're the one. Lynn walked over and crouched down. Gazing at the shadow slime, he mimicked lines from an anime. Little one, from now on I bestow upon you a true name, Yao Yuan. Xiao Hei. The moment the words fell, a sudden change erupted. Lynn felt a violent dizziness in his mind. A third of his mana had been drained in an instant. That mana surged through an invisible contract, wildly pouring into the shadow slime's body. The dark gel of the shadow slime roiled violently, its size swelling by a full circle. Sleek dark purple streamline patterns emerged on its surface. Ding. True name bestowal successful. Soul bond activated. Shadow slime rare, evolved shadow assassin slime uncommon. Acquired exclusive skills, telepathy LV1, lethal backstab LV1. No way it actually worked. Lynn rubbed his temples. Giving a name really triggered evolution. Xiaolan, watching from the side, panicked and bounced onto Lynn's knee, shaking frantically. Master. Master. Why does it have a true name? Xiaolan has been with you so long and never got one. Lynn had only casually recalled a scene from an Isekai anime and said it on a whim. He never expected it to actually work. He paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Don't worry, he rubbed Xiaolan's chubby face. Naming you would cost too much mana. I'll formally give you a true name later when I have more to spare. Xiaolan whimpered with grievance. Lynn turned his attention back to the evolved Xiao Hei. Exclusive skill Shadow Stealth. Merge with shadows, erase all presence, duration depends on mana. This skill was good. Xiao Hei, can you understand me? Lynn extended his hand, hovering it above. 2 seconds later, an extremely cold, utterly emotionless telepathic voice echoed in Lynn's mind. I can hear you, master. Lynn's lips slowly curled upward, forming the most dangerous smile he had worn since entering the abyss. Excellent. He stood up, his gaze fixed on the stone door of the 98th floor, the one reeking of blood. His slender finger pointed toward the crack. Xiao Hei, do something for your master. Activate stealth, slip inside and take a lap. Don't touch anything. Don't attack. I need to know if those monsters can detect you. Understood. The dark gel silently sank. A ripple deeper than night spread and Xiao Hei's outline erased like chalk from a blackboard, vanishing from Lin En's sight and senses in an instant. The stone door was brushed by a breeze, making no sound. A single drop of invisible lethal ink had already seeped into that deadly hunting ground filled with giant beasts. After a long wait, a faint ripple spread across the shadow before the stone door. Xiao Hei materialized from the void, its pitch-black gelatinous body devoid of any scratches, hovering silently by Lin En's feet. Lin En crouched down and examined it thoroughly. Xiao Hei, did you encounter any large monsters? Yes. Xiao Hei's telepathic response was crisp and devoid of emotion. Well done. Lin En patted Xiao Hei on the head. Xiao Hei remained expressionless, still without any emotional fluctuation. Xiaolan, standing nearby, clicked its tongue in amazement, morphing a disdainful face and muttering, "The master praised it. And it didn't even crack a smile. So rude." Lin En ignored it. He sat down cross-legged directly. The purpose of sending Xiao Hei out was naturally to verify the reaction of the monsters on floor 98 to Xiao Hei's stealth skill. Floor 98 was different from floor 99, one wrong step meant utter doom. Yet the current situation forced him to take that step. Judging from the results, Xiao Hei's stealth skill was indeed effective. Thus Lin En could personally go and check the situation on floor 98. But he did not set off immediately, instead he used a dry branch to sketch on the muddy ground. From the current situation. First, the ordinary monsters on floor 98 were often over level 90, while the slime prairie on floor 99 had a maximum level of 15. Separated by a single wall, a sheer cliff in levels. This was highly unreasonable. If the dungeon's ecology formed naturally, the lower floors should be progressively stronger. Why were the monsters on floor 99 so much weaker than those on floor 98? Had the original ecology of floor 99 suffered a catastrophic blow? The only thing Lin En could think of were the 3 dead Shrank adventurers. Their target should have been the sealed gate on floor 100. To reach that gate they had to traverse floor 99. With Shrank combat power, it was entirely plausible that they slaughtered the native high-level monsters along the way. In other words, after the native inhabitants were killed off, the ecological niches were left vacant. Thus the lowest level slimes filled the vacuum and became the new masters of this prairie. So floor 99 was not naturally weak, it had been artificially cleansed. But if that was the case, a new question arose. The monsters on floor 98 should have been cleansed as well, shouldn't they? Then why did the monsters here still maintain such high levels? Lin En could not figure out the reason. During this food-seeking expedition he would also gather as much information on this matter as possible. Additionally, he must avoid contact with adventurers. After all, it was uncertain whether the ill-tempered king would send people to search for him. Having sorted out his thoughts, Lin En discarded the branch and stood up. Xiaolan, you stay here. I'm going out to find food. Master, no. Upon hearing Lin En's command, Xiaolan anxiously bounced in front of him, swelling its entire body into a blue round shield blocking the way for him. The mimicked expression was a frowning, wide-eyed, no-entry face. Master, you can't go. That place is full of powerful big guys. It's too dangerous. It's all right, Xiaolan. I have Xiao Hei's stealth skill. But Xiaolan was at a loss, its intelligence not low enough to roughly understand the effect of Lin En's skill. But it also knew that with Lin En's current strength, confronting the monsters on floor 98 was perilous. Don't worry. Lin En reached out and pressed its head, deflating half of the swollen air. Those monsters have no perception of shadow stealth. I'll be careful. Xiaolan was silent for a few seconds. Finally it slowly shrank its body and stepped aside from the stone door. But then it turned to Xiao Hei, its core suddenly flashing brightly, releasing an indigo pulse of command. Xiao Hei. You follow the master at all times. If the master is in any danger, you must be the first to block in front. However, Xiao Hei stood woodenly to the side, unmoved. Lin En raised an eyebrow. As the Slime King, Xiaolan should theoretically have absolute command over Xiao Hei, but it seemed that after being synthesized by his alchemy, that authority had been severed. It appeared that his alchemy was by no means an ordinary skill. Lin En did not refuse Xiaolan's good intentions. He looked at Xiaolan, who was full of question marks, and smiled. Follow me, Xiao Hei. Only after receiving Lin En's command did Xiao Hei respond. Lin En activated Shadow Stealth. His figure faded from view like fading ink, as if he were observing the world from another dimension. This experience was truly astonishing. The man and the slime passed through the stone door silently. Floor 98, deep within the jungle. Lin N crouched inside a stone cave sheltered by giant tree roots with a carefully controlled campfire set before him. Roasting over the fire was a deer leg. This was a lone fawn Lin N had hunted on the outskirts of the jungle. Though called a fawn, it was actually a full circle larger than an adult deer on Earth. But with Lin N's monstrous attributes and various skills, he was able to hunt it with ease. Fat dripped into the fire, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Lin N wrapped the deer leg in vine leaves, flipped it over and lowered his voice. Xiao Hei, keep watch at the cave entrance. Notify me immediately if anything approaches. The shadow at the cave entrance rippled slightly. Lin N roasted the meat while organizing the information in his mind. After entering floor 98, he had spent nearly an hour circling half the perimeter. Shadow stealth made him a perfect observer. He saw 3 iron-armored bull demons in the east tearing at each other over territory. In the south, a pack of shadow blade leopards encircled a lone frost-tusked giant elephant calf. When the herd arrived, the leopards immediately retreated, both sides maintaining a tacit distance. The west was even more chaotic. 7 or 8 species were fighting in a melee near a swamp with mud and blood spraying everywhere. Lin N noticed a detail. Even on floor 98, there were many low-level monsters of levels 10 or 20. They were protected by their parents or herds, surviving and reproducing in the gaps between the giant beasts. This was not the game-like world where monsters simply respawned as he had imagined. It was a real underground ecosystem. Monsters reproduced, grew, aged, and competed for territory. Leveling up relied on predation and combat accumulation. The entire food chain was interlocked and self-contained. Moreover, Lin N discovered a key point: hunting and devouring cores was the fastest way for monsters here to grow stronger. The bull demons fought over territory not just for the land but to devour each other for power. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was vividly displayed here. The deer before him was no exception. Lin N took a large bite of the cooked deer leg. The unique meaty aroma filled his mouth. The scalding hot juices flowed down his throat into his stomach, and his body, empty for most of the day, felt as if a fire had been lit inside, rekindling its operation. In less than 2 minutes he devoured the entire hind leg, then tore off meat from the chest and swallowed it in large mouthfuls. He finished the entire deer, not even leaving the meat on the bones. After swallowing the last bite, Lin N let out a long, turbid breath. Stamina restored. Minor attribute increase, Constitution 1. Indeed, eating meat also boosted attributes, though the magnitude was incomparable to alchemy. Lin N set aside the deer bones, extinguished the fire, and stood up. Now that he had surveyed the east, south, and west, the north was the only direction he had not explored. Presumably the gate to the upper floor lay to the north. Xiao Hei, did you scout the north before? Went. North. Quiet. Quiet. In a jungle teeming with carnage, the word quiet was highly unusual. Lin N instinctively sensed something amiss. Lead the way. As they moved northward, the scent of blood in the air gradually faded. Lin N noticed that the surrounding vegetation was replaced by massive silver-gray tree trunks. What was even more eerie was that there were no living creatures in this area. It seemed all monsters deliberately avoided this direction. Lin N's steps became lighter. After walking about 300 meters more, a tree appeared at the edge of the forest. Its trunk was so thick that 10 people could not wrap their arms around it. Its roots had cleared an open area 100 meters in diameter, each root as thick as Lin N's waist. In the center of the trunk was a hollow large enough to hold several people. Lin N approached close to the roots, peered inside. One glance was enough. Lin N felt his heart skip half a beat. Deep inside the tree hollow, a 2-meter-tall gray-white cocoon hung among the roots. The cocoon's surface was wrapped in countless silver threads, occasionally flashing with red light. Thump. 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 A dull rhythmic heartbeat emanated from within the cocoon. Lin N instinctively cast appraisal. Unknown creature cocoon. Status metamorphosing, progress 64. Level appraisal failed. Warning: appraisal level insufficient to obtain more information. Appraisal failed. Cold sweat began to seep from Lin N's back. He was about to retreat when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something in another corner of the tree hollow. In the corner sat a rusty iron cage. Inside the cage was actually a beautiful woman. Lin N's gaze was deeply drawn to her. The woman's waist-length golden hair cascaded over the rusted iron bars, and her grime-covered face was so exquisite it seemed unreal. Pointed ears peeked out from among her locks. Words like divine and holy flashed through Lin N's mind, but he felt none of them could adequately describe the woman's beauty. A single word crossed Lin N's mind: elf. His pupils contracted sharply. Almost at the same moment he noticed her, the elf raised her head abruptly. Her emerald green eyes locked onto Lin N. An overwhelming fury compressed for who knows how long erupted from her gaze. Despicable human. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but every word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. If you have the guts, kill me. Lin N ignored the elf's roar. He frowned and silently cast an appraisal. Moon Elf Sailentier Occupation Divine Archer LV 5 Level LV. Strength 156, Agility 289, Intelligence 203, Constitution 178, Magic Power 94, Status Chronic Toxin, Continuous Extreme Weakness, Magic Seal Skills, Cloud Piercing Arrow LV. 7 Wind Step LV. 6 Elf ILV. 5 Below Appraisal Level Insufficient, Unable to display. Lin N's mouth twitched suddenly. Level 75. Status debuffs. Although all the numbers on the attribute panel had downward arrows even under the continuous decay status, the attributes, any one of them could crush him into dust. Lin N's mind raced. In the tree hollow there were two things. One was a mysterious cocoon that even appraisal could not identify, and the other was a level 75 elf who even weakened could kill him instantly. One was untouchable and the other was even more so. Better to leave first. Lin N didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and stepped out. Human. The elf's voice came from behind, carrying the suppressed malice that had finally erupted. If you have the guts, don't run. Come back. Lin N didn't stop. Hey human. Aren't you all coveting my beauty? What? What does it mean to lock me here for a year? Are you planning to starve me to death? Hey. The cage echoed with the clang of rusty iron being kicked. Don't go give me food. The last few words were much quieter, filled with helplessness and despair. Lin N walked out of the tree hollow without looking back. A stunning elf imprisoned for a year. Who imprisoned her? Could it be the 3 dead adventurers from the 99th floor? Should he save her? Of course not. At least not now. Lin N wasn't confident. Imprisoned for a whole year. No food for a year, yet she could still curse and kick. This endurance to hunger was not something a mortal should have. And her eyes looked as if she wanted to tear him apart alive. If he were foolish enough to open the cage, he would most likely be killed on the spot in repayment. He only had one life, better not meddle. First find the door to the upper floor. In the next 2 hours Lin N repeatedly searched the northern area of the 98th floor. Shadow stealth allowed him to ignore the patrolling high-level monsters as he carefully checked every corner that might have a passage along the rock walls and tree roots. The result made him increasingly irritated. Xiao Hei. Here. During your reconnaissance earlier, did you find any door to the 97th floor? Xiao Hei paused for 2 seconds. No. Concise, without any addition. Is that so? Lin N gritted his teeth. He spent nearly another hour sweeping the outer perimeter of the 98th floor again. He examined every boundary of the area, east, south, west and north. However, there really was no door. The entire 98th floor was like a sealed giant box, with only the stone door at the bottom leading to the 99th floor as the only entrance and exit. Unreasonable, very unreasonable. Lin N passed through the stone door back to the 99th floor, carrying the carcass of a deer he had hunted, along the way his form becoming visible. Lin N breathed a sigh of relief. The practicality of his shadow stealth far exceeded expectations. Not only was his body invisible, but even objects he touched were brought into stealth, and even the scent could be hidden. When he carried the deer through the territory of 3 iron armor ox demons, they were completely unaware. Master. Xiaolan bounced up from behind a grassy mound, his whole body crashing into Lin N's chest and rubbing 3 times, mimicking a grinning face that reached his core. Master, you're finally back. I thought you were eaten. Lin N's mouth twitched, but he still reached out and patted it. Yeah, I'm back. Help me start a fire. Night fell. The giant moss on the ceiling of the 99th floor gradually dimmed, the blue light converging into scattered dots like a starry sky. The firelight cast a warm orange halo on the grassland. The whole deer was placed over the fire, with fat dripping and sizzling and a rich meat aroma spread in the air. Lin N sat by the fire, gnawing on a deer leg while organizing his thoughts. Xiaolan lay on his left leg, mimicking a face drooling with greed, staring at the roasting deer and swallowing constantly. Xiao Hei hovered in the shadow behind Lin N's right shoulder, silent. Further away, hundreds of colorful slimes formed a large circle, their core light reflecting on the grass in a riot of colors. All eyes were locked on the roasting deer in the fire. Xiaolan. Lin N tore off a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth and spoke indistinctly. Here. Let me ask you something. Why can't Xiao He and I find the door to the 97th floor? Do you know what's going on? Lin En voiced his confusion. Xiaolan mimicked a thinking face with scratching head and ears, and after holding back for a long time finally spoke, Master. Xiaolan doesn't know. Xiaolan used to only move around the 99th floor in a daze with vague memories, knowing nothing. But fortunately I met Master otherwise. Listening to Xiaolan's rambling, Lin En shook his head. He hadn't expected Xiaolan to answer anyway. Lin En's gaze shifted to the stone door. Slimes could go to the 98th floor. In theory those monsters could also come down. But in reality there was nothing on the 99th floor except low-level slimes. If the floors were completely free to traverse, the food chain would have collapsed long ago. Low-level slimes would not be able to survive safely near the mouths of the strong. What did this indicate? Lin En could only think that the labyrinth itself had some kind of rule. Perhaps that was also the reason he couldn't find the door to the 97th floor. Forget it. Lin En shook his head, finished the last bite of the deer leg, clapped his hands. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'll double-check tomorrow. Perhaps the door is hidden in some corner or cranny. Master, at this moment Xiaolan on his leg dragged out a long tone mimicking a pitiful face with watery eyes. Master, can you finish a whole deer by yourself? Could you share some with us? Lin En looked down at Xiaolan, then swept his gaze over the hundreds of slimes surrounding the fire. Good heavens, they don't all want to eat deer meat, do they? Lin En didn't mind since he was already full. Alright, go ahead. Having obtained Lin En's permission, Xiaolan's eyes lit up and he shot up suddenly. Charge! Hundreds of slimes like a floodgate opened, slapped the ground and rushed towards the roasted deer. The scene was chaotic. Colorful gel bodies piled up like a pyramid covering the entire deer, with chomping sounds of devouring rising and falling. Xiaolan occupied the fattest part of the deer belly, his whole body expanding into a ball as he ate frantically. Xiao He at some point emerged from the shadows, bit a rib and silently dragged it into the darkness. In less than 3 minutes the whole deer vanished without a trace. Lin En was stunned. Just as he was about to complain, Xiaolan's core suddenly brightened a bit. The indigo patterns on his body flickered twice. Lin En cast an appraisal. Slime King Xiaolan LV. 15 LV. 16. Lin En's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly turned to Xiao He beside him. Shadow Assassin Slime Xiao He LV. 1 LV. For holy crap, 3 levels in a row. Lin En shot up, his eyes wildly sweeping over the nearby slime group that had just eaten the deer meat. Most had leveled up by 1. Even a few transparent slimes whose attributes were all 1 had suddenly gained a skill-enhanced digestion LV. 1. Lin En's breath stopped for a full 2 seconds. So that's it. He slowly crouched down, staring at the group of slimes rolling around after eating, his voice barely containing his excitement. It seemed these guys were more than just foodies. They could completely absorb the life energy contained in food to strengthen themselves. Perhaps it was not without reason that they could occupy the 99th floor. Lin En looked at the hundreds of slimes in the depths of the grassland that were dejected for not having grabbed food, and his eyes lit up. His alchemy skill was indeed powerful, but after all he could only alchemize 9 times a day now. However, these slimes were different. These guys seemed to have infinite potential. Perhaps this was the reason they could dominate the 99th floor. The monsters on the 98th floor were strong. A single slime definitely couldn't defeat them. But what about 10, 100, 1,000? Lin En slowly straightened up. A grin slowly spread across his face. Xiaolan. Ha. Master. Xiaolan burped, mimicking a satisfied smile. From tomorrow hand over your subjects to my command. I want to see what you look like after evolution. Evolution. Xiaolan tilted her head, a look of utter bewilderment on her face. Lin En regarded her with a half-smile. Alright, let me ask you something. Can you breed new slimes? Lin En recalled the dense swarm of slimes bred by the previous Slime King. As the new Slime King, Xiaolan should be capable of the same. Xiaolan paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. All slimes have this ability. We multiply through division. When the energy within our bodies is full, we can split off a new slime. But it requires a tremendous amount of energy. Normally, eating grass and gnawing on stones, it takes a long time to gather enough for a single division. I see. Lin En stood up, his gaze sweeping toward the stone gate. So as long as you have enough energy, you can multiply indefinitely. Xiaolan nodded vigorously. Excellent. Lin En clenched his fist. Xiaolan, rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning gather all your subjects. Not a single one left behind. The next day. At the edge of the grassland. Lynn stood before the 98th stone gate, behind him a silent ocean. Slimes of every color lay quietly on the grass. Xiaolan bounced up from the front of the formation, mimicking a stern officer's face. Reporting to Master. All slimes assembled. Fire type 237, Earth type 191, Water type 304, Wind type 176, No attribute 980. Total 1888. Awaiting your orders. Lynn swept his eyes over this motley army. The strongest was barely level 15, the weakest had all stats as 1. In the 98th floor any monster could wipe out a patch with a casual sneeze. Yet the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Move out. The stone gate crashed open. The stench of blood and waves of heat rushed forth. Lynn stood in the doorway, and behind him 1888 slimes converged into a torrent pouring through the crack into the iron-black primeval jungle. Phase 1. Execute yesterday's tactics. Lynn's voice was not loud, but through Xiaolan's pulse it was conveyed to every slime. Spread out. Gnaw on bark roots, moss or. Devour everything edible. Only one target, get full split and multiply your numbers. Oh, and if you encounter large monsters, don't engage heathen. First circle around. But if they attack first. Lynn narrowed his eyes. Then drown them in numbers. Yes, master. Xiaolan's core burst out a powerful indigo pulse. The 1888 slimes dispersed in all directions. Fired ones chewed on ancient tree roots, the crunching sounds rising one after another. Earth yellow ones burrowed into crevices to devour or veins. Emerald green ones fed on trees and moss. Lynn hid behind a giant tree, using shadow sneak to observe the scene. The spectacle was magnificent and eerie. Nearly 2,000 colorful gel bodies swept through the jungle like a plague of locusts. Wherever they passed, bark was stripped, grass was gnawed, stones were licked clean. 10 minutes later Xiaolan's telepathic message arrived. Master. 14 have eaten their fill and started splitting. 20 minutes. Master. The count has increased to 2110. 40 minutes. 2614. 1 hour. Master. Nearly reaching 4000. Lynn listened to Xiaolan's report like a broken record, the grin on his face growing wider. When the number broke 7000, Master Trouble. Xiaolan's telepathic voice suddenly rose. We've gnawed into the territory of the iron-armored bull demons. Lynn's gaze passed over the layers of slimes and saw the bare rocky hill ahead. After more than an hour of devouring, the slime army had stripped vegetation for hundreds of meters around. The ground exposed gray-white bedrock, a stark contrast to the dense black iron jungle. At the junction of bedrock and forest, 2 iron-armored bull demons blocked the way. Their bodies were over 3 meters tall, grayish-brown, covered in bony armor plates on the upper body with pitch-black curved horns radiating pressure. One carried a severed tree trunk thicker than an adult's waist, the other was barehanded, but its fist was larger than Lynn's head. He cast appraisal. Iron-armored bull demon, LV 95, strength 398, constitution 361. Iron-armored bull demon, LV 95, strength 405, constitution 374. 2 level 95 iron-armored bull demons. Lynn's heart tightened. Whether they could chew through these 2 fat pieces depended on how sharp the slime's teeth were. Roar. A deafening howl exploded from the forest. The bull demon wielding the trunk charged first, the giant wood sweeping horizontally. Boom. Over 100 slimes burst into water vapor in the shockwave. The ground was gouged with a half-meter-deep trench. The second bull followed, slamming its fists onto the earth, its bony armor plates raising with a screech like metal grinding. Xiaolan. Lynn ordered sharply. Tell your army charge. Don't fear casualties. For every bull demon devoured, the new slime split will outnumber the dead tenfold. Remember, gains always come with risks. Xiaolan paused, then her core erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Gains always come with risks. Master, you are so right. The indigo pulse swept across the field. The slimes which had been retreating ignited like a fuse. Thousands of gel bodies surged toward the weapon-wielding bull demon like a flood bursting a dam. The bull roared and swung its giant club, sweeping away dozens with each blow, but more slimes swarmed from all sides, sticking to its legs, back, and arms. Acid, flame, frost, attacks of various properties simultaneously struck the bull's armor plates, sizzling with corrosion. Just then, at the edge of the battlefield, a shadow rippled silently. A pitch-black gel oozed out from the bull's shadow, slid silently along the ground to directly beneath the giant beast, then sprang upward. Xiao He suddenly released the skill Shadow Spike. A solid shadow spike pierced through the center of the bull's foot. The damage was low. But the bull's body stiffened, stumbling half a step. Just that half step. Xiao He had already bounced to the bull's head, its entire body wrapping around the bull's face like a piece of black clay, perfectly sealing eyes, nostrils and mouth. The bull completely lost vision, swinging its club wildly, instead cracking its own armor plates. Thousands of slimes swarmed in. 30 seconds later the roar ceased. One level 95 iron-armored bull demon, under the feeding frenzy of nearly 1,000 slimes, was devoured to the last bone. Lynn cast appraisal, his eyes darting straight to Xiao He's stats. Shadow Assassin Slime Xiao He LV4 LV18 Strength 44 Agility 97 Intelligence 38 Constitution 36 Mana 62 New Skill Shadow Bind LV1 Manipulates shadows to briefly bind a target for 2 seconds from level 4 straight to level 18. Some other slimes leveled up, others began splitting. Lin took a deep breath. But he had no time to celebrate because one bull demon remained. That bull did not flee. Its eyes flushed blood red, all its bony armor plates raised, and its body gleamed with a dark golden luster. Lin knew it had activated the Iron Wall body skill. Slimes leaped onto it, but acid poured on the armor plates only produced a wisp of white smoke before being repelled. The bull's right fist charged up the ground beneath its feet, cracking. Another skill smash strike. The fist came down. The shockwave radiated outward from the bull, shattering over 100 slimes within a 10-meter radius into splashing droplets. Then it lunged forward with its horns, its whole body shrouded in furious red light. The third skill, Rage Charge. The 3-meter iron-armored monster turned into a gray lightning bolt, plowing straight ahead. Where it passed, slimes were sent flying in all directions, fragments of gel hanging from tree trunks on both sides. One charge and at least 500 slimes were destroyed. This bull demon was clearly intelligent, unleashing skills without restraint. Master. Casualties are heavy. Xiao Lan's telepathic voice carried urgency. Lin did not panic. This was within expectations. He stared intently at the rampaging bull, his pupils narrowing. Xiao Lan, tell all slimes to scatter. Do not block its charge, Heaton. Hit it with skills. Ants gnaw on elephants by not colliding with them. Before the words faded, the bull's second charge had already started. But the moment it accelerated, the shadow beneath its feet twisted violently. Shadow Bind LV1 Xiao He struck again. 2 pitch-black shadow chains sprang from the ground, tightly entangling the bull's right ankle. Though only for 2 seconds. That was enough. The bull's step faltered, its massive body leaning forward from inertia, one knee hitting the ground. Xiao Lan seized the opportunity, ordering thousands of slimes to surge from behind, the sides and above simultaneously. The bull's roars turned into hoarse screams. Lin watched the scene, his breathing steadying. Ants indeed cannot kill an elephant. But 10,000 ants can. Just as the struggle of the second bull weakened, boom. 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 Among the distant black iron ancient trees, 7 or 8 pairs of huge blood-red eyes lit up simultaneously. The ground began to tremble. Heavy uniformed footsteps approached from all directions. An overwhelming killing intent poured out from the jungle. Xiao Lan's telepathic cry exploded in Lin's mind. Master, what do we do? It called its comrades. Boom. An ancient black iron tree thick enough to need 10 people to encircle broke at its root and crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of mud and debris. In the direction where the tree fell stood an iron-armored bull demon. It was a full size larger than the previous 2. Its shoulder height was nearly 4 meters and its left horn was broken halfway. Its entire body was layered with armor, each piece etched with old scars of varying depths. Lin cast appraisal, and the moment the panel popped up, his pupils sharply contracted. Iron-armored bull demon LV98 Elite. Strength 512, Agility 198, Intelligence 102, Constitution 488, MP 635. Skills: Crushing Smash LV7, Iron Body LV6, Raging Charge LV5, War Cry LV4, Area Intimidation, inflicts fear on lower-level beings for 3 seconds. Elite Rank. Strength 512, over 100 points higher than an ordinary iron-armored bull demon. Moreover, behind the broken-horned bull demon, 12 ordinary iron-armored bull demons flared their nostrils, heavy breaths sending white steam surging, their hooves pawing the ground, looking eager to charge. Lin felt a chill down his back. He hadn't expected the enemy to know how to group up. Master, they're so scary. Xiaolan's telepathic message carried a clear tremble. Before Lin En could respond, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Thud. 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 Heavy rhythmic footfalls rolled in from the eastern woods. Amidst the swirling dust, dozens of grey-white behemoths formed a column, their ice-blue tusks gleaming with cold light in the dimness. The leading frost-tusk giant elephant had a shoulder height exceeding 6 meters, and a lightning-shaped old scar ran from the center of its forehead down to its nose bridge. Frost-tusk giant elephant LV-98 Elite. Strength 580, Agility 78, Intelligence 88, Constitution 720, MP 610. Skills: Frost Tusk Crush LV6, Ice Mist Domain LV5. Another Elite. Before Lin En could withdraw his gaze, a dozen dark shadows silently swept through the southern canopy. A pitch-black shadow blade panther with eyes gleaming with ghostly gold stood on the thickest branch overlooking the battlefield. Shadow blade panther gold ILV-98 Elite, Agility 520. To the north, a giant deer comparable in size to a small elephant stepped out from the bushes, its antlers branching into 7 tines, each tip hanging with dark green mist. Behind it followed over 30 of its kind, their hooves making no sound on the ground. Emerald horn giant deer LV-98 Elite. 4 directions. 4 elites. Plus the dozens of ordinary ones they brought, this area was suddenly occupied by 70 to 80 monsters above level 90. Lin En was completely dumbfounded. All the monsters he had seen on floor 98 had gathered. Why? Just because they killed 2 bull demons? No. The death of 2 ordinary monsters wouldn't trigger such a large-scale gathering. Could it be because they discovered the danger of slime proliferation? Lin En had no time to ponder further. Suddenly the broken-horned bull demon moved. With just a light step, its figure appeared before a slime on the periphery, bent down and directly grabbed that slime. Then it actually shoved it alive into its mouth. Crunch. The crisp sound of the slime core shattering echoed clearly in the air. Then the second, the third. It scooped up slimes with its palm and fed them into its mouth exactly like a human eating peanuts. Lin En's brain momentarily froze. Damn. What's going on? They're not here to fight. How can they treat slimes as food? Before Lin En could figure it out, the other bull demons also moved, swarming into the slime group. Grab one, shove it in mouth, chew a couple times, swallow, then grab another. Their efficiency was absurd, as if slimes were some divine miracle pills. Lin En saw a bull demon swallow 6 water-type slimes in one go, and the bony armor plates on its body visibly thickened a bit. Lin En finally understood. The slimes themselves were concentrated elemental energy bodies. For these monsters they might be powerful tonic pills. Miscalculation. I thought this would be the slimes' cafeteria, but it turned out the dish was the slimes themselves. Xiaolan. Full retreat. Retreat to the entrance of floor 99. Lin En decisively ordered. Yes. An indigo pulse swept across the field. Over 7,000 slimes turned and fled, a multicolored tide surging toward the stone gate. At the same time, the elites from the other 3 sides arrived. The Frosttusk giant elephant group rolled in from the east, elephant hooves flattening patches of slimes while trunks coiled and stuffed a dozen slimes into mouths. The shadow blade panthers leaped down from the canopy, their sharp claws precisely picking out slime cores, carrying them off and swallowing whole. The emerald horn giant deer were the most elegant, lowering their heads to nudge slimes to their feet with their antlers, then licking them up one by one unhurriedly. The slimes unleashed skills in desperate counterattack. Fireball's acid ice spikes struck the monsters, but the effect was minimal. The casualty numbers climbed visibly. Soon the slimes that had painstakingly multiplied to 7,000 plummeted to 5,000. Master. Xiaolan's voice trembled. Lin En gritted his teeth and said nothing. Just as he was about to order a full retreat back to floor 99, the sudden change occurred. An iron-armored bull demon and a frost-tusk giant elephant simultaneously reached for the same fire-type slime. Roar. The bull demon roared in fury, punching the giant elephant's nose. The elephant howled in pain, thrust its twin tusks forward with an explosion of frost directly shattering a piece of the bull demon's right shoulder armor plate. Within 2 seconds 3 or 4 of each side rushed in to reinforce. The bull demon group and the giant elephant group were locked in battle. On the other side, the shadow blade panthers had a stronger territorial instinct. They had already clashed several times with the emerald horn giant deer. A melee erupted in full within 10 seconds. Iron-armored bull demons versus Frost-tusk giant elephants, shadow blade panthers versus emerald horn giant deer. The 4 groups had completely fallen out over the competition for the slime swarm. Skills flew everywhere, ancient trees fell in rows and the ground was blasted into craters one after another. Thousands of slimes crazily retreated toward the stone gate amidst the chaos. The beasts blinded by battle momentarily forgot about the scattering slimes. From behind a fallen giant tree, Lynn in stealth mode watched the melee that was like a natural disaster, his breathing gradually steadying. The melee lasted less than 3 minutes and already 2 ordinary bull demons and 1 giant deer lay in pools of blood. The 3 corpses emanated intense life energy fluctuations. Lyn's eyes lit up. Xiaolan. Here. Master. Stop the retreat. Gather all slimes at the stone gate, retreat to floor 99 at any sign of danger. But master. Obey. Lyn's voice was very low but his tone brooked no argument. He turned to look at Xiaohe in the shadows on the right. Xiaohe. Here. Follow me. I have a task for you. Xiaohe didn't hesitate. Lynn took a deep breath, first crouched down and grabbed 3 attributeless slimes from around him into his palm. Synthesize. A blue light flashed. Ding. Alchemy successful. Obtain familiar wind wing slime LV1 common. Lynn twitched the corner of his mouth. He had originally wanted to forge a second shadow slime to help but ended up with a wind type. Oh well, alchemy is indeed random. Lynn set down the wind wing slime, no longer wasting attempts. He looked at Xiaohe, his eyes reflecting the distant flames of skill explosions. The plan is simple: activate shadow stealth and drag those corpses back. He stood up, activated shadow stealth, and his figure vanished from the spot as if swallowed by darkness. Yes, master. Xiaohe followed closely, transforming into a drop of ink that merged into the ground. Xiaohe, be careful. Lynn hoisted a bull demon corpse over his shoulder while dragging a severed giant elephant foreleg with his other hand, shadows swirling beneath his feet. For him, with a power attribute exceeding 80, this weight felt no more than carrying 2 bags of rice. Xiaohe remained silent. Its body extended 2 gelatinous tendrils wrapping around the carcasses of a verdant-horned giant deer and a shadow blade leopard sliding silently along the ground. On the battlefield, skills flew in chaos, shockwaves crashing one after another. Elite magical beasts fought with cataclysmic force, entirely lacking the energy to pay attention to the few corpses vanishing beneath their feet. A few minutes later, Lynn stealthily returned to the stone door with his spoils. Xiaolan. Here. No need to split. Bring me a selection of the highest attribute slimes to consume the corpses and level up. Lynn tossed the corpses onto the ground and paused for a moment. For every corpse you bring back, you get to keep 1 for yourself. Level up aggressively. Xiaolan's core instantly shone 3 times, manifesting a distorted ecstatic face. Yes. Master. Xiaolan promises to leave not a single drop behind. Smack. It lunged onto the bull demon's remains, the indigo gelatin writhing frantically, the sound of bones dissolving distinctly audible. Lynn did not linger. He turned to Xiaohe. Continue. The 2 figures vanished once more into the darkness. Time passed second by second. On the battlefield, the chaotic clash of the 4 clans' elites reached a fever pitch. The horned bull demon shattered the frost-toothed giant elephant's right tusk with a punch, and before dying the giant elephant froze 2 ordinary bull demons with its ice mist domain. The shadow blade leopards and giant deer grappled in the dense forest, with a corpse falling from the treetops every few seconds. Lynn and Xiaohe weaved through the corpses and flames like 2 silent phantoms. Dragging a giant elephant leg. Dragging a severed shadow blade leopard. Dragging a decapitated giant deer. Xiaohe was more efficient than Lynn. Lynn authorized him to eat while dragging, and the pitch-black gelatin enveloped the prey's remnants, digesting them cleanly as they progressed. Lynn had never seen such a quiet eater. However, the good times were short-lived. When the casualties among the magical beasts on the battlefield exceeded half, the situation changed abruptly. A steel-armored bull demon, after killing its opponent, did not continue fighting but lowered its head to feast directly on the giant elephant's corpse. Nearby, a shadow blade leopard did the same, its claws tearing open the giant deer's abdomen and devouring hungrily. They began to eat on the spot as well. Lynn revealed himself behind a large rock, frowning slightly. The magical beast's reaction speed was faster than expected. Lingering any longer would only expose him, which was not worth it. He glanced down at Xiaohe, who was silently swallowing the last bite of a corpse at his feet. Identification technique. Shadow Assassin Slime Xiaohe, Rare LV32. Strength 112, Agility 243, Intelligence and 96, Constitution 88, Magic Power 148. New skills Shadow Mimicry LV1 can temporarily copy the target's appearance lasting 8 seconds. Shadow Piercing LV2 Solidified shadows penetrate defenses ignoring 10 physical armor. From LV18 to LV32. Agility skyrocketed to 243. Lin N nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Hei, let's withdraw. As Lin N returned to the stone door, the sight before him made him pause for half a second. Xiaolan had grown a full size compared to 2 hours ago. Its indigo shell patterns denser and more radiant, and the light emitted from its core had changed from soft to blinding. Identification technique. Slime King Xiaolan King level LV38. Strength 286, agility 198, intelligence 245, constitution 410, magic power 388. New skills Cold Wave Domain LV1, Water Flow Shockwave LV2, High Pressure Water Curtain LV1. LV38, constitution 410. This data was already infinitely close to the standard of an ordinary magical beast at level 91. Besides Xiaolan, 5 slimes above level 30 lined up, each the size of an adult hunting dog. Further back, over 100 slimes in their 20s lay densely on the grass. Well done, Lin N patted Xiaolan. Let's withdraw to level 99 for now and come back to scavenge another day. I don't believe we can't take level 98. Yes, master. Xiaolan manifested a proud face. Xiaolan has devoured 3 magical beasts. Burps all tasting of meat. Lin N twitched the corner of his mouth, ignoring it. The slime army began to retreat towards the stone door one after another. However, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. A 10-meter-high ice spike shot up from the battlefield center, piercing through the moss layer of the dome with shards of ice pouring down like a torrential rain. Lin N whipped around. He witnessed a scene he would never forget. At the end of the battlefield, the frost-toothed giant elephant elite stood, its ice armor shattered, exhaling its last breath of cold air from its trunk. In a dying strike, the ice spike pierced through 2 ordinary bull demons and also impaled its own chest cavity. It crashed to the ground. The horned bull demon elite stepped onto the giant elephant's corpse, lowering its head to tear to devour. Its bony armor plates visibly thickened and changed color as it fed, shifting from grayish-brown to dark gold. The other 2 elite magical beasts had long been reduced to mere remnants, devoured almost entirely by the bull demons and a few remaining ordinary ones. At the top of the food chain on level 98, only this one remained. Then a violent deep purple beam of light shot up from the bull demon's body, piercing the sky. The entire level 98 trembled. Identification technique. Iron Armored Bull Demon Boss level, evolving progress 97. Lin N's heart sank. A boss was about to be born on level 98. It seemed that the subsequent plan would go up in smoke. Accelerate the retreat. Lin N suddenly turned around. But just as he took 3 steps towards the stone door, in the distance a second beam of light shot up into the sky. Lin N's pupils contracted sharply. That direction was the giant tree hollow he had explored earlier. Lin N suddenly recalled the mysterious cocoon that even the identification technique could not discern. No way. Was level 98 going to give birth to 2 bosses at the same time? Xiaolan. Full speed retreat. Now. Immediately. Yes. Master. All troops. Boom. Xiaolan's command had not yet finished when the ground beneath their feet violently shook. Behind them, the stone door leading to level 99 slammed shut without any warning. A group of slimes that could not make it through were crushed into pieces by the door's gap, blue liquid splattering everywhere. Ancient runic patterns emerged on the door's surface, flickering twice before extinguishing completely. Lin N dashed forward and slapped his palm against the stone door. It didn't budge. Master, the door is closed. Xiaolan's voice trembled. We can't get out. Lin N remained silent. He suddenly realized something. The boss birth mechanism locks the maze's layer. Is this the rule of the maze? 2 thunderous roars erupted almost simultaneously. From the battlefield's direction, the deep purple beam dissipated. A massive bull demon with a dark golden body rose, shattering the ground as it stood up. Identification technique. Golden Armored Bull Demon King Boss level LV98. Strength 780, agility 285, intelligence 210, constitution a 920, magic power 815. Skills speech LV2, thunder smash LV1, indestructible golden armor LV1, warlord domain LV1. Identification level insufficient, further details cannot be displayed. Lin N couldn't help but clench his back teeth. Strength 780, constitution 920. Too exaggerated. Even with all his forces combined, it might not be enough to fill its gaps. To the north the second beam of light also dissipated. A figure soared out from above the jungle. A bluish-black humanoid form unfolded its bat-like wings measuring 6 meters wide, holding a trident in its right hand, and dragging a rusty large iron cage with its left. Inside the cage a golden-haired elf curled up expressionless with eyes like dead waters. The boss reached Lynn's position in just a few breaths, hovering above the stone door. Identification technique. Emerald Abyss Bat Demon Boss Level LV 98. Strength 620, Agility 510, Intelligence 380, Constitution 690, Magic Power 960. Skills: Speech LV 3, Sonic Wave Shatter LV 1, Blood Mist Domain LV 1, Dark Wine /LV 1. Identification level insufficient, further details cannot be displayed. Another monster. The bat demon glanced down at Lynn and then at Xiaolan, a hint of amusement flickering in its slit pupils. A clear voice echoed in Lynn's mind. Oh. A human at only level 3, and a boss of level 99 enslaved by humans. It laughed, its voice sharply piercing. Interesting. Truly interesting. With a flick of its trident the iron cage was casually tossed before Lynn, creating a shallow pit. The elf inside swayed slightly, expressionless, not uttering a sound. A special little human. The bat demon spread its wings and turned away from Lynn. Just wait obediently. After I deal with that foolish bull I will come back to take care of you. Ha ha ha. The golden armored bull demon's voice simultaneously thundered in Lynn's mind, filled with unparalleled arrogance. Arrogant. This throne of this lair belongs to me. Just because you are a cold-blooded bat that devours its own kind. The two boss-level magical beasts confronted each other from a distance, their murderous intent palpable as it pressed down. Lynn stood motionless before the stone door, breathing steadily. Bad news: 2 unassailable bosses had appeared. Good news: they might only be able to survive one. Worse news: no matter who won, the next to die would be him. Hey human. A cold voice emerged from the cage at his feet. Lynn looked down. The golden-haired elf raised her face, her emerald eyes no longer holding the frenzied hatred from their first meeting, replaced by a kind of rationality imbued with sharpness amidst the cold. Do you want to live? Her voice was soft, yet each word was clear. If you do, would you mind cooperating with me? Cooperation. Lynn looked down at the blonde woman curled up in the iron cage, not rushing to respond. Cooperate with an elf who hates humans to the bone. If she stabbed him in the back, he might not even know how he died. But the current situation was indeed too critical. Lynn decided to first hear her terms before making a judgment. He said coldly, how to cooperate. Lynn spoke Earth's Mandarin, but judging from the other's expression she clearly understood. Is this the privilege of a transmigrator? Lynn didn't dwell on it. There was no time to probe into such matters now. Cylon d'Air twitched the corner of her mouth, revealing a somewhat ugly smile. First get me something to eat. I've been starving for a year. I have no strength to negotiate with you. Lynn stared at her for 2 seconds and nodded. Xiao He, go to the battlefield and pick up a leg. Ahem. Xiao He silently merged into the ground and vanished from sight 2 seconds later. The battlefield was littered with dismembered limbs and flesh of demon beasts. Xiao He's efficiency was beyond doubt. In less than a minute a hind leg of a verdant-horned giant deer was quietly dragged to Lynn's feet. Lynn picked up the deer leg and shoved it through the gaps of the cage. Cylon d'Air looked down at the bloody raw meat and was silent for a few seconds. I never thought that Cylon d'Air would one day gnaw on raw meat in front of humans. After her self-mockery she picked up the deer leg and bit directly into it. Blood trickled down her chin, staining the torn front of her clothes. Her wild eating manner even made Lynn twitch his mouth. In less than 3 minutes the entire deer leg was gnawed down to bare bone. In the distance the golden-armored bull demon king and the jade abyss bat demon were confronting each other 300 meters apart. Although the two bosses noticed the commotion, neither paid any attention. In their eyes it was merely an ant feeding another ant in a corner, a boring, desperate struggle. Cylon d'Air wiped the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth, lifted her head, and a hint of vitality returned to her emerald eyes. I have a way to teleport you all to the upper level. As soon as she spoke it was a bombshell. Lynn's eyelids twitched violently. Teleport. Do you have a space attribute skill? He wasn't sure. After all, the appraisal skill couldn't see the other's complete status panel, so it was plausible that she had hidden skills. Cylon d'Air gave a faint smile. Help me open this cage and find me some magic crystals to restore my mana. I guarantee I'll take you away from here. Lynn was silent for 5 seconds, then decisively refused. Sorry, I don't trust you. Cylon d'Air was stunned. She never expected that when cornered by two bosses this mere level 3 human could still rationally say something like, "I don't trust you." Heh. Hee hee hee. She laughed, the sound squeezed from deep in her throat tinged with absurdity. "I, the noble moon elf Cylon d'Air, have my promise questioned by a level 3 human. How ridiculous." After laughing she restrained the coldness in her eyes and couldn't help but think slightly higher of this weak human before her. Because she had indeed planned to escape alone, as long as Lynn opened the cage she could instantly cast teleportation. As for needing magic crystals to restore mana, her teleportation didn't require mana at all. The plan would have been perfect, but unfortunately it was seen through. Damn it. Cylon d'Air snorted inwardly. Lynn ignored her and instead looked up at the two behemoths in the distance contemplating other countermeasures. Cylon d'Air's overwhelming hatred earlier was no joke. How could he easily trust her empty promise? Buzz, the outbreak of the great battle took everyone by surprise. There was no fierce collision, no deafening roar. Two invisible waves rippled out simultaneously. A deep red halo spread from the golden-armored bull demon's body, rapidly expanding outward from its hooves, transforming into a bottomless blood-colored swamp. Clearly this was its Raging King domain. At the same moment the Jade Abyss bat demon spread its wings and hovered, spewing thick blood-colored mist from its body. The mist churned and expanded, engulfing the entire space at a visible speed. This should be its blood mist domain. The two domains collided, compressed and merged in midair, then transformed into a terrifying pressure that crushed straight toward Lynn's location. Lynn instantly felt as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him. His chest was tight, his knees weak, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Visibility plummeted to within 2 meters, surrounded by surging red mist. Pop. Pop pop. In sight a slime exploded with a bang, then 1 10 100 1,000. Dense explosions came from all directions. Xiaolan. Lynn roared through telepathy. Master. Xiaolan instantly understood Lynn's intention and immediately cast Deep Sea Domain and Cold Tide Domain to counteract the enemy's pressure. Two forces expanded around Lynn almost simultaneously. One brought the stillness of the deep sea, the other the chill of glaciers. Under the domain pressure of two level 98 bosses, Xiaolan's resistance was as insignificant as a broken umbrella in a storm. But it was at least effective if the pressure on Lynn's chest decreased by 70% and he finally managed to stand steady. The sounds of slime explosions around also ceased. Master, are you all right? Xiaolan asked anxiously. Barely okay. Lynn swallowed the taste of blood in his throat. Xiaolan, what are the casualties among the slimes? Xiaolan's voice trembled slightly. Master. These two are too strong. In that instant just now we lost 3,215 newborn slimes. Lynn drew in a sharp breath. The two bosses hadn't even formally fought, just the residual waves of their domain collision had taken out over 3,000 of his combatants. It seemed that with his current strength he was utterly unable to contend with them. He turned his head to look at Cylon d'Air. At this moment Cylon d'Air was kneeling on one knee in the cage, fine sweat beading on her forehead, clearly also struggling under the domain's heavy pressure. Lynn's gaze fell on the rusty iron cage and he said in a deep voice, "Hey woman." Cylon d'Air raised her eyes. "I agree to the cooperation you mentioned." A faint smile curled at the corner of Cylon d'Air's mouth. Everything was as she had expected. She quickly regained her composure and spoke. "It seems you can command those slimes, am I right? Do you have any acid attribute ones? Corrode this cage open and he'll take you away." "No need," Lynn cut her off. He crouched down, staring intently at the rusty iron cage before him and silently chanted appraisal. Imprisoning cage, ultra rare effect, mana lock, mana absorption. Insufficient appraisal level below, content cannot be displayed. Ultra rare level. As I thought. Lynn curled a cold smile. Being able to trap the level 75 Cylon d'Air so thoroughly, this cage was certainly no ordinary item. He looked up at Cylon d'Air. "I know you hate humans and I don't expect you to trust me. But you'd better not underestimate me. I have plenty of ways to make you wary. What do you want to do?" Cylon d'Air's gaze suddenly turned cold. Subconsciously she crossed her arms over her chest, protecting her softness. She had seen too many ugly faces of humans: greed, possessiveness, lust. In the years she had been imprisoned in the cage she had grown accustomed to it. "You want my body? Want me to submit?" Cylon d'Air stared at Lynn grinding her teeth. "Impossible. I would rather die here than suffer humiliation from humans." "Miss Cylon d'Air," Lynn said with a calm, flat tone. You're overthinking. With that, Lin En picked up a dried twig from the ground and gently touched the back of Cylon D'Air's hand through the bars. She instinctively jerked her hand back, examined it carefully, but found nothing unusual. She looked at the man before her with confusion. Letting you out actually doesn't require that much trouble. Lin En stood up, meeting her eyes. But before that, you'd better weigh one thing clearly. If I keep my promise and release you but you choose to escape alone. He pointed at the iron cage. This cage will be your fate. Cylon D'Air's pupils contracted sharply. Lin En untied the glimmer rope from his waist, which usually had little use, and placed one hand on the cage's iron bar. A system prompt immediately popped up in his mind: detected alchemical materials imprisoning cage, ultra rare 1, glimmer rope 1, warning insufficient alchemy level. The material grade disparity is enormous, alchemy success rate is only 0.01. If alchemy fails, all materials will be permanently destroyed. 0.01. Looking at this extreme number, Lin En instead smiled. This was exactly what he wanted, the 0.01 that meant destruction upon failure. Lin En pressed his palm tightly against the iron bar and silently chanted, "Alchemy." A brilliant blue light exploded instantly, the dazzling radiance lasting less than a second. Immediately after the iron cage before Cylon D'Air's eyes, the ultra-rare item that had imprisoned her for a full year and that even Shrank adventurers could not budge an inch, simply vanished into thin air. Cylon D'Air could not describe the shock she felt at this moment. Her eyes wide, mouth slightly open, she sat dumbfounded on the ground, staring at Lin En with a gaze that bordered on irrationality. Vanished. An ultra-rare confinement tool had been disappeared by a level 3 human with a broken rope. Her mind went blank, she could not fathom what heaven-defying method the man before her had used. She abruptly lifted her head, eager to get an answer from Lin En. However, what she saw was a Lin En equally stunned in place. At this moment, Lin En was looking down, staring intently at something that had appeared out of nowhere in his right hand. A long whip, dark and dim with a faint deep purple glow, was quietly coiled in his palm. Ding! Alchemy successful. Obtained item: netherbound chain, treasure level, received permanent reward, all stats 10, special reward, special affix, trigger rate 20.01, extremely low probability, and yet it succeeded. All stats 10. Special affix. Lin En's mouth twitched violently, he couldn't help but curse, "Holy crap. What the hell?" Lin En stared at the long whip in his palm, glowing with a deep purple light, swallowing hard. Without hesitation, he cast an identification spell. Insufficient identification level, unable to identify. However, before he could react further, the exclusive panel of the otherworldly hero in his mind began to automatically analyze the item information. Item: Underworld Binding Chain. Quality: Supreme Artifact S, mastered, absolutely bound and cannot be taken away. Effect: 1, stretchable binding length can infinitely extend according to the user's magical energy limit. Effect 2, magic suppression greatly inhibits the magic flow of the bound target, reducing its magical smoothness by 30. Effect 3, indestructible attacks of the same quality or lower cannot destroy it. Strength: determination against targets below S rank, absolutely cannot break free. Effect 4, the skill insulation, when targets of S rank or lower are bound, they are forcibly placed in a silent state, unable to cast any skills. This is insane. Lin En gripped the whip handle tightly, ecstatic. Even though his identification level was insufficient, the world's laws directly shoved the basic information into his mind due to the item's absolute mastery. Mastery means that even if someone killed him to loot the equipment, they would be unable to use it. Infinite stretchability means that as long as he has enough magical energy in the future, he could use it to bind a dragon in the sky. Most outrageous were the indestructible and skill insulation. Targets below S rank cannot break free and are silenced. This is a divine artifact tailored for cross-level hunting. What about the 780-point strength bull demon and the 620-point strength bat demon? As long as they are bound, they will all become meat on the chopping board. As for the newly appeared entry triggering probability, it seems that my development of alchemy is still very shallow. There's much to look forward to. Lin En slowly raised his head. With the loss of the cage's suppression, Cylon was trying to stand up while supporting herself on the ground. She took a deep breath, and her originally pale cheeks due to weakness regained a hint of color, the high and cold facade reappearing. Now, according to our agreement. Cylon was about to speak. Lin En looked at her, a playful arc forming at the corners of his mouth, and simply uttered 2 words. Bind. Buzz. Before the words fell, the long whip in Lin En's hand radiated a brilliant light. The dark purple chain shot forth like a venomous serpent, instantly stretching and elongating, leaving a blurred trail in the air, binding Selentir from her collarbone to her thigh before she could even react. Thud. Selentir fell straight back to the ground. Her eyes widened in shock, terror spilling from her pupils. You despicable human. She struggled violently, her fair skin constricted into breathtaking arcs by the deep purple whip. But she quickly realized that no matter how much strength she exerted, the whip remained as if it were rooted in her bone. Even more terrifying was that the magical energy within her, which had only just recovered a little, now felt like a stagnant pool, unable to summon any skills. What made her despair even more was that the sacred artifact of her clan, which allowed her to ignore labyrinth teleportation, had also completely failed at this moment. No. Please don't. Selentir finally broke down. The facade of strength and hatred she had maintained for an entire year collapsed under the absolute sense of powerlessness. Lynn walked towards her, holding the other end of the whip with a smile. Don't come closer. You shameless human. Selentir's beautiful green pupils instantly glazed over with tears, and 2 lines of unbidden tears streamed down her cheeks. After guarding her purity for over a decade, was it going to be taken away by this weak yet bizarre human today? At 18 years old, she could only be considered an infant in the long lifespan of the elven race. I am still a child. You can't do this to me. Selentir completely broke down, writhing and crying on the ground. Mother, you were right, humans outside are too despicable. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. The stunning level 75 moon elf cried like a 5-year-old who lost their candy. Lynn stopped in front of her, looking down at her tear-streaked face, speechless as he tugged at the corner of his mouth. What happened to the cold demeanor just now? What happened to the assertiveness? How could she crumble so easily? Release. With a flash of purple light, the underworld binding chain instantly loosened, turning into a stream of light that shrank back into Lynn's palm. I'm sorry, Miss Selentir. Lynn shook the whip. I just got a new weapon and couldn't resist doing a little experiment. The effect is indeed impressive. Selentir's crying abruptly stopped. With tears hanging on her face, she looked up dazedly at the upright Lynn. Did he just let her go? The prey that was almost in his grasp, not a single finger touched, and he just let her go. She incredulously checked her own body. Magical energy began to flow again, and the binding completely vanished. She stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her, her brain unable to process, is this it? Aren't human men usually entranced by beautiful other races? What is wrong with this guy? What aspect is lacking? Or is he simply not a man at all? Hey Miss Selentir, what are you thinking? Lynn snapped his fingers. You are free now. But according to our previous agreement, you still can't leave. Selentir took a long time to react. Sitting on the ground, she looked into Lynn's clear eyes, finally realizing that this man truly had no ulterior motives toward her. She slowly stopped sobbing, wiping her face with her tattered sleeve. Are you saying I am free? Selentir's voice was still trembling. A year of hunger and fear had brought her to the brink of collapse. She had thought all humans in the world were as disgusting as those who had kidnapped her. But this guy who casually let her go not only ignored her beauty but also ruthlessly crushed her exquisite facade of aloofness. Originally, Selentir had planned to tear up the promise and use teleportation magic to head straight back to the Elven clan as soon as she escaped. No matter how mysterious Lynn's methods were, she would run away first. But at this moment she changed her mind. She stood up, dusted off her clothes, and stared at Lynn. In her eyes, Lynn's level was a pitiful LV3 with only some abnormal attributes. Without a profession and possessing average means, yet he had subdued the Slime King, remaining unmoved even in front of her exquisite beauty. But this seemingly ordinary human could achieve such earth-shattering feats, which piqued her interest. She admitted that she had developed a slight curiosity towards the man who had made her cry. Ahem. Selentir cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. You are Lynn, right? Yes. Lynn wrapped the underworld binding chain around his waist. It seems you have used the identification spell on me. Of course, it's a common skill, anyone alive can use it. She circled around Lynn, clicking her tongue and shaking her head. It seems like you can't even see my complete panel. Identification level 1. TSK tisk, truly pitiful. She placed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly, revealing an expression of a newly wealthy person. Since you barely saved me, how about when I get out I give you a few advanced identification skill books? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that skill books can be directly bought? Of course. Selentir rolled her eyes, completely dropping her guard. Lynn felt speechless. Just a moment ago she was a cold and aloof deeply wronged saintess, and now she was like a silly girl just out of the beginner camp. Boom. Just as they were talking, a blinding flash of blood erupted in the center of the battlefield. A boulder as large as a grinding wheel was lifted by the shockwave flying past Selentier's ear. Bang. The nearby stone wall was smashed into a big pit, fragments flying everywhere. Ah. Selentier screamed, instinctively shrinking closer to Lynn and clutching her head tightly. Lynn sighed and took half a step to the side. Sister, you're level 75, can you show a bit of the dignity of a strong person? A stone scared you like this? Selentier's little face flushed, forcing herself to raise her neck. My profession is an archer. I'm not good at close combat, okay? She quickly glanced at the shaking center of the battlefield, anxiously saying, those two perverts have already started fighting desperately. This place is too dangerous, I need to take you away right now. Lynn didn't move, turning to look at the slime army that was ready behind him. Can your teleportation take everyone? This was also where Lynn had doubts about Selentier. To teleport thousands of slimes, how powerful would that skill have to be? Selentier's face stiffened, biting her lip nervously. Lynn, let me tell you the truth, my current magical energy can only teleport a maximum of 20 people at a time. There are simply too many of your slimes. Her implication was clear. To leave, she would have to abandon these thousands of slimes. Lynn smiled. Haha, looks like your previous promise of cooperation was indeed not sincere. Who told you humans are too cunning? Selentier retorted confidently, if I hadn't stayed vigilant I might have been sold to a slave trader right after getting out of the cage. You are so beautiful, how could I bear to sell you? Lynn said with a smirk. Selentier's little face turned red in an instant. She was about to say something when Lynn interrupted. Alright, I understand. Lynn waved his hand, his gaze shifting past her, focusing on the center of the battlefield in the distance. However, I don't plan to leave now. He pointed to the underworld binding chain wrapped around his waist and turned to Selentier. Once those two figure out who wins, I will use this thing against him. So I need to ask you for a favor. Huh? What? Selentier thought she heard wrong, staring at Lynn with wide watery green eyes, exclaiming, you don't plan to leave? She jumped up on the spot, looking at Lynn like he was insane. Lynn, you level 3 rookie. You want to actively catch a level 98 boss? Are you crazy? My elf lady. Lynn shook the nether binding chain in his hand, its deep purple glow piercing the blood mist with an eerie brilliance. You must have felt the power of this thing just now, didn't you? Selentier's pointed ears twitched visibly. Lynn ignored her reaction and continued, there's a saying, fortune favors the bold. What I'm certain of I must do. Moreover, I have reasons I cannot refuse. Reasons? Selentier's gaze flicked between Lynn and Xiaolan twice, and suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. Don't tell me, you want to turn whichever of those two monsters survives into your partner too? She automatically conjured up an image of Lynn riding the golden-armored bull demon king with a horde of slimes sweeping through the maze behind him. To be honest, it was kind of cool. But only for a second. Have you thought about it? Selentier yanked her wandering thoughts back, her voice rising half an octave. What if you fail to bind it? What if it dodges? That's a level 98 lord boss. You'll be torn to shreds. Her arms crossed instinctively over her chest and the trembling of her ears accelerated noticeably. This risk I dare not take with you. Watching her say no while already backing away, Lynn couldn't help but smile. That's why I'm asking for your help. Help? If I fail, just teleport me away. Selentier opened her mouth, about to say something. Lynn beat her to it. Miss Selentier, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Ha! Selentier's spine snapped straight, both pointed ears shooting up. You, what did you say? I, the noble moon elf Selentier. The most ancient race on the continent. How could I possibly be afraid? She puffed out her chest, trying hard to assume the bearing of a seasoned warrior. I'm clearly thinking of you, a mere level 3 rookie. How can you say I'm scared? Her tone was forceful. But her legs were trembling slightly. Lynn didn't bother to expose her. He just shook the whip in his hand. So are you going to help or not? Selentier stared at the dark purple binding chain for 3 seconds and swallowed. This thing, is it really reliable? Won't it suddenly fail in the middle of use? Want to try it again? No. No. Selentier stepped back twice, nearly tripping over the rubble at her feet. She steadied herself, spent a long time mentally preparing, and finally bit her lower lip, nodding reluctantly. Lynn, I'll be blunt. She raised a finger, her tone as cold and hard as possible. If you get caught, I won't save you. After all, you're a despicable human. I hate humans the most. Got it. Lynn put away the whip and looked at her seriously. I'm glad you're willing to help. Thank you, Salantier. Salantier's ears twitched again. Not from fear this time. What thanks? She abruptly turned her face away, her voice inexplicably softening. This is a transaction. Our Moon Elf clan values promises above all else. Don't make it seem like I've done you a huge favor. Lynn pursed his lips and said nothing more. He turned his gaze fixed on the battlefield where the blood mist churned. Xiaolan. Here. Master. Extend your domain to the area where the bosses are fighting. Can you do it? No problem. Xiaolan's core flashed twice and the deep sea domain expanded silently like a transparent tendril probing into the thick red mist. 2 seconds later, Xiaolan's telepathic message came. Master, the two bosses are clashing domains. The golden-armored bull demon is enduring the bat demon's blood mist erosion while the bat demon is using dark wind slashes to cut through the bull demon's armor plates from the air. The battle is extremely fierce. All surface within 200 meters has been shattered. Good. Lynn crouched down and drew a simple directional map on the gravel with his finger. Keep watch. Notify me the moment a victor emerges. Understood. Lynn began to deduce. The entire 98th floor was now completely covered by the domains of the two bosses. Vision was nearly zero. If the bull demon won, the situation was still somewhat optimistic. At least the bull demon's overlord domain only suppressed momentum without causing blindness. But if the bat demon won, there would be big trouble. In the blood mist domain, nothing could be seen. Rushing in blindly with the binding chain, if it missed, his position would be exposed and he would be dead. Lynn drew 2 circles on the gravel, one marked bull and the other bat. The only feasible plan: wait until the outcome was about to be decided, activate shadow stealth to get close and launch a surprise attack when the enemy was complacent. Simultaneously have the slime horde create a disturbance from another direction to divert attention. Close range ambush plus feint to the east while striking west. Success rate. Lynn calculated silently. About 60%. Double the 30% when he refined Xiaolan. Enough. The risk was indeed significant, but if the capture succeeded, a level 98 boss would become the biggest experience boost for the Slime Legion. The entire maze's offensive-defensive situation would be reversed. Then even if the Empire people came looking for trouble, they would only be delivering themselves into my hands. Lynn stood up and brushed the dirt off his hands. Hey Lynn. A hesitant voice came from behind. Lynn turned and saw the elf lady twisting her fingers, looking quite conflicted. What's wrong? Could you do me a favor? Speak. Help me remove the negative status effects. Salantier paused, her voice growing softer. And then, have your slimes make some water, to clean my body. Her face reddened visibly. I haven't bathed in a year. I stink. Lynn finally took a good look. Tattered clothes, tangled hair, and a faint sour decaying smell in the air. A year without bathing. It was amazing she could still put on that aloof attitude earlier. My lady, at a time like this. Lynn gestured with his chin toward the battlefield. Salantier saw through his concern and for once showed a seasoned expression that said, I know better than you. Lynn, rest assured. A battle of this level won't end anytime soon. It'll take at least a day. A day? Surprised. Salantier put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest confidently. Fights between strong opponents can't be quick unless there's a huge gap in strength. I've seen this kind of clash many times. Lynn was skeptical but still raised his hand toward her. Purify. White light fell on Salantier. The first time the poison indicator only dropped by 1 notch. Lynn cast it several more times before completely clearing the messy negative statuses. Salantier let out a long breath, her complexion instantly fresher. Then Lynn directed several water-type slimes to jointly condense a 2-meter-wide water sphere, suspending it in midair. Salantier dove into it without a second word and casually cast a concealment spell over the outer layer of the sphere. Lynn turned around, facing away from the water sphere, and continued watching the battlefield. He waited a long time. So long that he wondered if she had fallen asleep inside. Finally the water sphere burst with a pop. Lynn instinctively turned his head. And froze. After washing, Salantier's golden hair cascaded down, water droplets sliding along her collarbone. Her emerald green eyes shone startlingly bright against the dark red backdrop of the blood mist. Her torn clothes clung to her body, covering little of what should have been covered. Lin quickly averted his gaze, his tone unnaturally calm. Fire slime, come dry her clothes. 3 fire-type slimes hopped over and emitted gentle flames. Amid the rising steam, the moisture on Sailantier's body quickly evaporated. Thank you, Lin. Saillantier smoothed her hair and trotted over to him. She clenched her little fist and waved it playfully. Lin, you're pretty decent. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Okay. Before Lin could say another word, a deep rumbling roar suddenly pierced through the blood mist, making the rubble underfoot jump. Ha 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 ha. Stinking bat. I told you you're no match for this king. You think you can contend for the throne of this floor? Dream on. Lin and Saillantier froze simultaneously. Xiaolan. Lin urged. Master. The bat demon has fallen. The bull demon king is devouring the bat demon's corpse. It's evolving. Lin whipped his head towards Saillantier. Didn't you say it would take a day? Sailantier's mouth hung open, her pointed ears trembling wildly, her face filled with disbelief. No, it shouldn't be like this. From the distant battlefield a pillar of deep purple light more violent than before shot into the sky. Ha ha ha. Bat demon, your body belongs to me now. A deep voice boomed from the depths of the blood mist, shaking the gravel beneath Lin's feet. The blood-red mist peeled away layer by layer and his vision gradually cleared. A 4.5-meter turtle dark golden figure stood in the center of the ruins, holding the bat demon's 3-pronged steel fork in its left hand and raising its right hand high, gripping the head of the emerald abyss bat demon. The head still dripped blood, the bat demon's vertical pupils had lost their luster. Its mouth was half open, its expression forever frozen in bitterness at the moment of death. The golden-armored bull demon king brought the bat demon's head to its mouth. Its jaw closed and the sound of the skull shattering was like stepping on a ripe watermelon. Crunch. Chewing. Swallowing. Lin's stomach churned violently. He had lived for over 20 years, and after transmigrating he had stabbed slimes, hacked bugs and dragged monster carcasses through the maze. He thought he was tough enough. But the scene of devouring a raw skull was indeed beyond his threshold. Behind him came a very subtle dry heave. Cylon Deer covered her mouth, her face turning green. She shrank behind Xiaolan, revealing only half her head. Xiaolan mimicked a disgusted face and moved her body aside. Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the surging stomach acid. Can't panic. With the netherworld binding chain in hand, once he slackened after eating, that would be his death. Cylon Deer, proceed with the plan. Lin did not blame Cylon Deer for providing a false prediction. On the battlefield circumstances changed rapidly, blaming afterward was less effective than cutting losses beforehand. Trembling, Cylon Deer emerged from behind Xiaolan. She gathered 3 clusters of moon-white light in her hands and fused them into the bodies of Lin and Xiaolan and Xiaohe respectively. Lin and the marks are placed. You can teleport with a single thought. Her voice trembled but her hands were steady. Lin glanced at her and gave a thumbs up. Reliable. The tips of Cylon Deer's ears quivered slightly, then she shrank back behind Xiaolan, only her twitching pointed ears visible. Xiaolan mimicked a face that said, "Are you serious?" Lin said nothing more and his figure slowly merged into the shadows. Shadow stealth activated, his aura faded completely. Xiaohe, follow me. You'll be bait. Xiaohe had no extra reaction. A mass of thick ink seeped from the ground and silently attached itself behind Lin's shadow. Xiaolan, wait for my command. Yes, master. 2 shadows hugged the ground, weaving past rubble-deep pits and fallen ancient tree remnants, advancing silently through the thinning blood mist. 1,000 meters. The golden-armored bull demon king crouched beside the bat demon's headless remains, stuffing a bat wing into its mouth, chewing with blood drip. 500 meters. The ground was riddled with pits and cracks from the battle. The air was thick with a mix of burnt and bloody smells. Lin moved along the edges of rubble, each step absolutely silent. 300 meters. The bull demon's chewing was clearly audible, bones cracking, muscle tearing. It sounded like someone cracking sunflower seeds in your ear, except the seeds were a 6-meter wingspan bat. Lin's palms were slick with sweat. He gripped the netherworld binding chain tightly, the dark purple glow completely hidden in his palm. 100 meters. The golden-armored bull demon king suddenly stopped chewing. Lin held his breath. The bull demon raised its head, its crimson vertical pupils slowly scanning the surroundings. Violet black lightning arcs danced on its broken horn and the pressure in the air suddenly intensified. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing. The bull demon snorted and lowered its head to continue eating. Lin silently exhaled a puff of stale air. He and Xiao He slipped into 2 shell craters less than 50 meters from the bull demon, one left and one right, still as death. Munch. Munch. The sound of gnawing continued. The bat demon's blood spread along the cracks in the ground, flowing into the crater where Lin hid, pooling quickly into a dark red puddle at his feet. The stench hit him right in the forehead. Lin's stomach contracted violently, a wave of acid rising in his throat. He clamped his jaws tight and forced it back down. He couldn't afford to mess up now. Awesome. The bull demon's telepathic voice suddenly slammed into Lin's mind. I didn't expect 2 kings to be born on this 98th floor. After devouring all the essence of this bat, I can evolve again. Then I'll challenge the king of the 99th floor, take its mark, and the treasure of the 100th floor will be mine. The 99th floor boss. Mark. A treasure on the 100th floor. Lin's expression shifted slightly. This bull demon knew far more than he did. The slime king on the 99th floor possessed a mark, and that mark seemed to be the key to the 100th floor. Lin suppressed his thoughts and discreetly cast appraisal. Golden armored bull demon king boss LV98. Evolving. Progress 68, appraisal level insufficient, cannot display specific details, still incomplete. After this he really needed to ask Cylon Deer for some appraisal skill books. Munch. The last piece of the bat demon's remains was shoved into the bull demon's mouth. The evolution progress on the appraisal panel began to jump. 69. 73. 78. The bull demon planted its fists on the ground and dark golden armor plates revealed streaks of purple-black lines. It raised its head, a satisfied low growl rumbling from its chest. Here it comes. Powerful strength. Powerful body. Ha 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 ha. Now was the moment. Xiaolon released the domain. Yes, master. From the direction of the distant stone gate a deep blue cold wave erupted. The deep sea domain swept in like a tsunami, charging straight at the golden-armored bull demon. The bull demon's laughter stopped abruptly. Its crimson vertical pupils flashed coldly as it whirled its head. A puny slime dares to provoke me. Its gaze fell on Xiaolon. First killing intent. Then. Its pupils contracted. You are. After a brief hesitation the bull demon's expression shifted from shock to ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. It comes without effort. The king-level mark of the 99th floor delivers itself to me. This was bad. It recognized Xiaolon. Xiao He attack. Yes. A bolt of thick ink shot from the crater, a silent shadow pierced, forming and stabbing precisely at the bull demons. At the same instant Lin rolled out of the crater. The netherworld binding chain exploded with dark purple light in his hand, lashing toward the bull demon's torso with a sharp whistle. Pft. Xiao He's shadow pierce cut through air. The netherworld binding chain struck emptiness. The golden-armored bull demon's figure had vanished into thin air. Lin's pupils constricted. The next second the bull demon appeared in midair directly above Xiaolon. Its speed left no room for reaction. The bull demon lowered its head from midair, its crimson vertical pupils scanning the exposed positions of Lin and Xiao He, and a contemptuous curl formed at the corner of its mouth. Oh. 2 more insects. With mere tens of points in strength you dare to shake me. It didn't even deem Lin and Xiao He worth its attention. Its gaze returned to Xiaolon. Slime King, the boss of the 99th floor. I never imagined you degenerated into a 38-level defective product. What a pity. After landing the bull demon extended a giant palm. But that's fine, your mark belongs to me now. Xiaolon. Lin's heart jolted. He had calculated everything except that there was such an unwritten rule between floor bosses. Cylon. Lin was about to give the teleport command. But the bull demon's hand reaching for Xiaolon froze. 5 dark golden fingers stopped less than half a meter from Xiaolon, completely motionless. What? The bull demon's expression switched from ecstasy to incredulous terror. My hand. My body. Why can't I move? Its limbs began to convulse uncontrollably. 2 distinct lights surged from beneath the dark golden armor plates, one deep purple, one blood red. The 2 lights squeezed out of the bull demon's body, colliding, tangling and tearing at each other above its head. Xiaolan seized the opening, wrapped up the paralyzed Cylon deer at her feet and shot toward Lin En at maximum speed. 5 seconds later Xiaolan landed in front of Lin En. Cylon deer. Cylon deer. Lin En patted the elf completely encased in indigo gel by Xiaolan. Cylon deer poked her head out from Xiaolan's body, face smeared with blue slime, her emerald green eyes unfocused. Ah. What happened? Lin En shook his head. We're safe. Don't be scared. It took Cylon deer 3 seconds to come back to her senses. She quickly wiped the slime off her face with her sleeve, her cheeks burning red. How embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. Her gaze immediately locked onto Lin En and she silently vowed never to slip up again. Lin En turned, his eyes fixed on the distant golden-armored bull demon. The bull demon's body hung midair, limbs stiff, while 2 soul orbs above its head ferociously battled. The deep purple orb was a full circle larger than the blood-red one, devouring its opponent bite by bite. Lin En's eyes instantly lit up. Perfect opportunity. Lin En activated stealth again and headed straight for the bull demon. He recognized the deep purple as the bat demon's soul and the blood red as the bull demon's. So the emerald abyss bat demon hadn't died at all. What a cunning old coin. It had abandoned its own body and parasitized inside the bull demon's, intending to seize its nest. Ha ha ha. Bull demon didn't see that coming. The bat demon's sharp telepathic voice rang across the area. My hidden skill, soul possession. You eat my body, I eat your soul, fair and square, right? Give up. The bull demon's soul orb shrank rapidly, its furious roar echoing in the air. Despicable. Despicable bat. You. The roar grew weaker and weaker. Lin En stood 50 meters away, silently watching the entire process. Then he smiled. The netherworld binding chain unfolded silently in his palm, its dark purple glow illuminating half his face. He revealed himself openly and walked step by step toward the bull demon's shell, where 2 souls were locked in chaos. Excuse me. Lin En's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the silent ruins. The bat demon's soul assault paused as the pupil-shaped orb slowly turned toward Lin En. Oh. Little insect, what do you want? Lin En stopped 30 meters away, twirling the netherworld binding chain in the air. I don't care which of you eats the other's soul. He lifted his head, his gaze calmly meeting the deep purple soul orb. But you can't have the bull demon's body. The chain's dark purple light suddenly surged. Because it's mine. The bat demon's soul orb contracted sharply. You. Lin En flicked his wrist. Bind. The dark purple chain shot out like a serpent's tongue, instantly entangling the masterless shell of the golden-armored bull demon. Ignorant vermin. The soul orb of the bat demon hovered above the massive carcass of the bull demon, its deep purple radiance surging like a tide. Did you think a mere rope could bind this foolish bull's body? It abruptly accelerated its devouring. The blood-red soul of the bull demon struggled violently within the deep purple orb, shrinking rapidly, its agonized roar piercing through the telepathic channel, stabbing directly into Lin En's mind. Despicable. Despicable. You treacherous bat, how dare you use me? Use. The bat demon's telepathic voice was as biting as the abyssal wind. Survival of the fittest, isn't that the very law you demons hold most dear? Ah. With that final desperate scream, the bull demon's soul shrank to the size of a fist, trembled spasmodically twice, and then went completely dark. The bat demon's soul orb slowly condensed into a tiny bat-like figure. A smug, lingering grin spread across its illusory face, and its deep purple vertical pupils shifted slowly toward Lin En. Little insect. Lin En tightened his grip on the nether binding chain, remaining silent. You are fortunate to witness a miracle. I shall now open your eyes to a power that surpasses the king level. With that, the deep purple soul figure plunged like a meteor into the golden-armored bull demon's body. In an instant, a pillar of dark golden light shot straight into the sky. Lin En squinted involuntarily. The bull demon's body, tightly bound by the nether binding chain, began to undergo a violent transformation. Its thick back burst open with a thunderous crack, and a pair of enormous bat wings tore through the armor, spreading wide. The massive bull head was compressed and elongated by an invisible force, its features twisting and reforming into a humanoid shape. In the blink of an eye, the original 4.5-meter behemoth was forcibly compressed into a 2.8-meter form. Dark golden armor plates fit seamlessly, with eerie purple-black light patterns flowing through the gaps. A brand new terrifying humanoid monster was born amidst the crushing grip of the chains. Lin En's face was as calm as water, but his heart was in his throat. The nether binding chain's special effect was absolute restraint against rank and below targets, but he could not be certain whether this boss, after its second evolution, had crossed the class barrier. Salanter. Lin En suppressed the turmoil within him, his voice steady. He won't break free, will he? Came the trembling taut reply from behind him. Hard to say. Lin En's gaze was like a torch fixed on the creature ahead. To be safe, if it breaks the chains, you teleport us out immediately. Can you do it? Salanter hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Got it. This time I promise I won't mess up. With her solemn assurance, Lin En felt a little more at ease. In a life or death moment like this, surely this woman wouldn't make another blunder. Without turning back, he flicked his fingertip and cast an appraisal. Golden Bat Bull Demon King LV 98 boss level peak appraisal level insufficient details unavailable boss level peak. Lin En frowned, slightly uncertain whether this rating still fell within the strength category. At that moment the Golden Bat Bull Demon King, firmly bound in place, slowly lowered its head to examine the dark purple chains coiled around its body, a sneer curling at the corner of its mouth. Insect, prepare to die. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant light erupted from its body and every dark golden armor plate unleashed a cataclysmic force. The violent energy slammed into the chains through its muscles and the shockwaves tore through the air, crashing into the ground. Rumble. The earth cracked violently and the air trembled under the unbearable strain. Within a radius of 50 meters around the Golden Bat Bull Demon King, the ground was instantly reduced to dust. Several low-level slimes, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, exploded on the spot. Lin En's entire body tensed as he fought to withstand the storm, his heart nearly stopping. The dark purple light on the chains flickered wildly. 1 second. 2 seconds. At last the flickering light subsided into stillness. The chains remained as solid as a mountain. Lin En let out a long, relieved breath. What? The Golden Bat Bull Demon King's expression changed drastically. Refusing to believe it, it exerted its power again, the terrifying demonic pressure turning the entire 98th floor space into a viscous sludge, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. Yet the chains did not budge an inch. The Golden Bat Bull Demon King stared in shock, then gritted its teeth and roared, turtle shell technique. Dead silence reigned for 3 seconds. Its body underwent no change, the skill was completely silenced. Ah. Damn it. What level of artifact is this? Watching its expression shift from arrogance to rage, then to terror and disbelief, Lin En was finally at ease. Boss level peak, it seemed, had not escaped the confines of strength. It's over. Lin En abruptly tightened the chain in his hand, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his lips. The Golden Bat Bull Demon King finally ceased its futile struggle. The frenzy receded inch by inch from its half-human half-beast face, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Its voice switched back to the Bat Demon's signature eerie tone, that a mere LV3 human insect should possess such a treasure. It stared intently at Lin En, but human, don't be too pleased. Don't think that binding my limbs means you can do anything to me. Lin En had no intention of wasting words with it. Arguing with a fish on a chopping board was a pure waste of time. He turned his head to look at Xiaolan. Xiaolan, summon the rest of your subjects. It's time to feast. Xiaolan's mimicked face instantly lit up with 2 star-like eyes. As you command, master. During this reverse raid on the 98th floor, Xiaolan's slime army had dwindled from 7,000 to 1,000, and the earlier shockwave had cost several hundred more, leaving fewer than 100. Lin En calculated inwardly, hoping that the vast nourishment from this king-level boss would make up for the heavy losses. At that moment Salanter stepped forward gracefully, as if she were not the one cowering behind Xiaolan just moments ago. She puffed out her chest, staring incredulously at the bound Golden Bat Bull Demon King. Lin En, this rope of yours. It really just tied it up like that? Obviously. Well done. Summoning her courage, Salanter strode up to the Golden Bat Bull Demon King and lifted her foot to kick its shin guard. SSS, she immediately sucked in a sharp breath, hopping back on one foot, but still managed to maintain an air of haughtiness, as expected of a king-level boss on the 98th floor. It sure hurts. Lin En shook his head from the side. Xiaolan had already led the remaining slime army, fewer than 100, to swarm forward. Master, leave this one to us. Xiaolan patted its round belly confidently. We may have no teeth, but there's nothing in this world we can't gnaw through. It took the lead and jumped directly onto the Golden Bat Bull Demon King's shoulder. Next, Xiao Hei silently attached itself to the target's back. Then one slime after another, densely packed, surged over the Golden Bat Bull Demon King, completely engulfing it, leaving only its head exposed. You toothless wastes. Damn it. The Golden Bat Bull Demon King finally panicked. It could clearly feel the mana within its body being forcibly drained strand by strand. These sticky slimes were like insatiable sponges, though they couldn't bite. The relentless suction left it helpless. Unable to break free, skills sealed, and even the flow of mana suppressed. Hey human. How about we make a deal? The golden bat bull demon king suddenly stood up, its entire body covered in glistening slimes. The scene was utterly absurd. Salanter couldn't help it. She burst out with a laugh, then quickly covered her mouth, pretending nothing had happened. Lynn frowned, his gaze cold. Do you think I would make a deal with someone who devours his own kind and abandons his own body? Ha ha ha. The golden bat bull demon king suddenly burst into wild laughter. There was no trace of embarrassment in its laughter, instead it carried a chilling calm and sinister ease. Indeed, you are clever. However, its tone shifted abruptly. What does what you said have to do with me? Before the words faded, the unexpected happened. The deep purple soul figure shot straight out of the golden bat bull demon king's crown, hovering in midair. The dark golden shell, now devoid of its soul, collapsed to the ground. Lynn's pupils contracted. Since that's the case, human, I'll tell you a secret. The deep purple soul orb swayed faintly in the air, drifting slowly toward Lynn. I am not a creature of this floor. Lynn instinctively sensed an extremely dangerous aura and took a step back. Oh. Then what are you? The soul orb approached to within 3 meters of Lynn, its vertical pupils clearly reflecting his figure. Who am I? Very well, I'll make an exception and tell you. Its voice sounded as if it came from the abyss. My true identity is a wraith. Wraith? What the hell? Lynn's mind raced frantically, but the term meant nothing to him. In that split second. Watch out. Salanter's terrified scream exploded beside him. Lynn. Run. It wants to possess you. Damn. Lynn cursed under his breath, reacting swiftly as he pushed off the ground, propelling himself sideways 2 meters. The specter brushed past his shoulder, its chilling presence sweeping over his skin like a bone-deep frost. As Lynn landed, he exerted force under his feet, trying to create distance. However, he noticed that the eerie specter paid him no heed. The deep purple orb of light made a sharp turn in the air, heading straight towards Salanter. Lynn's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the implication. Of course, why would it target him when it could seize a LV-75 elven archer instead? Salanter. Its target is you. Lynn shouted. Salanter paused for a moment. Instinctively she wanted to dodge the rapidly approaching specter, but for some reason her legs felt as heavy as lead, her mind clouded, and her pointed ears trembled as if they were sifting through grain. The specter laughed heartily. It's useless. Once ensnared by my soul tremor, even a second is enough for me to seize you. Seeing Salanter's reaction, Lynn knew something was amiss. If the opponent succeeded, his life would be forfeit. What to do? At this critical moment, various skills flashed through Lynn's mind, but none seemed capable of restraining the specter. Wait, I still have alchemy. Lynn suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and made an unexpected choice. In the instant his body was airborne, he forcefully twisted at the waist, his right arm swinging out at maximum arc, palm striking fiercely against the specter's soul orb. Smack. It encountered no resistance. It felt like slapping a mass of cold air. But the moment his fingertips touched the tiny soul, a familiar notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding, detected alchemical material Spectre X1, Netherbinding Chains Epic X1, Aqua Blue Battle Axe Fine X1, Slime X73, Sharp Stone Blade Common X1. Indeed, the gamble paid off. The Spectre was also a material for his skill in alchemy. Lynn seized this opportunity, immediately making a choice in his mind. Ding, detected alchemical material Spectre X1, Sharp Stone Blade Common X1, Alchemy possible. Success rate 95, proceed with alchemy. Alchemy synthesis. Lynn did not hesitate. He chose to combine the most lackluster weapon with the specter. Of course it was because the specter was too sinister. If it turned on him, it would be a huge problem. Just as Lynn made his choice, the cackling specter halted less than half a meter from Salanter. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. The entire soul orb froze midair. What? What's going on? The specter exclaimed in shock, unable to move in its soul form. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? An intangible fear began to fester within. But it was too late. Lynn's rough stone blade suddenly erupted with blinding white light, an invisible pulling force emanating from the blade, dragging the specter inch by inch closer. No, no, no. Don't. The specter was horrified, struggling desperately as the soul orb trembled violently, deep purple light patterns shattering like broken glass. Yet that pulling force showed no mercy, crushing all resistance to dust. The moment the soul entity made contact with the stone blade, The ear-piercing wail abruptly ceased in Lin N's mind. The white light engulfed everything. 3 seconds later the brilliance dissipated. Lin N found himself holding a grey stone sword about a foot long. The blade was rough, its edges uneven, looking no different from a piece of junk picked up off the roadside. The only difference was that it floated in the air. Ding! Alchemy successful. Acquired special weapon Spectral Stone Blade X1 Common Quality LV1 Attack 7 Defense 1 Magic Power 15 Intelligence 5 Trait 1 Floating can fly independently from its owner. Attack range determined by the owner's magic power. Trait 2 Auto Attack can autonomously lock onto targets based on the owner's intent and engage in independent combat. Trait 3 Soulbane deals 300 damage to soul-type beings. Attack includes a hallucination effect. Alchemy feature Realchemy will not eliminate the weapon spirit. It will inherit all weapon spirit traits. However, if alchemy fails, the weapon spirit will perish. Special note: a weapon that has awakened self-awareness. Formed by merging with the specter, the original personality of the specter has been completely erased. It has recognized its master loyalty permanently at 100. The weapon spirit cannot detach from the weapon body. If the weapon is destroyed, the spirit will perish. Acquired attribute bonus strength 3 acquired skill Eye of the Nether LV1 can sense and see hidden nether beings. Lin N stared at the panel, his expression shifting from delight to distress. Auto attack. Floating flight. Personality erased. Full loyalty. Damn, this is a prototype of a divine artifact. But what about the quality? Defense 1. What is this? A couple of slaps and it would shatter. Master. A tender ethereal voice emanated from the stone sword. Lin N was taken aback. The information was indeed correct, the specter's personality had been erased. This voice was nothing like the treacherous specter from before. Lin N responded, asking. I need to ask you something. Do you have any memories from before? The stone sword gently swayed as if shaking its head. Master, I was just created by you. I have no memories. Lin N exhaled heavily. He had indeed underestimated the power of alchemy. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed his regrets and pains. However, there was still a way to remedy this. Lin N took out the aqua blue battle axe from his waist. Ding! Detected alchemical materials. Aqua blue battle axe fine X1 spectral stone blade common X1. Success rate 100. Proceed with synthesis. Synthesize. The blue light and gray light intertwined the outlines of the two weapons, fracturing and reassembling simultaneously. The radiance faded. A dark blue longsword about 3 feet long floated before Lin N. The blade was transparent like deep-sea ice crystals with swirling purple patterns visible within. Nether longsword X1 fine LV1 attack 25 defense 12 magic power 33 intelligence 7 Lin N finally breathed a sigh of relief. Defense 12, at least it wouldn't shatter with a mere tap. Alright, from now on you'll be called Nether, and once I find better materials I'll upgrade you. Yes, master. The longsword twirled joyfully in the air, vibrating gently as if it were being affectionate. Hey! Are you Lin N or that detestable specter? At that moment a strained voice came from behind. Lin N turned around. He saw Salantir had somehow enveloped herself in a soft moonlight barrier, her hands tightly clutching Little Black. Little Black on the other hand remained expressionless and motionless. Lin N, you haven't really been possessed, have you? Salantir raised Little Black, pointing at Lin N, her voice trembling. Seeing her state, Lin N chuckled. Salantir, it's alright now that specter has been dealt with. Lin N waved his hand and the nether longsword obediently floated to his side. Lin N spoke frankly, I sealed it within this longsword. Salantir's eyes widened in disbelief. Nonsense. You don't even have that longsword. You are that specter. Right. This thing must have come from a spatial skill. Salantir, holding Little Black, raised it over her head, the moonlight barrier swelling violently in her hands. You despicable scoundrel, don't underestimate me. Watch the power of my extreme sun barrier. Salantir hurled the Little Black wrapped in the barrier directly at Lin N. Bang! The barrier collided with Lin N's chest, exploding into a warm white light that quickly dissipated without any effect. Lin N stood still. Little Black slid silently from his chest to the ground, the entire slime emanating a resentful dark aura. Salantir stared wide-eyed, her hands still in the motion of striking. The extreme sunstone should have a restraining effect on specters. It shouldn't have had no reaction, she murmured to herself. Could it be? Really not possessed? Salantir seemed to lose her strength, plopping down onto the ground. Silly woman, I told you he is the master. Little Blue bounced in front of Lynn and making a face of disdain. Hearing Little Blue's words, Salantir brushed off the dust from herself, got up and patted Little Blue's round body. "You're the silly one. Your whole family is silly." Salantir huffed, circling around Lynn and her round green eyes fixated on the floating longsword. She reached out her fingertip to poke the sword's body. The longsword hummed, shaking amiably. "Lynn N, are you sure the specter is sealed inside this sword? Where did you get this sword?" Salantir tilted her head, looking as if her brain was about to sprout mushrooms. "I've seen the skills you possess. You clearly have no spatial storage skills, nor do you have any storage items. It's strange, was the previous iron cage also like this? What exactly did you do? Could it be your alchemy? But your alchemy is only level 1, and as far as I know, doesn't alchemy require that blackened alchemical cauldron?" Lin En did not explain. He sheathed the long sword and gazed at Salantir. "This can be discussed later, but you seem to know quite a bit about specters. Can you tell me?" Lin En had developed a keen interest in this type of creature. As long as he had this kind of material, wouldn't he be invincible? Salantir interrupted in her thoughts, wasn't angry. Upon hearing Lin En ask her, she perked up, puffed out her chest and assumed a scholarly demeanor. "You finally asked the right person. To be precise, specters are not creatures of this world. They come from the demon realm. If I had to categorize them, they belong to the demon race. The appearance of specters usually indicates one thing." Salantir's voice took on an unusual seriousness, a hint of shadow crossing her emerald pupils. "Which means demons are invading this continent." The air suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. "Ah!" Salantir suddenly screamed, clutching her head. "It's over. My assessment is doomed to fail." She jumped up, suddenly grabbing Lin En's sleeve, her face filled with panic. "Lin En. I can't stay in the labyrinth any longer. This labyrinth is indeed problematic. Be careful. I must hurry back to report to the Mother Goddess. Hey Cylon d'Air, hold on a moment." Seeing that she had already condensed a dazzling glow in her palm, Lin En quickly called out to her. He pointed at the army of slimes behind him. "Before you take off, could you take us out too?" Cylon d'Air paused mid-motion. The moon-white light at her fingertips flickered twice before extinguishing. She tilted her head to glance at Lin En, then at the slimes gorging themselves on the golden bat ox demon's carcass, their mouths dripping with grease. Her expression was complicated. In her eyes, Lin En was an enigma, a mere LV3 rookie who had survived the perilous 98th floor and even slain the boss. She had assumed he possessed the means to escape the labyrinth on his own. "You mean to leave the labyrinth like this?" she asked tentatively. Lin En replied without elaboration. Now that the surveillance had been removed once out of this dungeon, it would be like a fish returning to the sea, boundless skies to soar. Though the labyrinth offered infinite alchemy to boost stats, Lin En always felt that arrogant king wouldn't let him roam freely. He didn't consider this a safe place to lie low and grow. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Staying low was the true way. Cylon d'Air fell silent for 2 seconds, suddenly recalling her earlier embarrassing display. The tips of her ears flushed crimson. She sped up her words to hide her awkwardness. No problem. I, the young lady, keep my word. But let's be clear, I'm only taking you out of the labyrinth. After that we go our separate ways." Lin En nodded, then scanned the surroundings. The remaining slimes numbered less than 100, clustered densely on the golden bat ox demon's shell. Xiaolon dutifully stood guard nearby, while Xiao He silently shrank into the shadows. Having Cylon d'Air make a few extra trips to bring them out wasn't difficult. The real challenge was avoiding attention afterward. A person leading such a massive group of slimes would arouse suspicion in anyone's eyes. He regretted not having forged a spatial item yet, otherwise he could have stuffed them all in and saved the trouble. However, no matter what, Xiaolon and Xiao He had to be taken. Just as Lin En was pondering an escape route, Cylon d'Air suddenly clutched her head and let out a groan. No. Lin En, sorry, I think I can't leave yet." Lin En raised an eyebrow. "I forgot, I haven't retrieved my weapon." Cylon d'Air looked at him apologetically, her emerald eyes filled with conflict. "That's our clan's holy artifact. If I lose it, Mother will certainly break my legs when I return." Lin En stared at her for a full 3 seconds, speechless. "The clan's holy artifact? And you just carried it around like that?" It was the Oracle's command. I had no choice." With your personality, no one guards you. I'm not a child. But you were. Locked up for a whole year." The corners of Cylon d'Air's mouth twitched, the defiant flame that had just risen withered instantly. Lin En didn't bother provoking her, further shifting the topic. So where exactly is your weapon? Cylon d'Air gritted her teeth, her expression one of sheer fury. Those bastards who imprisoned me took it. She took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice calm. My captors were 3 Shrank adventurers from the Aortelia Empire calling themselves the Porphysi Exploration Team. They seemed to be after the treasure on the 100th floor. Back then our clan received an oracle and sent me to investigate the labyrinth's anomalies. One of them took a liking to me. 3 Shranks ganging up on a level 75 archer. I couldn't win. She spoke flatly, but her pointed ears trembled slightly. Then they locked me in that iron cage. They said they'd come back after conquering the 99th floor, but never showed up again. Her voice dropped. Such despicable people. The air fell silent for a moment. Xiaolon bounced over, morphing into a mocking face ready to jeer, but Lin En slapped it back. Cylon d'Air. Lin En paused for a few seconds, then decided to tell her the truth. To be honest, I came up from the 99th floor. Cylon d'Air blinked. If I saw correctly, those 3 Shrank adventurers are dead. I saw their corpses at the gate of the 100th floor. Were they wearing a burning sword emblem? Beside their bodies there was only a dagger, no other weapons. Cylon d'Air froze. What? Her mouth opened and closed. She looked down at Xiaolon, then up at Lin, and her expression shifting from shock to confusion, finally settling into a complex sense of relief. Dead, huh? She murmured, emotions churning in her emerald eyes before dissolving into a long sigh. They got off too easy. Her tone was fierce, but the fingers clenched in her sleeve trembled. Lin En asked no further questions, nor did he offer comfort. Some things couldn't be resolved with a few words from an outsider. Cylon d'Air quickly composed herself, seizing the crucial point. Wait, you said you came up from the 99th floor? Cylon d'Air suddenly realized. I heard them say the 99th floor's boss is a water element slime. Xiaolon isn't. You guessed right. Xiaolon is indeed the 99th floor's boss, but newly born. Hiss. Cylon d'Air gasped, her round green eyes widening to their fullest, looking at Lin En as if reading an absurdly improbable adventure novel. A LV3 rookie, yet the one who tamed the boss from the 99th floor. Cylon d'Air stared at Lin En for several seconds, her lips moving as if to ask more, but she swallowed her curiosity. Lin En, could you tell me your story? Humans are always curious about the unknown, and elves it seemed were no exception. But Lin En looked at the beautiful elf he had known for less than half a day and decisively shook his head. Though Cylon d'Air didn't seem like a villain, his knowledge of this world was nearly zero. What if the Empire was allied with the elves? What if she was only temporarily lowering her guard around him? Seeing Lin En's wariness, Cylon d'Air smiled with relief. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Actually, I'm the same, some things I can't tell you yet. Her tone was frank and sincere. This sense of propriety raised Lin En's estimation of her another notch. Cylon d'Air smoothly changed the subject. Regardless, I still want to go down and check. If the longbow isn't beside the bodies, it was likely stashed in a spatial item. After death, spatial skills collapse and leak within a short time. After a year, the coordinate drift shouldn't be too severe, there's still a chance to track it. Lin En nodded. With Cylon d'Air's teleportation magic as a safety net accompanying her to the 99th floor cost him nothing. Besides, he still had 6 alchemy attempts left for the day, he could grind some stats along the way. Alright. But before that. Lin En's gaze fell on the sealed stone door. Cylon d'Air followed his look and understood immediately. That's the labyrinth's interlevel rule. To open a path to the next floor, either the floor's boss opens it voluntarily or you fully slay the boss. Her gaze swept to the dark gold carcass surrounded by slimes. The golden bat ox demon's body still breathes. Though its soul is gone, the labyrinth judges it as alive. Lin En was also looking at the carcass, but his thoughts weren't on the door. A level 98 boss peak body, what terrifying energy it contained. He had planned to feed it all to the slimes, but after learning that wandering souls could be used as alchemical formula cores to forge artifacts, he felt this empty shell might serve as an excellent vessel for an artifact spirit. What a pity. Cylon d'Air, do you know where I can find a wandering soul? Lin En asked tentatively. Cylon d'Air shook her head in surprise. Do you truly know nothing about wandering souls? How bizarre. But you want to seek one. Then you'll be disappointed. It's said that when a wandering soul arrives in a continent, it immediately seeks a living creature to possess, as they have little combat power themselves. Once successfully possessed, they merge with the host. Unless you have special means, you'd never detect them. She reached into the air beside her, a faint ripple appeared in space and she withdrew a stone emitting a blinding white light. For example with this. Lynn immediately cast Identify. Extreme Yang Stone Fine when activated creates a barrier around the user that repels and evil entities, forcing low-level wandering souls to briefly reveal their true form. Lynn nodded slightly. It seemed the idea of using a wandering soul to fuse with the golden bat ox demon's body would have to be shelved for now. He stared at the massive dark gold shell for 2 more seconds, suppressing his regret. With alchemy in hand, getting stronger was only a matter of time. The most important things now were to eat well, descend and leave. Xiao Lan Xiao Hei. Lin turned to give orders. Devour the golden bat ox demon's body completely, not a morsel left. When you're done, we head back to the 99th floor. As you command, master. Xiao Lan's eyes gleamed as it charged forward. Xiao Hei silently dissolved, spreading like a patch of ink across the ox demon's back, beginning osmotic absorption. The remaining slimes surged like a tide, instantly engulfing that once invincible boss carcass. The dark gold scales dimmed inch by inch as they were consumed. The immense magical power was torn apart, broken down and swallowed by dozens of mouths. Lin stood still, quietly watching the stats panel as Xiao Lan's and Xiao Hei's levels began to skyrocket. This feast would take them a long time to digest. Cylon Dier walked up beside Lin, hands clasped behind her back. She tilted her head, observing the spectacular group feeding before her with a profoundly nuanced expression. Lin. Just who are you? Lin didn't answer, silently tightening the nether chain at his waist. Maze Layer 93. Liang Hate sat on a mossy stone platform, his face ashen, his battle axe planted heavily on the ground. They had already returned in defeat 3 consecutive times against the Layer 93 boss, the Venom Weaver Mother Spider. That beast was not only covered in poisonous armor but could also summon overwhelming swarms of spiders. Last time it nearly cost Hirgia half her arm. But what made his blood boil now was not just this unyielding obstacle, but also the frail man kneeling before him, Hoi. The blazing sword emblem on his tattered armor was conspicuously dazzling. Logically, the maze had been sealed by the Empire 2 years ago, so the identity of the man before them was obvious. Liang Hate looked down at Hoi, his voice sharp as a blade. With that control freak Porfizi, how could a deserter like you still be alive? Speak. What method did you use to survive until now? Hoi trembled and stammered for mercy. Great. Sir. However, beneath the dappled tree shadows there was no trace of fear in his lowered eyes, instead a cold and fierce glint flashed through them. Without any warning, Hoi's body erupted with dazzling light, instantly teleporting to a giant tree 100 meters away. A longbow materialized in his hand, its cold and holy moon-white patterns glaringly conspicuous in the dim maze. Before anyone could react, a blazing white arrow tore through the air. Liang Hate was already on guard. He snorted coldly. Hirgia. Yes. Hirgia slammed her massive shield onto the ground and a golden Earth's guardian barrier instantly expanded. With a thunderous roar, the explosive white light engulfed the center of the party and a violent shockwave uprooted the decayed trees around. As the light faded, over a dozen level 80 adventurers outside the barrier were reduced to pools of charred remains before they could even scream. Hirgia's giant shield was covered in cracks and then shattered into dust. Behind her, Liza's face turned pale. A level 60 archer with just 1 arrow had instantly slain over a dozen level 80 elites. What brilliant skill! No, rather what a brilliant weapon. After a brief shock, Liang Hate's eyes were left with nothing but boundless fury. You're asking for death. He shot out like a cannonball, a crimson axe gleam carving a deadly arc through the air. Too fast. The weakened Hoi had no time to react before being cleaved in two by the axe. Amid the splattering flesh and blood, the space rippled and several items fell to the ground. Liang Hate snorted coldly, ignoring the other items, and bent down to pick up the ancient longbow. The moment his fingertips touched it, a bone-chillingly cool aura surged into his meridians. He cast an identification spell. Moonlight Longbow Saint Artifact Level Attack. Scales dynamically with user's mana trait 1 Insight Amplification. The wielder's combat comprehension speed increases by 300. Skill proficiency gain doubled. Trait 2 Moonlight Tracking Arrows automatically lock onto the target's aura, unavoidable within a distance of 5 kilometers. Trait 3 Moonlight Blessing Attack Power increased by 100 in dark environments. Arrows carry a moonlight corrosion effect. Trait 4 Infinite Charge. The longer the charge time, the higher the arrow's power. The upper limit depends on the user's total mana. Trait 5 Immune to all negative effects as expected from a Saint Artifact level weapon. Liang Hate's eyes gleamed. He stared at the last trait immune to all negative effects. With a glance at Hoi, who was dead beyond dead, he understood. It seemed this fellow had survived thanks to that effect. Boss. At that moment Lies approached from behind his peripheral vision, catching the panel, and he looked as if struck by lightning. This thing is the saint artifact of the Moon Elf tribe in the southern elven forest, isn't it? Liang Hate said nothing, his fingers tightening around the bow. Lies also leaned in, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The known saint artifact level weapons on the continent can be counted on 2 hands. Boss, you're rich. Shut up. Liang Hate's voice wasn't loud, but Lies immediately fell silent. Satisfied, Liang Hate slowly turned around, facing the distant valley. That was precisely the lair of the Venom Weaver Mother Spider. A level 93 boss we couldn't beat 3 times. I wonder if this saint artifact level weapon can bring me a surprise. He raised the longbow. Drew the string. The moment the moon-white bowstring was pulled, mana surged wildly from his dantian, automatically condensing into a translucent arrow at the bow tip. First layer compression complete. Second layer. Third layer. The bowstring emitted a low hum and the surrounding air visibly distorted and warped under the pressure. Lies and Hyurgia involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. Whoosh, the light arrow tore through the field of vision, trailing a white afterimage dozens of meters long, vanishing into the end of the valley. Then boom. A white pillar of light shot up from the valley floor like a giant sword, piercing through the sky of layer 93. Mushroom-shaped shockwaves spread outward at the rock walls at the top of layer 93, trembled, and debris fell like rain. Ding. Killed Venom Weaver Mother Spider boss LV93. Level up LV89 LV90. New profession skill learned archery LV1. Liang Hate shuddered all over. Not only because of the bow's immense power, but also because at the moment he drew the bow, the bottleneck that had plagued him for a whole year finally shattered. Countless unresolved skill nodes and combat details that had baffled him through hundreds and thousands of battles all connected into a coherent line in his mind. LV90. The threshold of strength. Crossed. Liang Hate laughed uproariously. His laughter echoed through the empty layer 93, unbridled and audacious. Boss. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted, Lies weakly reminded. Don't worry. Liang Hate put away the longbow, unable to suppress the grin on his lips. He licked his lips and turned to look toward the entrance to layer 94. As he took 2 steps, his golden tousled hair fluttered like a lion's mane in the residual heat wave. The saint artifact of the Moon Clan, the king pattern slime on layer 99. My era is coming. Maze layer 98. Salantir was sitting on a rock in a daze when she suddenly jumped up as if stung by a bee. She covered her chest with both hands, her face turning pale. An extremely familiar aura flashed through her perception. A saint artifact. How could there be the aura of a saint artifact? Salantir closed her eyes, concentrating fully to pursue the remaining trace of fluctuation. Unfortunately, there was nothing. What's wrong? Lynn turned to look at her. Salantir opened her eyes, shook her head, and forced a smile. Nothing. But her 2 pointed ears were trembling uncontrollably, unable to stop no matter how hard she tried. Lynn glanced at her a couple more times but didn't press further. He turned his head, his gaze falling back on the distant golden bat bull demon carcass. Boom. Boom, boom. One after another beams of light shot up from the massive dark gold corpse. The slimes that were feeding boiled like a pot of water, with light rippling in waves. The entire ground of layer 98 trembled slightly. Little Blue's level jumped rapidly on the panel. 38. 42. 45. 51. Finally settled at 56. Slime King Little Blue LV56 awakened new skill fusion LV1. Description: slime colonies are split from a powerful king. If the king can also fuse all slimes to enhance its own strength. After fusion stats and skills stack, no upper limit on fusion quantity. Awaken new skill infinite split LV1. When mana is sufficient, the king can infinitely split new slime individuals. There is a chance of splitting into slimes of different attributes. Lynn stared at the panel, the corners of his mouth stretching almost out of control. Infinite splitting of slimes, letting them level up and grow strong, then fusing them back to enhance himself. Endless. This is a perpetual motion machine. This is the true form of a king-level being. Lynn then looked at Little Black. Shadow Assassin Slime Little Black LV53 awakened new skill Dark Domain LV1. After release, the surrounding 100 meters fall into absolute darkness. Ordinary light sources cannot penetrate. Awaken new skill Phantom Vision LV1. Enemies within the dark domain will gradually develop hallucinations over time. The duration depends on the target's mental resistance. Blindness plus hallucination. Although not as exaggerated as Little Blue's skills, it's still quite good. Lin nodded in satisfaction. His gaze fell on the remaining slimes. All the slimes had rushed to level 40 each, awakening new skills. Lin thought they were just so-so. Only slightly stronger than himself. He himself had a little power now. A group of element slimes above level 40 taken out would be a walking skill matrix. Boom, the tightly shut stone door burst open at this moment. The life reaction of the golden bat bull demon completely vanished. The maze determined the boss was dead and the interlayer seal was lifted. Lin stood up to leave, but there were still things to do before departing. He dusted off the dirt on his hands and sent a telepathic message. Little Blue. Little Blue, immersed in the joy of leveling up, perked up upon hearing the telepathic message. Here. Use infinite split to leave a batch of slimes in layer 98. Devour every last resource here. Don't leave a single hair. Roger that, master. Little Blue's core flashed. One by one fist-sized blue droplets began to bubble out from the edges of its body. The droplets hit the ground, rapidly expanding and taking shape. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of brand new slimes covered the floor. The speed was countless times faster than the previous individual spontaneous splitting. Sailentier watched in shock, her mouth agape for a long time. Little Black, stop eating. There's nothing left. Come with me. Little Black silently slid off the bull demon remains, its entire body turning into a mass of thick ink, gliding along the ground and slipping into Lin shadow. Lin stepped towards the stone door. After 2 steps he noticed Sailentier hadn't followed. Her emerald eyes were looking up towards the ceiling. Sailentier, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Sailentier responded, unsure if what had just happened was an illusion. Shaking her head, she quickly caught up with Lin's pace. In the imperial capital, within a dim underground laboratory, Griffin stood at the center of the room, his withered fingers lightly stroking the top of his crowbone staff. Before him the surveillance crystal that had long been dim now flickered with an unusually bright light. In the image a moon-white arrow of light tore through the valley with devastating force, reducing the 93-layer Weaver Mother Spider to ashes in an instant. As the image of Leonhardt laughing maniacally froze, Griffin silently exhaled a turbid breath, his fingers sliding off the staff. Good, the pieces are finally in place. His dry, raspy voice echoed through the empty room. Griffin raised his hand and the tip of his staff lightly touched the void, silently opening a spatial ripple. On the other side of the ripple was a world sealed by white frost and solid ice, where even the air seemed frozen into crystals. At the center stood a coffin platform forged of ice. Through the translucent ice wall one could faintly see a girl of about 15 or 16 lying quietly within. Her silver-white hair spread like a waterfall, her skin pale and almost translucent, yet a serene smile lingered at the corners of her lips, as if she were merely lost in a deep, sweet slumber. Gazing at that face, Griffin's silver-gray left eye reflected the girl's figure. The traces of 167 years silently faded from his face in that moment, leaving only the weariness and obsession of a lonely old man. He extended his withered hand, his fingertips hovering over the surface of the spatial ripple, yet ultimately unable to touch that familiar face. Alice, he murmured, his voice so soft it seemed afraid to disturb the dreamer. Soon, just wait a little longer for me. I will surely let you bask once more in the sunlight of Mel. His fingertips paused in the void for 3 seconds, then slowly withdrew. As the ripple closed, the girl's figure vanished completely. Reining in his emotions, Griffin turned and struck the ground heavily with his staff. His form instantly dissolved into a wisp of gray smoke evaporating from the laboratory. When he reappeared, he stood below the throne steps in the Imperial Hall. Your Majesty, congratulations. Griffin bowed slightly, then waved his crowbone staff. Vast magical power interwove beneath the hall's dome, projecting a stunning giant image, Leonhardt holding a moon-white longbow shattering the valley with a single arrow exploding over the heads of the civil and military officials. Your Majesty, congratulations on finding the sacred relic of the Moon Elf clan, the Moonlight Longbow. Griffin's raspy voice echoed in the empty hall. As long as we seize this sacred relic, your concerns about lifespan and even the many crises of the Altria Empire will surely be resolved. On the throne, Herman III looked even more pallid than 3 months ago, his eyes sunken and the veins on his withered hands bulging. This failing body, kept alive only by the royal secret elixir, was decaying at a visible speed. Yet the moment he heard sacred relic and lifespan, his turbid eyes suddenly blazed with a frightening light. Herman III stood abruptly, gripping the armrest of the throne so tightly that his knuckles emitted a cracking sound. A morbid fervor spread across his deathly pale face. Griffin. He panted, roaring, immediately recall Alan the Empire's sword. No. Convey my decree, recall all the Empire's swords. Spare no expense to bring back the sacred relic and the labyrinth's treasure, divine life elixir. His gaze swept across the assembled ministers like a hawk, his voice cold as Iron Griffin lead the Royal Mage Corps and the Royal Knight Corps in person. Order Duke Rockhill to cooperate fully and completely seal off the Ayla Great Labyrinth within his territory. Also set up the highest level barrier, not even a mosquito may fly out. As you command. Griffin bowed deeply. His wide sleeves concealed his face as well as the strange curve of his lips. The Empire's full strength, 7 Empire swords, the Royal Knight Corps and the Mage Corps led by the Chief Archmage, was about to pour into a labyrinth. This immense force should be enough to awaken that thing. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor of the labyrinth. After Serendil exhausted her mana for the 7th time casting detection magic, she collapsed onto the rubble before the boss door. Her emerald eyes lost focus as her hands clawed desperately at the icy ground. She had searched every inch of soil, every pebble, and even every residual spatial fluctuation within 300 meters. Nothing. The sacred relic had simply vanished into thin air. No. Serendil's voice trembled uncontrollably. No, nowhere. It's nowhere. How can this be? She looked up at Lynn, her emerald eyes already brimming with tears. My weapon, the ancient sacred relic passed down through generations of the Moon Elf clan. Lynn stood 3 steps away, silent. Serendil hugged her knees, her 2 long pointed ears trembling violently. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? She muttered despairingly. Why did an ordinary labyrinth expedition turn into this? Tears finally broke through. Unlike humans, the tears of a moon elf upon leaving her eyes turned into faint fluorescent particles dissipating silently in the air like fine stardust. Seeing her helpless state, Lynn sighed softly. Serendil. Since it's already happened, being anxious and sad won't help. Lynn spoke gently, trying to calm her. Let's calm down and think if there's any way to remedy this. Serendil sniffled a couple of times and raised her tear-streaked face. She stared blankly at Lynn for a few seconds as if coming to a great resolution. You're right, Lynn. She wiped away her tears with her sleeve and took a deep breath. The severity of this matter has exceeded my ability. I must contact the Elder Council immediately. Saying this, she reached into a spatial ripple beside her and retrieved a flowing emerald green orb. As she infused it with mana, the orb blazed with light. Emerald shadows quickly traced and stretched across the air, finally coalescing into a translucent phantom. It was an elderly elven woman. She had silver hair reaching her waist, and though her face was worn with age, one could still glimpse the peerless elegance that time had settled upon her. A faint golden glow surrounded the phantom, and even as an illusion it exuded an imposing mountain-like pressure. Little Saran finally willing to contact this old woman. What in trouble? The elder's voice was warm and gentle, carrying the composure of 1,000 years. Grandma. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Serendil could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Fluorescent teardrops fell like a starry rain, scattering around the phantom. Alas, child, at your age why are you still such a crybaby? The old woman sighed helplessly, yet her eyes were filled with affection. All right, don't cry yet. Tell Grandma what happened. Serendil finally stopped crying and recounted the events in the labyrinth in fits and starts: the strange imprisonment, the stolen moonlight longbow, the brutal boss melee, the lingering undead, and ultimately the disappearance of the sacred relic. As she listened, the old woman's originally relaxed brows gradually tightened, but her tone remained steady. How surprising. The Ayla Great Labyrinth, known as the weakest on this continent, actually hides such mysteries. She paused briefly and comforted little Saran. Don't panic. Taking our clan's sacred relic is not so easy. Stay where you are. Grandma will dispatch people immediately and bring the relic back safely. Hearing this assurance, Serendil's tense nerves eased a little. Also, the old woman added, I'll keep this secret from your mother. Not a word. I knew Grandma loves me the most. Serendil winked playfully, her tear-stained face instantly blooming into a relieved smile. Alright, if you encounter danger, remember to use a teleport scroll immediately. After giving these instructions, the old woman's gaze suddenly shifted. Those emerald eyes which saw through the ages locked onto Lynn without deviation through the spatial projection. The gentleness she had shown Serendil vanished, replaced by the undisguised coldness of an ancient superior, as if looking down at an ant that had strayed into the divine realm. Human boy. The old woman's voice was calm as still water, but Lynn clearly felt an invisible terrifying force slowly and heavily sweep across his entire body. Even a mere projection across millions of miles exuded a pressure that made his hair stand on end. If it weren't for the hero karma upon you, you would already be a corpse. Lynn's pupils contracted sharply. With just a projection and without any substantive detection magic, she could see through his panel disguise and identify him as a hero. Listen carefully. I don't care what your intentions are, stay away from Sarandil. The old woman's warning left no room for negotiation. Also, this labyrinth is extremely dangerous now. I've said enough. Leave quickly. As her words faded, the phantom dissipated like ripples on water. The emerald orb dimmed completely and fell back into Sarandil's hand. The 99th floor fell into silence once more. Lynn stood still, his mind shaken. The perception of this elven elder far exceeded his expectations. The power suppression of such a high-dimensional being was incomparable to that of the Empire's rulers. Ah! A high-pitched shriek from Sarandil behind him interrupted Lynn's thoughts. Hero. Lynn turned around. Sarandil was staring wide-eyed, her mouth forming an O and her pointed ears stood straight up from sheer shock. Lynn. You're actually a hero. She bounced up and down excitedly, circling him once, her gaze as if she were dissecting him anew. I knew it. How could a mere LV3 common adventurer survive in this hellish place? Now that I know you're a hero from another world, it all makes sense. Sarandil grew more excited, her eyes sparkling. No wonder you have so many strange skills. No wonder you can. But before she could finish. Master. A urgent mental message exploded in both their minds simultaneously. Xiao Lan's voice carried an excitement and tremor it could not suppress. Master. Xiao Lan senses it. Xiao Lan thinks it can open the door to the 100th floor. Should I open it? You can open this door. Lin glanced at Xiao Lan, his tone unsurprised. After absorbing the full energy of a level 98 peak boss, leveling up from the teens to 56, being able to open the door was only natural. But that wasn't what Lin cared about. He crouched down, his gaze sweeping over the warning words left by 3 strength adventurers on the ground before the stone door for 5 seconds. Something that made even 3 strength adventurers wary was obviously beyond his current strength to handle. Xiao Lan, not so fast. Lin didn't want to act rashly. Yes, master. Xiao Lan obediently bounced to the side, its whole body shrinking into a ball mimicking 2 eyes that looked longingly at Lin. Though the faint elusive call from within the door made its core itch, without its master's command it would never act on its own. Lin turned to look at Cylon d'Air. Cylon d'Air was still rooted to the spot, her round green eyes fixed on him, her mouth opening and closing, clearly still processing the shock of the hero identity. Cylon d'Air. Ah. She snapped back to reality. What's inside the 100th floor? Do you know? Cylon d'Air glanced back and forth at him twice, then suddenly clapped her hands. No wonder. I knew there was something off about you. She exclaimed to herself, her pointed ears twitching with excitement. Wraiths, every adventurer on the continent knows about them. A guy who hangs around dungeons yet knows nothing about them. I knew something was wrong back then. And your skills, on the surface they look ordinary, but when you use them each one is more outrageous than the last. Cylon d'Air. Lin called again. Hey. Cylon d'Air waved her hand, puffed out her chest and lifted her head, her emerald eyes shining with excitement. You know what? The previous hero saved the world. The continent has gone too many years without a new hero. No new hero. Lin frowned slightly. Didn't the conceited king summon 7 heroes? What's going on? Wait, what did you ask me just now? Oh right. What's on the 100th floor, you asked? Cylon d'Air walked to the stone door and circled halfway around the massive gate covered in intricate patterns. As far as I know, the 100th floor is the final level of the labyrinth. On this continent, labyrinths are the most mysterious entities. Some people have taken divine treasures from labyrinths and become rulers of nations, others have risen to become world-renowned adventurers with a single divine treasure. The final level of every labyrinth holds a treasure bestowed by the gods upon all beings. Whether taken or not, the divine treasure refreshes every 100 years. Lin's brow twitched. Treasures are ranked. I see. No wonder my nether binding chain is rated grade. Of course. Cylon d'Air gestured with her fingers. From F grade to SS grade and above, that is Saint Artifact grade. She paused, a hint of complexity in her tone. This Ayla Grand Labyrinth beneath our feet is recognized as the weakest labyrinth on the continent. But it is also the most special one because it has produced 2 Saint Artifact grade treasures. 2. Cylon d'Air nodded, a trace of nostalgia flashing in her emerald eyes. The saint artifact moonlight longbow of my race was taken from here over 2,000 years ago. Lynn fell silent for a moment. So, Cylon d'Air tilted her head, her tone full of envy. The treasure untouched for a century might be yours. Excited. Lynn didn't answer, pointing to the lines of blood words on the ground. Then how do you explain this? Cylon d'Air glanced at them and curled her lips disdainfully. You believe that? Don't you know humans are all big liars? She placed her hands on her hips, her tone confident. Judging by the condition of the corpses, they died from depleted mana. In other words, they probably already defeated the boss and even obtained the right to the treasure, but their bodies couldn't hold out. She walked over to Lynn and lowered her voice. Think about it. 3 people who fought desperately and could only watch themselves die, what would they do? Lynn was silent for 2 seconds. That line of thought did make some sense. Leave a threatening warning to keep future generations from entering. Quite fitting for the Empire's domineering logic. Cylon d'Air. Lynn looked at her seriously. Can I trust your teleportation skill? Cylon d'Air understood his meaning and immediately puffed out her chest full of confidence. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I can take you away anytime. Lynn nodded and turned to look at Xiaolon. The blue slime was already spinning in place with excitement, its mimicked big eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiaolon opened the door. As you command, master. Xiaolon bounced to the front of the stone door, a layer of dazzling blue light bursting from its body. Mana fluctuations surged out like tidal waves, pouring into the patterns on the stone door's surface. One by one, ancient runes lit up, spreading along the door gap to both sides. Boom. A dull rumble came from deep underground, and the entire 99th floor trembled slightly. The stone door split open a crack. And a soft light filtered through the gap, cold and clear like the brilliance of moonlight. The door opened fully. Lin and Cylon d'Air, Xiaolon and Xiaohe, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously gazed into the doorway. It was a world split into 2 halves. The left side was lush with life. Verdant moss covered the ground and faint floating particles drifted lazily in the air. Amidst this greenery, hundreds of translucent ice pillars stood densely. Inside each ice pillar was sealed a dark purple orb of light. Wraiths. Lin N's breath caught for a moment. Hundreds of frozen wraiths neatly arranged like goods on shelves. The first thought in Lin N's mind was the empty boss shell on the 98th floor, a pity it was gone. The second thought, if all of these could be his. At that thought his heart pounded twice. Suppressing his excitement, Lin N forcibly looked away. In the center a majestic stone throne stood on the dividing line of the space. Above the throne floated a soft cluster of starlight, within which was wrapped a vaguely outlined object exuding an aura that made the soul tremble. A divine treasure. Cylon d'Air's voice trembled and she nearly jumped up from the ground. Lin N. I can feel it. That's the aura of a divine treasure. Xiaolon also bounced around wildly, mimicking a smiley face that stretched to deformation. However, Lin N's gaze had already shifted to the right half. The divine treasure was indeed tempting to him, but taking it now with his current strength carried too much risk. Although Cylon d'Air appeared harmless, the experts behind her were another matter. He had alchemy, a mere divine treasure could be refined again someday. The right side was a desolate wasteland of silence. The cracked earth was devoid of any life. The entire area was covered with dense bones. White bones, broken armor, shattered weapons, rotten fabric. There were human remains, orc remains, and some that Lin N couldn't name. They were piled layer upon layer, forming mounds like a silent mass grave. Lin N's expression froze. So many bones. There was no way 3 ranked adventurers could have slain this many. There were at least several thousand bodies here. Following Lin N's gaze, Cylon d'Air's smile instantly froze on her face and her pointed ears began trembling uncontrollably. Thighs. What is this? Salantiel's voice echoed through the vast 100th floor. The deathly silence of the piled white bones on the right side made her 2 pointed ears tremble incessantly. Lin N did not answer. His gaze swept left and right once, then finally came to rest on the starry light cluster floating above the central throne, paused for 2 seconds and then shifted away. Hey Salantiel, are you sure there's no danger here? Salantiel swallowed hard, nodded with a guilty conscience. Should be. No. These bones might have been left by the original boss of the 99th floor. After all, the Slime King has a strong sense of territory. Should. Before Lin N could savor the word, Salantiel had already dashed out. The moon elf's figure was as light as the wind, heading straight toward the central throne. As she ran, she turned her head and shouted, "They'll go see the tier of the supreme treasure." Don't worry, you'll teleport if there's danger. Lin N's outstretched hand froze in midair then withdrew. Never mind. With her teleportation she wouldn't die. Besides, even if the supreme treasure were obtainable with his current strength, he couldn't hold on to. The old woman behind Salantiel could crush him into dust with a single thought, let alone the Empire. Instead of coveting such a hot potato, it was better to. Lin N's gaze turned to the left. Hundreds of translucent ice pillars stood in neat rows, each sealing a ball of deep purple light. Wraiths. Dense like cans on a supermarket shelf. He stepped forward, his fingertip touching the nearest ice pillar. Ding. Detected alchemy material Wraith 1 as expected. Lin N took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the entire area. Rough estimate, at least 1,000 wraiths were frozen here. What others saw as taboo he saw as a mine. But the problem was how to take them away. Lin N glanced at Xiao He following by his side, then at Xiao Lan hopping and running after Salantiel in the distance. No space-class skills, no storage items. Rely on Salantiel for help. Setting aside the trust issue, whether he could escape the scrutiny of her guardian was doubtful. His gaze unintentionally swept over the skeletal area on the right. Lin N's eyes lit up. Wraiths. Bones. If he could alchemize these two things. Skeleton soldiers. Skeletal knights. Skeletal dragons. Lin N's heartbeat quickened. He recalled the remains of the 3 shrank adventurers outside the stone door. He recalled the birth of the Wraith stone blade. If weapons could serve as vessels, could bones do the same? As soon as he thought of it, he acted. Lin N bent down and picked up a frozen wraith, strode across the central dividing line and stepped into the right side skeletal area. White bones creaked underfoot. He crouched down without fear, only excitement. He casually pulled out a relatively intact skeleton. Ding. Detected alchemy materials Wraith 1, Brank Adventurer Skeleton 1. Success rate 10. Alchemize and synthesize. 10. Lin N wasn't surprised. Alchemy involving living things always had ridiculously low success rates. He swapped to a skeleton that was clearly more damaged. Frank Adventurer remains 1. Success rate 70. It seemed the lower the quality of the vessel, the higher the success rate. Conversely, to get something truly useful you had to gamble. Lin N threw down the Frank skeleton and began rummaging through the bone pile. 5 minutes later 6 skeletons were laid before him, all shrank. Wraith 1, Shrank Adventurer Skeleton 1. Success rate 1. Alchemize and synthesize. 1. Compared to the 0.01 when he forged the nether binding chain, this was already high. Lin N didn't hesitate. Synthesize. A flash of white light. Ding. Alchemy failed. As expected. Lin N's expression didn't change. He picked up the second frozen wraith. Synthesize. Ding. Alchemy failed. Third time. Fourth. Fifth. All failed. 6 shrank skeletons used up 5, leaving only 1 alchemy attempt. Lin N looked at the last skeleton, not impatient. With a 1 chance, failing all 6 times was the normal result. Synthesize. Ding. Alchemy failed. 6 consecutive failures. Neat and clean. Lin N stood up, brushed the bone ash off his knees. Today's alchemy attempts were zeroed out. Being anxious was useless. He planned to go to the central throne to check Salantiel's progress. Ding. A different prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Alchemy level increased. LV. 1 LV. 2 random reward attribute cap raised to 30. New term unlocked, cumulative success rate. Note: when alchemizing items of the same recipe, failures can cumulatively increase the success rate. Recipe record triggered. Wraith human skeleton. Current cumulative success rate 1, total 2. Lin N's raised foot froze midair. He looked down at the newly appeared term on the panel, his pupils slightly dilating. Cumulative success rate. In other words, every failure was not wasted. The more failures, the closer to success. As long as there were enough attempts, even a starting probability of 1 would eventually be stacked to 100. Lin N slowly exhaled, the curve of his mouth impossible to suppress. 6 failures yielded a 1 accumulation. The efficiency was indeed low. But the key issue was never efficiency, it was the ceiling. As long as there were enough alchemy attempts, shrank skeleton soldiers or even higher quality intelligent undead were only a matter of time. And the key to increasing alchemy attempts lay in the intelligence attribute. Lin N opened the panel. Intelligence 58, daily alchemy limit 9 times. Exactly how many intelligence points would increase the limit by 1 was still unclear, but the direction was already clear. Hey! Lynn. Urgent footsteps came from behind. Salantiel ran up, her face flushed red, chest heaving violently, her emerald eyes filled with complex emotions, excitement, regret, and a trace of reluctance. Got the treasure? Lynn asked. Ah, don't mention it. Salantiel waved her hand in frustration. I wanted to fetch it for you, but the moment I reached in I was bounced back. That starlight shield has rule runes on it. She took a deep breath and recited in a scriptural tone, only the one who defeats the guardian of this floor may receive the divine gift. Lynn was stunned. Salantiel spread her hands, whoever defeats the boss of the 99th floor gets the treasure. And the boss of the 99th floor is... Both of their gazes fell on Xiaolan. Xiaolan was lying on the throne steps, mimicking 2 innocent big eyes, tilting its head to look at them. So, the treasure is yours. Salantiel slapped Lynn on the shoulder, her tone brimming with envy. Go get it. What are you waiting for? Lynn looked at the object above the central throne, emitting a soft starlight glow. That soul-shivering aura now seemed particularly close. He took a step forward. The throne appeared even larger than it had from a distance. The gray-white stone seat stood 3 meters tall, its backrest densely engraved with ancient runes that glowed with a faint blue light under the starlight. Salantier circled the throne, then pointed at the seat. The runes of the rules are clear, just sit on it. Lynn, this is yours. Don't be polite. Lynn did not hesitate. He strode up the steps and sat down. The stone seat was cold, but the moment his backside touched it, the soft starlight above trembled violently. The light peeled away layer by layer from the inside out like a cocoon being torn open. Salantier instinctively stepped back, her emerald eyes filled with gold. The starlight faded. A single golden feather floated down from the air. It was translucent, as if forged from solidified sunlight. It landed perfectly in Lynn's open palm, weightless, yet a warmth spread through his skin upon contact. Lynn raised the feather and examined it against the light. This is the supreme treasure. Exactly. Salantier leaned in, puffing out her chest, her tone certain. The maze's supreme treasure, refreshing once a century, definitely something good. She blinked. Oh. I heard that the heroes panel can analyze items you own. Try it. Lynn recalled the precedent of the Yuming Sual Yen nether chain and focused his mind. Information flooded his mind. Xie Kong Ji Supreme Treasure Grade A description: the natal protective feather of the void beast Lai Jie Jin Ling Rift Golden Feather. Legend says that the Lai Jie Jin Ling feeds on space itself, and this feather is its core manifested. Effect: upon infusing mana, it can steal a void space to become the holder's exclusive domain. The holder has absolute dominion over this space and can freely store items and living beings. Note: the size of the stolen space is proportional to the total mana infused in a single attempt. The more mana infused, the larger the space. Once stolen, the space is irreversible. Lynn stared at the panel for 3 seconds. A spatial tool. That was exactly what he lacked. 20 minutes ago he had been worrying about how to take the frozen wraith with him. Now the answer had landed directly in his hand. So, what grade? Salantier leaned in eagerly. Lynn didn't hide it. He simply handed the feather to her. See for yourself. Salantier was stunned, clearly not expecting Lynn to be so generous. She carefully took the feather and cast her appraisal spell. A moment later her eyes lit up brilliantly. A spatial supreme treasure. Stealing space for personal use. Lynn, this is perfect for you. She excitedly handed the feather back. Try it, see how big you can make it. Lynn didn't take it. Salantier's hand holding the feather froze in midair. She tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Don't you want it? Lynn looked at her face. Her eyes were clear, her smile open and untainted. Lynn came from a corporate background. The more flawless something seemed, the more he had to think twice. Salantier, he said calmly. Are you really that naive, or are you pretending? Salantier's smile froze. This is a supreme treasure, Lynn said slowly. Don't your elves have any designs on it? Salantier's ear tips twitched. Your elder through that projection could see through my identity. Lynn's gaze didn't waver. And you've been imprisoned for a whole year. Has your clan truly made no move at all? Doesn't that strike you as strange? The air went silent for 2 seconds. The feather in Salantier's hand trembled slightly. Her expression shifted from confusion to realization, then settled into a complex bitter smile. You're right. Elder has that ability, she said softly. Lynn, and please believe me, Elder would never do such a thing. But if it were anyone else in the clan, that's another matter. Lynn N said nothing. Even. Salantier lowered her head, her voice even softer. Even if it were me before I knew who you were, I might have had ulterior motives. Her honesty was surprising. But then she lifted her head, and in her emerald eyes burned a light Lynn N had never seen before. The next moment Salantier knelt on one knee. She raised her right hand to the sky. I, Salantier of the Moon Elves, swear by the name of the Mother Goddess. Lynn N's pupils constricted. That my clan harbors not the slightest covetousness toward the supreme treasure of the hero Lynn N. Should any of my kin attempt to seize it, I will be the first to stand in their way. Her voice was clear and resolute, echoing through the empty 100th floor. If I break this oath, may my soul scatter and fall into eternal oblivion. As the words fell, an invisible force descended from the void. Lynn N could clearly feel that power enveloping Salantier, ancient, solemn, and absolute. Even the mere residual wave brushing against his skin made his hair stand on end. Could this be the power of a god? Lynn N murmured to himself. It seemed the oath had taken effect. Salantier stood up, brushed the dust from her knees, and handed the feather back to Lynn N. This is the highest oath of the elves. There is no exception, the violator will surely suffer divine punishment. She smiled, her tone light. Now do you trust me? Lynn N was silent for 5 seconds. He reached out and took the feather. His voice was gentle. Salantier. Yes. Maybe you won't believe this, but from now on, you are the first friend I, Lynn N, have acknowledged in this world. Salantier was stunned. Then both her pointed ears shot straight up and her entire face flushed crimson. Friend. Thank you, Lynn N said. Salantier's lips kept twitching upward, then she tried to suppress them, but eventually she couldn't hold it back. A brilliant glowing smile broke through. Okay. From today on, you, Lynn N, are my first and last human friend. She hopped over to Lynn N, her emerald eyes shining like 2 gems. Now can I see the supreme treasure's power? Hurry, hurry. Lynn N's lips curled slightly as he began to channel his mana into the feather. But just then, Master. Master. Xiao Lan's telepathic voice burst into his mind, brimming with excitement. Xiao Lan found it. The thing that has been calling to Xiao Lan finally found it. Lynn N's hand gathering mana froze. Xiao Lan bounced around from behind the throne, its blue light flickering. Xiao Lan, wasn't this feather what was attracting you? Lynn N asked, puzzled. Xiao Lan mimicked a serious little face and shook its head vigorously. The feather has a tiny pull on Xiao Lan, but the thing that has been calling to Xiao Lan is not this. Master, come quickly. With that it hopped around to the back of the throne. Lynn N and Salantier exchanged a glance and followed. The moment they rounded the throne, both stopped in their tracks. Behind the throne stood a massive tree. No, a tree was not the right word. Brown roots coiled across the entire floor like giant serpents, the thick trunk shot straight up to the dome, and the emerald canopy spread like a fan, covering nearly half the 100th floor. On the tree, golden fruits hung densely from every branch. Each one radiated mana fluctuations so rich they were almost liquid, and as the golden light swirled, the whole tree blazed like a golden lighthouse. Ah! Salantier shrieked, covering her mouth with both hands, her emerald eyes wide as saucers. A mana fruit tree. She turned to Lynn N, her voice trembling. Lynn N. This tree bears fruit only once every 1,000 years. One single fruit can instantly replenish the full mana of an rank adventurer. She whirled back and began counting the fruits, giving up halfway. Hundreds, no thousands. Salantier took a deep breath, her emerald eyes reflecting the golden light of the tree. Her voice was low but could not hide her ecstasy. Lynn N, you don't have to worry about having enough mana to steal your space anymore. Lynn N stood there gazing up at the towering tree. The golden fruits swayed gently on the branches, and the pulse of mana throbbed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Lynn N slowly exhaled. Alchemy didn't consume mana, but using skills and the newly acquired supreme treasure would require vast amounts of it. With these many mana fruits, his foundation would be elevated to another dimension. The curve of Lynn N's lips could no longer be suppressed. Master, come quick, come quick. Xiao Lan bounced like a bouncy ball, its entire body flickering with blue light. Lynn N walked around the throne with Salantier following closely behind. When the full view of the towering giant tree came into sight, the enormous root system appeared even more terrifying. The brown roots were as thick as city walls, coiled on the ground like an ancient giant serpent sleeping. The light of the golden fruits poured down from above, dyeing the entire area a warm yellow. Xiao Lan, well done, you found a treasure. Sailantier's eyes curved into crescents, but her gaze was not on the tree, instead it was fixed on Xiao Lan's soft and bouncy body. Her fair hand uncontrollably reached out. Ever since she accidentally hugged Xiao He last time, it seemed that some dangerous attribute within Sailentier had begun to awaken. Xiao Lan shuddered all over. Its entire body like a splash of water bounced 3 meters away with a pop. It mimicked a puffed-up face and put its tentacles on its hips. "Hey woman, don't touch me. Only my master can touch my body. TCH so stingy." Sailentier puffed out her cheeks, not cute at all. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and scooped up Xiao He from the corner, hugging it in her arms. Poor Xiao He was trapped by 2 fair arms. Its entire inky body stiffened for a moment, then took on a dead-fishied expressionless face. It did not struggle or resist, only silently emitting resentful black aura. Sailentier rubbed it a couple of times, then turned back to Xiao Lan with her chin raised. "Xiao Lan, I'm telling you, Xiao He is much cuter than you." "Humph. You." Xiao Lan's entire body swelled up, its mimicked face flushed red. "You're lying. Xiao Lan is the cutest." "Master, you say?" "Master." Alright, you two stop it." Lin waved his hand, his excitement over the tree full of golden fruits considerably dampened by these 2 live wires. He instinctively wiped his forehead. That was close. He almost lost his composure. Even with treasures in sight, he must remain vigilant. In his previous life as a wage slave, the bigger the pie the boss painted, the deeper the trap. This iron rule applied to the other world as well. Lin crouched down and patted Xiao Lan's head. "Xiao Lan, is it these magic fruits that attracted you?" Xiao Lan's previously puffed-up mimicked face instantly switched to a docile mode, its 2 big eyes sparkling. "Master, no." It bounced a few times, jumped onto a protruding root and stretched out a tentacle pointing downward. "Master, look there. The thing that attracted Xiao Lan is under the tree." Lin looked in that direction. His breath caught. At the intersection of 2 thick roots, a natural groove was embedded in a jade-green stone platform. The stone platform was as translucent as jade, with several tiny tree tendrils hanging down into the groove from above, their tips constantly oozing pale green sap. The groove was filled with over half a pool of clear emerald liquid, emitting an aura purer and more primordial than magical energy. That aura was not as violent as magical energy, but rather gentle like spring water, yet it stirred an instinctual craving deep within the soul. Lin turned to look at Sailentier. This beautiful elf was already stunned. Her emerald pupils trembled violently, her lips slightly parted, and her 2 pointed ears stood straight up. "This. Thighs." Her voice sounded as if someone had choked her. Could it be the legendary life divine liquid? Lin's heart leaped. He immediately became interested. "Is this thing very precious?" Sailentier nodded vigorously, almost breaking her neck. "Precious. Of course it's precious." She took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice from trembling. "When I was a child, my grandmother told me that there is a treasure in this world called life divine liquid. Mortals who drink it live a long life, adventurers who drink it level up quickly and even." She swallowed. "Even break through shackles." "Break through shackles?" Lin frowned. "Does this world also have such things?" Sailentier slapped her forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. Lin, you probably don't understand what shackles are." She thought for a moment, raised 1 finger, and her tone turned serious. "Simply put, it's level stagnation. In this world, levels get stuck after reaching 59. This is the limit of biological evolution. To break through, it's far from enough to just kill monsters and farm experience. Stamina, magic power, mental strength, magic skills. All must break through their limits to continue leveling up." Lin nodded thoughtfully. "I see." It seemed the power system of this world was more complex than imagined. But Lin lowered his head to glance at his own panel. Alchemy is not bound by levels, and attributes can stack without limit. The so-called shackles should not exist for him. Then isn't the value of this thing comparable to a supreme treasure? Not that exaggerated. Sailentier curled her lips. Grandmother said that life divine liquid is a first-tier shackle secret medicine. It can only be used for the 59-level shackle breakthrough. However, its effect on leveling up is very significant. Sailentier changed the subject. "Mysterious," she said. "Tell you secretly, I know this thing was glorious once. According to ancient records." What was it?" Sailentier scratched her head, struggled for a long time but couldn't recall. "Forget it, you'll find out once you go out." "Alright." Lin stumbled, but now he was not very interested in this knowledge. He stopped asking. Lin En looked at Xiaolan, who was full of expectation. Xiaolan, let's go collect. Okay, master. Xiaolan mimicked a smile that stretched to the point of deformation. Xiao Hei, let's go too. Salantier, holding Xiao Hei, pushed off with her feet, her figure as light as a falling leaf gracefully leaping down from the throne. Hey! Wait! Stinky woman! Xiaolan chased after her in a huff. Lin En shook his head and followed. Salantier's figure flitted among the giant roots, her steps so light they didn't touch dust. Her silver-gold hair fluttered in the golden light, each landing precise and elegant. Lin En was slightly mesmerized. The elves of this other world with their figure features and those pointed ears were hard to look away from. He couldn't help but think of the beast-eared girls from anime in his previous life, cat ears, rabbit ears, fox ears. The outside world must be very exciting. Lost in thought, Lin En had already arrived in front of the groove. The jade-green stone platform was even more translucent up close, if the liquid inside was crystal clear, emitting a pure aura that made the soul tremble. Lin En, can you share some with me? Salantier put down Xiao Hei, pressed her palms together, her emerald eyes full of expectation. Lin En smiled and nodded. He could only agree. Since the negative status on Salantier was lifted, her aura had been climbing at a terrifying speed. At that moment Lin En cast appraisal and the panel only showed a few cold lines. Salantier, Moon Elf, Divine Archer, LV 75 appraisal level insufficient, following data cannot be displayed. Previously he could see the full panel even for a boss of level 98. Yet a level 75 elf could not be fully analyzed. Lin En did not ask further, but he had a faint suspicion in his heart. With permission granted, Salantier did not stand on ceremony. With a flick of her slender finger a stream of light shot out, precisely plunging into the groove. Before Lin En could see clearly, the liquid in the pool instantly decreased by a quarter. Thanks, Lin En. You guys continue collecting, Gil, go pick the magic fruits. Salantier winked at him, then with a light leap floated up to the giant tree's branches like a green leaf. Hey, stinky woman. Xiaolan snorted coldly, ignored her, turned and dashed to the groove. Xiao Hei too turned into a blob of black ink and silently slid toward the stone platform. Lin En stood a few steps away, not moving. This thing might be useful for him, but there was no rush. Currently Xiaolan and Xiao Hei's strength was the core combat power. Enhancing them was enhancing his own trump card against the Empire. He crossed his arms and quietly watched the two slimes approach the groove. Xiao Lan's tentacles reached toward the liquid first. Xiao Hei's tentacles also reached out. However, something strange happened. Just before their bodies touched the liquid, both bodies simultaneously froze. As if frozen by some force, Xiao Lan and Xiao Hei fell stiffly from the edge of the stone platform, crashing onto the ground without moving. Lin En's face changed abruptly. Xiao Lan. Xiao Hei. He rushed over in 2 steps and crouched down. Xiao Lan's blue light was flickering wildly and eerie patterns rippled on Xiao Hei's inky surface. What's wrong with you? Master. 2 weak telepathic messages simultaneously echoed in Lin En's mind. My body. Seems. I can't move. Can't move. Lin En rushed to the stone platform in 3 steps. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hei lay side by side at the edge of the emerald stone platform, their entire bodies trembling at high frequency like 2 electrified blobs of jelly. Lin En crouched down, placing his palm on Xiao Lan's surface. The gel temperature was normal, the elasticity normal, and the core luster stable. There were no signs of poisoning, no external injuries, and no traces of abnormal magical infiltration. It seemed as if they had paralyzed themselves. Lin En looked up and scanned the surroundings. The giant tree stood silent, golden fruits hung, and the air held nothing unusual except the pure essence of magical energy fluctuations. After a dozen seconds the trembling ceased. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hei simultaneously regained their mobility, their simulated eyes moist and pitiful as they gazed at Lin En. Master. Xiao Lan's telepathic speech carried a sob. My body is preventing me from absorbing that green liquid. But I clearly want to absorb it. How strange. Me too, Xiao Hei replied briefly. If I approach again the same symptom will reappear, Xiao Lan added. Xiao Hei said nothing, proving it with action. His ink-black body sprang, leaping toward the recess. Just half a meter into the jump the entire black mass exploded instantly like a cat splashed with cold water, limbs stiff, and fell back to the ground with a slap. Lin En frowned. He walked slowly to the recess, extended his right hand and dipped his fingertips into the emerald liquid. Cool. Moist. No repulsion at all. Can touch. Lin En withdrew his hand, looked at the green droplets on his fingertips. Why can't they? Why? The slime's self-protection mechanism. Or is the life divine liquid not a tonic for them but poison? Lin En couldn't figure it out. He looked up toward the canopy. Salantier. A moment later Salantier floated down from the branch. After hearing Lin En's description, her delicate brows furrowed. That shouldn't be, she tilted her head, her two pointed ears twitching alternately. I've never heard of such a situation from Granny. Salantier, don't use this thing for now, Lin En said calmly, but his eyes were sincere. The only possibility I can think of now is that Xiao Lan and Xiao Hei's bodies were split layer by layer from a king-level slime. If their bodies have an instinctive rejection reaction to the divine liquid. Salantier's pupils contracted. You mean? This thing once caused the Slime King great harm. So their bodies retain the memory. Lin En nodded. Salantier was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded as well. Don't worry, I won't use it. Let's wait until we go back and have Granny take a look. That's good. Lin En's gaze returned to the emerald liquid in the stone trough. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Life divine liquid. Whether you have problems or not doesn't seem to matter to me. After all, the ownership of alchemically produced items belongs to oneself. Since Xiao Lan and Xiao Hei can't use it, I won't be polite. Lin En looked at Salantier. Salantier, do you want me to share some with you? No need, Salantier waved her hands, smiling openly. Since there's a potential risk, I won't touch it. You keep it for yourself. Lin En didn't stand on ceremony. Salantier leaped back onto the canopy to gather magic fruits. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hei, puffed with anger, hopped off to gnaw on the golden fruits fallen beside the tree roots, looking as if they had been abandoned by the whole world. Lin En remained alone in front of the recess. He opened his palm. A golden feather lay quietly in his palm, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible pull. No spatial tool, no container. Fortunately, he had the newly acquired treasure. Lin En closed his eyes, sensing the flow of magic within his body. After repeated use over these days, mobilizing magic had become second nature. A thread of warm current surged from his dantian, flowed along the meridians to his fingertips, and was greedily devoured by the feather. Endlessly flowing. He didn't know how long had passed. Lin En's forehead was covered with fine sweat and his magic was nearly depleted. Buzz. The golden feather suddenly burst apart. A wisp of golden light flew from the tip and hovered in the void ahead. Then the golden light transformed into countless threads, firmly sealing off the 1 meter square space in all directions. The next instant the golden light violently shrank. Like tearing a piece of paper, that space was silently torn and devoured, the golden light carrying the stripped spatial fragments back into the burst feather returned to softness. A pitch-black rift appeared before Lin En. Before Lin En could examine it closely, suddenly boom, a terrifying suction burst from the black rift. The grass stones and tree root fragments beneath his feet all lifted into the air as if swallowed by a giant, surging wildly into the black hole. Lin En's body instantly lost weight. Holy crap. He instinctively reached out and tightly hugged the thick tree root beside him, his legs lifted into the air by the suction, his clothes flapping noisily. The black rift was 2 meters behind him, the cold aura of nothingness rushing toward him. Silent, deathly still. As if it could freeze the soul. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The suction suddenly stopped. The black rift slowly writhed and closed like a wound, healing in the blink of an eye, returning to its original state. Lin En crashed back to the ground, gasping for breath. His spine chilled. So close. 1 second away from perishing in his own treasure. He took half a minute to calm down before standing up, looking down at the feather in his hand. He could sense it. Inside the feather's filaments there was now a cubic meter of cubic space. Moreover, when he gripped the feather, the location of that space could move at will with his thoughts. Things inside could also be directly transferred into the space. Lin En took a deep breath. His gaze fell on the life divine liquid in the recess. Gather. With a thought. The spatial rift silently appeared beneath the liquid surface, and a palm-sized mass of emerald liquid vanished into thin air. Success. At the same time, Lin En felt a slight dizziness in his head, similar to the feeling during alchemy. It seemed that it consumed mental energy. But it was negligible. Lin En's lips curled up. He leaped up, grabbing the trunk overhead, reached out and plucked a golden fruit which appeared in his hand. The magic fruit dissolved into his palm as soon as it touched, pure energy pouring into his dantian, replenishing his consumption in moments. Lin En took out the feather again and infused it with magic. Golden light burst out, space was torn, the black hole reappeared and suction erupted violently. By now Lin En had already pushed off the trunk and leaped to a branch above. 3 seconds later the rift automatically repaired and the suction dissipated. He looked down at the magic fruit in his hand. The consumption was negligible. Then he looked at the space inside the feather. It had doubled in size. 2 cubic meters. Lin En's breathing quickened. He looked up at the dense golden fruits covering the tree. Then he turned to look at the orderly array of frozen wraiths in the distance. Then he looked down. The magic fruit in his hand had almost no consumption. There were still thousands on the tree. Bingo! A smile that couldn't be suppressed spread across Lin En's face. This is really goddamn bingo. He continued to absorb the magic from the fruit in his hand and inject it into the feather. Golden light burst again. The first fruit was consumed, then the second, the third. The fourth, the fifth. The space expanded from 2 cubic meters to 4 8 1632. Not sucking feels unsatisfied. Keep sucking, keep feeling great. The next morning, when the last mana fruit was picked by Lin En and stored into his space, the once golden and radiant towering tree now stood with only bare branches. Lin En stood beneath the tree, closing his eyes to sense the interior of the feather. 8,000 cubic meters. An immense space. Inside, thousands of mana fruits were neatly stacked along with all the frozen ghosts he had moved from the left area. Those translucent ice pillars floated silently in the space, deep purple spheres of light flickering within. Lin En, just how large is your storage space? Selentier sidled up, her emerald eyes brimming with curiosity. She had witnessed Lin En standing before the array of frozen ghost pillars, casually waving his hand, causing hundreds of pillars to vanish into thin air. No incantation, no magic circle, not even a precursor of spatial fluctuation. Just, gone. Selentier nearly bit her tongue at the sight. She herself owned 7 or 8 spatial treasures, each requiring mental focus and individual retrieval. Who in the world stored things in bulk like that? Lin En held up 2 fingers. A little over 8,000 cubic meters. Just enough to fit. Selentier's ears twitched sharply. She took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Over 8,000. Lin En nodded. Selentier shot him a disdainful glance, her voice tinged with envy. Oh, not bad. Keep it up. The standard spatial equipment for an rank adventurer barely reached 100 or so cubic meters. And here was a level 3 guy talking about 8,000. Was that even human speech? Selentier mentally noted this down, vowing to have her grandmother acquire a better one for her upon returning. Lin En, oblivious to her expression, was rubbing his temples in distress. It's enough. Any bigger and my head can't take it. This was no false modesty. Ever since the space expanded to 8,000 cubic meters, the mental energy required for each storage operation had multiplied several times. His alchemy limit, originally 9 times a day, had dropped to only 3 today. A huge loss. Lin En silently noted the lesson: never expand it this much all at once again. Over the next 4 days, Lin En treated the 100th floor as his personal alchemy workshop. The skeletal region on the right was piled high like a mountain, inexhaustible. He performed 9 refinements each day without fail, all using shrank skeletons combined with frozen ghosts. Failure. 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 The cumulative success rate crept up slowly: 3, 5, 7. With each failure the prompt 0. 3-inch flashed, whispering to him, wait a little longer, it's almost there. Lin En was not impatient. In his past life he had endured 47 revisions from a client without breaking down. A mere game of probability, he could afford to wait. Selentier, on the other hand, was bored out of her mind. Though elves had long lifespans and idling for 3 days was a casual pastime, this young lady was clearly not the type to sit quietly. She had actually set her sights on Xiaolan, and Lin En roughly guessed what she wanted to do, so he let it be. Day 5. Master. Master. Xiaolan scrambled into Lin En's view, its entire blue body shrinking to the size of a fist, a cartoonishly exaggerated face with 2 streams of tears painted on it. What's wrong? Master, how much longer are you going to take? If you don't finish soon, you'll die at that wretched woman's hands. As the words fell, a green blur drifted over from the direction of the giant tree. Selentier landed noiselessly, her emerald hair flowing, a radiant smile on her face. Xiaolan's sister just wants a hug. Why are you running away? Get lost. Stay away from me. Xiaolan dove into Lin En's arms, clinging to his arm like a vice. Master, look. Are you going to do something or not? Xiaolan doesn't even have legs. She's clearly bullying me. Celandir planted her hands on her hips feigning innocence. It's been 5 days and I haven't caught you yet with my skills. You should be proud. Come on, let's continue today. Xiaolan pressed its whole body deeper into Lin En's chest, tentacles wrapping tighter. Lin En tried to pry it off. No luck. He sighed and looked at Celantir. Stop bullying it. Look how scared the kid is. Celantir pouted. I'm just so bored. I have to find something to do. Then go bother Xiao Hei. Lin En pointed to a black blob sprawled on a tree root basking in the light. A forced melon isn't sweet. Fine fine. Celantir huffed at Xiaolan. I'll let you off today. The green figure bounced away. Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief looking up with pitiful eyes. Master, can I stay on the ground today? Lin En looked down. The blue colloid in his arms was soft and cool, its bouncy texture quite pleasant. He coughed, keeping a straight face. Depends on your performance. Xiaolan instantly behaved, its entire body clinging motionlessly to Lin En's forearm. With one hand Lin En retrieved the plume of theft, summoning a frozen ghost and enshrank skeleton from his space. The ice pillar hit the ground, the ghost churning silently within. The skeleton was well-preserved, fragments of armor still hanging on its ribs. Detected alchemy materials. Ghost 1, shrank adventurer skeleton 1. Current cumulative success rate 12. Proceed with synthesis. Synthesize. A flash of white light. Ding. Alchemy failed. Cumulative success rate increased to 12. 5. Lin En's expression remained calm. Expected. 2 attempts left. Buzz. Without warning, a golden prompt exploded in his mind. Ding. Hidden trait triggered. Alchemy critical. Effect: the next alchemy synthesis is guaranteed to succeed and will trigger a judgment granting a related skill reward. Lin En's hand froze in midair. Sensing his master's emotional fluctuation, Xiaolan tilted its head. Master. Lin En did not answer. He stared at the golden text on the panel for a full 5 seconds. Guaranteed success. Guaranteed skill reward. His heartbeat quickened. But it accelerated for only 2 seconds. Lin En slowly set down the shrank skeleton. He did not act immediately. From his past life he had cultivated the habit of thinking deeply when fortune fell from the sky. The critical was only once. If used on enshrank skeleton, he would at most get enshrank skeleton soldier plus an unknown skill. But if... Lin En's pupils contracted. Since it's a guaranteed success. He murmured, his voice barely audible. Then why waste it on a skeleton? Lin En's mind raced. Where to use it? The shrank skeleton. No, too wasteful. The Yuming longsword. No, without suitable sword-type materials to complement forging, a mishmash would be a huge loss. In his view, fusing 2 swords would definitely result in a sword-type form. Alchemy with other materials was uncertain. Lin En wanted to preserve the sword form, after all it was too cool. Yuming binding chain paired with the plunder void feather. Combining 2 supreme treasures sounded tempting, but the outcome was uncontrollable. If only one ability remained, it would be like picking up sesame seeds while losing the watermelon. Lin En took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. In his past life, when making plans, he understood a principle: when resources were limited, always bet on the option with the highest certainty. Master. Xiaolan tilted its head, its mimicked eyes blinking curiously. Lin En didn't answer, looking down at Xiaolan in his arms. Level 56. King Mark Slime. Infinite Division. Fusion. The core of his current strongest combat power. If the critical hit were used on Xiaolan's enhancement. Lin En's fingers unconsciously stroked the velvet surface of the plunder void feather. Just then Xiaolan curiously extended a tentacle and touched the tip of the feather. Ding. Detected alchemical enhancement formula: Slime King Xiaolan 1 Supreme Treasure Shrank Plunder Void Feather 1. Proceed with alchemical enhancement. Lin En's pupils contracted. Enhancement formula. Enhancement. Using Xiaolan as the core to devour the Supreme Treasure's ability. That meant the spatial ability of the Plunder Void Feather could potentially become Xiaolan's innate skill. Lin En's eyes lit up. Innate skills could not be stolen or taken away. Even if Xiaolan was killed, the skill would not be lost. Compared to other options, the latter seemed more reliable. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Lin En made the decision instantly. Golden light burst from his palm. The plunder void feather, as if attracted by a magnet, left Lin En's palm and plunged straight into Xiaolan's body. The blue gel instantly expanded to 3 times its original size, with golden light swirling inside like a pouring galaxy. Xiaolan's entire body trembled violently, its mimicked expression shifting from confusion to surprise then to ecstasy. 3 seconds later the light converged. Ding! Alchemical enhancement successful. Slime King Xiaolan has acquired innate skill Void Plunder's rank. Skill description: expend mana to plunder the void for personal use, expend mental energy to store and retrieve items and living beings. The size of the space also grows with the user's level. Alchemy critical hit reward assessment. Assessment successful. Congratulations host for acquiring innate skill Void Plunder's rank. Obtain attribute reward all attributes 30. Lynn and looked at the panel and slowly let out a breath. Perfect. The core ability of the Supreme Treasure was fully inherited and he had also obtained the corresponding skill and attributes. The ability of a Supreme Treasure had turned into an innate skill thanks to his clever manipulation of alchemy. And he got 2 copies of the skill. Lynn and put his hands on his hips, tilted his head back, unable to suppress the curve of his lips. Ha ha ha, halfway through his laugh he froze. Wait. Lin N's expression changed and he looked down at Xiaolan. My souls. Magic fruits. They weren't alchemized away, were they? Xiaolan was startled by Lin N's sudden change in expression, shrinking its entire body into a ping-pong ball. It naturally understood Lin N's meaning and quickly checked. Master. Your items are all inside the new space Xiaolan obtained. Xiaolan opened its body, projecting a translucent phantom from its core. In the phantom thousands of magic fruits and hundreds of frozen souls floated neatly. Lin N breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. Good. Xiaolan, keep the items for now, we'll transfer them later. Okay, master. Xiaolan nodded repeatedly without any complaint. Instead it felt a surge of pride. Lin N ruffled Xiaolan's head in a great mood. He stood up, planning to take advantage of today's hot streak to try alchemy on the shrank skeleton again. Although the critical hit was used up, the cumulative success rate remained. What if his luck exploded today? However, just as he retrieved a frozen soul from Xiaolan's body, Lin N. A big discovery. A big discovery. Selendil came running from the direction of the giant tree, holding Xiao Hei, her golden hair flying wildly behind. Look at the tree. Lin N looked up in the direction she pointed. On the bare magic fruit tree at the highest branch there hung a fruit emitting golden light. Lin N squinted. Something was wrong. He clearly remembered that after picking, he and Selendil had both confirmed that there was no such fruit at that time. What was going on? Lin N wondered. This wasn't here before, was it? No. Selendil nodded firmly, her eyes wide. Lin N looked closely, it seems to be moving. Lin N focused and looked carefully. The fruit was indeed trembling slightly. Lin N was sure there was no wind on the 100th floor. This thing was swaying on its own, quite eerie. However, the next second the golden fruit suddenly sprang from the branch like a startled squirrel, sliding rapidly down the trunk. Holy crap, it's alive. Before Lin N's words faded, Selendil had already dashed out. Her green figure flickered twice before his eyes and disappeared from sight. The speed was ridiculously fast. Lin N clicked his tongue. This speed was even faster than the golden bat ox demon on the 98th floor. Boom. Before Lin N could finish being amazed, a loud noise came from the direction of the tree trunk. Selendil casually picked up a piece of gravel from the ground and threw it like a javelin. The stone tore through the air, blasting a branch as thick as an arm into dust. Cold sweat broke out on Lin N's forehead. Brutal, too brutal. Indeed, Selendil, after restoring her strength, was too powerful. It must be related to the breakthrough of constraints she had mentioned earlier. Lin N decided to ask her about it later. Boom, 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 a series of explosions. The ancient tree was riddled with holes, branches broke and fell, raising clouds of debris. However, that golden fruit was incredibly agile, dodging left and right amidst the dense barrage, remaining completely unscathed. Can't catch it, absolutely can't catch it. The gap in physical ability was too large. Lin N simply stopped and observed calmly. Stop right there. Selendil roared. Another stone howled through the air. This time the fruit didn't dodge. It abruptly stopped on the broken trunk facing the incoming stone Hedon. A golden shield materialized out of thin air, and the moment the stone hit it, vaporized and dissipated. You little thing, you can actually use skills. Selendil, far from being afraid, became even more excited. Xiao Hei. Help me pick up stones. Xiao Hei and her arms stiffened all over. It was silent for a second, then obediently slipped into the shadows and began moving stones to Selendil's feet. Selendil transformed into a human catapult, bombarding relentlessly. Although the shield blocked the damage, the impact force was real. The golden fruit was forced back repeatedly, eventually shrinking into the crevice between two entangled roots with nowhere to retreat. A smug curve appeared at the corner of Celandil's mouth. She charged the stone in her hand. Bullying is too much. A childish yet angry telepathic voice exploded in their minds. The fruit abruptly pushed the shield forward, golden light surging. Celandil was forced to lean back to dodge. When she looked again, the fruit had vanished from its spot. Lynn's gaze caught a rapidly moving afterimage. He turned his head sharply. At the entrance to the 100th floor, right at the stone gate they had entered, the golden fruit hovered, mimicking a disdainful expression. "Little girl, you think you can catch me? You don't know your place." Celandil stomped her foot in anger. "You." The fruit let out a cold snort, its body flashing with golden light. The originally sealed stone gate slowly opened. Lynn's pupils shook violently. "What's going on? Wasn't it said that only the boss on the 99th floor could open the stone gate? How did this thing do it? We can't let it escape." Lynn's mind raced. A fruit that had lived for who knows how many years, and it could override Xiaolan's authority. This thing is definitely not an ordinary magical fruit. Xiaolan. Close the door. Received. Xiaolan's body erupted with indigo blue light, frantically pouring magical power into the stone door. The slowly rising door abruptly halted and began to sink back down. The golden fruit hovered in front of the stone door, its simulated arrogant expression remaining unmoved. "Little one, I have to say you are very lucky," its voice said without a ripple. "But this luck of yours will also be your greatest misfortune." As its words fell, an invisible ripple burst from within the golden fruit and slammed into the stone door. Boom! The sinking door jammed tightly. The next second it actually reversed direction again, rising despite Xiaolan's full power output. How? Xiaolan's two blue eyes bulged wide, magical power pouring out frantically, but the stone door seemed held by an invisible giant hand, not moving an inch. "Master." Xiaolan turned around with a tearful voice. "I'm sorry, its authority is higher than mine, I can't hold it." "Impossible." Celandil drew in a sharp breath. The 99th floor boss has absolute control over the stone door, how could it lose to a fruit? Lynn was silent for 2 seconds. Authority higher than the 99th floor boss. The connection between this fruit and the maze core far exceeded expectations. Such a level of existence must not be provoked. In this unknown maze, if the other party simply tripped him up, he wouldn't even know how he died. Realizing this, Lynn instantly retracted his killing intent and put on an impeccable smile. "Sir, we have offended you. Please go ahead, we will not obstruct you." As he spoke, he gave Celandil a wink. Celandil was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. She hurriedly dropped the stone in her hand, clapped her palms and apologized with a smile. "Sorry, I couldn't resist chasing you as if you were a wild fruit. Please be magnanimous." Heh. The golden fruit finally turned around, its simulated brow relaxing a bit. "At least you have some discernment." It paused and its tone turned icy cold. "This old man's identity is not convenient to reveal. However, considering your attitude is acceptable, I'll give you a warning. Take the treasure you've obtained and pick the magical fruits, then leave quickly." An order to leave. Lynn and Celandil exchanged glances, both hearing the implication. "Sir, before we go, could you satisfy our curiosity?" Lynn cupped his hands. The golden fruit nodded. "What about those piles of bones on the 100th floor? And those frozen wraiths, they belong to the demon realm. How did they appear in the maze?" The golden fruit paused, dropping its perfunctory expression. "You are cautious," it said. "The bones are the trophies of successive 99th floor bosses. As for the wraiths..." Its simulated expression suddenly twisted, revealing long-suppressed fury. "Naturally, someone deliberately made it so." Deliberately. Lynn's pupils contracted. He was about to ask further when, boom. A moon-white beam of light shot violently in through the stone door. Too fast. Lynn only saw a flash of white light before a terrifying shockwave exploded right in front of him, the gale flipping his robe. The beam precisely pierced through the golden fruit. The golden fruit's body didn't even have time to raise a shield, instantly twisting and deforming. That white light carried it past Lynn's ear, bringing bone-chilling cold, and blasted straight into the rock wall at the end of the 100th floor. Boom. The golden fruit was pinned tightly to the stone wall by an arrow of light flowing with cold silver radiance, its light flickering and trembling violently. At the same time, the stone door swung fully open. Blinding light poured in. 3 figures descended like gods of slaughter, blocking the only escape route. The leading giant was over 2 meters tall, muscles like cast iron, wild golden hair flowing like a lion's mane. He held a longbow of pure moonwhite in one hand, maintaining the posture of having just released the string. Lynn's pupils sharply contracted. To the giant's left was a tall thin man wrapped in a grey cloak with a pair of darting grey-green eyes visible under the hood and 3 blackened short blades at his waist gleaming coldly. To the right was a bald giant whose horizontal width rivaled his height, carrying a dark red runic heavy shield as tall as a man. Standing there he was a wall of flesh. The 3 of them unapologetically pressed down with their level pressure, the air in the 100th floor trembling. The moment she recognized that moonwhite longbow cylinder was struck by lightning. Fear, humiliation and rage surged across her face alternately. She stepped forward, blocking Lynn, and her voice cold enough to freeze. Who are you? Why is my clan's sacred artifact moonlight longbow in your hands? What is your relationship with the Purpose Conquest team? 3 questions thrown out in one breath. The tips of her 2 pointed ears trembled violently, but her back remained straight. The leading Leonhardt was taken aback. Then a cruel smile twisted his lips. He ignored Cylinder's questions, his dark golden vertical pupils passing over her shoulder to lock firmly onto Xiaolan in Lynn's arms. Not bad, his voice rolled like thunder. Indeed a king, Mark Slime. The tall thin wrestler's grey-green eyes shifted to Cylinder, his tongue licking his cracked lips. The shield guardian Helga sidestepped half a step, tilting the heavy shield slightly to seal all angles. Leonhardt slowly put away the bow and beckoned to Xiaolan with a finger. Little one, I'm already slevel, your little boost is negligible. But keeping you as an ornamental battle pet, that would be acceptable. He grinned. Come with me, be Leonhardt's dog, and I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. The air fell dead silent. Xiaolan cowered in Lynn's arms, tilting his head to stare at Leonhardt. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then it turned its head. Simulating a face of extreme disgust, its big eyes blinking at Lynn. Master, who is this idiot that looks like a bear? The telepathic message was unencrypted, broadcast 360 degrees without dead angles. Xiaolan's whole body trembled, his disgust evident. He actually wants Xiaolan to be his battle pet. Laughing to death, a slime. Xiaolan only recognizes one master in this life. What garbage is he? Cylinder's lips twitched wildly. Even she found these 3 men intimidating, but Xiaolan's mouth was aiming for genocide. Sure enough. Resser's knuckles on the dagger creaked. Helga's heavy shield let out a dull howl. The smile on Leonhardt's face cracked inch by inch. A beast that doesn't know when it's being given face. He reached back and pulled out a heavy battle axe dripping with bloody aura, slamming it onto the ground. Thud. The 100th floor ground trembled violently, cracks spreading like spider webs. Leonhardt's gaze slowly shifted from Xiaolan, greedily scanning Cylinder's body, finally lingering on her slender waist. Put away your shameful fantasies. Lynn's voice suddenly rang out, cold without a trace of warmth. As a normal man, he knew exactly what the other was thinking. He pulled Cylinder behind him, directly meeting those dark golden vertical pupils. Move your filthy eyes away. Ha! A hero saving the beauty. Leonhardt laughed, his shoulders shaking violently. A waste like you who lucked his way in. The battle axe pointed directly at Lynn's nose, killing intent fully erupted. Listen up. I am Leonhardt. By order of the 12th king of the Altria Empire, Hermann von Altria III, I've come to take your dog life. He licked the axe blade, his smile growing more lewd. But before that, this top-grade slime and that elven beauty, I want them all. After I've had my fun in front of you, I'll send you on your way. Extreme arrogance. Extreme filth. The last trace of warmth in Lynn's eyes vanished completely. Deep in his dark brown pupils something turned completely cold. He didn't speak. Not that he didn't want to, but there was no longer any need to respond with words. Revenge does not wait for the next day. That was his life principle. Faced with 3 powerful enemies intent on killing him, how to destroy them, Lynn's mind raced. And while Leonhardt was arrogantly ranting, an extremely faint telepathic message quietly slipped into the tall thin wrestler's ear. How much time is left? Leonhardt appeared manic on the surface, but inwardly was as steady as a rock. Wrestler's face, hidden under the hood, twisted into a venomous smile. His fingertips tapped the poisoned short blade lightly, sending a silent telepathic message. Only the last 1 minute. Such bold words. Lynn's gaze turned icy, cutting sharply toward the 3 before him. In the shadows he silently cast an appraisal spell. Leonhardt Berserker S rank LV. 90 warning, insufficient appraisal level, further information unavailable. S rank. That old king actually sent an S rank assassin to kill him. He must hold him in high regard. He couldn't even read the basic stats on the opponent's panel. This guy had definitely broken through the shackles Sarandiel mentioned. With his current strength, taking him hidden seemed unrealistic. Lynn instantly abandoned the idea of killing him. He wasn't strong enough and that would be suicide. Close the door first. After he developed a bit head, come back and crush them. Sarandiel. Lynn didn't turn around, sending a telepathic message. He seems strong. Can you handle him? Sarandiel silently drew a dark gold sphere from the void, cold sweat trickling down her temple. No, her telepathy came back extremely soft. He's an S rank who broke through the second shackle. In my current state I can't even take 3 moves hidden. Just as he thought. A chill glimmered in Lynn's eyes. Xiaolan, find a chance to close the door. Sarandiel, if it fails, teleport away immediately. Understood, master. Got it. 3 replies settled. Lynn took a deep breath. Even retreating had to be cautious when facing such a powerhouse. At the very least he had to restrict the opponent's speed to buy time for the door. The next second the coldness on his face vanished, replaced by a nonchalant grin. He lifted his chin toward Leonhardt. Leonhardt, right. How much did the old king give you to come die in this godforsaken place? The 3 opposite were stunned. Instead of getting angry, Leonhardt planted his battle axe on the ground and grinned with interest. Benefits. The only thing I want is your head in. His dark golden vertical pupils slowly shifted to behind Lynn. The body of an exquisite elf. Lanky Wreath and bald Helga let out a disgusting laugh. Lynn's expression remained unchanged, but his telepathic thoughts flashed like lightning. Xiaolan, Xiaohei, unleash the domain. Sarandiel, charge the teleport. Wait for my command. Roger. Seconds ticked by. A smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, Lynn continued to bait them. How did you find us? Did the Purpose team tell you? Humph. Leonhardt raised an eyebrow. Dead men tell no tales. Lynn's heart tightened. He had deliberately mentioned the Purpose team to probe the source of information. This guy actually knew the Purpose team was dead. Even more unsettling, why would an arrogant S-rank berserker patiently waste time chatting with him? Villains die because of too much talk. Unless they were also stalling for time. Lynn's peripheral vision caught Wreath's fingers moving slightly beneath the shadow of his hood, brushing the sheath of the short blade at his waist. An extremely covert movement. But Lynn caught it. Move. With a sharp shout, Lynn lunged backward. Boom. Xiaolan erupted instantly. The deep sea domain and frost domain activated simultaneously, indigo light exploding from the core like a tsunami covering a 15-meter radius. Xiaohei dissolved into a pool of ink, the darkness domain spreading silently. Triple domains overlapped, temperature plummeted, light was swallowed, space turned viscous. Xiaolan closed the door. The heavy stone door rumbled loudly and began to descend. But, master. The level suppression is too strong. The domains can't hold them. Xiaolan's tearful telepathic message crashed into Lynn's mind. Lynn looked up sharply. A surge of blood energy burst from Leonhardt, whose limbs, supposed to be frozen, were only slowed by 30%. His dark golden vertical pupils burned even brighter amid the frost. He strode forward through the triple domains. Ha ha ha. A top-grade slime. I'm liking this more and more. The wild laughter shattered Lynn's last shred of hope. Almost at the same instant, Wreath's voice came from the darkness. Quick reflexes. Too bad, it's too late. His gray-green eyes rolled beneath the hood, his mouth twisting into a venomous arc. The poison has already seeped into the marrow. Lynn's mind went blank. No warning, no pain, no trigger. His limbs felt drained of strength, his bones turning to water. Thud. He collapsed straight onto his face, hitting the cold stone floor. Warning. Negative status detected, full paralysis, A-rank toxin. Duration 30 seconds. Clatter. A metallic sound dropped beside him. The dark gold sphere slipped from Sarandiel's hand, rolling away. Her knees gave way and she collapsed next to Lynn. Not a single finger could move. When had they been poisoned? He hadn't sensed it at all. Lynn gritted his teeth, cheek pressed against the ground. An S-rank powerhouse actually stooped to using poison. Had it started with the arrow when they entered? Or earlier? Thud. 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 The heavy footsteps trampled through Xiaohei's darkness domain like stepping through puddles. Leonhardt strode to the descending stone door, his head covered in frost. He swung his rift-cleaving axe with one hand. Boom. The axe lodged into the stone door, sparks flying. The massive 1,000-ton stone door was forcibly propped halfway down. It didn't budge. Leonhardt stepped over the threshold, looking down at the ground. See? This is the gap in levels. He crouched down, pinching Lynn's chin with 2 fingers, forcing his head up. Kid, all your little tricks mean nothing against absolute power. Lynn stared fiercely into those dark golden vertical pupils, teeth grinding audibly. Wreath. Leonhardt released his grip and stood up. Boss, your orders. The lanky man drifted out of the shadows. Double the paralysis effect. As you wish. Wreath flicked his finger, a wisp of blue-black powder falling. Warning. Paralysis enhanced. Duration extended to 120 seconds. Leonhardt tore off his cloak. His gaze fell on Sarandiel, lust almost burning through reason in those dark golden vertical pupils. He strode over. Don't touch her. Lynn roared, veins bulging on his neck, every muscle convulsing. He couldn't even lift a finger. Leonhardt didn't even look at him. He crouched down, reaching out his rough fingers toward Sarandiel's cheek. Today I'm going to savor a top-grade elf right in front of this waist. The approaching hand reflected in Sarandiel's emerald green pupils. Her pointed ears trembled violently. And in Lynn's eyes something shattered completely. In its place was a pure, ruthless killing intent he had never known in himself. The situation was grim beyond his expectations. But at moments like this the enemy was also at their most careless. Lynn's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Since you're so eager to die, fine, he'll grant your wish. If you dare touch her, he'll slaughter your entire family. Lynn N's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck, his roar echoing through the 100-floor space. His voice cracked from shouting. But inwardly he was as calm as a stagnant pond. Anger. Of course it was feigned. The skill of playing the pitiful victim to squeeze overtime pay from clients in his past life worked just as well in this other world. Oh, the trash hero is panicking. Leonard, instead of getting angry, stopped and laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Before their eyes he yanked open his belt. I've been holding it in. After days wandering this damned maze, I finally get to have some fun today. His dark gold reptilian eyes locked onto Salanter. Boy, open your dog eyes wide and watch. Boss, hurry up. We can't wait either. Reiser and Helga outside let out lewd laughter. Stay back. Salanter collapsed in despair, her emerald eyes brimming with humiliation. You beasts. I'd rather bite off my tongue. Bite your tongue. Reiser's gray-green eyes flickered as he raised a hand. Hum. The emerald poison mist in the air instantly doubled in potency. Salanter felt her jaw stiffen, unable to even clench her teeth. Enhanced degrade paralysis mist. Heh heh, little beauty, now you can't even seek death. Reiser laughed like a viper, hissing. Master. Little Blue shrank in Lynn N's arms, its blue body trembling with guilt. Sorry, if only Little Blue could be stronger. Faced with the hopeless situation, Lynn N's eyes were terrifyingly calm. That roar moments ago was merely a distraction. In truth, his mind was repeating a single command. Little Black. Purify itself. Stand by. From the moment the paralysis toxin invaded his body, Little Black had been executing this order. Its purification talent cleared the poison far faster than normal. Now it lay motionless in the corner like a patch of dead ink. But Lynn N knew it had recovered. Inch by inch sensation was quietly returning to his body. Come here, you exquisite little elf. Leonard sneered, reaching his coarse hand for Salanter's collar. Now. Little Black. Cover his face. The dead mass of ink in the corner exploded into action. Supreme speed, silent trajectory. Little Black transformed into a jet black arrow, striking Leonard's face with precision. Slap. The highly resilient black gel sealed his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. What the hell? Get off. Leonard panicked, instinctively reaching to peel Little Black off his face. A half-second opening. Enough. Up. Lynn N leaped from the ground. With a flick of his right hand, the dark gold abyssal binding chain shot out like a venomous snake, precisely latching around Leonard's neck. Click. The chain coiled down his shoulders, binding his arms tightly behind his back. The lock snapped shut with a thud, azure runes glowing. Scrayed treasure, abyssal binding chain. Binding limit scrayed. Leonard fell exactly within that line. Lynn N then waved his hand, sending several beams of pure white light onto Salanter and Little Blue. Purification. I can move. Salanter shot up in disbelief. Deep sea domain. Open. Freedom regained. Little Blue erupted with fury. Indigo water light detonating, pinning Riser and Helga behind. Lynn N grabbed Celantir's wrist and recoiled 10 meters. Break. Leonard eyes bloodshot, channeled mad power. Muscles swelled, bones creaked. The abyssal binding chain shimmered with dark light. Not a single movement. How is this possible? Leonard's face contorted. Scrade. What scrap chain can hold me? Lynn N watched his futile struggles impassively. Scrade, yes. But not above Scrade. The bird in hand had flown and he had been outsmarted. Riser exploded in fury. You ungrateful wretch. Die. He bit his tongue and slammed both hands to the ground. A grade skill. Corrosive toxic wave. Boom. The hall's floor tiles cracked, a foul greenish-black torrent of venom erupting from below, carrying bone-melting heat cascading toward them. Little Blue, Little Black, come back. Lynn N scooped both battle pets into his arms. Lynn N, hold on. Celantir, with the high agility of an elf, swept him up in her arms. A gentle glow of moon's tear appeared in her palm. In a flash she thought of only one thing: take everyone away. Space teleport. The light flared for an instant. Then faded. Not even a ripple in space. How can this be? Celantir's face went pale. Ha ha ha. Trying to run. Riser laughed hysterically behind the toxic wave. The king has laid an anti-space magic formation outside the maze. Even a god would die here. The toxic wave loomed, cutting off all escape. Celantir closed her eyes in despair. Then the man in her arms laughed. Who said we're running? Lynn N reached his right hand straight toward the rolling wave. Void devour. Collect. Hum. Scrade talent skill activated. The space directly in front of Lynn N seemed to be bitten off by an invisible giant. The towering toxic wave vanished into the void without a single splash. The entire mass of green liquid devoured. Even the residue was precisely controlled by his will, leaving not a drop. Gah. Riser, still with his hands on the ground, nearly popped his gray-green eyes out. Where's the poison? Where's my huge sea of poison? Lynn N clapped, gazing at the pool of venom in his void devour space with satisfaction. Nice. Keep it for later to ambush someone. This zero-cost haul is a steal. Celantir, still holding him in a princess carry, was frozen in shock. Only then did she realize a pure maiden like herself was carrying a grown man. But she couldn't put him down immediately. Celantir. What are you spacing out for? Put me down. Ah. Oh. Celantir snapped out of it, flustered as she set him down, her face hot enough to fry an egg. Lynn N had no time for the elf princess inner drama. He grabbed 2 handfuls of golden magic fruits from Little Blue's space and stuffed them into the battle pets' mouths. Listen up, today we're playing high-end. Lynn N wore a cold smile that would make a capitalist weep. Shadow stride. He and Celantir instantly merged into the shadows, leaving only a frigid command in the void. Little Blue, Little Black, pelt them with skills. Run out of mana, eat fruits. Unlimited firepower mode. Wear them down alive. Yay. Finally Little Blue's turn. The next second the 100-floor hall turned into a magic meat grinder. High-pressure water bullet. Shadow stab. Water pressure cage. Shadow rend. Countless skills rained from all directions, frequency rivaling a Gatling gun. Clang. 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 Helga, holding an iron-heavy shield, was battered with sparks flying, her palm splitting. Where do his battle pets get so much mana? Hundreds of rounds already. How would I know? Riser rolled desperately through the barrage, his proud poison dodge technique useless against full coverage bombardment. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Water cannons and shadow spikes never ceased. Whenever the skill light dimmed, a slime would pull a magic fruit from space, bite it, and continue the onslaught. Over 1,000 magic fruits. Each restored full mana for an Scrade adventurer. This was Lynn N's trump card, pure resource dominant. Finally. Crack. The runes on Helga's shield went completely dark. The Agrade defender, with his extreme defense and health exhausted, his mana and stamina collapsing to his knees, eyes rolling back in despair. Riser fared worse. Poison backlash and mana depletion left him twitching on the ground like a dead dog. In the corner Leonard, bound like a dumpling, had lost all his arrogance. Don't hit anymore. The once arrogant Scrade berserker trembled with terror, his voice shaking like a sieve. Spare me. I was sent by the king, kill me and the Empire won't let you off. The hall fell silent. Lin En stepped out of the shadows with Salanter. Unscathed. He walked to the collapsed trio looking down at these once invincible top fighters. Salanter stood behind Lin and her emerald eyes reflecting his upright figure. Her pointed ears twitched slightly. Suddenly that silhouette felt so dependable. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin En's mouth. He rubbed his hands together. Excellent. Now it's time for the treasure explosion. Don't kill me. In the poisonous sludge Liang Hate wriggled frantically like a dying fish out of water. His golden hair plastered with filthy sewage clung to his face in strands, none of the Shrank Berserker's majesty remained. Weren't you so cocky just now? Lin En stepped forward, his boot mercilessly grinding Liang Hate's face into the muddy water. Keep shouting. Who said you'd get your fun and then send me off right in front of me? Liang Hate whimpered incoherently, too weak even to retort. Xiaolan, bring me that crappy axe of his. Coming right up, master. Xiaolan mimicked the face of a mob boss in sunglasses, coiled a tentacle around the heavy rift shatter axe and dropped it steadily at Lin En's feet. Lin En lifted it with one hand. Earth magic surged along the blade, a heavy weight in his palm. Not bad, and shrank weapon. As alchemy material it'll yield top-tier products. Seeing his bonded weapon seized, Liang Hate's innate ferocity exploded mixed with terror. He stiffened his neck and roared with bluster, you dare touch my axe. I warn you. I work for Lord Griffin the Scourge. He is the Imperial Court's chief mage. If you kill me today, Lord Griffin will never let you go. Lin En picked his ear. His gaze was like that of a corpse. Oh, so you've got some heavy backing. A cold smirk curled on his lips. Since death is inevitable either way, there's no point keeping you. Xiaolan, give him the supreme spa package and finish him off. Threatening me, I'd flip the whole empire, why fear some old geezer I've never seen? Roger that. Satisfaction guaranteed. Xiaolan cheered and a high-pressure water prison instantly condensed, sealing Liang Hate's head perfectly. The icy water poured into his mouth and nose. The suffocation of death shattered his last shred of psychological defense. Gurgle. No. I was wrong. Am willing to be your slave. Sign a master-servant contract. I beg you to spare this miserable life. Lin En snapped his fingers. The water prison receded to Liang Hate's chin. A slave. Trash like you takes up space. Lin En looked down at him from above. Hand over Saranther's moonlight bow and he'll consider letting you die quickly. Liang Hate gasped for air, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. That bow. I sealed it in my personal spatial storage. That's my unique skill, I have to form hand seals to unlock it. First unchain these shackles. Idiot, the moment my hands are free Lin En ignored him entirely. He turned directly to the elf behind him. Saranther, let me ask you something. After a person dies, can you still retrieve items from their spatial storage? Saranther caught on, immediately casting a cold glance at Liang Hate. Fragile items won't work. When someone dies, the space collapses and everything gets shredded by the void. A mocking smile curved on her lips. But for a supreme treasure like the moonlight bow, the spatial turbulence definitely can't destroy it. At worst it drifts through the void, at best it drops out directly. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. Got it. Otto, look then. Why keep you? You. Bitch. You mother, gurgle. Before he could finish cursing, Xiaolan's water prison engulfed his head again. Just as Liang Hate's eyes rolled back and he drew his last breath. Buzz. An unremarkable leather pouch at his waist exploded. A blinding white light shot into the sky, tearing through the hall's gloom. Lin En, watch out. Saranther yanked Lin En back several meters. The white light swiftly coalesced midair into a translucent phantom about 2 meters tall. The figure was gaunt as an old crow draped in an ornate court robe, leaning on a staff made from a pale dragon's spine. His inorganic silvery gray left eye was like a stagnant pool. The moment the phantom formed, a wave of high-level magical pressure crashed down. The air in the entire 100th floor froze. Stop. A dry, raspy voice spoke, his gaze condescending with lofty arrogance. Xiaolan, hold. Lin En frowned slightly. The phantom's pressure was too strong. If the enemy unleashed a powerful spell, 10 heads wouldn't be enough. Let's clarify first. The water prison stopped churning. Liang Hate, half suffocated, greedily breathed the air, his despairing eyes suddenly blazing with ecstasy. Lord Griffin. Ha 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 ha. Worthless fool. You're dead. Griffin's phantom didn't even spare a glance at the ground. His gaze locked directly on Lynn and then flicked to the towering tree in the distance. Visitor from another world, you are indeed an anomaly. Griffin's voice grated like rusted gears. I am the Imperial Court's chief mage Fun. By His Majesty's order I have come to claim the Moonlight Bough. And the life divine sap. His tone was haughty as if granting a favor. Now spare the three of them, hand over the holy relic and the sap. I might consider asking His Majesty to show you leniency. Lin N's face was expressionless. What did he mean, couldn't touch me? A mental message flashed like lightning. Saranther, can this old geezer's phantom kill people? Saranther clenched her fists, replying rapidly, no. Though it looks menacing, it's just a high-level magical image. His real body isn't here. Even the strongest SS rank adventurer in this world has never been known to kill from afar. Lin N's tense muscles instantly relaxed. Damn, so it's just a hologram. Scared me for a second. Does he think I'm a 3-year-old? Reveal my trump card, then wait for your army to gather and catch me. Obeying would only get me killed faster. Lin N jerked his head up, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Sorry, can't do that. Griffin's phantom froze. In the entire empire no one dared defy him. His silvery gray prosthetic eye contracted. What did you say? I said. Lin N's gaze turned ice cold. Xiao Lan, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Coming right up. Squelch. Without warning. Xiao Lan's water prison instantly pressurized, turning into tens of thousands of ultrafine water needles that pierced Liang Hate's 7 orifices. Meanwhile, Lei Sei and Hier Jia had long lost their breath. Their bodies crumpled to the ground like crushed insects. Clatter. A longbow flowing with cool moonlight along with several faintly glowing items fell from Liang Hate's collapsing spatial storage. It really dropped loot. Lin N stepped forward, bent down, picked up the moonlight bough and tossed it behind him. Saranther caught it steadily. The moment her emerald pupils touched the bough, they flushed red. Tears swirled in her eyes but were stubbornly forced back. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her fingers gripping the bough arm until the knuckles turned white. 1 year. A full year, the clan's holy relic had finally returned. How dare you? Griffin's phantom erupted in fury, his silvery gray eye blazing with terrifying ferocity. Insolent ant, you've overstepped. Any last words, Lord Griffin? Lin N stared at the phantom in midair, his tone flat. Fine. Excellent. Griffin laughed in rage, his voice venomous enough to make one's scalp crawl. Boy, perhaps you don't know yet. The phantom began flickering violently on the verge of dissipating. His Majesty has ordered me to personally lead 100,000 Imperial troops to completely seal off the labyrinth's exit. An anti-flight formation has been deployed. You want escape? His voice grew fainter and more distant. Wash your neck and wait. This old man will crush you, heretic, and this whole blasted labyrinth into dust. Pop. The phantom shattered, scattering into countless specks of light that faded away. The hall fell into deathly silence. Lin N stood still. He was silent for 3 seconds. Holy shit. He slowly turned to face Saranther. 100,000 troops. Really? Boy, you've done well. You've truly given this old man a wonderful show. In the silent hall a childish voice rang out abruptly. Lin N spun around sharply. On the wall the golden fruit that had been pierced by a silver arrow was slowly pulling its body out of the stone wall. The cracks on its surface healed at a visible speed while slender limbs stretched out from the round fruit body. Plop. It landed on the ground. A pair of pure gold vertical pupils snapped open. Oh my. Cylinder jolted, leaping behind Lin N and clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. Senior. You didn't die. Humph. How could this old man possibly die so easily? The magic fruit rolled its eyes, its golden pupils sweeping over the 3 corpses on the floor before turning to Lin N. Its gaze was full of admiration. Boy, you're really something. You dared to kill right in front of that old bastard Griffin, ruthless enough. Its tone shifted, laced with schadenfreude. But this time you've truly crossed a big shot. A tiny hand waved through the air. Hum. The air rippled like water and a massive holographic image unfurled before them. In the image a dense mass of Imperial iron cavalry surrounded the labyrinth exit, tightly packed. Hundreds of high-ranking mages in midair jointly activated a magic array, its barrier completely sealing off the entire sky. Oh heavens. Cylinder's legs went weak as she covered her mouth. 100,000 strong army. The labyrinth is truly surrounded. What do we do? The magic fruit crossed its arms ready to savor the despair of Lin En weeping bitterly. It really is. Lin En rubbed his chin and gave an awkward smile. He turned and patted Cylinder on the shoulder, his tone calm. Don't worry. At worst we can hole up on the 100th floor and never go out. We have food and drink, what's there to fear? Cylinder froze. The magic fruit was also stunned. Its two pointed ears twitched in disbelief. Are you serious? There's 100,000 strong army outside. Lin En ignored her expression. Stepping forward, he fixed his burning gaze on the magic fruit. Senior, I won't beat around the bush. You chose to fake your death and appear and even deliberately showed us the surveillance footage. I suspect you've already prepared a way to deal with them, haven't you? In his past life as a corporate slave, every time the boss tossed out a crisis there was always a follow-up task hidden behind it. Lin En could smell that kind of routine with his eyes closed. The air fell silent for a moment. Ha 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 ha. The magic fruit burst into a roar of laughter, making the entire 100th floor tremble. Good. You're truly remarkable, boy. Even this you could see through. It clapped its tiny hands, brilliant light flashing in its golden pupils. This old man doesn't like to beat around the bush. Follow me. With that it flew straight toward the throne in the center of the hall. Xiaolan Xiaohei, keep up. Lin En's lips curled up as he tugged the still-dazed Cylinder and hurried after. Behind the throne a magic array glowing with blue light came into view. Intricate patterns overlapped in layers, clearly no ordinary formation. Stepping into the array. White light swallowed their vision, a fleeting intense sense of weightlessness. When they opened their eyes again they were surrounded by an endless pure white space. No walls, no dome. In the very center stood a transparent stone platform. But Lin En's breath caught. Beside the platform, towering 10 meters high, a colossal skeletal structure stood silently. Its wings stretched 30 meters wide. The dark gold spine resembled a mountain range, and on its ferocious skull 2 horn bones thrust toward the sky. Even as mere dead bones, the draconic might that spanned countless years pressed down like a tangible force. Lin En's entire skeleton creaked and groaned. Xiaolan and Xiaohei both prostrated on the ground, not daring to breathe. The magic fruit drifted slowly down, stopping at the tip of the bone dragon's snout. Its voice suddenly changed, no longer a childish tone but a heavy, unquestionable authority. Boy. This old man was once the master of these bones. And also the administrator of this Ella Grand Labyrinth. A servant of the god of life. Dead silence. Then Cylinder exploded. What? Her emerald green eyes went wide, her voice sharp to the point of cracking. The god of life. The Lin Lei Higher Dun who evolved from a hero 10,000 years ago and ultimately fell in the Starry Sea. The magic fruit glanced at her. 10,000 years and someone still remembers my master's name. Oh heavens. Cylinder trembled all over, her hands clenched into fists raised to her chest, stars shining in her eyes. Then you, senior. You are the undying green dragon recorded in ancient texts, Sir Sinuo Higher Dun. Little girl, quite knowledgeable. The magic fruit was immensely pleased, its mouth curling up wildly. But the satisfaction lasted only a sec. It withdrew its smile, golden pupils locking onto Lin En again. Pity. You are not the one my master seeks. Cylinder. The magic fruit no longer looked at her, pouring all its attention onto Lin En. Boy, take out your life divine liquid. Lin En raised an eyebrow. He didn't comply immediately. Take it out for what? The magic fruit snorted, so many useless questions. Do you think this old man would harm you? Hard to say, a thought drifted through Lin En's mind. But he didn't hesitate long. If an undying green dragon that could survive 10,000 years in the form of a magic fruit wanted to kill him, it wouldn't need to waste so many words. A slight move of his fingertip. Nullification activated and a mass of emerald liquid brimming with vitality was extracted from the void suspended in his palm. The magic fruit waved its hand and the liquid broke free from Lin En's control, flying autonomously into the air. This is no ordinary product bred by the labyrinth. Its voice was solemn like a resonant bell or a grand chime. This is the divine blood of my master. I deliberately mixed it into the life divine liquid. Lin En's pupils contracted. Divine blood. No wonder Xiaolan and Xiaohei went numb at a touch. It was the instinctive rejection of low-level life forms facing the origin of a deity. And you. The magic fruit's golden pupils blazed. From start to finish you touched the divine blood without any discomfort. Do you know what that means? Lin En remained silent. It means your body is naturally capable of bearing a divine spark. The magic fruit gave him no time to digest. The dragon clan's domineering nature was fully displayed. Its tiny hand pressed down hard. Boom. The divine blood in midair transformed into a column of emerald water crashing into Lin En's chest without any argument. The moment the liquid touched his skin there was no obstruction, it fused directly into his flesh. Cold. Warm. Then searing. A heat that burned from the marrow of his bones. Once you've absorbed it, a divine spark seed will condense inside you. The magic fruit's voice soared with excitement. With that seed you will gain the qualification to step into the divine realm. When that time comes, a mere 100,000 strong army will be no more than. Its voice cut off abruptly. Its golden vertical pupils shrank sharply. Lin En standing there had not erupted with any sacred radiance. There was no sign of a divine spark condensing. A strange gray-white mist spread around him. No. Something's wrong. For the first time a note of panic crept into the voice of the golden fruit. At that moment a vast and boundless image exploded in Lin En's mind. A towering radiant phantom shrouded in divine light looked down upon him from on high. The voice resonated like a bronze bell shaking his very soul. I am the god of life. Inherit my divine blood, cultivate to the utmost realm, and with a single thought flowers bloom, with a single thought creation and destruction unfold. Surrender soul from another world. Bind with the divine blood, forge a divine core, and you shall reign over all things. The divine voice echoed, dripping with seduction. Anyone else would have long since knelt in gratitude accepting this heaven-defying fortune. But the silent attribute panel on Lin En's retina suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. Beep. High-level divine substance detected attempting to reshape the host's soul. Warning: the host's core skill, alchemy, overpowers this entity in rank. Judging. Forcefully stripping the hero panel. Devouring partial divine blood. Devouring complete. Congratulations, host has awakened the exclusive guardian spirit Xiao Ji LV. 0. A crisp mechanical tone rang in his mind. Master, your exclusive guardian intelligence Xiao Ji is at your service. Lin En felt no awe, no shock, not even a ripple of emotion. What can you do? He cut straight to the point. I analyze all things. Additionally, Xiao Ji can decompose the host's redundant skills, extract divine points, and self-upgrade. It can also directly devour divine essence. Lin En's eyes lit up. What a perfect found object recycler. From now on those useless passive skills from alchemy would all have a place. A self-evolving super AI assistant. Capable of analyzing all things, that sounded incredibly powerful. Master, Xiao Ji's voice came again, I advise you to reject this inheritance. Why? Though the life divine core is strong, it is essentially a single attribute divine core that will lock your potential ceiling. The mechanical voice was utterly logical. Given your alchemy, as long as you have enough materials, you could easily forge a multi-attribute perfect divine core with your own hands. Lin En paused for half a second, then a grin spread from ear to ear. If he was to become a god, he'd be an all-attribute true god. Second-hand divine cores used by others. Not even worth his time. Of course he wouldn't let the Empire's scoundrels benefit either. Xiao Ji, devour all the divine essence in this broken inheritance. As you command. In his mind the majestic phantom of the gods suddenly stiffened. Its radiance flickered violently and a piercing wail echoed. The vast divine essence, as if sucked into a black hole, was drained dry by Xiao Ji without a trace. Devouring complete. Master Xiao Ji has leveled up to LV. 1. Divine essence feedback, all attributes 15. Power surged like a volcanic eruption, remodeling every inch of muscle from bone to blood. Combined with the attribute bonuses from previous alchemy crits, his stat panel had become that of a pure monster. Lin En felt an exhilarating chill running down his spine. Meanwhile the magic fruit had gone completely mad. Sweat dripped from its golden peel, its mimicry face twisted to the extreme. It stared intently as the eerie gray-white mist around Lin En dissipated, and in its perception, everything was gone. Gone. How can it be gone? In a flash the magic fruit appeared before Lin En, grabbing his collar with tiny hands and roaring hysterically. Old man's divine blood. That huge lump of immortal divine essence. What did you do to it? Lin En shrugged innocently. It came in on its own. Didn't even make a sound. Finished. All finished. The magic fruit released its grip, collapsed in midair, its golden vertical pupils unfocused. Master's inheritance is broken. The entire blank space fell into dead silence. Even the 10-meter-tall bone dragon skeleton seemed to dim. A timid hand reached out from the side. Selentier carefully held a crystal vial, her voice as soft as if afraid to wake something. Senior, I have a quarter left. The portion you gave me earlier. The magic fruit snapped its head around. A frenzied rebound of enthusiasm blazed in its golden eyes. It snatched the vial, glaring fiercely at Lynn and Brat. This time, no matter what monster is hiding in you, you'd better keep it suppressed. Lin En rubbed his nose. You'll try. But inside he silently commanded Xiao Ji, stand by. Understood, master. Entering highest alert. The magic fruit took a deep breath. Its tiny hand swung abruptly. The crystal vial shattered and the emerald divine liquid transformed into a halo, flying straight at Lin En's face. Half a meter. 10 centimeters. Just as the divine liquid was about to touch Lin En, buzz. The halo stopped dead in midair. The surface of the emerald liquid trembled violently, emitting a piercing wail. That supreme divine blood seemed to have encountered an indescribably terrifying natural enemy. Before the magic fruit's disbelieving gaze, the divine blood forcibly turned a 90-degree right angle in midair. As if fleeing on the night train, it whisked past Lin En's head with a whoosh and plunged straight into the forehead of the stunned Selentier beside him. Lin En. Hey, why are you running? Not even staying for dinner? Ha! Selentier only had time to let out a cry of surprise. Boom! A vast and gentle life aura exploded from her center. In the pure white space, a miracle descended. The cold stone floor instantly transformed into an endless emerald meadow. Even the 10-meter-tall bone dragon skeleton gleamed with a green glow of life, as if about to reshape its flesh. Selentier floated in midair, her silver-gold hair flying. A dazzling diamond-shaped green radiance slowly took shape between her brows. The seed of the life divine core. The magic fruit stood dumbfounded. It whipped around to stare at Lin En, its expression full of absurdity. Divine essence had instincts. It had just sensed extreme fear from the divine liquid. Monster. The magic fruit swallowed. What in the world are you, kid? Lin En ignored it. The light faded and Selentier slowly descended. Her emerald pupils swirled with profound magic, her whole demeanor transformed. But that regal air lasted only 3 seconds. The moment she saw Lin En's face, her queenly poise shattered. Selentier lifted her skirt and ran over like a guilty little girl, her pointed ears trembling with nervousness. Lin En. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes, her voice trembling with urgency. I think I've become the labyrinth's master. Her eyes were already red with anxiety. Oh no, this was clearly Lin En's fortune, but I snatched it. Will he think I'm scheming? Will he abandon me? The elven girl bit her lip and abruptly waved her hand. A purple-black strange stone emerged from a void rift, which she held out to Lin En with both hands. Lin En. This is called a labyrinth seed, the final treasure of the labyrinth. Please take it. Don't be mad at me. Before she finished, Xiao Ji's urgent mechanical voice rang in her mind. Master. You must accept this. It can hold extremely pure space and world essence, the perfect vessel for forging a physical divine core in the future. A gleam of fervor flashed in Lin En's eyes. Without hesitation he pocketed it. Good stuff, he'll take it. He patted Selentier's golden hair. This is your own fortune. Don't feel you owe me. Selentier's hanging heart finally settled. She was about to smile. But the next second her smile froze. Her pupils contracted violently. Her face turned ashen. What's wrong? Lin En's eyes sharpened. Something's wrong. Selentier shuddered, the words squeezing through her teeth. The army has begun their assault on the labyrinth. Whoosh. Selentier waved her hand abruptly, a green light flickering at her brow as the labyrinth master's authority was instantly activated. The dome of the pure white space was torn asunder by an invisible force, transforming into a massive holographic screen. In the image, the Empire's dark mass of silver-armored cavalry flooded in like ants through the labyrinth entrance. Sword lights intertwined and magical bombardment rained down. High-level monsters along the way didn't even have time to scream before being ground into bloody mist by the steel torrent. It's over, it's over, it's over. Selentier's emerald eyes bulged, her pointed ears twitching wildly as she spun in panic. Lin En. They're killing my monsters. Lin En stood with arms crossed, a slight eyebrow raise. Let them kill. We have food and drink, well, just hunker down and not go out. No. Selentier grabbed his sleeve, her voice cracking. Only after becoming the labyrinth master did I realize this place is a huge ecosystem. She pointed at the rows of fallen monsters on the screen. Monsters born in the labyrinth automatically contract with the master. I provide shelter and their life cycles give back life force to the labyrinth. If the 100,000-strong army kills all the monsters, the labyrinth will completely dry up. Lin N's gaze turned icy. He understood. The monsters were the labyrinth's cash cows and the Imperial Army was here to uproot them. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Senior, Lin N turned to stare at the magic fruit floating in midair. Is there a way to kick these bandits out? Si Nua's golden vertical pupils flickered with a trace of helplessness. The labyrinth master has the authority of absolute expulsion. It sighed. But the labyrinth has decayed for 10,000 years and there simply isn't enough life mana to support this divine-level command. Its small arm pointed to the 10-meter-high white skeleton. Unless I were at my peak using the dragon clan's origin mana to drive it. But now only this wisp of remnant soul remains. Lin N's gaze locked onto the green dragon skeleton. A click sounded in his mind as all the pieces came together. Reviving this old dragon would be like gaining a walking nuclear power plant out of thin air. The panel instantly appeared. Target 10th Sandier green dragon skeleton Si Nua's remnant soul. Alchemy success rate 11 damn. A 1 in 10 chance. Failure would destroy all materials, even the remnant soul couldn't be preserved. Lin N clenched his back teeth. In the moment he was weighing pros and cons, a crisp mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Master. If you add the life divine liquid as a premium consumable to the formula, you can ignore rank and forcibly boost the alchemy success rate. Xiao Ji. Lin N's pupils contracted sharply. The divine liquid inside him had already been completely consumed by Xiao Ji, but the source of this stuff had only one place from start to finish. His gaze shifted and landed on the magic fruit. Senior. Lin N stepped forward, his tone burning with intensity. If I use alchemy to refuse your remnant soul with the dragon bones, do you dare to take a gamble with me? The pure white space fell into dead silence. Sailantier's mouth hung open, forgetting to close. Si Nua's golden eyes bulged, its mimicked facial features twisted for a moment as if someone had said they were going to crush the sun with bare hands. Revive. With you. The word stopped abruptly. It remembered the scene just now. A whole lump of immortal divinity was completely devoured in 3 seconds by something inside this kid. Not even a trace remained. How confident are you? Si Nua's voice sank. 10%. Lin N raised his index finger, then curled it down and replaced it with a fully open palm. But if I have the life divine liquid, I can max it out. 3 seconds of silence. It felt like 30,000 years. Ha 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 ha. A childish voice exploded with dragon might, making the pure white space hum. The magic fruit laughed uproariously, the golden rind glowing with dazzling brightness. Lingering on for 10,000 years, I'm damn tired of living. Si Nua waved its small arm. Boom. The ground cracked open and a stone jar half a meter in diameter crashed down in front of Lin N's feet. Inside the jar, emerald green liquid was as thick as amber, rolling and emitting a vigorous, almost violent life force. 10,000 years of stock all here, Si Nua roared. Success or failure depends on heaven. Lin N stared at the jar of divine liquid, his breathing hitching. Good heavens, so much. But he didn't act immediately. Instead he turned around, his gaze turning cold, staring at the magic fruit word by word. Senior, let me be blunt. Lin N's voice lost all warmth. My alchemy touches causality. Once the reshaping succeeds, you will be branded with my mark and become my exclusive creation. He grinned. That smile would make even a capitalist hand in his resignation letter. From now on, life and death, reward and punishment, all in my single thought. Are you willing to be my employee? Saillantier gasped. A 10,000-year-old divine servant signing a contract of indenture. Lin N, do you have any misunderstanding of the phrase, give an inch, take a mile? You little brat. A flash of anger passed through Si Nua's golden eyes. But then what emerged in those vertical pupils was not humiliation, it was appreciation. You even dared to swallow the divine blood of my master. Si Nua's voice grew low, carrying 10,000 years of vicissitude and a hint of barely perceptible relief. You are indeed qualified. Its mimicked expression suddenly changed from arrogance to determination. Go ahead, kid. Let those imperial scum outside witness what despair truly means. With that, the magic fruit's shell shattered. A beam of golden green light shot up, carrying 10,000 years of resentment and determination, plunging without hesitation into the skull of the massive white dragon skeleton. Lin N didn't spare another glance. His left hand pressed firmly against the thick dragon spine while his right hand slapped the edge of the stone jar. The emerald divine liquid crazily poured into the magic array and the success rate number jumped and soared. 23. 55. 88. 99. Enough. Lynn gasped heavily, veins bulging on his forehead. Alchemy activate. Boom. Dark golden light exploded. A magic array of complexity beyond the limits of human cognition instantly spread across the entire pure white space, completely engulfing the 10-meter-high giant skeleton. A violent mana hurricane erupted, sending Salantir stumbling back a dozen steps, her skirt flapping wildly. The skeleton trembled violently in the dark golden blazing sun. Deep in the two hollow eye sockets, two balls of ghostly green soul fire suddenly burst forth. Roar. The dragon roar shattered the void. Crack, crack, crack. Dark golden light streams climbed along every bone, and wherever they passed, the pale bone was covered at a visible speed with a layer of emerald crystals. Tendons reshaped, blood vessels regenerated, scales squeezed out one by one from the bone gaps. At the same time, the prompt sound in Lynn's ear exploded completely. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mythic level alchemy succeeded. Ding. All attributes bonus 30 obtained. Due to insufficient alchemy level, the overflow all attribute 1000 bonus has been transferred to hidden critical strike probability permanent 20 initial success rate for bone al. Reward obtained all skill levels 1 including alchemy. Skill acquisition in progress. Judgment successful. Congratulations on obtaining the following skills: Life Domain Demigod level. Unleash an absolute domain constructed by the power of life. Within the domain, the life state of the host and designated allies is forcibly locked, immune to all instant death judgments, with severed limbs regenerating instantly. Enemy targets will suffer life deprivation, forcibly extracting life force and mana to nourish the host. Note, this skill consumes an extreme amount of mana. Upon activation, it will drain 99 of the host's current mana value instantly, followed by a massive mana drain per second. Given the host's current mana cap, the domain can only be sustained for 0.5 seconds. It is recommended to use in conjunction with top-tier mana recovery items cautiously. Dragon Scale Hardening passive. The skin layer can activate invisible green dragon scales that will slightly increasing physical defense with a very low chance of reflecting same-tier physical damage upon being struck. Basic Draconic Intimidation active. Emit a low-frequency dragon roar, applying soul pressure to creatures of lower bloodline or rank with a chance to interrupt their low-tier spellcasting. Venom Resistance Intermediate. Completely immune to a grade and below toxins, significantly reduces paralysis and corrosion effects of grade toxins. Dragon Breath Spark active. Can spit out a miniature ball of life dragon breath from the mouth. Extremely weak, incapable of effective harm, but usable for igniting high-grade magical materials or burning tiny parasitic creatures at close range. Dragon Stomach passive. Digestive ability. Undergoes an alien transformation. Swallowing magical beast flesh or toxic materials raw is no longer fatal and can be forcibly digested into trace mana to nourish oneself. Dragon Slumber Recovery passive. In deep sleep, natural recovery rate of physique and mana increases by 300 and perception greatly sharpens during sleep, making it extremely difficult to be ambushed by same-tier stealth skills. Intelligence breaks through the 100 threshold. Daily alchemy limit increased to 10 times. The mechanical voice flooded the screen as Lynn's entire skeleton emitted a series of crisp explosive cracks. Holy shit, I'm rich. Xiaoji, pull up the latest stats. A pale blue light screen instantly snapped open. Lynn level LV. 3 to strength 131, agility 123, intelligence 118, constitution 119, mana value 117, values 100 times higher than those of any peer. Lynn's lips curled wildly upward. If he showed this to anyone his age, they'd piss themselves in fright. But the next second, an anomaly ahead interrupted his self-indulgence. Roar. A 10-meter-tall remnant skeleton erupted from the dark gold magic formation. Bone joints ground against each other, exploding in ear-grinding cracks. Within the hollow eye sockets, two clusters of ghostly green soul fire suddenly compressed, transforming into a pair of pure gold icy vertical pupils. Flesh from bone. An ancient weather dragon tongue shattered the void. Countless dark red sinews like living things climbed and interwove madly along the ghastly white spinal column. In the blink of an eye, layers of emerald thorn scales glinting with metallic cold light burst through the skin. A life dragon that blotted out the sky had forcibly squeezed itself back from death into the mortal world. Thump. The mountain of flesh lowered its proud head, pressing its snout obediently against Lynn's foot. Master. Snow Holden awaiting your command. The voice rumbled like thunder, rattling Lynn's eardrums. Xiaoji, take a look at this big guy's details. Lynn swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The light screen refreshed again. Snow Holden SS Rank Life Dragon Strength 9999 Agility 9999 Intelligence 9999 Constitution 9999 Mana 9999 Skills Life Domain Demigod Level Revival of All Things Demigod Level Dragon Breath Destruction SS Level Flash from Bone SS Level Soul Indestructible Demigod Level Passive Mental Sharing Frank Active Usable Only once a year. Lynn silently closed his own luxurious stats that had just crossed 100. All stats 9999. This fucking thing had smashed right through the world's numerical cap. With this big daddy at his side, what were the sword of the empire, what were the court mages, all nothing but chickens and dogs. Master, don't celebrate too soon. Xiaoji poured cold water at just the right moment. Due to the unique nature of the life green dragon, maintaining SS rank form consumes an immense amount of life mana. The labyrinth's divine liquid is empty. Without energy replenishment in 1,000 years it will still irreversibly decay. 1,000 years. That didn't sound too short. But for an immortal dragon perhaps it wasn't long. Lynn. Salantier rushed over in a fluster, her emerald eyes fixed on the green dragon, the divine mark on her brow flashing frantically. She seemed to understand this too. I am the Labyrinth Lord. I can use my life force to sustain Lord Snow. Shut up, don't cause trouble. Lynn pressed down on Salantier's head and pushed her behind him. Keep your own health bar for survival. Don't worry about life energy. 100,000 Imperial troops are outside, well, just fleece them. Salantier's cheeks flushed red, her pointed ears trembling uncontrollably as she obediently lowered her head. In Lynn's arms, Xiaolan extended a tentacle and put its hands on its hips, mimicking an extremely smug boss expression. In the shadow of the corner, Xiao He rolled over irritably, a resentful black aura seeping out. With this big lizard around, the chief assassin's status was no longer secure. Lynn ignored the pet's jealous squabbling, fixing a sharp gaze on the green dragon. Snow, do you remember the past? Creatures reshaped by alchemy were supposed to be thoroughly brainwashed. Answering, Master. A flicker of complexity passed through Snow's huge vertical pupils. This old one possesses the demigod level passive Soul Indestructible. Though the contract is formed, the memories remain intact. Lynn's smile froze on his face. Wait. Soul Indestructible. That meant, even without the life divine liquid, this old dragon's soul wouldn't truly perish. Lynn whirled around, his gaze locked onto the two pure gold vertical pupils in the dragon's nostrils, his voice dropping to a dangerously low pitch. Snow Holden. Master. You have Soul Indestructible, you didn't tell me earlier. Lynn's forehead veins bulged and he almost wanted to slap the giant dragon twice. My entire vat of life divine liquid. A 10th Asandir stockpile. And it was all wasted, wasn't it? Snow awkwardly averted his head. Well. Master, you never said your alchemy skill couldn't kill me. Okay, fine. Lynn really didn't dare take that gamble. Salantier raised her hand weakly. Lynn, maybe we should check the outside first. The green light on Salantier's brow flashed wildly. With a wave of both hands, the holographic screen expanded once more. The scene before them weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The first 10 floors of the labyrinth had become a hell. The Imperial Iron Cavalry swept through like a plague of locusts, the corpses of high-rank magical beasts piled up like mountains. Magic cannon fire had scorched the entire underground ecosystem into blackened slag. My magical beasts. Salantier's legs gave way and she collapsed to her knees. Her two pointed ears twitched violently, her heart aching. Salantier, now that the Green Dragon Elder is revived, why don't you use the labyrinth's expulsion authority? Lynn asked in confusion. Salantier shook her head. But the Green Dragon Elder is no longer under the labyrinth's control. He's severed his connection with the labyrinth. He belongs to you. To expel so many people, if I want to activate that order, it would probably sacrifice more than half of the labyrinth's magical beasts. Okay then, Snow. Lynn frowned deeply, then spun around. You go to the front line and blast those Imperial bastards out. Snow's huge dragon body remained motionless, a trace of bitterness flashing in his golden vertical pupils. Master, forgive this old one's incompetence. The passages below the 50th floor of the labyrinth are not strong enough. Snow lowered his head, his voice heavy. Once my power is released, the entire labyrinth structure will collapse. When that happens, forget protecting the magical beasts, even this 100-floor space will be buried together. Lynn. Salantier. Xiaolan poked its head out, mimicking a screwed expression. Then what can you do? Lynn grabbed one of Snow's whiskers, grinding his teeth. Is that all? Attributes 9999 stat sheet just for show. Well, above the 50th floor this old one can fight freely. The Imperial Army is on the first 10 floors. 10 floors. Do you know what 10 floors means? Lynn released the dragon whisker, pacing back and forth on the spot, his mind racing. Alright. Calm down. The problem was clear: they needed to deploy strong enough magical beasts on the front line to block the army. But his daily alchemy limit was only 10 times, and his mental strength was far from sufficient for large-scale synthesis. If that life-divine liquid hadn't been wasted, I could have synthesized at least 20 rank magical beasts to block the passage. Maybe even rank ones wouldn't have been a problem, but my mental strength isn't enough. Lynn grew angrier the more he thought, glaring fiercely at Snow. Snow listened to Lynn's muttering, shrinking his neck, and quickly spoke. Master. Though this old one cannot act personally, perhaps there is another way. Speak. This old one has a skill. Snow paused, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his dragon face. Though this skill is very trash, only frank. It's called mental sharing, usable only once a year. Lynn raised an eyebrow. Frank. Don't judge by the grade. Snow hurriedly explained. This skill can temporarily lend this old one's mental strength to a designated target. This old one's all attributes are 9,999. The mental reserves, you understand. Lynn's pupils contracted sharply. Mental strength. The bottleneck limiting daily alchemy usage was essentially insufficient mental power. Use it. Do it now. As you command. A beam of emerald light shot from Snow's brow, precisely entering Lynn's forehead. In that instant, Lynn felt as if an ocean had crashed into his mind. That terrifying mental strength was vast and boundless, as if he were immersed in the depths of a 10,000-year-old dragon's soul. Ding. External mental strength detected. Daily alchemy available, count refreshed to 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Lynn gasped, his eyes blazing with sharp light. Master. Xiao Zhi's mechanical voice chimed in at the right moment. Reminder: using external mental strength for alchemy is a rule-breaking cheat-like behavior. Based on analysis and judgment, alchemy completed in this manner will not grant attribute feedback rewards, and the synthesized creations will most likely not obey your commands. Lynn froze for a second. No attribute feedback. Creations that wouldn't obey. For anyone else this news would be enough to douse all enthusiasm. But Lynn's lips curled into a faint smirk instead. Won't obey me. He turned to look at Salantir. Salantir, magical beasts I synthesize that don't belong to me will automatically be bound to the labyrinth contract, right? Salantir was stunned for a moment, then her emerald pupils lit up. That should be the case. Any magical beast born within the labyrinth will default to the labyrinth lord's jurisdiction. Then there's no problem. Lynn licked his lips, his gaze falling on the oppressive mass of Imperial iron cavalry on the screen. 1,000 alchemy attempts. Lynn flexed his wrists, feeling the terrifying mental reserve like an ocean inside his mind, his gaze piercing through the light screen as if staring straight at the commander of those 100,000 Imperial troops. What fun is there in killing some weak magical beasts? Come, he'll make a few powerful ones for you to play with. Within the light curtain, the Imperial iron cavalry had already crushed through the 15th layer. Piles of demon corpses towered like mountains, blood converging into streams. Time waits for no one. See no. Lynn turned his gaze, locking onto the green dragon. In the higher levels of the labyrinth, which type of high-level demon is the most numerous? You want quantity. See Noah's pure gold vertical pupils swiveled. I want quantity. And identical ones. The alchemy entry, item synthesis, failed attempts accumulate into success rate. In other words, as long as materials sufficed, probability could be hammered to overflow. Golden armor bull demon. See Noah answered crisply. From the 90th to the 98th floor, those dumb bulls are everywhere like weeds. All right. The corner of Lynn's mouth curled. Go catch them. The more the better. Without a word, the green dragon tore open the void with its front claws, its massive body vanishing into the rift. In less than 10 minutes. Space ruptured again. Boom. Thousands of golden armor bull demons, each the size of a heavy truck, dropped like dumplings, piling into a mountain of flesh reeking of thick blood. Beneath the SS-level dragon might, these rampaging demons all rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth, not daring to utter a single bellow. TSK. Lynn clicked his tongue in astonishment. Truly a courier with all stats at 9,999. Xiaolan poked its head out from his shoulder, morphing into a shocked expression meme. Lynn flexed his wrists, closed his eyes, and sensed the ocean of mental energy lent by Si Noa in his mind. 1,000 times. A full 1,000 alchemy allowances. The only cost no attribute rewards. But on second thought, if 1,000 alchemy attempts still granted rewards, he could punch through the ceiling right on the spot. The system wasn't that foolish. Alright. Lynn opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the mountain of bull demon flesh before him. Today I'll show you all the ultimate padding technique. He raised his right hand. Alchemy activate. Boom. Dark gold magic arrays exploded like chain bombs across the pure white space. Ding. Alchemy failed. Materials destroyed. Current recipe success rate 1. Alchemy failed. Success rate 2. Alchemy failed. Success rate 3. At the center of the array, hundreds of golden armor bull demons vaporized into blood mist. Lynn's hands blurred as he struck the flesh mountain, his gaze fervent. Shatter. Keep shattering. 100 times. 300 times. One bull demon after another burst into fragments. The success rate number climbs slowly but steadily. 500 times. Xiaolan cowered in the corner watching Lynn, and amidst the blood mist silently morphing into a boss has gone crazy expression. 800 times. Success rate 83. Veins bulged on Lynn's forehead, yet a mad grin spread across his lips. Enough. His next palm struck out. The dark gold radiance abruptly transformed. Ding. Alchemy successful. 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 5 consecutive successes. 5 pillars of dark gold light thick as water tanks shot into the sky, dyeing the entire white space a blinding gold. The light faded. 5 colossal sky-shrouding monstrous beasts stood before him. Dark gold heavy armor clad, their bodies massive horns curving like scimitars piercing the heavens. Each was over 3 times larger than the original golden armor bull demon. Xiaoji status panel. Golden armor bull king boss level LV. 93 strength, 1540 agility, 890 intelligence, 410 constitution, 1620 core skills, absolute heavy armor, grade war stomp a grade, bloodthirsty frenzy a grade. All 5 successful. Xiaoji's mechanical voice rang out. All attributes surpass 1,000, high intelligence, awakened telepathic communication. Those Imperial soldiers outside with average attributes under 100, they won't even give these beasts a warm-up. Lynn wiped the cold sweat from his brow. 5 walking slaughter machines. Enough. However, roar. The 5 bosses simultaneously opened their blood-red bull eyes. Instead of roaring wildly, they exchanged a remarkably human glance. The next second, a telepathic message brimming with savagery exploded across the space. A mere human ant with feeble magic, how dare you create us? The leading bull king pawed the ground, fiercely sprayed heavy armor runes flashing wild, its blood pupils locked onto Lynn. Brothers, crush him. We are the new kings of this labyrinth. 5 surges of killing intent, each exceeding 1,000 attributes, pressed down simultaneously. The ground cracked. The air solidified. Indeed, what Xiaoji said was true. Creations forged with borrowed mental power were uncontrollable. But Lynn didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He didn't step back half an inch. He merely tilted his head, his tone as lazy as if ordering a servant to pour a glass of water. See no. They don't understand the rules. Teach them. Behind him. The 10,000-year-old dragon with all stats at 9,999 leaned forward slightly. Its pure gold vertical pupils contracted abruptly. From deep in its throat, a genuine SS-level dragon might surged forth. Roar. A single syllable. A visible shockwave detonated. The 5 bosses, just now insufferably arrogant, were frozen in an instant. The leading bull king's raised hoof hung rigid in midair, its entire body convulsing violently. In those savage blood pupils, arrogance shattered to dust, leaving only the utmost terror from the depths of its soul. D-dragon. A giant dragon. Thud. 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 The 5 colossal beings, each with attributes over 1,000, knelt simultaneously, prostrating themselves, not daring to breathe. Their telepathic messages were filled with distorted wails and pleas for mercy. Lynn dusted off his hands. Good. His smile was amiable. He turned to look at Salanter. Enlist them. Yes. The divine seed on Salanter's brow emitted green ripples. 5 contract threads descended, precisely piercing the brows of the 5 bosses. Contracts formed. They didn't even dare to conceive of resistance. We pay homage to the Labyrinth Lord. The Labyrinth's rules flooded into their minds, and the 5 bosses instead grew excited. Following the Labyrinth Lord meant opportunities for higher evolution. The fear in their blood pupils was swiftly replaced by fervor. Lynn stepped forward, looking down at these 5 ultimate killing machines. The Labyrinth Lord commands. His voice was as cold as a blade. Ahead, 100,000 ignorant ants have trespassed into your territory. He pointed toward the upper levels of the labyrinth. Go. Grind them into pulp. He paused. If you miss even one, I'll stew you into soup. As you command. The 5 bosses, as if pardoned, erupted simultaneously, their bloodthirsty roars shattering the stone walls. The teleportation array is ready. Salanter waved both hands. I'll send you straight to the 15th layer. The 5 dark gold fortresses bowed in unison, transforming into 5 streams of destructive light, vanishing into the teleport glow. Charging straight at the vanguard of the Imperial Army. Lynn stood still, his gaze falling on the holographic light screen. 100,000 Imperial cavalry, average level 40. 5 boss-level demons, all attributes exceeding 1,000. On his shoulder, Xiaolan somehow produced a pair of sunglasses, its 2 tentacles holding a mimed watermelon as it crossed its legs. A perfect eating melon and watching the show expression meme. In the shadow of the corner, Xiao Hei rolled restlessly, emitting resentful black energy. The new big fellows had stolen the chief assassin spotlight again. Lin flicked Xiaolan's forehead, a slight smile lifting the corner of his mouth. Xiaolan. Guess he looked at the dark mass of the Imperial Army formation on the screen, his eyes reflecting 5 streams of dark gold light rapidly approaching. 100,000 troops versus 5 bosses. Who will win? 15th floor of the labyrinth. The Empire's vanguard, 3rd Heavy Infantry Regiment, 3,000 fine steel shields interlocked into an iron turtle formation, slowly ground into the depths of the labyrinth. Behind the half-ton shield wall, Colonel Lydear drew his command saber. Maintain formation. No matter what monsters come, the iron turtle formation will crush them. His voice was hoarse from shouting. This formation had withstood the charge of an rank monster. It was the pride of the Imperial Army. Light. Blinding white light exploded before the formation, and 5 colossal shadows towering to the sky crashed down from nowhere. Clad in dark gold heavy armor, their scimitar-like horns thrust toward the dome. The 5 golden-armored bull demon kings opened their crimson eyes, simultaneously locking onto the shield formation. No hesitation. No roar. They moved directly. Core skill war stomp. The leading beast raised its front hooves. The dark gold hooves, wreathed in distorted air, slammed down. The ground ruptured. A shockwave visible to the naked eye surged up as a ring of dust wall. 3,000 fine steel shields along with the Imperial elites behind them were torn apart and flung like paper. A rain of blood and shattered metal crashed down. The proud iron turtle formation evaporated in an instant. Lydear's eardrums were ruptured as the world turned into a silent hell. He watched his adjutant turn into a pulp, bone fragments embedding into his own shoulder armor. Bile surged into his throat. Utter terror shattered the last shred of his reason. Retreat, all troops retreat. No one listened. Because the second beast had arrived. The dark gold hooves fell mercilessly. Lydear's vision plunged into eternal darkness. 14th floor. The Empire's most elite magic cannon emplacement, the barrels hadn't even turned. The dark gold horns pierced the gun platforms, the cores detonated, and flames swallowed the entire corridor. 13th floor. Hundreds of magic war chariots, each costing as much as a castle, formed a defensive line. 1 bull demon king lowered its head and charged. The chariots were flung aside like toys, leaving human-shaped dents in the stone walls. The mages inside didn't even have time to scream. The 5 boss-level monsters rampaged through, not granting the Imperial Army a single second of delay. The front line was utterly annihilated. Run. Those are monsters. They can't be killed. The discipline of the 100,000-strong Imperial Army collapsed instantly. The remnants, abandoning their armor and weapons, fled toward the labyrinth entrance, wailing in terror. Yet. The 5 golden-armored bull demon kings stopped in unison. They gazed coldly at the ants scrambling on the ground, their crimson eyes devoid of any desire to pursue. Telepathic speech intertwined in the void. The master said. Kill 1 less and well be stewed. But he didn't say we can't let a few escape. Let these wretches go back and report. Let their masters know whose domain this is. The 5 beasts turned. Their dark gold armor gleamed with a suffocating luster in the dim labyrinth. They guarded the passageway, becoming 5 insurmountable walls of despair. 100th floor of the labyrinth. Pure white space. Salandir stared unblinkingly at the holographic screen. Her pointed ears trembled into blurs. Her emerald eyes were full of stars. Lynn, thank you. Her voice trembled. With these 5 bosses guarding the labyrinth's ecosystem would no longer be butchered. Lynn was leaning against a black velvet backrest that Xiao He had transformed into his legs crossed. Xiao He radiated a resentful black aura but still dutifully adjusted the softness to give his master's cervical spine the perfect support. Just lucky. Lynn's tone was flat. Salandir's emerald pupils blazed with fanatical admiration. Her tiny fists clenched tightly and she suddenly lunged at him. Slap. Xiaolan extended from Lynn's shoulder mimicking a disdainful face with sunglasses. 2 tentacles pressed firmly against Salandir's forehead. Maintain social distance. This slime's master. Lynn flicked Xiaolan's head. But his smile lasted only half a second. He sat up straight, his gaze locking back onto the screen with a sharp glint. Don't celebrate too soon. Salandir froze. The frontline cannon fodder is cleared, but that old bastard Griffin wouldn't have brought just ordinary soldiers for such a grand operation. Lynn's voice dropped, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. He knew very well the bosses he had synthesized. Crushing ordinary armies was no problem. But once they encountered a freak like Leonhardt who had broken through his limits, the Bull Demon King's massive bodies would become living targets. Combat instinct, speed, technique, all would be outmatched. The only variable was one of the Bull Demon Kings possessing the strength skill, absolute heavy armor. Could it withstand a truly strong opponent? Hard to say. Salandir was infected by his tone, dropped her smile and nervously twisted her fingers. Should we send Senior Sinuo to help? Not yet. Lynn shook his head, his deep brown eyes sinking. First let's figure out the Empire's trump cards. He had a feeling the truly troublesome thing hadn't shown itself yet. Outside the labyrinth. Imperial Temporary Command Post. The air inside the tent was icy, suffocating. A blood-soaked messenger knelt on the ground holding up a hastily written battle report with both hands. His body trembled like a withered leaf in the wind. Report, the 3rd Heavy Infantry Regiment is annihilated. The magic cannon array is annihilated. The 7th and 9th Cavalry Divisions no longer exist. He swallowed a mouthful of blood. Total casualties, over 57,000. Dead silence in the tent. On both sides of the long table 7 high-backed chairs were arranged in a row. Each chair held a person, their faces obscured by shadows. But even just sitting there silently they exuded an oppressive aura that could choke the air. 7 people. 7 chairs. The messenger felt he wasn't reporting military intelligence but kneeling before 7 beasts waiting to die. A hand reached out from the shadows. Slender fingertips picked up the battle report. Vivid red blood seeped along the paper's edge into the finger gaps. Interesting. A young voice echoed in the tent. No anger could be detected, even a hint of genuine admiration. A disqualified waste of a hero. Impressive. The report was casually tossed back onto the table. He stood up. His pure white cloak traced a dazzling arc under the dim light. The dark red mark on his brow flickered faintly like an old wound that would never heal. The figures on the 6 chairs simultaneously leaned forward slightly. The warm-up is over. The young man looked around, his tone casual. Who among you will go? Imperial Temporary Command Post. 57,000. The vice-captain's voice sounded as if squeezed from his throat. This burly middle-aged man with a thick beard clad in dark red armor stained with splattered blood. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the figure seated at the head of the long table. Half a day, 57,000 lives. Alan, a full deployment. 7 high-backed chairs in the tent. 7 people. All eyes fell on the main seat. Alan Klaus. The Sword of the Empire sequence No. 1. Silver-gray short hair, pitch-black military uniform, slender fingers repeatedly wiping a jet-black thin sword resting on his knee with white silk. From start to finish his eyes never left the sword for half a second. Alan. I heard it. His voice was extremely light, as if speaking of something trivial. Just 5 bosses that haven't broken through their shackles. You handle it. The thin sword slowly slid into its sheath. Don't waste time. The vice-captain's pupils contracted slightly. What did he mean by don't waste time? 57,000 lives and you don't even furrow your brow. Ha 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 ha. A wild laugh erupted in the tent. On the third chair to the left, a tall, bald, burly man slammed the table and stood up, hefting a black iron greatsword taller than a man onto his shoulder. Full deployment. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? He bared his white teeth in a grin. Enough alone. The Sword of the Empire sequence No. 5, Earth Sword, Baroque. The vice captain said in a low voice, "Don't be careless. Those few bosses are nothing, but deeper in the labyrinth there might be something stronger. What's there to fear?" Baroque sneered, his thick neck cracking. Pulphus died on the 99th floor just a few days ago. In such a short time, what big monster could appear in the labyrinth? His footsteps kicked up a gust of wind, sending battle reports flying across the table. A few mindless beasts. Boom. The ground cracked. A violent earth-yellow streak shot into the labyrinth entrance, crushing a half-meter-deep trench along its path. Silence returned to the tent. Alan's slender fingertips tapped the table unconsciously. He didn't look at the battle reports nor at the tent entrance. The vice captain stared at his profile. Something was wrong. The strongest sword of the Empire was like a puppet today. He didn't care about the outcome of this battle at all. A pure white space. Lynn. An extremely powerful human has entered the labyrinth. Cylinder clasped her hands before her chest, her voice urgent. With her perception as the labyrinth lord, she was the first to detect that energy fluctuation. It's not magic, it's battle chi. Very powerful battle chi. Battle chi. Lynn raised an eyebrow. Cylinder quickly explained that in this world besides magic there was a path of cultivating battle chi. The two were mutually exclusive and could not be cultivated simultaneously. Forcing dual cultivation would cause the body to explode. A world where swords and magic coexisted. Interesting. But now was not the time for curiosity. Cylinder, call those 5 oxen back. Lynn ordered decisively. A guy who could annihilate an entire army and then charge in alone was not something the Ox Kings could handle. Cylinder immediately closed her eyes, a green light flashing at her brow. 2 seconds later she opened her eyes, her expression frozen. They refused. Lynn's eyes turned icy cold. They think a 5-unknown fight is a sure win. Cylinder bit her lip. The contract's binding power isn't enough. A bunch of idiots. No choice. You refined a team of useless teammates. Snow lay on the ground, snorting white smoke from her nostrils, undisguised contempt. If they die, it's fine too. Their life force can still feed back to Cylinder. Lynn didn't lose his temper. An uncooperative tool, if it breaks it breaks. He might as well use them as a touchstone to see what the intruder was really made of. He stared at the light screen, his gaze locked on the leading Ox King with the Shrank skill, absolute heavy armor. To see if a high-rank skill could withstand the numerical crushing. Labyrinth, 15th floor. 5 golden-armored Ox Kings blocked the passage. Their blood-red bovine eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. The retreat command in their minds was treated as mere background noise. Just one human. Kill him and we evolve. Courting death. Boom. The rock wall at the passage entrance exploded. An earth-yellow figure stepped out of the smoke and debris. Baroque carried his great sword on his shoulder, veins bulging on his bald head, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head, sizing up the 5 dark golden beasts. You 5 scum killed my 50,000 brothers. The 5 Ox Kings erupted simultaneously. Core skill, War Stomp. 5 forces that could pulverize a city wall struck from 5 directions at once. Baroque lifted his left foot. He stomped lightly. Shatter. Buzz. With him at the center, dark yellow ripples spread in all directions. Space-twisted rubble floated. The 5 charging Ox Kings were seized by an invisible force, their massive bodies abruptly frozen midair. Gravity field. The core skill obtained after breaking through the 3rd shackle. Too slow. He took the great sword from his shoulder. 1 slash. Swish. A dark yellow sword aura carved a crescent arc, silently cutting through 5 bodies. 1 second of stillness. Thud. 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 4 dark golden colossal bodies snapped at the waist entrails and blood splattering all over the ground. The sole surviving leading Ox King stood frozen on the spot, its dark golden light flashing wildly, the Shrank skill, absolute heavy armor, forcibly activated to withstand the blow. Oh. Baroque raised an eyebrow. And Shrank skill. On an Ox King boss. This labyrinth is interesting. He dragged his great sword and walked over step by step. Too bad. His voice was icy. Even strength skill can't withstand the crushing force of my 3,000 plus power. He raised the sword. Battle chi exploded. 2 slashes. Absolute heavy armor shattered. The Ox King crashed to the ground. Dead. Streams of life energy dissipated from the corpse, penetrated the rock layers and were absorbed by Cylinder on the 100th floor. Pure white space. I'm so mad. I told them they couldn't win, but they insisted on fighting. Cylinder pouted, her pointed ears trembling with anger. They didn't listen to the master, so they deserved to die. Xiaolan shrank in Lynn's arms, her tentacles on her hips mimicking a gloating expression. Lynn stood before the light screen silent. Indeed. Attributes were the absolute truth. And strength skill couldn't withstand a crushing force of over 3,000, not even 2 slashes. Xiaoji analyzed that bald man. A mechanical voice immediately sounded. Target Baroque. The Sword of the Empire sequence No. 5. Class Earth Sword. Level LV. 90. Has broken the 4th life shackle. Life shackle. Lynn's pupils contracted. Elaborate. The core growth rule of this world. Xiaoji projected a virtual chart onto Lynn's retina. When the level reaches LV 59, the shackle appears. There are 10 tiers in total. Each breakthrough increases attribute bonuses exponentially. Baroque has broken the 4th tier with an attribute cap of 4,000. His actual value is above 3,000. 1/cutting 4 bosses, pure numerical crushing. Lynn closed his eyes, digesting it for 3 seconds. Strength doesn't mean strongest. Strength plus multiple shackle breakthroughs is the true monster. So, the binding limit of the nether binding chains is below strength. Where exactly is the boundary of this below? His own attributes had just passed 100. The gap was ridiculously huge. But alchemy had no upper limit. As long as he had enough time and materials, he could eventually stack his stats to the point of crushing everything. Provided he survived today. Lynn's eyes snapped open. On the light screen, Baroque stepped over the Ox King's corpse and strode deep into the labyrinth. Who's next? The bald man slammed his great sword on the ground, roaring at the empty passage. Come out and die. Lynn watched the scene and shook his head. A cold curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. 3,000 power. Impressive. Too bad. He turned around and looked at the colossal creature behind him, whose all attributes were 9,999. Snow. His voice was calm yet carried absolute killing intent. Go teach him what absolute crushing means. Si Nua's dragon head moved slightly, a flash of savage cold light passing through his golden vertical pupils. Just a little one who broke through the 4th rank shackles. He'll go to the 50th floor and wait for him. Cylon Deer clenched her small fists, punched the air twice, her pointed ears trembling with rage. How infuriating. This bald man is destroying the maze. Senior Si Nua, teach him a good lesson. Si Nua bared his fangs, his sneer rumbling like muffled thunder. There won't be a next meal. His dragon claw reached out, tearing the void like tattered cloth. His massive body vanished into the rift. Lin En leaned back on the black velvet pillow formed by Xiao He, crossing his legs and staring coldly at the screen. On the screen, Ba Luo Cook kicked over the monster egg nest. Hundreds of emerald green eggs burst into residue under the crushing gravity field. Cylon Deer's eyes instantly reddened. My monster babies. Lin En helplessly shook his head and casually rubbed her head. Don't worry. The monster with all stats at 99/99 has arrived. According to the shackle rules, Si Nua has broken through at least 9 layers. This level is the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid in this world. Except for gods. The 50th floor of the maze. Ba Luo Cook kicked open the stone entrance door. He stepped in. His steps abruptly stopped. The air felt like lead. Every breath consumed twice the stamina. His thick neck tilted slightly. The next second. Roar. A dragon's roar. Low-frequency vibrations penetrated the rock layers, striking the depths of the soul. The walls of the 50th floor cracked extensively. Dense rubble fell. Underground river pipes burst, water gushing out. In the dust, an emerald green dragon blotting out the sky coiled in the center of the space. Its body was covered with dark gold reversed scales. Pure golden vertical pupils looked down from 30 meters high. Cold. As if looking at a corpse. The arrogance on Ba Luo's face froze for half a second. But only half a second. The bones of the Imperial sword were engraved with battle intent. Fear was forcibly suppressed. So what if it's a dragon? He activated his detection skill. Earth-yellow battle chi gathered in his eyes. In his sight, blank. Nothing at all. Instead, Ba Luo's lips curled. He had seen this before. Weaklings wear screening items to pretend mystery. The more they hide, the less confidence they have. A lizard that dares not show its stats. His heavy sword slammed the ground, battle chi erupting. Not even the guts to let me see your true power. His legs exploded with power. The ground burst into cobweb cracks. His entire body leaped into the air. The title of Dragon Slayer, I claim it. He compressed his battle chi frantically. Gravity fields stacked. Mass multiplied tenfold. Surrounded by destructive aura enough to collapse city walls, he charged straight at the dragon's head. Along the way, the air ruptured in sonic booms. An extremely human-like expression appeared in Sinua's golden vertical pupils. Speechlessness. Ant. The dragon tongue shook the entire 50th floor. You just used a detection spell on me. He raised his dragon claw. No magical fluctuation. No skill light effects. Purely slowly he raised his right front claw. Excuse me. He slapped down. I'm not actively hiding my stats. It's a passive skill. Automatic anti-snooping. A physical attack with all stats at 9,999. The moment Ba Luo collided with the dragon claw, vaporization. His body heavy sword gravity field all the pride of breaking the 4th rank shackles. No scream. Not even time for a scream. A mist of blood exploded in the sky. Crimson droplets fell on the rubble. The faint sound was the final proof of the existence of the 5th rank of the Imperial sword. The 100th floor. A pure white space. Sai Lan Deer stood with her mouth open, dumbfounded. Xiaolan poked his head out from Lin En's arms, mimicking a shocked face with his jaw hitting the ground, 2 tentacles waving wildly. Xiao Hei in the corner quietly shrank his body. He assessed the gap between himself and that big lizard. Then he emitted a resentful black aura and adjusted the pillow's softness even more diligently. Can't win. No matter. Comfort, he is number 1. Lin En remained expressionless. As expected. He sat up straight, his gaze piercing through the screen with a sharp glint. Don't celebrate too soon. Sai Lan Deer froze. That old griffin is making such a big show. There's no way he only brought ordinary soldiers and a 5th rank. Lin En's fingers tapped his knee unconsciously. 100,000 troops blockading the maze. Just to take the life divine liquid and the moonlight longbow. Griffin alone could manage. Why such a large mobilization? His gaze shifted, landing on the diamond-shaped green light on Sai Lan Deer's forehead. Could it be the maze inheritance? Once the Empire learns the truth, the pursuit will never end. Must seize the initiative. Xiao Ji, Lin En narrowed his eyes. Monitor all energy fluctuations outside the maze at all times. If anything beyond specifications approaches, notify me immediately. Understood, Master. He turned to the screen. Outside the maze, 100,000 remaining troops were hastily retreating, their formation collapsing. A cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Si no. Go outside. Teach them a lesson. Let the Empire know the cost of touching this maze. Outside the maze. Imperial Temporary Command Post. AI Luen stopped tapping the table. He slowly looked up. The sky cracked. The firmament above the maze was covered with dense cracks, emerald green light pouring down from the fissures. The sky shattered with a roar. An enormous dragon head emerged from the void. Golden vertical pupils coldly looked down below. A world-destroying storm swept across the land. Banners snapped. Tents ripped. Heavy supplies whirled into the sky. The screams of the Imperial remnants were like the faint cries of ants, barely audible. Inside the command post. The vice-captain's water cup fell and shattered. A dragon, that is, AI Luen stood up. A strange glimmer rose in his gray pupils, not fear. It was interest. Interesting. His right hand rested on the black slim sword at his waist. His thin lips moved. Ba Luoku is dead. His tone was flat and cold. Before his words faded, a communication crystal in his chest suddenly blazed with glaring red light. Imperial top-level communication. AI Luen glanced down. Those always calm gray eyes finally showed a visible change. He smiled. Alan, it's your turn to act. The communication crystal pulsed with a dim red light. Griffin's aged voice emerged from it carrying undisguised certainty. Don't worry about what's outside. Just an old acquaintance waking up. Alan looked down at the crystal. His gray pupils remained utterly calm. An old acquaintance. He knew exactly what Griffin meant by old acquaintance. That 10,000-year-old monstrosity had actually been unleashed by that worthless hero. As you command, Lord Griffin. The crystal went dark. Alan tucked the crystal into his robe and turned to scan the remaining 5 comrades. His gaze lingered on no one's face for more than half a second. Lord Griffin's orders. The 5 of you will hold off the dragon outside. Silence. The vice-captain reacted first. His lips hidden beneath a thick beard pressed tightly together, cold sweat trickling down his temples. The flaming sword emblem on his chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. Captain, what about you? I have another task. His tone was flat, utterly unruffled. 2 incense sticks time will be enough. Go. Before the words faded, a silver-white blur flashed past their view and plunged straight into the darkness of the labyrinth entrance. The vice-captain's outstretched hand froze midair. He clenched his fist and cursed under his breath. Madman. Drawing a deep breath, he unsheathed his sword. You heard him. Form the formation, hold that dragon. The 5 exchanged glances and charged out of the tent together. Above the Ayla forest, the Imperial magic warship hovered within the clouds. Griffin set down the communication crystal, a sinister smile spreading across his wrinkled face. His withered fingers reached deep into his robe and retrieved another communication stone. Mana infused. Black light flickered. A blurry silhouette emerged on the stone's surface. Griffin lowered his voice, the seed has been planted. That kid didn't disappoint us. A whisper came from the black light. Ready. That old thing has been lured out. For the first time in 1,000 years the core space is free from its suppression. Griffin's silver-gray left eye blazed with fanatic light. He said no more. The communication severed. His withered fingers stroked the stone's surface. The arc of his lips widened. It was not a smile. It was the expression of a gambler pushing all his chips onto the table. Outside the labyrinth. A kilometer high. Sinuo's massive dragon form blotted out the sky. His 30-meter wingspan fully extended, each wing beat stirring hurricanes that swept across miles. He opened his enormous maw. Dragon breath condensed deep in his throat. Just as he was about to unleash it, 5 sword chi attacks slashed in from a blind angle. Vroom. 5 giant phantom greatswords burning with holy light crossed and positioned themselves, a brilliant golden cross cage locking Sinuo tightly in the center. Holy light cross sword formation rise. On the ground 5 members of the Empire's sword knelt on one knee, both hands gripping their swords driven into the earth. Mana was drained frantically by the formation. Their faces were pale as paper, veins bulging. The vice-captain's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. Hold. Just hold for 2 incense sticks time. The golden cage contracted violently. Countless light swords slashed inward from the cage walls, slicing the air into a vacuum. This formation was said to be capable of sealing a Lord of the Abyss. The green dragon within the formation lifted his eyelids. No dodge. No defense. He didn't even bother to activate a skill. His emerald-scaled tail covered in thorny armor swung casually. Boom. The golden cage shattered upon contact with the dragon's tail. Countless golden fragments scattered like rain. 4 muffled explosions followed. Formation backlash combined with pure stat crushing of 9,999 in all attributes. 4 Empire's sword members exploded into blood mist simultaneously. From formation to annihilation. 3 breaths. The sole survivor Gareth stared with unfocused eyes. The life-preserving jade talisman on his chest shattered into powder, forcefully teleporting him 3 li away. Most of his bones were broken. Blood bubbled from his mouth as he scrambled away. Monster. That's a monster. Sinuo's golden vertical pupils swept across the fleeing figure. He didn't even bother to chase. He withdrew his gaze, nostrils spewing white smoke. Opponents this week weren't even a warm-up. 10,000 years ago ants, 10,000 years later still ants. The dragon body slowly circled in the high sky. His gaze swept the earth, his pressure radiating 100 li, sweeping through the Imperial remnants. He did not notice. Behind him, in the 4 patches of blood mist yet to dissipate, something writhed. A wisp of cold, sinister soul swam out silently. It did not flee toward the sky but crawled with extreme precision along the scorched ground. Whenever the dragon's eyes swept over, it shrank into the shadows of cracked rocks, motionless. When the dragon's gaze shifted away, the soul like an invisible viper slipped silently into the crevice of the labyrinth entrance. It vanished. Labyrinth. 99th floor. Clang. He sheathed his sword. Behind Alan, countless high-level monsters maintained their pouncing stances. At the same moment, an extremely fine bloodline appeared on their necks. The next instant they collapsed in unison. From the first floor to the 99th, 20 minutes. One sword to the throat. No second swing. A 3-meter-thick ancient stone door stood before him. Alan raised his hand, his long fingers sliding slowly across the stone surface. Sub-god level hardness. The black thin sword slid 3 inches from its sheath. The tip touched the stone. Sparks burst forth. The door remained unmoving, leaving only a shallow white mark. He sheathed the sword and leaned against the stone wall. His gray pupils were utterly calm. No rush. His thin lips moved slightly. Someone will open the door. 100th floor. Pure white space. On the holographic screen, monster corpses lay everywhere. From the first to the 99th floor, wherever that silver-white figure passed, nothing lived. Celantir stared fixedly at the screen. Her pointed ears trembled violently. Countless life forces surged into her body, yet she couldn't be happy at all. She clenched her small fists, teeth grinding audibly. Bastard. He killed all my monsters. Her eyes reddened. Tears dissipated as fluorescent particles. Lynn raised a hand and patted her head. If the monsters are gone, we can catch more. I'll help you then. While consoling her, his mind was elsewhere. In the Imperial Hall, Alan had once tried to speak for him. That man's stance was subtle. Now charging straight through 99 floors, slaughtering every monster along the way. There was only one target. The 100th floor. Life God's elixir. Or something else. Or someone else. He said the stone door in the core space was sub-god level hardness. Looks like that guy can't get in for a while. But the phrase, for a while, made Lynn very uneasy. Alan said, someone will open the door. Who? Little Blue nestled in his arms, extended 2 tentacles, miming a disgusted expression while handing a tissue and rubbed against Celantir's face. In the corner, Little Black rolled over in dissatisfaction, emitting gloomy black chi. 2 points of deep light stared intensely at the white-haired swordsman on the screen. Murderous intent boiled. Celantir sniffled, a warmth spreading in her heart. All right, it's settled then. You can't go back on your word. She was about to smile. Buzz. A blinding silver-white light burst from Celantir's chest. Moon's tear uncontrollably pulled a column of moonlight. The light pierced through her clothes, gushing from her heart, swallowing her entire being in a silver-white torrent. Ah! Celantir screamed, pressing her hands to her chest. Her eyes flashed brilliantly. In midair, the moonlight tore open a massive spatial rift. Then, 2 completely different mana pressures crashed into the pure white space simultaneously. One was warm and pure, vast as the deep sea. The other was icy and piercing, exuding an aura of extreme evil death. Lynn instantly sprang up. Little Blue, Little Black on guard. He reversed his grip on the shadow-binding chain. His eyes turned ice cold. Little Blue shot out. Her blue body rapidly expanded, a high-pressure water prison poised. Little Black merged into the ground's shadow. 2 chilly lights flickered in the dark, ready for assassination. From the rift, 2 figures stepped through the void. One ahead, one behind. One bright, one dark. The one in front was an aged but kindly old woman. Her green eyes were identical to Celantir's. She wore a moon-white elven ritual robe and carried a jade staff entwined with vines. Celantir jumped up excitedly. Grandma! How did you get here? Lynn did not relax. He gripped the chain tightly, his gaze fixed past the old woman, locked onto the writhing shadow behind her. His deep brown eyes exuded ultimate coldness. That shadow had no form, no features. But Lynn could feel it staring back at him. Xiaoji analyzed that shadow. Received. Analysis blocked. The target carries a high-level concealment artifact. The mechanical voice paused for 0.1 seconds. Preliminary assessment. Extremely dangerous. Lynn's lips curled into a slight arc. His left hand slowly moved to his chest, touching his collar. The prey had delivered itself. Or was he the prey? Salanthal had barely taken half a step. Boom. An invisible force field erupted instantly. Lin-En's muscles locked up as if he had been poured into reinforced concrete. On his shoulder Xiaolan, who had expanded halfway, froze solid, two tentacles suspended in midair. In the corner Xiao He, who had merged into the ground, was pinned down, unable to emit even a wisp of black mist. In the entire arena only Salanthal remained unscathed. Lin-En gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling with difficulty, glaring coldly at the rift. The newcomer was no friend. From the rift a second figure stepped out. A dark purple robe trailed through the void and bony fingers clutched a crowbone staff. Griffin, kid, we meet again. The old man looked down at the immobilized Lin, and a smile like a blade on his lips. Reviving a 10,000-year-old green dragon, condensing the life divine spark, synthesizing a boss with alchemy. You are even more perfect than I anticipated. Lin-En's pupils contracted sharply. How does he know everything? Wasn't the surveillance removed? Where did the problem lie? In his mind, telepathic communication activated instantly. Sino, our home base has been breached. Come back and save me. Master. This old man just dealt with 5 insolent fools. What's going on? I'll be right back. Wait. Lin-En suddenly calmed down. Don't move yet. Wait for my command. They had bound him but not killed him. That meant he was safe for now. Since that was the case, he might as well fish for information and see what these old foxes really wanted. Lin-En's gaze passed Griffin and landed on the kindly old woman ahead. Yelani. The high priestess of the Moon Elf tribe. The grandmother Salanthal spoke of most fondly. Now she stood with her emerald staff planted, her kind expression fading bit by bit. Beneath it was a lofty indifference. Griffin, it seems it was worth using a divine-grade item to strip this boy's alchemy true name back then. Her voice was aged and sharp, her emerald eyes sweeping over Lin-En as if appraising an experimental specimen. Lin-En's heart skipped a beat. Stripped his alchemy true name. What did that mean? Was his alchemy not originally called that? Countless images exploded in his mind like lightning. Summoning ritual. All stats were 1. A useless hero. Abandoned. Exiled to the labyrinth. All the pieces came together. From the very beginning he had been set up by these two. So everything since I descended into this world was arranged by you. Lin-En's telepathic voice was icy cold. Yelani didn't even deign to look at him. You could say that. Griffin chuckled, his wrinkled face like dried bark creasing together. To be precise, we just wanted you to quickly bring the truth alchemy into play and revive the green dragon. Only with the green dragon revived could its vast life mana stabilize this crumbling labyrinth core. With the core stable we could enter and obtain the inheritance of the god of life. He paused, his gaze falling on Lin-En's chest. But it seems the inheritance should be in your hands, right? Hand it over. Yelani thumped her staff heavily. I might consider giving you a whole corpse. Lin-En nearly laughed in anger. So after all this trouble these old fools hadn't even figured out the intelligence. Inheritance. In my hands. Your dream. Lin-En. Just as he was about to retort, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Salanthal spread her arms, shielding Lin-En firmly. Her emerald-like eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Grandma, don't hurt him. The inheritance is with me. Buzz. The diamond-shaped mark on her brow suddenly burst with brilliant green light. The vast aura of the life divine spark swept across the scene like a tsunami. The pure white space fell dead silent for a second. Griffin's elegant composure shattered instantly. His silver-gray left eye contracted violently as if he had been struck dumb. What? Impossible. The Life Oracle clearly records that the inheritance is only left for the otherworldly hero. He slammed his staff on the ground, his mind blank for 2 seconds. But he quickly calmed down. Though an accident occurred, the result seems even better than expected. As for Yelani. After a brief shock, her emerald eyes burned with naked greed. Good. Excellent. She was so excited her staff trembled. The inheritance actually fell on our tribe's princess. With the core authority of the Ella Labyrinth, the Moon Elf tribe's return to its peak is within reach. She turned her head, her voice suddenly cold. Griffin, you can study the divine spark seed. But don't kill our tribe's princess. With a wave of her hand. The space rippled and the supreme treasure moonlight longbow in Salanthal's space vanished into thin air. It was taken directly. Griffin smiled, naturally. Salanthal was not surprised. The longbow had always belonged to the tribe. But the next words made her freeze. Hand me over to that old man. Her voice trembled as if she couldn't believe her ears. The grandmother who had gently stroked her head. The grandmother who taught her her first magic. The grandmother who wiped away her tears. Now the look in her eyes, valuation. Classification. Packaging. Like looking at a freshly made product. Was it all fake? As for this human. Yelani glanced at Lin N as if looking at a roadside trash bag. He revived the green dragon, keeping him as a variable. Kill him. She raised her staff slightly. A deadly emerald death ray compressed violently at the tip. No. Salanthal screamed and lunged, shielding Lin N with her back. Grandma, I beg you. Don't kill him. Bang. Griffin's crowbone staff interjected and a dark purple barrier smashed the death ray apart. What's the rush? He glanced at Yelani with displeasure. This kid's alchemy is of great use to me. I want to dissect and study him inch by inch. Yelani snorted and withdrew her hand. Her killing intent remained, but she held it back for now. Salanthal clung tightly to Lin N's immobilized arms, slowly lifting her head. Her eyes blurred with tears, looking at Yelani. Grandma. Why? The training is over, child. Yelani's tone softened slightly, but her words cut like knives. You did well. Your task was to assist this human in reviving the green dragon. Salanthal's pupils contracted sharply. But you surpassed my expectations. Yelani's voice was flat. I thought it would take several years. Unexpectedly, before the plan even began, the green dragon was already revived. Truly the truth alchemy. Salanthal's mind buzzed. The monsters she had pitted for so long. The lives slaughtered by the Empire's sword. All of them. Worthless. So. Her voice shattered into pieces. From start to finish I was just a tool. Yelani couldn't even be bothered to pretend. Be a good child, don't make a fuss. Everything is for the Moon Elf tribe. Sacrifice is inevitable. Salanthal didn't move. She clutched Lin N's clothes, her knuckles white. Like a drowning person clinging to the last reef. No. Her voice was soft. But it carried weight. What did you say? Yelani's face darkened. I said no. Salanthal lifted her head abruptly, her tear-streaked face filled with defiance. Her pointed ears trembled violently. I was locked in an iron cage for a year. Dying in despair. Where were you? Her voice tore like a scream. He saved me. Insolent. Yelani slammed her emerald staff heavily on the ground and the entire space shook. The tribe spent countless resources nurturing you, and now you want to betray the elves for a lowly human. Lowly. Salanthal bit her lip until blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She pointed straight at Griffin, her voice shrill enough to pierce eardrums. You keep saying humans are vile, but now you're working with this murderous madman. You. Yelani's old face flushed like pig liver. The mask of kindness was torn off, completely revealing the venomous viper beneath. Since you've been bewitched by this little beast. Her withered hand reached into her sleeve and slowly drew out a pitch-black scroll. As the scroll unfurled, the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Black mist poured out like countless vipers writhing through the space. In Lin N's mind, a mechanical voice sounded at the right moment. Master, it's a sub-divine grade item, slave talisman. But don't worry, Xiao Ji is soul-bound to you if this item has no effect on you. Lin N's lips curled slightly. What a fine show he had watched. Truth alchemy. So that's what his skill was really called. Such a domineering name. But this old hag was too vicious, she wanted to enslave him. A sub-divine grade item. A nice treasure. Let her waste it first. Then have the green dragon come in to clean up the mess. He wondered what expression she would have when the talisman failed. Just thinking about it was exciting. Very well. Yelani grinned venomously, her wrinkles in the black mist making her look like a demon. This old woman will use this slave talisman to turn this human into the most obedient dog of our tribe. The scroll slowly aimed at Lin N's brow. Her withered fingers trembled with excitement, her eyes utterly cruel. Salanthal. Her voice was cold as a snake's tongue. I will keep him tied to my side every day. Let you see clearly. The man you risked your life to protect. How he will kneel on the ground begging for mercy. Salanthal felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her pupils shrinking sharply. Lin N, immobilized, nearly gagged physically. Good heavens. Does this old hag usually play this dirty? Luck that he was immune. He sneered inwardly, watching the black scroll slowly approach his brow. Come on. Let me see how spectacular it is when you waste a subdivine grade treasure. Hum. The pitch-black scroll expanded menacingly, emitting a soul-wrenching black aura that locked onto Lin N's brow. Lin N's bones cracked in a rapid succession of sharp snaps. His face twisted grotesquely, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bloodshot as if about to drip crimson. Such a wretched sight that anyone would believe his soul was being torn apart alive. No wonder you're an otherworldly hero who resurrected the green dragon. Ilani nodded approvingly, her murky old eyes glinting with malevolent light. Such spiritual tenacity, this old woman is impressed. Her staff thumped heavily, her tone shifting to mockery. But it's useless. This is a subdivine artifact. Against any single being below SSS rank, once it strikes, the soul is completely sealed. She grinned, her wrinkled lips curling into a venomous smile. Old hag trying to scam me. Lin N roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet inwardly he remained as steady as a mountain. He feigned agonizing pain while waiting for Xiao Ji's immunity prompt. Oscar owed him a golden statuette. But Selentier beside him was utterly panicked. Turn into a dog. Be at anyone's mercy. Her mind instantly flashed with the perverse acts moon elves secretly inflicted on human slaves. Chain flay puppetize. If Lin N fell into those degenerates' hands. No. Absolutely not. Her fluorescent tears splattered on the ground. Her mind raced faster than ever before. Absolute enslavement. Single life form. Single. What if? It's not single. Her emerald eyes flashed with resolve. I won't let you touch him. Selentier erupted, slapping her palm fiercely against her own heart. Pfft. A mouthful of heart essence, blood thick with moonlight radiance, was forced out of her body and condensed into a fist-sized silver-green orb. Are you crazy? Lin N's pupils contracted sharply, he even forgot to feign pain. Selentier ignored him completely. Her face, pale as paper, was etched with desperation as she seized the orb of heart blood and slammed it into Lin N's chest. Hum. A blinding red and green light instantly connected them like threads of fate stretching taut between their hearts. Ding. Detected highest level law contract heart bond oath. Explanation: single-sided life binding by the elf race. Master receives no negative effects, but if the host dies, the contract signer will die simultaneously. Lin N was utterly stunned. This naive fool. She had unilaterally tied her life to his. Before he could even speak, the black demonic face slammed into his brow. Ha ha ha. It worked. Ilani cried out in ecstasy. Yet. The expected kneeling submission did not occur. The moment the black ghostly face touched his skin, it paused for a second, then twisted violently. Ding. The enslavement talisman failed to touch the soul. The judgment enslavement failed. The master has formed a heart bond oath with Selentier. The rule judges it as a dual soul collective. Judgment conflict. Enslavement law naturally invalidated. Snap. A crisp shattering sound echoed across the scene. The priceless subdivine enslavement talisman exploded into a heap of black ash on Lin N's forehead, scattering in the wind. Little Blue poked its head out from his shoulder, its big eyes full of disdain, its tentacles mimicking a mocking emoji. Even this can be bugged. Lin N looked at Selentier, who was swaying on her feet, and his cold corporate heart skipped a beat for the first time. He had planned to rescue her from misery later, but instead a damsel in distress had saved the hero. But he wanted no part in being a hero. No. Impossible. Ilani's ecstasy froze on her face, her features twisted grotesquely. My subdivine talisman. The one I unearthed from the ruins at the brink of death. Her trump card was gone, not even a ripple left. Snap. The furious high priestess swung her staff and a sharp slap struck Selentier's face from a distance. Selentier was sent flying like a broken doll, crashing heavily to the ground. Half of her face instantly swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ungrateful bastard. Ilani trembled with rage, her bony finger pointing at her nose, a princess of the elf race binding her life to a lowly human. You've disgraced the entire elf race. Old witch, you're asking for death. Lin N's killing intent surged, his teeth grinding audibly. He was truly enraged. The moment Selentier stepped forward, he had marked her as his territory. Dare to touch his people. He would grind their bones to dust. Selentier wobbled to her feet. Holding her swollen cheek, she neither screamed nor begged. Her emerald eyes fixed on the old woman she had once revered, tears fell silently, but her gaze was terrifyingly cold. Shame. Her voice was hoarse. Now you talk to me about shame. I was locked in an underwater iron cage for a whole year. Tortured day and night by poison, wishing I were dead. Her voice rose trembling. The fury of a year finally found an outlet. Every day I prayed to the moon, lying to myself that the clan was surely finding a way to save me. She pointed at Griffin, laughing bitterer than crying. But it was all your scheme. What right do you have to hit me? Naive. Ilani looked down coldly. No sacrifice, no revival. Even sacrificing half the elf race would be worth it. You've disappointed me beyond measure. Selentir stopped trembling. The last flicker of light in her eyes extinguished completely. Very well. She straightened slowly. Those emerald eyes became eerily calm. Then so be it. The diamond-shaped mark on her brow erupted in a dazzling green radiance. The power of the life divine seed surged wildly, resonating perfectly with the Labyrinth Lord's authority. The Labyrinth's monsters had been almost completely slaughtered, but the single drop of life divine power condensed from it was more than enough. I Selentir, in the name of the Labyrinth Lord. Emerald divine light burst from her fingertips, transforming into a web of emerald law chains. Expel all unlawful intruders. Boom! The entire pure white space trembled violently. The floor, dome and walls simultaneously lit up with dense ancient runes. The 10th Asandir sanctuary suddenly awakened. What? Griffin's face changed drastically. The void beneath his feet crumbled wildly, an irresistible repulsive force hurling him toward the rift. Begone! Selentir's eyes blazed, green light pouring from her pupils. Emerald chains shot out like thousands of snakes, coiling around Griffin and Ilani's bodies. Dragging. Crushing. Expelling. Griffin's crowbone staff resisted frantically, with dark purple light sparks flying. But within the labyrinth's core space, the Labyrinth Lord was absolute law. Sizzle. Griffin's figure was the first to be torn into countless dark purple fragments and sucked into the rift. Griffin. Ilani shrieked, her emerald staff spines desperately anchoring into the ground. Useless. The chains locked her limbs like iron clamps, dragging her inch by inch toward the closing rift. Selentir, have you lost your mind? Ilani held, her face contorted beyond recognition. Do you think you can survive by driving me away? Without the elf clan's protection you are nothing. Selentir stood still. Her swollen cheeks still bore tear stains, but her emerald eyes held no more wavering. I'd rather be nothing. Her voice was soft, as if talking to herself. Then use such filthy means to revive the elf race. Boom. The last chain tightened abruptly, yanking Ilani's entire body into the rift. At the moment of closure, that twisted old face roared one final curse. Ungrateful bitch. The voice cut off. The rift vanished. The pure white space fell into dead silence. Selentir maintained her raised hand, the green light receding like an ebbing tide. The next second her legs gave way and she fell straight backward. Lynn stepped forward in one stride and caught her steadily. Stupid girl. Looking down at the pale-faced elf princess in his arms, his voice was soft, laced with a tenderness he hadn't noticed himself. Selentir nestled in his embrace, barely opening her eyes. Her emerald pupils were unfocused but stubborn. I'm not stupid. Her voice was faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet the corners of her lips lifted slightly. I just didn't want you to become a dog. Lynn's lips twitched. He paused for a second. Then he reached out and gently stroked the unswollen side of her face. Fair enough. He'll remember that debt for you. On his shoulder, Little Blue poked out its head. Its tentacles mimicked a slip of paper that read, I owe you one slap, interest 100-fold, and slapped it onto the air. In the shadowy corner, Little Black rolled silently, its cold light flickering wildly. Lynn raised his head and looked toward the direction where the rift had disappeared. Deep in his dark brown eyes surged a chilling purple glow. Snow. His voice was cold as iron, carrying an unmistakable death sentence. No need to leave survivors. Crush them. As you command. Nua's pure golden pupils erupted with a murderous intent spanning 10,000 years. Her dark golden dragon body shattered the spatial barrier with a thunderous crash, hurtling toward the outside world along the trajectory of spatial fluctuations. The all-seeing holographic screen in the sky switched perspectives automatically. Above the Aera forest, the heavens exploded. An emerald dragon with a 30-meter wingspan emerged halfway from a pitch-black rift, descending with a terrifying draconic pressure that could crush entire mountains. Below, 50,000 Imperial remnants looked up in despair. Monster. Open fire. Magic cannons. Shoot it down. The surviving officers screamed hysterically. Boom. 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 Hundreds of high-level magic cannon beams shot into the sky, accurately striking Si Noa's chest. Dust and smoke blotted out the sun. Si Noa didn't even bother to activate her defenses. Her dragon lips parted slightly. A torrent of emerald dragon breath mixed with a storm of destruction poured down like a waterfall. ZZZT. Where the dragon breath swept, hundreds of magic cannons and 20,000 heavily armored infantry were instantly vaporized into flying ash. 20,000 lives. In one breath. Oh. Old lizard, you've grown stronger. Griffin thrust his crow bone staff into the ground. His withered hands raised high, his voice filled with genuine admiration. 200 years ago, when I trapped you with my undead plague, you were much weaker than now. He traced a shape in the air with his bony fingers as if savoring a perfect work of art. I still remember when I peeled off your first inverse scale dragon, blood spattered the earth like a fountain. Your dragon sinew I pulled out inch by inch and made it into a bowstring. Old bastard. You're courting death. The ultimate humiliation of the past was torn open in public. Si Noa completely lost control. Rampant life magic crazily compressed in her dragon maw, turning into a breath that could incinerate heaven and earth, hurtling straight at Griffin. However, the two SS-level powerhouses facing a max-level divine beast directly revealed their trump cards. Two domains exploded simultaneously. Silver moonlight and pitch-black death aura tore the entire sky apart from two extremes. Moonlight sacred domain. Yelani's eyes wept blood and silver light coated her with divine armor. She pulled the moonlight longbow to its fullest, draining her magic power, and a 100-meter-long silver giant arrow condensed into shape. Death domain. Griffin's domain spread like spilled ink. Thick death aura turned into thousands of 100-meter ghostly hands emerging from the ground and tightly entangling Si Noa's claws and wings. Where the domain spread, the 30,000 imperial remnants on the periphery didn't even have time to scream. They were instantly drained of flesh and blood by the death aura, turning into scattered bones. 50,000 troops without encountering an enemy died from the residual power of their own strongmen's skills. Die. Yelani roared, releasing the string. Boom. The moonlight giant arrow tore through the void, piercing into Si Noa's chest with a piercing sonic boom. The impact force penetrated the dragon body, flattening a 1,000-meter high mountain several miles away into a level plain. Broken stones shot into the sky, the earth trembled. The death ghost hands took the opportunity to frenziedly bite at the dragon scales, the corroding sound sending shivers down the spine. The fatal blow of two SS-level powerhouses. The visual effect was earth-shattering. Yet, Si Noa looked down at the few scales shattered on her chest. Then looked at the ghost hands entangled around her feet. A flicker of extreme mockery flashed in her golden pupils. Weak. Too weak. Life domain fully activated. Emerald divine light soared like a second sun. The countless death ghost hands evaporated instantly like snow under molten lava. The penetrating wound on her chest deep enough to see bone writhe with sprouting flesh. 1 second. The wound healed. 2 seconds. New scales grew. She didn't even lose a single hair. You're not even qualified to give me a scratch. Si Noa's roar shattered the clouds, echoing across the sky. Ignoring the bombardment from the two, she brute forced her way down like a heavy roller, crushing everything beneath. 100th floor. Pure white space. Lynn leaned back on a black velvet pillow formed by Xiao He, crossing his legs and staring at the light screen. All attributes 9999 plus life domain. He clicked his tongue. Pure invincibility cheat. Xiaolan on his shoulder danced excitedly, its tentacles holding up a popcorn bucket. It had morphed while its head frantically popped out emojis like 666 and beat him up. In the corner, Xiao He silently retracted the gloomy black aura that had been itching to finish the fight. No kill to steal, being a decent pillow was the last dignity of an assassin. On the light screen, this one-sided beating, boosted by various treasures, lasted for several hours. Si Noa slammed Griffin into the ground with a claw, then whipped a solid dragon tail strike onto Yelani's shield. Crack. The moonlight sacred domain shattered. The old woman's body arced miserably through the air, the sharp sound of broken ribs audible even through the screen. Boom. She crashed into a deep pit, blood gushing. Finally. In the ruins, Si Noa gasped heavily, her dragon scales mostly peeled off. In the deep pit below, Yelani's staff was broken, her moonlight longbow dim, blood-soaked, and collapsed on the ground, barely breathing. Griffin on the other side was even more miserable, half his body crushed, his silver-gray prosthetic eye constantly oozing black blood. Master. Si Noa's excited telepathic voice exploded in Lynn's mind. The old hag is almost dead. Should I just stomp her to death? Celandir trembled all over. She turned around and grabbed Lin N's sleeve tightly. Her emerald eyes brimmed with tears, her voice light and broken. Lin N. She bit her lip. She deceived me. Used me. And wanted to turn you into a puppet. She paused for a long time. But after all, she raised me for 18 years. Celandir lowered her head, forcing out a humble plea. Could you spare her life? She just tried to kill you and you want to let her go. Lin N looked down, quietly studying this pale little face. Please. Lin N took a deep breath. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would bring endless waves of revenge. But seeing Celandir's pure pleading eyes, his heart softened. Fine. He reached out and roughly ruffled her golden hair. She's lucky. The next second the command transmitted through the soul link was utterly cold. Keep the old hag alive for now. After we finish Griffin, find a chance to kill her. Don't let Celandir see. A venomous woman who abandoned her after 18 years of raising, she can't stay. Understood. Sinua's eyes flickered with approval. Her massive chest swelled high, dark golden dragon patterns blazing wildly. All life magic compressed deep in her throat, an ultimate destructive dragon breath locked onto Griffin in the ruins. No. Griffin. Save me. Yelani let out a desperate scream. She had no idea that because of Celandir's words she had temporarily been spared. Griffin didn't look at her. This old madman with only half his body left stood alone in the center of the ruins. Facing that ultimate destructive wave that could vaporize anything, he slowly opened his remaining right arm. Then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. Griffin laughed wildly, his blood-tinged silver-gray prosthetic eye burning with morbid extreme fanaticism. So this is the primordial power of a max-level divine beast. Come on. Let me witness the ultimate truth. Boom. Blinding white light swallowed everything. No scream. Griffin's broken body, like snow under the scorching sun, instantly vaporized and evaporated in the dragon breath. Not even a speck of ash remained. Complete and utter physical annihilation. Huff. Pft. Sinua spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, flicking her tail in disgust. Damn, that old bastard's bones were really tough. Tired me out. Before the light screen, Lin and let out a long sigh. Xiaolan on his shoulder morphed into a celebration with confetti emoji and bounced around excitedly. Celandir finally released her clenched fists, her entire body drained of strength, softly leaning against Lin N's shoulder. It's over. She murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, a single teardrop glistening like a pearl sliding down the corner of her eye. Lin N's lips curled slightly, about to tease the crybaby. Suddenly a change. A nauseating, viscous, squelching sound came from the light screen without warning. The image twisted abruptly. Where Griffin had been reduced to ashes, a mass of indescribable bizarre substance writhed and condensed madly in the void. Then came a burst of laughter. Cold. Piercing. Carrying a thick, rotting aura. See, no. I didn't want to use my trump card. But you forced me. Ha ha ha. No physical body, no staff, no physical medium of any kind. That voice simply echoed eerily between heaven and earth. Did you think destroying my body would truly kill me? Lin N shot upright. Xiao Lan's celebration emoji froze on his shoulder, its two tentacles stiff in midair. Celandir's head, which had just rested on him, jerked up, her emerald eyes filled with terror. In the corner, Xiao He instantly switched from pillow form to assassination stance, 2 points of dim light locked onto the light screen. Lin N stared at the madly expanding black mass on the screen, a swirl of purple light churning in the depths of his pupils. Xiao Ji. Analyzing. Target's life signature is 0. Soul signature. Abnormally active. The mechanical voice paused for an unusual beat. Master Griffin's physical body is confirmed dead. But his soul was never within the body. Lin N clenched his fists. What a scholarly madman. He had never planned to rely on his physical body from the start. On the light screen, the writhing black mass grew larger and larger, vaguely forming a human silhouette. Griffin's cold laughter grew clearer, filled with manic triumph. See, Noah, thank you for your dragon breath. The final blow of your primordial power was exactly the catalyst for my breakthrough. See, Noah's golden pupils constricted, a deep dragon roar rumbling from her throat. Old bastard. You used my attack to complete your transformation. Laughter echoed, answering with a question. Do you think a man who has studied soul immortality for 167 years would stake his life on a decaying body? The black mass exploded violently. Lin En stared at the light screen, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the abyssal binding chain. Griffin was not dead. This old dog had only just shown his true fangs. Ding. Highest level alert. Xiao Zhi's mechanical voice was as sharp as needles piercing the eardrums. An artifact, immortal filthy blood, has appeared outside the labyrinth. Characteristics: it grows by absorbing souls and magical power, and a single drop is indestructible. Normally it disguises itself as the substance of slime bodies, only revealing its aura when merging. The light screen image suddenly twisted. Above the charred ruins where Jellyfen had been annihilated, a viscous dark red gelatinous mass writhed and grew out of thin air. Lin En's brows knitted tightly. Disguised as a slime. A certain string in his mind suddenly tightened. Before he could think further, a second alarm blared. Ding. A superstandard same-source magical power fluctuation has appeared in the 100th floor hull. The LV 99 previous generation king-level water slime has awakened. The light screen switched automatically. Inside the 100th floor hall, amidst the mountain of boss skeletons, a third-turtle water blue giant shadow swelled madly. Dark golden king patterns on its surface pulsed eerily, and its crimson mimic eyes locked directly onto the direction of the pure white space. Ah. Master. Xiao Lan's head hurt so much. In Lin En's arms, Xiao Lan convulsed violently. Its blue body liquefied, wildly splashing droplets everywhere. Something on the 100th floor is stealing Xiao Lan's king's mark. It's not playing fair. Before he finished, the dark gold mark representing the 99th floor boss authority within Xiao Lan was forcibly pulled out by a terrifying suction force. The stream of light ignored spatial barriers and directly plunged into the body of that previous generation slime. Damn it. Lin En's eyes burst with ferocity. Daring to hack my battle pet right in front of me. He activated the Void Steel skill without hesitation. An invisible great hand of magic reached out, tightly enveloping Xiao Lan's liquefied body. At the same time, the 100th floor stone door let out a strained explosion. The 10th sand-pound boulder shifted slowly. Want to open the door? Dream on. Sailantier's two-pointed ears tensed into straight lines. Her hands formed seals as she desperately mobilized the Labyrinth Master's authority to lock the stone door. But it was already too late. A half-meter gap. A silver-white afterimage tore through the sound barrier, instantly darting into the 100th floor hall. Ailuan. He had been waiting for a long time. His figure was extremely fast, charging straight for the scarred tree of life deep in the hall. Clang. The black rapier was drawn. A crescent arc flashed. The withered trunk split in two with a sound. His left hand produced a porcelain bottle. The last clump of emerald life divine liquid in the tree's heart was instantly sucked in and the cork sealed. His movements were as crisp as if rehearsed 100 times. After finishing, he glanced sideways at the direction of the pure white space. His gray pupils were calm as water. He crushed a teleportation scroll. Vanished. Outside. At the bottom of a 10th sand-meter deep pit. Yelani lay dying in a pool of blood. The void before her twisted, and Aelin's figure appeared out of thin air. You boy. It's you. A glimmer of hope flashed in her murky old eyes. Ailuan bent down. He grabbed the moonlight longbow beside her. My lady. The reward you and Lord Jellyfen agreed upon him taking it. His tone was utterly flat. He couldn't even be bothered to look again. He crushed another spatial item and vanished without a trace. You. Yelani's eyes widened as she violently spat a mouthful of black blood and completely fainted. Inside the 100th floor hull. The previous generation king-level water slime, having just completed its revival, let out a miserable scream. Its massive blue body instantly liquefied and disintegrated, transforming into a dazzling blue light that pierced the spatial barrier and slammed violently into the body of Jellyfen outside. Immediately after. Buzz. The pure white space was forcibly torn open by an absolute power. Xiao Lan floated up automatically. Xiao He was forcibly pulled out from the shadow on the ground. Both bodies froze simultaneously, flying uncontrollably toward the crack. No. Xiao Lan doesn't want to leave, master. Xiao Lan's surface liquefied frantically. Two tentacles desperately reached toward Lin En, trembling as they raised a crying emoji. Blue droplets hit the ground like tears. Hiss. Xiao He transformed into thick ink, tightly wrapping around Lin En's ankle. Its cold voice carried a tremor for the first time. Master. Body stolen. Please. Erase me. At that moment. Lin En's mind exploded. Slimes covering the mountains and fields. The abnormal numbness when Xiaolan and Xiaohei devoured the divine liquid. Immortal filthy blood. Disguised as slime body substance. His back chilled, a cold sensation shooting straight to his crown. The slimes in the labyrinth were all shells created by Jellifen after infiltrating them with immortal filthy blood. First create the previous generation slime king. Then use the king to split into countless ordinary individuals. Immortal filthy blood infiltrated every slime, continuously absorbing magic power and souls. So Jellifen knew everything. From the very first day he had been under the surveillance of this old lunatic. Every alchemy session, every conversation, every thought. All were seen by those little blue things. As for Salantier condensing the divine seed, the rules of the labyrinth's core area blocked the prying. But aside from that, everything was laid bare. Erase your grandma. Lin gripped the thick ink that Xiaohei had become. Between his fingers light slipped away and two souls were being pulled out inch by inch. He gritted his molars, roaring through the soul link. Sinuo. Pull out Xiaolan and Xiaohei's soul cores. As long as the souls remain, I can rebuild their true bodies. And smash Jellifen to pieces. Roar. How dare you snatch people right in front of me. Outside. The furious green dragon let out a dragon roar that shattered the sky. The dark gold giant claw ferociously plunged into the void rift. Ryup. At the moment the two clumps of filthy blood were about to merge into Jellifen, Sinuo made a precise grab. Two faint soul cores, one blue and one black, were forcibly snatched out and firmly protected under the inverse scale. The dragon tail followed. The thick tail hammer swept out with a boom that tore through the sound barrier. Boom. Jellifen's broken body was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. But the next second, in the void 100 meters away, the blood mist defied gravity, madly converging toward the center. The viscous filthy blood rapidly reshaped. A humanoid outline condensed out of thin air. Silver-white short hair. Sharp features. A handsome youth under 30. There was no trace of the withered old man. Only those silver-gray eyes still exuded a sick fanatical intensity that sent chills down one's spine. It's useless, Lynn. The young Jellifen spread his arms, his posture like a god welcoming his coronation. You are clever and cautious, but you are still a bit green. He looked down, admiring his perfect body, his voice filled with genuine satisfaction. 100 years of planning, nourished by countless souls. Immortal filthy blood has finally been cultivated to perfection. His silver-gray eyes swept across the battlefield. A voracious suction burst forth from within his body. The liquefied shells devoid of souls. The remnant souls of 100,000 Imperial soldiers. Every remaining slime clone in the labyrinth. All of them. Swallowed in one breath. Rumble. The sky was stained a sickly crimson. The air became thick as if soaked in blood plasma. An extreme sense of oppression fell like a real leaden curtain on the spines of every living creature. Ding. Highest level red alert. Xiao Ji's mechanical voice was unusually distorted. Target has merged a massive energy source. All attributes breaking through 10,000. 15,000. A pause of 0. 3 seconds. Breaking through the 20,000 mark. Comprehensive energy level assessment, demigod second order. 20,000. Inside the pure white space, Lynn's breath stopped for a beat. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. All attributes at 20,000. Sinuo's limit was 9,999. He stared at the silver-white young figure in the holographic screen. His proud max-level divine beast for the first time seemed so insignificant before this power that defied common sense. Sinua, come back. Lynn's voice was icy. The green dragon with pure gold vertical pupils and full of brutality did not hesitate at all. Its massive body twisted abruptly, claws tearing through the void, and in an instant plunged back into the pure white space. Lynn turned and stared at Cylon d'Air. Do the teleportation treasures inside you have mutual sensing? Can Elon and I forcibly teleport over? Cylon d'Air nodded, then shook her head. Yes. But the consumption is enormous. In her current physical state, Mother absolutely cannot do it. That's good. Lynn's dark brown eyes radiated absolute rationality. The core space has a sub-god level stone door. Gulifan won't be able to get in for a while. Well, just lie low in the maze. If he really breaks in, Sinua can tear space and take us away. Fight if we can win, if stubbornly fighting when we can't is just foolish. Under 9 years of compulsory education there are no cowards nor stubborn fools. Si Noah's nostrils spewed hot air, his brows tightly furrowed. He seemed about to say something but finally nodded heavily. Outside. Beneath the scarlet sky. Guli Fen's young and handsome body hovered in midair, his terrifying pressure of 20,000 full attributes constantly distorting and collapsing the surrounding space. Si Noah. Still the same as before, run when you can't win. His silver-gray eyes were full of mockery. But this time. He slowly raised both hands. Don't think that just because you're hiding in the maze I have no way to deal with you. Boom. On the scorched earth a dark purple array covering the sky suddenly appeared. Guli Fen's hands shot up. The earth trembled violently. Inside the pure white space Lin En's feet suddenly shook. The view in the holographic screen rose sharply. His pupils contracted. Guli Fen, relying on his terrifying 20,000 magic points, forcibly uprooted the entire Ayla Great Maze from the ground. The 100-story maze floated high in the sky, blocking all light. Then behind Guli Fen a pitch-black crack 10,000 meters long split open. Lin En narrowed his eyes. He's going to stuff the entire maze into his personal space. Si Noah's gaze was extremely grave. If we're thrown into his independent space and sealed with magic arrays, this old man might be able to fight his way out. But you two will never see the light of day again. Lin En's mind raced. No more hiding. Either flee now or... He suddenly looked at Cylon Dier. Cylon Dier. What authority do you have as the maze master? Cylon Dier immediately answered, condensing life divine liquid. Controlling all magic arrays. Expelling intruders. Self-destructing the maze. Self-destruct. Lin En seized on the key word. Can it still be used after being destroyed? Si Noah responded in a deep voice, as long as the maze seed remains absorbing enough divine power the maze can grow again. Xiao Ji. What level is the maze seed? Is there any other cultivation method besides divine power? A mechanical voice instantly rang out. Reply to Master Subgod level. The maze seed can also absorb space for cultivation, perfectly matching your void theft skill. As long as the space is in an extremely unstable state, the maze seed can devour it. After a pause of 0.1 seconds. If you self-destruct the maze, Guli Fen's personal space will inevitably be violently shaken. The moment the spatial barrier shatters, the maze seed can directly devour his personal space. A cold grin curled at the corner of Lin En's mouth. Devour his space. Guli Fen's century-old lair, how many good things must be inside? This won't be a loss. A huge profit. He looked at the green dragon beside him, lowering his voice. Si Noah, I have a task for you. At the moment of self-destruction you take the maze seed and tear into the spatial turbulence, find the weakest point of that old bastard spatial barrier and swallow it in one gulp. Si Noah's golden pupils flickered. After a beat of silence he nodded. Lin En turned and stared at Cylon Dier. Self-destruct the maze. Cylon Dier's emerald eyes instantly widened. This was a divine miracle that the moon elf race had dreamed of. A 10,000-year-old maze, just blow it up. If we get trapped inside we will all die. Lin En's tone was without a trace of fluctuation. Together with this maze become his nourishment. Cylon Dier bit her lower lip. She did not hesitate for long. I agree. Outside. Guli Fen was still laughing wildly. The bottom of the enormous maze had already touched that pitch-black spatial crack. Don't worry, since you won't come out, I'll take you away. There's plenty of time to force you to submit. Right now. Lin En shouted. Do it. Cylon Dier's hands came together abruptly. The divine seed on her brow burst with blinding scarlet light. Ayla Great Maze Supreme Command. Her voice was calm but irreversible. Self-destruct program initiate. All the magic circuits of the entire maze reversed in the same second. The 100 layers of rock walls simultaneously lit up with dense patterns of collapse, blazing white light gushing from every crack. Si Noah, retreat. Lin En shouted. Si Noah tore space, instantly taking Lin En and Cylon Dier into the turbulence. The last second before detonation. Cylon Dier looked back and saw Elon Ni lying in a deep pit of rubble within the light screen. She initiated one final directional telepathy. Mother, the maze is about to explode. Hurry and leave. Her voice was very soft. Little Cylon can no longer serve you in the future. Take care. In the deep pit outside. The unconscious Elon Ni suddenly opened her eyes. Her whole body trembled. She raised her head with difficulty, looking at the 10,000-year-old maze shining red in the sky. Survival instinct triumphed over everything. Elon and I unhesitatingly crushed her teleportation treasure, turning into a white light and fleeing in a sorry state. But it was already too late. Boom. Heaven and earth fell silent. The destructive white light stripped all color from the world. All the magic accumulated by the 10,000-year-old maze poured out in that moment. Within 100 miles everything turned into nothingness. Gully Fen's piercing screams were completely swallowed by the white light. Ayla Forest, at a great distance. A towering cliff. A spatial crack flickered. Lynn N and Cylon D'Air stumbled out, crashing onto the gravel ground. Lynn N propped himself up, looking ahead. The once lush basin had completely turned into a bottomless abyss of nothingness. Even the skyline had been lowered by a section. In the distant void, a charred figure missing limbs was healing at a visible speed. He still didn't die. Lin N's eyes showed shock. Master, the target's aura is greatly damaged, but its strength is still at sub-god first level. See Noah, did you get the stuff? Let's go. No response. See Noah. Lin N paused in shock. He then realized that the green dragon had not returned at all. With See Noah's strength he should have followed out long ago. Unless... Lin N suddenly recalled the hesitant expression on See Noah's face earlier. That bastard isn't planning to end things with Gully Fun, is he? He looked in the direction where Gully Fun was. Sure enough. Gully Fen's charred body had just finished reforming when the space beside him twisted violently. The massive silhouette of the green dragon appeared with a roar. Gully Fun hadn't reacted yet. See Noah had already moved. Old bastard. Let's go to hell together. Life erosion. Boom. The mountain-like dragon body instantly liquefied. The 30-meter-long emerald giant body transformed into a strange dark green membrane, ignoring spatial laws, and firmly plastered itself onto Gully Fen's face and body. What the hell? Get off. Gully Fen's face changed drastically. His terrifying 10th point magic erupted wildly, trying to tear the membrane off. Useless. The green membrane was like a clinging maggot, ignoring all shields, directly devouring his life force and soul crazily. Ah! Gully Fun emitted inhuman screams. The excruciating pain of his soul being roasted by fire tore apart his elegant facade, and he rolled wildly in the air like a lit firework. Struggle. Rampage. Desperate burning of magic. All ineffective. The membrane burned even more fiercely. Gully Fun finally realized he couldn't shake it off. True fear appeared in his silver-gray pupils for the first time. He tore space and fled in a sorry state. The crack closed. Heaven and earth fell silent again. On the cliff. Cylon D'Air covered her mouth tightly, tears bursting forth. See Noah Sr. He sacrificed himself to save us. Her pointed ears trembled violently, fluorescent teardrops falling onto the gravel. Lin N was silent for 2 seconds. Then he sighed. All right, old rogue dragon. Stop fooling the little girl into tears. Cylon D'Air was stunned. Ahem. A golden magic fruit tore through space and bounced out beside Cylon D'Air. The size of a fist. On its skin burned illusory green soul fire. It dashed madly in the air, nearly crashing into Cylon D'Air's arms. It's burning me to death. See Noah's sly voice came from the fruit. Did you really think my title, indestructible green dragon, was just for show? Understand soul immortality. As long as the soul remains, I can summon the dragon body back anytime. Cylon D'Air was dumbfounded. She subconsciously wiped the tears from her face. Her pointed ears switched directly from sadness mode to fury mode, trembling with anger. You did it on purpose. Why do you care so much? The important thing is that I'm not dead. The magic fruit shamelessly spun in the air. Lin N ignored the comedy of the old and the young. He stared at the direction where Gully Fun had disappeared, speaking in a deep voice. Tell me. What was that technique? Hee hee. See Noah's voice carried a rare trace of seriousness. A forbidden ultimate technique I learned from the life god back then, life erosion. Life for life. Once it's stuck, unless my life force and soul power are completely burned dry, it won't stop until death. Lin N raised an eyebrow. An indestructible green dragon uses a never-ending parasitic skill to wear down a monster that survives on undying filthy blood. Isn't this just a contest of who burns out first? Pretty cunning. Lin N curled his lip. Just so. Noah said unceremoniously. After that old bastard is worn to death he'll come back and rebuild the dragon body. By the way. Lynn sent a telepathic message, his voice turning cold. Did that old hag die? Within 100 miles of the explosion center nothing was left. Her shabby teleportation tools were too slow. Lynn turned his head imperceptibly. His gaze fell on Cylon Dier, finding no abnormality. He withdrew his gaze and nodded imperceptibly. Good. Did you get the thing? He asked the green dragon. The magic fruit shook proudly and a spatial crack tore open on its skin. The maize seed that Lynn had previously given to Noah rolled out. But it was different than before. The seed that was originally only the size of a fruit kernel had now grown to the size of a fist. Its surface swirled with deep purple-black spatial patterns, and inside countless miniature buildings, items and residual magic arrays could be faintly seen. Gully Fend's century-accumulated personal space had been devoured completely. Is there anything this old man can't do? Noah said slyly. Lynn's eyes instantly lit up. He held up the maize seed, feeling the surging energy fluctuations that seemed to overflow. The corner of his mouth curled, revealing a pure greedy smile usually seen only when opening a blind box. Come. Let me see just how many good things can drop from this top-tier powerhouse's lair. Master, just inject a bit of magical power and it will bond with you. Noah, balancing a charred black shell on his head, held the purple-black labyrinth seed with his two mimic claws, his voice trembling even more excitedly than Lynn's. Lynn wasted no words. With a flick of his fingertip he forced out a strand of magical power and ruthlessly poured it into the seed. Buzz. The purple-black shell shattered inch by inch, replaced by a transparent orb swirling with a vast starry river. Starlight surged into his consciousness. In an instant dozens of independent spaces torn apart by the nuclear explosion were rapidly pulled together, merging into bubbles of various sizes that floated in the pitch-black starry sea. Gulifen's century of accumulation. All of it was here. Noah let Little Blue and Little Black in. Two faint streams of light darted into the starry sea. Little Blue writhed wildly, dragging its blue soul core, and its tentacles instantly mimicked an emoji of rubbing hands together waiting to be fed. Little Black turned into a wisp of black mist, silently gliding along the bubble walls. Just like a cold assassin patrolling his territory. Alright, stop showing off, Lynn calmed them through spiritual telepathy. Your physical bodies are easy to handle. Once I find high-level elemental materials, I'll start alchemy and directly reshape your golden bodies. You can eat magic fruits like meals and you'll be back to your peak in no time. Boss is generous. Little Blue immediately flashed a thumbs up. Little Black was silent for a moment, its black mist slightly rippling. Wait. 2 words. But the speed of its movement clearly quickened. Lynn rubbed his hands. Without further ado he fixed his gaze on those spatial bubbles. Opening the blind box. The first bubble. The moment he saw it, Lynn's eyes turned green. Hundreds of magic scrolls were neatly stacked, each one flowing with a terrifying fluctuation that made one's scalp tingle. They're all forbidden curse scrolls of 7th rank and above. Pulling out any one and throwing it into an auction house would fetch a sky-high price. This wave would directly lead to financial freedom. The second bubble. His detection skills swept over it and Lynn's heart suddenly twitched. A primordial herb garden spanning thousands of square meters. The soil exuded a rich life aura, and within it grew the long-extinct dragon blood vine and starry night flower that had been lost for a millennium. Although they had just entered the growth stage, they were all alive. Once they matured, combined with truth alchemy, he could drink divine-grade potions like water. Good heavens, Lynn swallowed his saliva. Is Gulifen saving up a dowry for me? Noah beside him was so angry that his shell was trembling. He used my dragon blood to plant it. Dragon blood vine, where do you think the dragon blood came from? Dragon blood vine, where do you think the dragon blood came from? The third bubble. Piles of ancient magic books and experimental notes. Lynn opened one and the pages were full of scribbles. The moment his finger touched the paper, a chilling aura shot up his arm and he immediately shook it off. The lifelong work of an SS-ranked old monster. No rush, he would keep it to study slowly. The fourth bubble made him draw in a sharp breath. Rows of standard heavy armor magical cannons and armor-piercing crossbows. Gleaming and menacing. The equipment of an entire elite legion of 10,000 soldiers. It's just that the imperial crests printed on them are too conspicuous. Lynn stroked his chin. When I have time, I'll use alchemy to clean and refurbish them all. If I raise a private army, I'll definitely be able to walk sideways. He grinned from ear to ear. Gulifan is truly a great benefactor. Sending 1,000 li to deliver his head a light gift but a heavy sentiment. The smile still lingered on his lips. His gaze swept over the largest core bubble in the center of the starry sea. He froze. A pure white space ravaged by a blizzard. In the center a 10,000-year-old mystic ice mountain rose abruptly. Within the transparent deep blue ice wall a girl lay sleeping quietly. Her silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was pale, almost translucent. She had the face of a 15 or 16-year-old with a serene smile on her lips. She looked like she was asleep. Or like she had been dead for a long time. Lynn's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately activated his authority and pulled Sinua and Landier into this space. So beautiful. Landier subconsciously exclaimed upon seeing the frozen girl. Beautiful my ass. Sinua was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The dark golden dragon patterns on his charred black shell instantly flared up and his voice cracked. Master. Stay away from this ice block. Although this girl is human, the total amount of magical power in her body is even more terrifying than Gulifan, who was at the second level of demigod just now. His shell retreated frantically. This is a humanoid nuclear bomb. Stronger than Gulifan. The greedy smile on Lynn's face instantly vanished. Xiaoji analyze. Ding. Alert. Target extremely dangerous. Xiaoji's mechanical voice was so sharp it cracked. This girl's physical body has not lost its vitality, but her soul has been forcibly torn and divided by a law power beyond the current dimension, falling into permanent slumber. Based on the radioactive half-life of the mystic ice, the sealing time exceeds 120 years. 120 years. Soul division. A law beyond the current dimension. Lynn stared intently at the serene face within the ice wall. Who was she? Why did Gulifan go to any lengths to seal her in the core space? What exactly did he want to do? It's definitely that old bastard's core secret. Lynn's eyes darkened. A hot potato. Master, how about I melt it with a fire? Sinua was eager to try. Melt your head. If we mess up, well, I'll ascend to heaven. Even with my current level, using it for alchemy would definitely blow up the furnace. Lynn activated the highest authority of the star god's treasure and completely locked this space. Let's not touch it for now. Wait until I've stacked my stats to the heavens. He took one last look at the girl in the ice wall. For some reason that serene smile in her sleep sent a chill down his spine. Outside. On the cliff the cold wind was like a knife. Lynn turned around. Landier was lowering her head, her two fair fingers twisting together in a panic. Her torn dress was stained with blood and mud, and the pointed ears on her head drooped listlessly. She looked like a stray cat abandoned by the whole world. Her clan had treated her as cannon fodder. The elder wanted to kill her. The sacred tree was half destroyed. Her home was gone. Lynn looked at her for 3 seconds. He sighed, took a step forward and directly extended his right hand. Landier. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable force. I don't know what kind of damn fate you'll face in the future. But if you have nowhere to go, you can follow me from now on. Landier's body trembled violently. She raised her head in disbelief. Tears swirled in her emerald eyes. Free meals and lodging. Lynn flashed a roguish smile. When you have your own goal, one day you can leave anytime, I won't stop you. Landier stared at that slender hand. A scalding warm current poured into her almost stopped heart. She wiped away her tears haphazardly and reached out with both hands to tightly grip his palm. Thank you, Lynn. He follow the master and you'll eat 9 meals in 3 days. Sinua with his shell on his head bounced wildly in the air. Don't worry, girl, this kid will definitely help you reforge your divine power. Old rogue dragon, shut up. Lynn rolled his eyes. But a blazing ambition ignited in his eyes. He turned around and looked down at the abyss below, coldly reviewing his situation. Today I smashed 100,000 Imperial troops, blew up the maze, and although that old thing Gulifan escaped, once he returns the Empire's high command will definitely go crazy. We can't stay here. We must find a place to develop crazily and turn all the looted resources into actual power. For now the most important thing is to max out the daily alchemy attempts and synthesize no matter what. Lynn head west. Landier took a deep breath, her expression grave. The western part of the continent is a chaotic land not yet divided by the 10 empires. It's full of monsters, wanted criminals and dark mages. No laws, only the survival of the fittest. Sounds like it was tailor-made for me. Lynn sneered with satisfaction. Landia released her hand. In her palm appeared a droplet of water flowing with moonlight starlight. The elven spatial teleportation sacred relic Moon's Tear. She stared at it for 3 seconds. Then with a sudden swing of her arm she smashed it fiercely into the nuclear explosion abyss below. Girl, have you thought it through? Noah floated over his tone, unusually serious. Can't keep it. Landia bit her lip, her voice bitter. With it the elders can track me through the reflection of the stars. They can even forcibly open a teleportation portal to hunt me down. The moonlight glow completely vanished in the abyss. The next second, Landia's face turned as white as paper and her body, as if all bones had been drained, suddenly pitched forward. What's wrong? Lynn quickly caught her by the shoulder. Lynn. Landia clutched his collar tightly. Her emerald eyes were filled with despair. The moment I discarded the sacred relic, the connection between me and the Moon Mother Goddess was completely severed. So be it. Become a god yourself in the future. Don't care about her. No. You don't understand. Landia's tears burst forth, her voice trembling. Losing the protection of a god in this world means being a faithless one. I must return all the power and profession granted by the god. She gripped Lynn's hand, her knuckles turning white. If I don't go to an Orthodox temple for a baptism to lift the binding as soon as possible, within a month at most the faithless brand will fully erupt. Then all the churches, clergy and empires on the continent will regard me as the most evil heretic. To the death. 1 month. A continent-wide hunt. Lynn's eyes suddenly turned cold. The imperial pursuit hadn't even stopped, and now there was another pursuit from the entire church. Gulifan wasn't dead and Noah was entangled with him, unable to break free. Little Blue and Little Black had lost their physical bodies. Landia could become the enemy of the entire continent at any moment. The cards in his hand were a mess. But Lynn, looking at the trembling elf in his arms, instead curled his lips into an arrogant arc. He reached out and ruffled Landia's golden hair. His fingers trembled slightly. But his voice was as steady as a mountain. What's there to fear? If the sky falls, it'll hold it up. Landia looked up at him through tear-blurred eyes. Her pointed ears twitched slightly. She opened her mouth but said nothing, simply burying her forehead into his chest and nodding desperately. Lynn looked up, his gaze crossing the abyss, staring at the western horizon. Time was even more pressing. Unfortunately, today's alchemy attempts had been used up. He clenched his fist. Since he had been transported to this world, he had never yearned for something so urgently. Tomorrow. Come quickly. The next day. Serendil's level plummeted directly from 75 to 50. 25 whole levels vanished overnight. Serendil sat slumped on the ground, her face deathly pale. Those once proud and upright elven ears now drooped limply like eggplants struck by frost. Xiaoji. Lynn frowned, asking silently in his heart, what about me? I curse the ancestors of every deity in my mind every single day. Does that make me a heretic? Master has never believed in any deity. You are a pure atheist. The laws cannot lock onto you. Got it. The freebies are the most expensive. Lynn stroked his chin. Lynn, I can hold on. Serendil bit her bloodless lower lip and forced herself to stand, her eyes full of concern as she looked at him. As for you, black hair and black eyes are an absolute taboo in the human empire. Unless specially approved as a hero, anyone who looks like that will be burned alive as a minion of the demons. Lynn gave a cold laugh. Heretic. In this damned world, not having a strong enough fist is the greatest heresy. However, lying low and developing indeed required disguise. He had just woken up anyway, time to get to work. The Empire's armor, wasn't it perfect for this occasion? With a thought, his consciousness sank into the portable space. Inside the labyrinth, the dozens of originally fragmented independent spaces had completely merged, transforming into a vast starblue star lake. Except for the frozen region he had locked down, the entire domain was in plain view. On the land at the center of the star lake, Xiao Lan's soul was frantically circling a pile of glowing divine herbs. Its tentacles mimicked an emoji of frantically rubbing hands together, waiting to be fed in midair, its soul cord glowing with sheer greed. Xiao He meanwhile had turned into a mass of black mist, crouching still like a cold black cat coiled into a spiral. 2 points of dim light didn't move but occasionally drifted toward Xiao Lan's pile of divine herbs before quickly retracting. It didn't say a word, but its eyes were honest. Alright, stop drooling. Once we reach a safe zone, I'll pawn everything I have to rebuild your golden bodies. Lynn soothed his two battle pets with his thoughts, then swept his gaze over the mountain of spoils. Magic scrolls, high-grade herb, standard heavy armor. He suddenly paused. A hefty black iron chest was half buried under the pile of debris. He flipped the lid open. The blinding golden light nearly seared his eyes. Lynn's breath caught. Gold coins. 1-2. A full 2,000 pure gold coins. This sum might be nothing to Griffin, but to a corporate slave who had crawled up from all stats at once, it was an utter windfall. That old geezer Griffin must have embezzled a ton of military funds before he died. Lynn's grin stretched from ear to ear. After his laughter faded, he shifted his gaze to the pile of standard heavy armor from the Empire's elite infantry, then back to the chest of gold coins. A memory of an anime featuring a golden armored knight suddenly flashed in his mind. On a whim, he threw both the gold coins and the armor into alchemy. A dark gold alchemical formation exploded across the star sea. Ding 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 ding. Set after set of imperial heavy armor was tossed into the formation, accompanied by the grating sound of metal being crushed and the painful expenditure of gold coins. 2,000. 1,500. 1,000. 500. Lynn's eye twitched. 100. The formation stopped abruptly. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained rare quality equipment, Immortal Radiance Golden Knight Armor. Attribute bonus, Constitution 100, Strength 35. Physical Defense 500. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining attribute reward Strength 25, Agility 17th, Intelligence 11th, Constitution 27, Mana 20. A set of gleaming, extravagantly styled golden heavy armor floated silently in the star sea. Damn. 2,000 gold coins instantly shrunk to 100. Lynn stared at the depleted coin chest, his heart bleeding. But the next second a surge of profound power flooded his limbs and body. Muscle fibers stretched and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. It was totally worth it. Strolling around in Imperial insignia heavy armor would be asking for death. Alchemy had two purposes: first, to erase the marks and disguise his identity; second, to gain attribute rewards. Killing two birds with one stone. His gaze shifted and he pulled a piece of brand new coarse linen from the corner. This was his last synthesis chance for the day, he couldn't waste it. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained durable coarse linen garments female. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining attribute reward Stamina 3. Though it was only 3 points, free attributes were not to be turned down. He pulled up his status panel. Hero Lynn. Level 3. Strength 156, Agility 140, Intelligence 129, Constitution 149, Mana 137. A level 3 panel that crushed most ordinary adventurers. Indeed, freedom's air was the best. Looking at those numbers, Lynn couldn't stop grinning. Tomorrow. Come quickly, tomorrow. His consciousness withdrew from the space. Lynn casually tossed the linen garments into Sarandal's arms. The conditions are limited, put these on first. That outfit of yours. He stopped mid-sentence. Sarandal looked down and realized that her originally tattered elven robe had been reduced to shreds after the successive battles. Her fair snowy shoulders and a pair of long straight beautiful legs were mostly exposed to the air. Ah! The elven princess let out a shriek, her delicate face instantly flushed crimson. She clutched her chest tightly and dashed behind a boulder like a frightened rabbit. Her pointed ears trembled like leaves in the wind. Lynn turned around expressionlessly, showing great tact. After a moment, Sarandal emerged hesitantly. The coarse linen clothing, on anyone else it would look like a beggar's rags, but on her it somehow cinched into a dangerously slender waist. Coupled with her pitiful expression, she was the spitting image of a fallen slave girl begging for trouble. Meanwhile, Lynn had already donned the dazzling golden heavy armor. His whole frame seemed to have grown a size, his face sealed tightly behind a golden visor, leaving only a pair of deep cold black eyes visible. His black hair and black eyes were completely hidden. Tsk kid, you look way too flashy. See Noah perched atop a charred magic nutshell circled Lynn frantically, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The two of you standing together, you're basically a nouveau riche knight and his little slave girl. Slave girl. Sarandal's pointed ears shot straight up and she stomped her feet in humiliation. I am the noble princess of the Moon Elves. Forgive the inconvenience, my dear princess. Lynn's voice came through the visor, tinged with helplessness. In this territory, a powerful golden knight traveling with a foreign female servant is the most logical setup. If you strut around under the title of Elven Princess, you won't survive 3 streets. Sarandil bit her lower lip hard. Though she was so embarrassed her toes curled, she knew Lin En was right. She could only nod silently, her face red. The tips of her ears still burned. Let's go. Destination Tianyuan City. From Sarandil he learned that Tianyuan City was the first city west of the Ayla Mountains and the closest city with an Orthodox temple. Only there could the binding of the faithless be undone. Lin En took a step. His golden war boots stomped heavily on the gravel, producing a deadly clashing sound. Not long after Lin En and the others left. At the edge of the nuclear blast crater, a mutilated corpse half buried in the scorched earth twitched eerily. Crack. The neck twisted violently 180 degrees. Within the hollow eye sockets 2 wisps of green soul fire burst into flame. Gareth. No. It was the demonic specter that had infiltrated the labyrinth, found nothing and finally taken over this body. Damn it. That madman Griffin actually devoured the souls of 100,000 troops. A hoarse venomous voice squeezed out from the rotting throat. That accursed hero, he took away the 200 of my kin that I had placed on the 100th floor. Otherwise the demon gate would have been opened long ago. The stiff body slowly climbed out of the scorched earth. The green soul fire locked onto the direction Lin En had departed. The corner of its mouth split into an extremely malicious grin. The residual soul aura of over 100 tribesmen. A divine seed. A hero from another world. You want escape. Once I return to my peak, this body and this very world will become a supreme sacrificial offering to His Majesty the Demon King. The blood-soaked legs took their first step, heading westward. 2 days later. An ancient forest path. Lin En walked ahead in his golden heavy armor while Sarandil followed close behind with her head lowered, perfectly playing the role of a submissive little maid. 2 days of travel had allowed her to gradually adapt to the part. Except for the occasional involuntary twitch of her ear tips, her performance was passable. Ow ow. Damn green-skinned trash. Get away. Guards. Protect the guild leader. Help. From deep within the dense forest ahead sudden screams and the clash of weapons erupted. Lin En halted. See Noah, what's going on up ahead? Heh. A fat sheep. The magic nut hopped excitedly on his shoulder. A human merchant caravan has been surrounded by a few dozen goblins. The wagons are all trimmed with silver, dripping with wealth. Lin En's eyes narrowed behind his visor. He had been worrying about finding someone to guide him to Tianyuan City. And here came a perfect opportunity. Crack. He twisted his neck and the golden heavy armor let out a grating metallic sound. Stay close, Sarandil. The golden knight strode into the dense forest. It was time to let this land know what kind of person had just arrived. Lin En appeared silently with Cylon d'Air in the shadow of a giant oak tree 50 meters away from the battle. Over 30 dark green-skinned goblins were encircling 6 silver-inlaid luxurious carriages. The ground was littered with severed limbs and arms. Goblin LV. 12 strength 18 agility 22. Lin En glanced at his own panel. Hero Lin En level 3 strength 238 golden armor 35 agility 165 intelligence 199 constitution 254 golden armor 100 magic power 155. 3 days of alchemy had caused his attributes to skyrocket. 238 points versus 18 points. This isn't a battle, it's stepping on ants. Master, if you charged over now you probably wouldn't even break a sweat. See Noah transformed into a magic fruit on his shoulder and yawned lazily. We need a legal identity to enter the city. Moreover, my water perception seems to sense something we need among that cargo. Lin En pushed open the guard of his great sword with his thumb. Stay here, don't expose yourself. Before his voice faded, a dull boom sounded. Windwalk passive activated instantly. The muddy ground was stomped into 2 spiderweb craters. Lin En, like a heavy tank with a turbocharger, closed the 30-meter distance in an instant. 2 goblins had just turned their heads when the greatsword swept across. Their bodies exploded in midair like torn bags, green blood flying everywhere. The little green skins screamed and raised rusty iron spears, but when they met the dazzling golden faceplate they froze collectively. Lin En's chest vibrated and a deep dragon roar burst from deep in his throat. Preliminary dragon tongue intimidation. Hum. An invisible pressure exploded like thunder. Clang. Weapons fell all around. Over a dozen goblins rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Lin En stepped forward with his sword, no technique at all, just plain attacks. With 238 net strength dominating every swing was the ultimate aesthetics of violence. Severed limbs flew, green blood splattered on the dark gold heavy armor, and the demon lord's aura was suffocating. A goblin centurion with a red mark on its forehead roared in frenzy, raised an iron axe and leaped from behind. Without even turning his head, Lynn swung his right-handed greatsword in an upward backhand slash. SSH. The goblin centurion was smoothly split in two from crotch to crown. Viscera scattered everywhere. Ding. Congratulations, master, leveled up to level 6. Strength 8, agility 6, intelligence 4, constitution 7, magic power 5, it's over. The carriage curtain was lifted and a round middle-aged fat man tumbled down the carriage, saw the corpses everywhere, and knelt weakly at Lynn's feet. Benefactor. I am Giles, chairman of the Tianyuan City Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for saving my life. Lynn casually flicked the blood off his blade and a hoarse voice came from under the golden faceplate, just convenient. However, I never do things without benefit. Giles' shrewd little eyes turned and he immediately pulled out a heavy pouch of gold coins. With your demeanor, you must be a knight of a great noble. A small token. I don't want money. Lynn interrupted him, using his sword tip to lift the oilcloth of a carriage. His water perception had already sensed the items inside. These 2 boxes of high-grade water magic cores and companion ores are mine. Giles winced in pain, but looking at the still-dripping greatsword he nodded frantically. No problem. Consider it a tribute to you. Lynn smiled, stored the items in his space and waved his hand. Cylon d'Air, who had used a face-changing spell, walked out from behind the tree at the right moment. A coarse linen dress wrapped around her slender waist, her pointed ears bound with cloth strips, making her the spitting image of a premium elven slave girl. She walked behind Lynn with her head lowered, a faint glow at her fingertips, and a cleaning magic instantly scrubbed the bloodstains off the golden armor. A premium elven slave who could use magic. Giles gasped, thinking wildly, sure enough, a noble with a big background. Lives extravagant. Are you heading to Tianyuan City, sir? Giles beamed. My convoy is returning to the city. Please ride with us. I'll take care of all entry procedures. Lynn nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble the chairman to lead the way. Inside the luxurious carriage, velvet cushions with silver wine vessel, Lynn toyed with the high-grade water magic core he had just extorted and casually threw out bait. I haven't been here for a long time. Any fun in Tianyuan City lately? Fun. The sky is about to fall. Giles slapped his thigh. 3 days ago the Ayla Grand Labyrinth was blown up. Oh. Lynn paused his fingers and stored the magic core into his personal space. I heard it was a black-haired, black-eyed, otherworldly hero who did it. The Empire's high-ups went mad and issued a top-level wanted order. Giles lowered his voice. That hero and his elven accomplice have a bounty of 10,000 gold coins. Plus a hereditary baron. 10,000 gold. Griffin, that old dog is really stingy. Now the whole city is under martial law. Not only identity checks but also individual magic wave tests for entry and exit. Giles sighed. So strict that not even a fly can get in. Magic detection. Lynn's eyes darkened. If his and Cylon d'Air's magic aura were scanned, they would be exposed immediately. Don't worry, sir. With me, Giles here, the city gate guards wouldn't dare check your carriage. The fat man puffed his chest. The carriage jolted and the gray city wall in the distance was faintly visible. Outside the city wall a wide moat flowed endlessly. At that moment Lynn's brow twitched sharply. Through water element perception. Through the moisture outside the window he clearly sensed a faint unsettling magic resonance in the air at the city gate ahead. At the gate at least 3 high-grade detection arrays were set up and even a high-grade mage was secretly watching. Entrusting his life to a merchant's face. That's not safe, that's suicide. Stop the carriage. Lynn suddenly spoke, his voice leaving no room for argument. Sir, we're almost at the gate. Giles was stunned. I suddenly recalled some personal matters. Lynn stood up, his golden heavy armor imposing. I saved your life today, our bond is over. Well, go on our own. Ignoring Giles' pleas, Lynn decisively jumped off the carriage with Cylon d'Air and disappeared into the reeds by the river. Watching the caravan go away, Noah's voice floated out, Master, if you had charged straight in just now I might have had to recall my body prematurely. Lynn quickly walked to the wide moat, looking at the surging water with blazing eyes. I'm not stupid. The city gate is a trap, with our current strength charging in would be suicide. He pulled out the high-grade water magic core he had just taken from his space and also summoned the faint blue soul core. Cylon d'Air nervously clutched his cape. What should we do? Not in a rush. Lynn's gaze fixed on the rushing river ahead. Since we can't enter through the gate, we'll use this river water and the high-grade magic core to summon Little Blue first. With Little Blue's mimicry I can proceed with the next step. Outside Tianyuan City, a hidden riverbank. 5 full days had passed since Lin En decided to resurrect Xiaolan. Rise. Lin En's eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his palm down. The dark gold alchemy array exploded on the river surface. The river water wildly poured back. In 5 days he had drained half the river, forcibly extracting a water element essence. Adding these 2 high-grade water magic cores, Lin En slammed the top-grade magic cores into the array's eye. Everything can be refined. Melt for me. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtain Deep Sea Essence Rare Quality 1. Congratulations to Master for obtaining reward. Magic Attribute 16 Brave Lin and Current Attribute Strength 370 Agility 297 Intelligence 359 Constitution 409 Magic 357 Lin and nodded and fused the soft bouncy water element essence with Xiao Lan's core alchemy. Plop. A crystal clear blue jelly shot out and slammed heavily onto the riverbank. 4 tentacles wrapped around Lin En's calf at light speed while a huge wailing hugging thigh emoji frantically flashed above its head. Wah. Master. Good, not turned into an idiot. Lin En sighed in relief. Ding. Due to Master's alchemy upgrade, only the soul memories of those who harbor malice towards the host are now erased. This cheat is getting more and more sensible. Lin En grinned. Slime King Xiaolan level LV. 1 all attributes 1215, rebuilding the body dropped back to level 1. Lin En frowned. Hint slimes are elemental aggregates, they can directly devour mana fruits to level up. Lin En waved his hand and poured out a mountain of mana fruits. Eat up. Xiaolan turned into a merciless devouring machine and the experience bar took off immediately. LV. 10. LV. 50. LV. 59. Alert. Xiaolan has touched LV. 60. First shackle. Need an evolution opportunity to break through. Xiaolan, eat the deep sea essence. Lin En's lips curled slightly. Synthesizing the deep sea essence was indeed the right move. Buzz. A deep blue light pierced the sky. Xiaolan's old crystal core shattered inch by inch, recombining into a dazzling perfect sapphire. A visible water ring shockwave burst outward, shattering boulders all around. Ding. Slime King Xiaolan breaks the first shackle. Level increased to LV. 60. All attributes skyrocket: Strength 1250, Agility 1480, Intelligence 890, Constitution 1100, Magic 1730. Ding. All skills recovered and level 1. New skill learned: Water Blade LV. 1. Core skill Metamorphosis Mimicry LV. 5. Perfect Mimicry 100, Simulate Aura. Exclusive Awakening Abyssal Domain LV. 1. Deploy Absolute Water Domain. Ally water power increased by 300. Enemy all attributes forcibly reduced by 30 with suffocation and slow. Trigger Alchemy Feedback. Master's Water Affinity permanently 25. Intelligence breaks through 350. Daily Alchemy times increased to 14. Congratulations to Master for obtaining permanent attributes: Strength 15, Agility 15, Intelligence 15, Magic value 15, Current attributes: Strength 385, Agility 312, Intelligence 374, Constitution 424, Magic 372. Awesome. Lin En punched the air, watching the comprehensive panel that broke thousands, his smile gradually turning twisted. Master. Xiaolan is the strongest under heaven. Xiaolan bubbled with excitement, a hands on hips maniacal laughter emoji exploding above its head. Well done. Lin En's eyes blazed. Since your mimicry LV. 5 can perfectly simulate aura, immediately mimic into a tumortal scar-faced mercenary thug. Wrap me inside and well, go test the city gates. The first step to entering the city was naturally to enter the city. Also to find out the situation inside. That was Lin En's first step. The air suddenly fell dead silent. Xiaolan's body stiffened, tentacles retracted with a swish, the whole ball twisted into a pretzel and a violent gagging extreme disgust emoji appeared above its head. No. A crisp, tender, extremely soft, lowly voice directly exploded in Lin En's mind. Xiaolan is a girl. Except for Master, all male creatures in the world are utterly disgusting. I don't want to become that stinking ugly man. Xiaolan protested indignantly. Lin En's smile instantly froze. Only then did he notice Xiaolan's voice was vastly different from before. He pointed at the blue jelly on the ground, his voice cracking. You're a female. Celentil covered her mouth nearby, eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, you're not a cute boy. Damn. I've always treated you as a brother. Lin En covered his face in pain. Seeing Lin En's breakdown, Xiaolon instantly shrank into a ball of tears and eyes begging for hug emoji appearing above its head. Master. Does Master despise Xiaolon? If Master insists, Xiaolon will change. Love. I'll love you even if you turn into a ball. Lin En rubbed his temples in headache. Sorry for the trouble, quickly change into a male mercenary. Wrap me up completely, leave no gaps. Half an hour later, outside Tianyuan city gate. A scar-faced male mercenary, in shabby leather armor, was queuing in the entry line. In reality this was Xiaolan's mimicry shell. Lin En was tightly wrapped inside a dark blue mucus cavity, pitch black before his eyes, completely unable to breathe. Xiaolan, steady the aura. My breath-holding limit is 10 minutes. Lin En transmitted through the soul link. Master, rest assured. Xiaolan is wrapped tightly. The line moved slowly. Lin En could roughly hear the guard's conversation ahead. Entry fee 5 copper coins. One less and get lost. The fat guard weighed the copper coins, looking annoyed. The big maze was blown up, making me stand guard for 10 days straight. The city lord is a level 80 warlord with high-level temple arrays to boot. That otherworldly brave dares to come, and it's suicide. Just being cautious. The tall thin soldier lowered his voice. A bounty of 10,000 gold coins plus a baron's territory, who wouldn't be tempted? The magic fluctuations on the portrait are all recorded in detection scrolls, not even a fly can get through. Lin En, wrapped in the mucus, gave a silent cold laugh. That old dog Goli Fun had indeed sold him out completely. Next. Lin En strode forward. The fat guard swept the glowing scroll over him. The scroll initially showed no reaction, but the next second a faint red dot lit up. Wait. The fat guard suddenly drew his sword, his eyes turning sharp. Why is there a magic beast's red dot reaction on the scroll? Inside the mucus cavity, Lin En's heart tightened. He endured the dizziness of hypoxia, producing a muffled and strange voice through the mucus vibration. Sir, on the way here I killed a few low-level wind wolves on the road, got some magic blood on me. A mercenary living on the edge, you know. Wind wolves. The fat guard pressed on, leaning in to examine closely. Let me see the cuts on your leather armor. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Damn, this fat bastard is so talkative. Lin En cursed wildly in his mind. The feeling of hypoxia surged like a tide. Lin En's lungs felt like lead and his mind began to black out. The 10-minute breath-holding limit was almost up. Xiaolan. Can't hold on. Open a hole. I'm suffocating. Lin En transmitted intermittently. But master. Hurry. Just a tiny slit. Xiaolan gritted its teeth and quietly cracked a small hole in the shadow of the mercenary's leather armor at the back of the neck. Ha. Lin En greedily inhaled a tiny bit of air. In that instant, the magic aura unique to the black-haired heretic inside Lin En leaked out a tiny bit through the slit. Buzz. Above the city gate, the high-level perception magic array hidden in the shadows burst out with blinding scarlet light like a provoked beast. A piercing alarm instantly tore through the scene. Enemy attack. There's a heretic aura. The fat guard was so scared he fell to the ground, scrambling to draw his sword and look around. Close the hole. Retreat. Lin En's eyes were about to split as he roared in his mind. Xiaolan instantly closed the gap. The heretic aura was forcibly cut off. The magic array on the wall flickered twice, then fell silent again for lack of a target. Damn. The array is old and malfunctioning again. The tall thin soldier, still shaken, cursed and kicked the fat guard. Get in quickly. Don't be an eyesore here. Lin En took advantage of the chaos to squeeze out of the crowd without looking back, diving into the distant reeds of the moat. A cave deep in the woods. Plop. Xiaolan deactivated its mimicry and turned back into a jelly. Lin En collapsed on the ground like a fish out of water, gasping, wildly drenched in cold sweat, his eyes full of fear. Lin En. Are you alright? Cylon D'Air, who had been hiding in the shadows, rushed over with concern. Almost suffocated in there. Lin En wiped the sweat from his face, his gaze completely darkening. A level 80 city lord, high-level magic arrays all around, magic detection. Relying solely on physical wrapping was impossible. The moment he breathed, the aura leak would be a death sentence. Lin En raised his head abruptly. Cylon D'Air, do you have a skill book for concealment magic? The plan to enter the city has changed. Now I want to learn concealment magic immediately right now. Yes, of course I have several. Serendil was holding a yellowed ancient magic tome, her brow furrowed. I was just about to tell you. For now the concealment spell bestowed by the gods is no longer usable because of the mark of the faithless, and I was planning to learn. Lynn's eyes lit up as he stared at the skill book in Serendil's hand. Great. Can I give it a try? Sure. Serendil handed the magic book to Lynn. Lynn took the ancient tome and slapped it against his forehead with a resounding smack. The air fell dead silent. Serendil's pointed ears shot up. Lynn. What are you doing? Learning the skill. Isn't it supposed to be a ding sound and directly maxed out? Lynn touched his unresponsive forehead, utterly confused. Pfft. Serendil couldn't help but laugh, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Good heavens. You're the first brave soul I've ever seen trying to pound knowledge into your head. What you described is a skill bestowed by the gods. Lynn's mouth twitched wildly. All those web novels in my past life had misled me. Forget it. Lynn decisively tossed the book back into her arms. Since that won't work, let's move on to plan B. It's a bit risky, but once I get the item I can alchemize the skill. Lynn had already gained some understanding of this world. For instance, there were items in the shop that could conceal the panel and magical aura, mist concealment beads. With mist concealment beads, alchemy can definitely produce the corresponding skill. But relying solely on my shadow stealth to enter the city is risky. Lynn rubbed his chin, calculating quickly. If my perception isn't wrong, there must be a light mage on the city wall specialized in countering shadow systems. Once exposed, I'd be a living target instantly. Little Blue can help. The blue jelly shot out from the side. Good. Then you keep mimicking a layer of skin, change my face, and also block the magical aura. Combined with my stealth, we should be able to sneak in. Little Blue instantly liquefied, turning into an extremely thin blue membrane that clung tightly to Lynn's skin. In the blink of an eye, Lynn transformed into a rugged mercenary with red hair and a scarred face. Master, your body is so warm, Little Blue's delicate girlish voice exploded in his mind. Little Blue wants to stick to Master forever. He. Stop being silly. Steady the aura. Lynn's scalp tingled. Night fell at the Tianyuan city gate. The security check was still strict. Several refugees who couldn't pay the entry fee were pinned down and branded with slave arrays, their screams piercing the air. Lynn didn't bother queuing. With a thought, shadow stealth activated. The tall burly golden knight instantly dissolved into a drop of thick ink, gliding silently along the wall's shadow toward the city gate. Yet just as Lynn was about to sneak through the gate. A white-robed light mage's eyes snapped open. He leaped down from the city wall and landed directly in front of Lynn. How can there be shadow fluctuations here? Sir, is something wrong? Several heavy armored guards instantly drew their blades, closing in with murderous intent. Lynn, hidden in the shadow's dead angle, felt his heart tighten. Damn, a light mage's perception is that sharp. Little Blue, leak a bit of heretic aura and lure them away. Lynn roared in his mind. Little Blue immediately split a tiny thread-thin gap on the back of the armor. The faint heretic magic unique to Lynn's body seeped out, instantly drifting with the night breeze toward the moat on the other side. Whoosh! Above the city gate, the hidden high-level perception magic array flared up with piercing scarlet blood light once more. The light mage's expression turned solemn as he flew back to the tower. However, as soon as he ascended, the alarms suddenly ceased. The light mage stared at the crowd below and the empty river, frowning. Glitch again. Taking advantage of the light mage flying back to the tower, Lynn slipped through the city gate like a phantom and slid into the city. The streets inside were desolate, a curfew was in effect. Lynn groped his way to the commercial street and his face darkened instantly. Several item shops had their doors firmly shut with large letters hanging on the signs close. Damn it, even in another world they work 9 to 5. Lynn cursed under his breath. No choice. He'd have to take the risk and find that fat merchant from the guild. Lynn's second plan was to enter the city and buy concealment magic items to alchemize a concealment skill. His third plan was to find the fat merchant from the guild. After all, as the guild leader, he must have some connections in the city. Perhaps he could use the guild's influence to march straight into the temple. Now it seemed he had to advance to the third plan. Modern Guild second-floor meeting room. Ah. Sir. What wind brings you here? May I ask what business you have with me? Gier's fat jiggled as he greeted with a flattering smile, though a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He still remembered the 2 chests of high-grade magic cores that Lynn had extorted from him. Jersey poured a glass of red wine and pushed it over, grinning like an old chrysanthemum. Sir, things are tense in the city. The guild must cooperate with the checks. Could you possibly remove your helmet for a magic measurement? Lynn gave a cold laugh, raising his hand and clicking it cleanly, removing his faceplate. What was revealed was precisely that fierce, scarred face. The steward swept the wanted poster, found the appearance didn't match, and immediately crossed it off. Then a light blue fluctuation with a red edge appeared. Jersey squinted his small eyes. Sir, why is there a magical beast fluctuation on you? An icy killing intent instantly filled the room. Lynn picked up his glass, his voice carrying the indifference of a blood-soaked veteran. I killed a few dozen goblins during the day, haven't washed off the blood aura. What's the matter, a problem? Jersey shivered and waved his hands repeatedly. No problem. Sir is indeed a man of action. Lynn snapped his faceplate back on. I'm going into a labyrinth recently and I need to buy some consumable items that conceal magic aura. Jersey's small eyes rolled. Hey, race, a chance to gouge the customer. No rush. Jersey rubbed his hands, grinning lecherously. Sir, we just got a batch of special goods in the basement. Elves, foxkin, half-humans, all well-trained and obedient. Would you like to go down and take a pick? No need. Lynn's voice was cold and hard, straight to the point. If there isn't, I'll take my leave. We have them. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jersey's face. He suddenly spun around and bellowed, bring up all the mist concealment beads from the warehouse. A moment later, a chest of 60 gray-white beads was placed on the table. These are rare goods. Crush 1 to conceal your aura for a day. Jersey's spittle flew. 2 gold coins each on the market. For you, sir, a discount, take the whole chest for just 100 gold. Lynn sneered inwardly. This junk couldn't possibly be worth that much. The fat man had a glaringly huge mouth. But there was no time to haggle. Lynn didn't waste a word. He pulled out a pouch of gold coins and slammed it on the table with a bang. I'll take them all. Jersey was overjoyed, quickly scooping the gold coins into his arms, his heart dancing with glee. What a generous fool. Seeing Lynn spend so lavishly, Jersey's eyes turned and he suddenly remembered a dead stock that had sat in the warehouse for 10 years. He had a maid bring a delicate wooden box carved with ceiling arrays. Sir, I have an exquisite item here. Jersey leaned in mysteriously and slowly opened the wooden box. From the gap, terrifying black aura madly seeped out. Dark element essence. You can't buy it even with money. Jersey pedaled frantically. If you keep a dark element pet, this is a priceless treasure to break through its shackles. Boom. Lynn's pupils hidden beneath his faceplate shrank abruptly. His heart pounded wildly. Dark element essence. Wasn't this the very material needed to resurrect Little Black? Oh. Dark element essence. Lynn murmured, his pupils contracting slightly beneath his helmet as he stared at the rolling black mist within the wooden box. He had thought reviving Xiao He would be a major undertaking. After all, he had inquired with Cylon d'Air these past few days, and dark elemental substances were extremely scarce. Either one had to seek a high-ranking dark mage to condense them or slay rare dark attribute magical beasts with a drop rate so abysmally low it was infuriating. Yet it seemed fortune had found him when he least expected it. Suppressing his ecstasy, Lynn's voice remained as cold and hard as iron. How much for this? 1,000 gold coins. Giles raised a stubby finger, his fat face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. My lord, this is no arbitrary price hike on my part. To get my hands on this, I ruthlessly squeezed a desperate black mage, coaxing and tricking him into parting with this top-tier treasure. He paused, a sharp gleam flickering in his small eyes, and leaned half a step closer in a probing manner. My lord must be well aware that this substance is an exceptional material for nurturing dark attribute familiars, isn't it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he realized his misstep and quickly corrected himself. Oh. No, since my lord is interested, you must have a dark attribute familiar. Lynn's heart gave a violent lurch and his gaze instantly turned icy. Dark attribute magical beasts were exceedingly rare and their essence even more difficult to obtain. Moreover, Xiao He's current condition was entirely the work of that old hound Griffin, who also knew the value of his alchemy. This fat man had neither brought out this niche item earlier nor later, but precisely now, and even deliberately tested him. Was it a coincidence? Or bait? Lynn dared not gamble. No, Lynn shook his head nonchalantly, his tone impatient. One of my squad members keeps a shadow hound and I was merely asked to keep an eye out. He sighed with feigned regret. However, I left in a hurry for this mission and didn't bring that much spare cash. Perhaps another time. With that, he turned without hesitation and strode toward the door. Seeing 1,000 gold deal about to slip through his fingers, Giles grew frantic. As a merchant who valued gold more than his own father, this was more painful than having his flesh cut. My lord, please stay. Giles sprang from the sofa like a coiled spring, his fat quivering. 900 gold. I can't go any lower. Lynn paused mid-step but did not turn back. Giles wrung his hands, his eyes darting frantically. If my lord is short on coins, we could also barter. A figure like you, any mere trinket you part with would surely be priceless. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lynn's mouth. It seemed he had been overthinking. This fat man was simply greedy, aiming to drain his purse. Barter. Lynn reseated himself on the sofa, his tone casual. While he lacked gold coins, the spoils from Griffin's dimension were anything but common. I do have a little trinket here, but am not certain of its value. Take a look first. If it's not enough, no harm done. The moment he finished speaking, Lynn flipped his palm. Whoosh. A magical scroll bathed in faint dark gold radiance materialized out of thin air. On the scroll's surface, intricate runes drifted slowly like living creatures, and the air instantly became saturated with a suffocating aura of magical pressure. Giles felt his back hairs stand on end as if an ancient beast had locked its gaze upon him, freezing his breath. Thighs is. Guileless voice cracked. Acquired by chance while slaying a magical beast, Lynn tossed the scroll casually onto the coffee table. Giles, without a second word, slammed his fat hand on the table, making it tremble. Someone. Fetch old Mac immediately. Within 2 minutes, a stooped white-haired old man wearing a monocle was dragged into the reception room by the steward. This man was the chief appraiser of the Morton Chamber of Commerce, rumored to have once served in the Imperial Mage Academy. What shoddy piece of work requires me to make a personal trip again? Old Mac grumbled, rubbing his sore back, approaching the table with indifference. The next second his voice died abruptly. The old man's murky eyes widened, his pupils shrinking violently behind the lens. His withered fingers trembling the moment they brushed the edge of the scroll, he recoiled as if electrocuted, staggering back 3 steps. Shrank. Old Mac shrieked like a cat with its tail stepped on. By the holy light. This is an Shrank area effect magic scroll. A single blast from this could level half of Tianyuan City. He whipped his head around, fixing Lynn with a terrified stare. You. Where on earth did you get this? As I said, obtained from a labyrinth, Lynn replied, his tone utterly flat. Old Mac's lips quivered, clearly not believing a single word. But glancing at the oppressive golden armor, he swallowed his doubts. By now Giles wasn't just drooling, he was trembling uncontrollably. An Shrank scroll. Tossed onto the black market, it would send the great nobles into a frenzy. Chairman. Old Mac lowered his voice, gripping Guileless' arm tightly. It's real. The rune sequence is flawless and the mana concentration far exceeds the rank upper limit. A conservative estimate, starting bid 3,000 gold. Giles took a deep breath, forcing down the heart that threatened to leap from his throat. When he turned around again, his back was bent so low it nearly touched the carpet. My lord. Guileless' voice quavered. 2,000 gold. I am willing to purchase this scroll for 2,000 gold. Lynn wrapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa, remaining silent. My lord, 2,000 is truly the maximum I can mobilize. Giles was sweating profusely, terrified that Lynn might back out. A full 5 seconds of silence passed. Very well. But I have one condition. Lynn finally relented. My lord, please speak. One of my squad members has been having faith issues lately and wishes to undergo a baptism at the temple. I wonder if you have connections with the clergy to arrange it. Over the past few days, Lynn had taken the time to gather information in the city. So-called atheist brands were not as terrifying as imagined. As long as one went to the temple for a conversion baptism and shifted faith to another deity, the former god's mark could be directly erased. Alternatively, a direct baptism could also remove it. But the critical issue was that the city had suspended such services these past few days, clearly waiting for Cylon d'Air to expose herself automatically. Once the atheist brand fully erupted, everyone would be able to sense Cylon d'Air's location. As the chairman of the Tianyuan City Chamber of Commerce, Giles likely had ties to the temple priests. As long as he could enter the temple, everything would be manageable. Giles blinked, then broke into a lecherous grin of understanding. My lord refers to conversion, right? You've come to the right person. He lowered his voice, winking slyly. This sort of thing isn't rare around here. Those bastards in the clergy love making money off it, or I mean charitable work. Leave it to me. He held up 5 fingers. But the situation is tight now. The earliest we can arrange it is In 5 days the magical aura on the wanted list will naturally decay and the city defenses will slacken. Then I will personally escort you through the back door into the temple. 5 days, Lynn nodded. Good. I'll remember. Without another word he collected the remaining balance of 1,100 gold coins and the dark element essence, then turned and left. His heavy golden boots clanged on the stairs, soon blending into the night outside the city. The reception room door clicked shut. Giles clutched the shrank scroll, pursing his thick lips to plant a fervent kiss upon it. Chairman. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your enjoyment. Old Mac suddenly locked the door and even activated the room's soundproofing barrier, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost. What's going on? Giles' smile froze, a foreboding feeling surging in his heart. There's a problem. A huge problem. Old Mac's voice trembled like a sieve, his shaky finger pointing at the lower right corner of the scroll. There as mana was infused, an extremely subtle mark of a crow with spread wings slowly materialized. This is the private sigil of Imperial Archmage Lord Griffin. Giles Adams' apple bobbed painfully, the color draining from his plump face. He stood frozen on the spot. After a long while he muttered to himself, Lord Griffin's private scroll. Dark element essence. And bringing a companion for conversion. A flash of insight struck Giles and his eyes bulged wide. Fear receded, replaced by a twisted extreme fervor of greed. Could it be? He is the wanted criminal who blew up the labyrinth. Giles licked his cracked lips, carefully locking the scroll into a hidden safe. 10,000 gold. Plus a baron's title. 5 days. Giles chuckled lowly, a barely concealed murderous craziness in his laughter. In 5 days, my dear wanted fugitive, we shall meet at the temple. In the cave outside the city, the dark golden magic circle abruptly ceased its radiance. Lynn, burdened with heavy dark circles under his eyes, let out a long turbid breath. He had been burning the midnight oil for 3 straight days. 42 attempts at mystical alchemy. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired dark illusion concealment art LV. 5. Skill detail completely conceals the mana status panel and aura of a designated target within 50 meters, can cover 3 people, lasts 24 hours. Ding. Intelligence exceeds 500. Daily alchemy attempts increased to 17. Current attribute: strength 535 including golden armor 35, agility 462, intelligence 524, stamina 574 including golden armor 100, mana 522, comfortable. Lynn clenched his fists, feeling the surging mana within his body. The stone weighing on his heart finally settled. With this, entering the temple wouldn't be like going in naked. He turned to Salanther, who was grilling fish by the campfire. Salanther, are there any special rules in the temple or powerful city defense weapons like magic crystal cannons? Lynn realized he had overlooked this. The temple, as the most sacred place on the continent, couldn't possibly be without any protection. Salanther tilted her head. Tianyuan City is just a border town, there are no magic crystal cannons. Lynn had barely breathed a sigh of relief when Salanther's emerald eyes abruptly widened and the grilled fish nearly dropped into the fire. Wait. Tomorrow. I remember tomorrow is the temple's supreme blessing day. What does that mean? Lynn frowned. Under the blessing of divine laws within the temple's coverage, all clergy attributes receive a boost. Tomorrow it's 10 times. Salanther's voice trembled. The high priest of Tianyuan City is level 70, normally around 400 in all attributes. 10 times then. 4,000. Lynn's eyes instantly turned cold. A panel monster of 4,000. At this stage it was a dimensionality reduction strike. Lynn's mind raced. That fat bastard gills out of all the times to arrange this, he had to lock it in for tomorrow. Ha, another sly old coin. Lynn sneered. The last transaction was indeed a test. That profiteer must have guessed his identity and dug a tenfold attribute killing pit to lure him in. Lynn, the numbers are too terrifying. Maybe we should switch cities. Salanther's pointed ears trembled with anxiety. Too late, the unbeliever's brand inside you can't afford the delay. Lynn stroked his chin, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Besides, what's 4,000? He calculated rapidly. Little Blue's abyssal domain could forcibly weaken the enemy's total attributes by 30, turning the high priest's 4,000 into 2,800. At the same time our water magic power increased by 300. This wave was fightable. But he needed an absolute safety net. Lynn flipped his wrist. The wooden box containing the dark element essence and Little Black's grey crystal core floated simultaneously. Little Black, time to work. The dark golden array flashed again. The wild black death energy churned madly within the formation as the crystal core greedily devoured the dark essence, instantly transforming into a pure black so deep it was breathtaking. Plop. A lump of ink-like substance silently slid onto the ground like a living piece of black velvet, precisely merging into the shadow beneath Lynn's feet. The shadow surged and a pair of ruby-cold small eyes slowly opened. Master. The voice was icy, exuding absolute submission. Like a poisoned blade drawn only for Lynn. Welcome back. Lynn flipped his hand and poured out a small mountain of magic fruits. Eat up. The black figure turned into a bottomless pit, the fruits vanished instantly. Ding. Little Black's level breaks through LV. 59. All skills recovered. Awakened ultimate skill space stealth LV. 1. Conceals movement by hiding in spatial rifts, completely immune to physical damage. Limited to 3 people. Ding. Judgment successful. Congratulations Master for synchronously acquiring space stealth LV. 1. Congratulations Master for receiving attribute feedback dark attribute 25. Agility 20. His bones let out a series of crackling sounds and Lynn's agility surged to nearly 500. Avoid stealth that ignores physical damage. Lynn looked at the skill description, grinning from ear to ear. Tenfold blessing. Even if the temple hit thousands of troops, if he couldn't win, he could take his people and vanish into the void anytime. Tomorrow I can go. Hey, trying to steal my spot again. Little Blue emerged from inside the armor, an expression pack of hands on hips, extreme disgust exploding above her head. I was here first. Little Black's crimson eyes glanced at the gap in the armor, uttering 2 cold words, annoying. Who are you calling annoying? You charcoal. Enough, both of you, calm down. Save your energy for killing tomorrow. Lin rolled his eyes, murderous intent boiling in his gaze. The next morning, west of Tianyuan City. Lin, clad in heavy golden armor, strode along the stone road. Half a step behind him followed Salanther in a dark gray cloak. Dark illusion concealment art operated at full power, completely erasing the abnormal fluctuations of the two. Nervous. Lin lowered his voice. No. Not at all. Salanther's pointed ears under the hood trembled like leaves in the wind. Lin said nothing more and stopped steadily in front of Morton's trading post. The door was wide open. Gills had specially changed into an embroidered golden robe, his fat face overflowing with a fawning smile even more affectionate than for his own father, and he trotted down the steps. Ah. My lord. You've finally come. Gills rubbed his hands, small eyes squinting into a slit. The carriage is ready. I've also settled things at the temple. It'll be smooth sailing. His gaze swept extremely naturally over the female adventurer behind Lin, but a viper-like glint flashed deep in his pupils. Let's go. Lin's tone was flat, but his eyes behind the visor were like those of a dead man. Gills led the way sideways, stooping very low, and hidden beneath his wide sleeve his pudgy right hand was tightly gripping a church communication crystal that was faintly heating up. The carriage rumbled over the cobblestone road, clattering loudly. Giles lifted the curtain, his plump face beaming like a chrysanthemum. My lord, see. The silver I pour into the temple every year isn't wasted. We've had a smooth passage all the way. Lin did not respond. Beneath his visor his gaze swept past the dense arrays of magical detection, locking firmly onto the main gate of the temple. 4 silver-white heavy-armored knights stood like iron towers. Temple Guardian Knight LV. 68 all attributes 3000 blessing of temple law special immune to 30 dark damage. Lin's knuckles tapped silently against his knee. 3000 in all stats. That's nearly on par with the Earth Sword, but artificially boosted by the law. Such a panel lacks real substance. Huff. Huff. Behind him Salantir's breathing was completely erratic, her figure trembled under the hood. Steady, Lin said, his pauldron lightly tapping her arm as he sent a telepathic message. Salantir bit her lower lip fiercely and nodded with effort. Lin withdrew his glance, his hand moving imperceptibly toward his waist. His current mana value was a staggering 522 points. Once I activate Abyssal Binding Chain, its reach will undergo a massive surge. As long as Little Blue's Abyssal Domain forcibly suppresses 30 of the enemy's stats and the chain binds them, no matter what law blessing they have, they'll all become mana-deprived sandbags. This fight is on. The carriage stopped at the side gate. Giles whispered a few words to the priest, then turned back with a fawning smile. My lord, well, take the back door, quieter. They passed through a dim corridor thick with the scent of sandalwood. Giles halted before an ornate bronze door, knocking respectfully. Enter. The door opened and a blinding pure white holy light cascaded down upon them. Behind the white jade altar sat a middle-aged man in a gold-trimmed white robe. His cheekbones were high, his gray eyes cold and sharp like an emotionless statue. High Priest of Tianyuan City Julian LV. 70 intelligence, 4200 mana, 5800 special blessing of temple law. Lynn's pupils contracted slightly. 5800 mana. That's half a boss. Impressive for the temple. But with Little Black's newly awakened spatial stealth that ignores physical damage, this dragon's den and tiger's lair doesn't seem so formidable today. Giles, this is the big client you spoke of. Julian's gray eyes swept over Lynn's golden armor as if appraising a piece of pork for sale. He wasn't surprised by Lynn's hidden panel, had seen plenty of shadowy adventurers. As long as the gold was enough, he was happy to turn a blind eye. Lynn stepped forward, his tone plain. Lord Julian, my team member needs to unbind her divine vocation from the moon goddess. Please grant us your leniency. The air fell silent. What did you say? Julian's fingers stroking the armrest froze abruptly, his gaze like a blade. The moon goddess. The entire city is hunting her followers, and you want me to act against the wind? Old fox acting now. Lynn sneered under his visor. If he didn't want us here, why didn't he say so earlier? Plainly jacking up the price. 1,000 gold coins. Julian raised a finger, his voice icy. Not a single copper less or no deal. In the corner, Giles was about to jump in and feign haggling, but Lynn flipped his hand. Thump. A heavy coin purse slammed onto the altar, the crisp clink of gold coins ringing out. 1,000 gold, not a coin short. Lynn's tone was like that of a mercenary who only cared about money. As long as I can unbind the vocation and not delay my next job, it's money well spent. Julian stared fixedly at the purse, his Adam's apple bobbing, then gestured for it to be taken away. Straightforward. He rose slowly and probed casually, why only unbind and not convert faith? Salanter suppressed her trembling voice. My lord, the team lacks a support. I haven't decided which deity to pledge to yet. Let's unbind first. As you wish. Julian wasted no words, raising both hands as pure white mana surged into the altar. Step inside. Salanter shed her cloak and, gritting her teeth, stepped into the circle of white light. The next moment, dense silver moonlight imprints materialized, biting into her skin like chains. Under the temple law's suppression, the imprints shattered inch by inch. Salanter groaned in pain, cold sweat soaking her coarse linen garment, yet she bit her lip without a sound. Just as the imprints were about to clear, buzz, the altar shook violently. Mana within Salanter gushed out like a breached dam. She screamed, her knees crashing heavily onto the white jade floor. What's happening? Lynn strode forward. The moon goddess is enraged. Julian pressed down desperately on the array, veins bulging on his forehead, shouting hoarsely, she's draining this woman's mana. If this continues, she'll become a cripple. Lynn's eyes blazed with killing intent. How to save her? Quickly. Pour your mana in from the side to share the burden. Julian yelled. As long as someone shares, her foundation can be preserved. Yes, yes, my lord, go. Gyla's fat wobbled in panic. The deity is just going through the motions, just feed in some mana. Lynn's step halted, the look in his eyes beneath the visor dropping to freezing point. Old Sly Fox finally showing his true colors. The moment he poured mana into the core array, his real mana fluctuation would be instantly captured and any disguise would be blown. Lynn turned his head. In the white light, Salanter trembled all over, her lips bitten bloody. Those green eyes stared at him, shaking her head desperately. Don't come. Little blue, little black, get ready to work. Lynn ignored her warning, sending a silent telepathic command. Inside the armor, Little Blue's membrane tightened instantly. In the shadow at his feet, a pair of dark red eyes opened quietly, exuding bloodthirsty cruelty. All right, they'll share the burden. Lynn raised his palm, mana surging, and strode toward the altar. In the instant, his back was to the two men. Julian and Giles exchanged a swift glance. The high priest's lips curled in venom while Gyla's fat quivered with excitement. Slap. Lynn's hand slammed heavily onto the altar's edge. White light exploded. On the temple table, the magical wanted posters of Lynn and Salanter simultaneously flared with blinding light. Mana fluctuation matches perfectly. Julian stared at the identifiers, his pious facade completely torn, shouting in ecstasy, yes. The heretic who blew up the great labyrinth of Ayla is him. Men. Unmask him. The words had barely left his mouth when, boom. The heavy bronze door was blasted apart by a violent surge of golden battle chi. Shards of iron embedded deeply into the walls like shrapnel. Alert. High-rank battle chi cultivator detected. Extreme danger. Little G's mechanical voice blared in Lynn's mind. Lynn spun around. Through the rolling dust a terrifying figure stepped in, shoulders as wide as a door clad in black battle armor blazing golden battle chi distorting the air. In the corner Giles dropped all pretense. He clutched the faintly glowing communication crystal in his hand, his fawning face of the past 5 days contorted into morbid fanaticism. Got you. My dear wanted lord. He stared at Lynn, greedy drool nearly spilling. 10,000 gold coins. A baron's title. All mine. Lin N's pupils contracted slightly as he instantly cast the identification art. High Templar Captain Leonard L.V. 75 rank and strength, 5200 agility, 3100 constitution, 6800 magic, 2400 N special, blessed by the temple law, holy light aura, physical damage 40, additional suppression against dark attribute foes. N strength of 5200. Constitution of 6800. N Lin N's spine stiffened. And amplified by the temple law, these figures would effortlessly crush even an ordinary strength cultivator into oblivion. Utterly preposterous, so absurd it defies reason. And before he could calculate further, thunderous roars erupted all around. For Silverplate Guardian Knights, 12 heavily armored Templar Knights and 10 elite warriors, all above LV 60, instantly encircled the altar, sealing every exit. At the altar's center, pure white magical energy was brutally severed. Salanter let out a shriek as the half-removed moonlight brand recoiled like a venomous serpent sinking deep into her flesh. And she collapsed onto the white jade floor, convulsing in agony, her emerald eyes locked unflinchingly upon the high priest. Why? And she had believed, even in betrayal, that divine punishment would be just and inevitable. And naively she'd even assumed that if Griffin sent men to apprehend her, they would merely escort her back to the Empire for trial. Grandmother should have fled to the clan. Perhaps once time softened their wrath she might still be welcomed home. But now, and this high priest, the very embodiment of divine mercy, had callously interrupted the sacred rites solely to claim the bounty, intending to shatter her magical foundation beyond repair. The grotesque collapse of faith struck deeper than physical torment, leaving her utterly desolate. And for the first time profound dread and suspicion coiled coldly around the temple, and this hypocritical priest. Without Lynn and she, the exalted elven princess, was nothing but a helpless fool ripe for slaughter. And Lynn. Lynn N. Salanter clutched desperately at his coarse hemp robe, her pointed ears drooping lifelessly. She must not drag him down. And gritting through soul-rending pain she lunged toward the altar's edge and cried out, voice raw and piercing, Your Eminence, the High Priest. Lin N did not destroy the labyrinth. It was me, and she meant to shoulder it all alone. And if she revealed the truth of the life-divine core seed, the temple's fury would fall entirely upon her, perhaps granting Lin N a chance to flee amid the chaos or even earn clemency. Silence, now warm firm hand pressed heavily onto her shoulder, unyielding, commanding. And Lin N pulled her behind him, his gaze icy and sharp. Naive fool. What logic could possibly sway these soulless zealots? And, clap clap clap, N. Giles emerged from behind the knights, his fleshy face contorted with ravenous glee. He unfurled the shrank scroll with a flourish, jabbing a stubby finger at the hidden mark in its lower right corner. Didn't expect that, did you? Lord Griffin's personal artifacts bear unique sigils. Men. Giles' jowls quivered with laughter. Wanted criminal, you dare bring the chief Imperial Archmage's private hoard here to fence? Do you take the entire world for blind fools? Humph. Enlin and narrowed his eyes. And that old hound Griffin had indeed left nothing to chance. N. Giles licked his lips greedily. 10,000 gold coins, and a baronial title, belong to me. Stand down, Giles. N. Julian shot the fat man a glare and waved him aside. His grey eyes swept haughtily over Lin N, never deigning to glance at Salanter, his expression dripping with undisguised contempt. I had imagined the heretic who shattered the great labyrinth of Alara would be some legendary warlord. N. Julian scoffed as though already gazing upon a corpse. Instead you are nothing but a witless fool, daring to stride brazenly into our Lord's sanctum for the sake of a useless elf. Arrogance incarnate. Man. He raised his hand, pure white holy light danced across his fingertips, his tone sanctimonious. N. The divine is merciful, but has no need of heretics who dare obliterate sacred labyrinths gifted by grace. Defying the divine will, flouting the iron law of the Empire, you stand condemned without pardon. Men. Shink and over 20 heavy blades drew simultaneously, the killing intent freezing the very air. Salanter bit her lip until blood-welled, tears dissolving into faint luminescence, her eyes hollow with despair. Enlin N ignored her. And faced with certain death, he smiled. He slowly cracked his neck, joints popping with deliberate unhurried rhythm. And, condemned without pardon. Do you zealots even possess brains before slinging accusations? A mocking glint flickered in Lynn's eyes. Which eye of yours saw me possessing the power to demolish that wretched labyrinth? And Julian's face darkened. Whether you possess such power, or not, shall be revealed when you open your attribute panel. Under the divine gaze all illusions shall crumble. And, want to see? A cold razor-thin smile curled Lynn's lips. Then behold, fully and without restraint. Click, and Lynn casually removed his golden mask, and dispelled the veil of shadowed breath entirely. Now Pale Blue's system interface materialized midair, stark and unobscured. Every gaze in the chamber snapped to it. Hero Lynn ENN level LV. 6. Base attribute strength 535, agility 482, intelligence 524, constitution 574, mana 522, and special bonuses water affinity 25, dark affinity 25, and talent skill void thefts rank. Active skills alchemy LV. 3 identification art LV. 2 water shield LV. 2 aquatic perception LV. 3 water step LV. 3 fireball LV. 2 lightning arc LV. 2 acid spray LV. 2 shadow stealth LV. 2 purification LV. 2 life domain. Rank basic dragon tongue intimidation LV. 1 dragonfire ember LV. 1 telepathy LV. 2 veil of shadowed breath LV. 5 spatial stealth LV. 1 passive skills minor acid resistance LV. 1 water resistance LV. 4 wind stride LV. 2 nether eye LV. 2 dragon scale hardening LV. 1 toxicity resistance LV. 5 dragon stomach LV. 1 dragon slumber revival LV. 1 silence. And the altar chamber plunged into absolute suffocating stillness. And Leonard's bull-like eyes bulged. He nearly dropped his greatsword. These stats would easily qualify for an rank evaluation amplified by temple law. They surpassed even his own. Giles' jowls froze mid-tremble. A monster. A true abomination. No wonder the Empire sought him. Such a being must either be claimed or annihilated. And perhaps only he among all present grasped the Empire's true intent. HSSSS. In a chorus of sharp collective intakes of breath exploded within the barrier. NLV. 6. Now mere 6th level summoner, whose base attributes all breached the 500 threshold. This bordered on the bare stats of an ordinary rank adventurer, unarmored. And yet more astonishing, a dense relentless cascade of skills. One was even a domain level ability, one so profound even identification art failed to discern it. And was this truly something a 6th level novice could master? Impossible, utterly impossible. Julian screamed, eyes bulging like a specter's, his earlier certainty shattered to dust. Yet he swiftly steadied himself, his gaze growing darker, more venomous. The divine heirs not, and Lord Griffin certainly does not. With a sweeping shameless gesture Julian declared, you conceal higher-tier illusionary arts. And therefore I pronounce your sentence death. Seize him, immediately, to be conveyed to the capital. Kill. Over 20 heavy blades blazed with searing aura, hurtling down upon Lynn in unison. Facing annihilation, Lynn's smile widened, fierce, radiant, utterly devoid of fear, his eyes now blazing with unrestrained slaughter. And he tilted his head surveying the wolfish knights and snapped his fingers softly. Little blue. Little black. And crush them, utterly. Before the words fell. Boom. A burst of blue slime shot out from the gaps in the armor. The fist-sized slime exploded in midair, transforming into a towering blue giant 2 meters high. At the same time the shadow beneath Lynn's feet lifted like a black curtain. Countless dark tentacles surged forth, instantly covering half the temple. 2 powerful boss-level pressures crushed the entire arena. What is that? Leonard's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his great sword in front of his chest. As an A-class knight commander he could smell the stench of death coming from a blob of jelly. Ocean Abyss Domain. A delicate childish voice came from Shaolin, exuding an undeniable kingly authority. Splash. The deep blue waters unfolded out of thin air. Within a radius of 30 meters it felt as if a 10,000-meter deep sea had crashed down. Glub. The frontline knights let out gurgling cries as they drowned, their silver armors creaking under the water pressure. The Ocean Abyss Domain takes effect. The enemy's attributes are forcibly reduced by 30. Additional effects: suffocation and slowness. Leonard suddenly looked down, his face turning ashen. Power dropped from 5200 to 3640. His vitality was directly slashed by 2000. Domain skill. A mere magical pet actually has a domain. His eyes nearly bulged out. Before he could catch his breath, the black tentacles on the ground suddenly contracted. Dark domain. For cold words were uttered from the depths of the shadow. The next second the light within 100 meters was forcibly swallowed. The holy light wall and knight's combat aura instantly dimmed. Dual domains overlapped. Impossible. Both have it. The guardian knight's voice was split and his great sword rattled violently. Bullying the master. You all deserve to die. A huge overreaching emoji exploded above Xiaolan's head. High-pressure water curtain. Boom. A visibly high-pressure water wall shot up from the ground, sweeping away everything in its path. The three knights at the front didn't even have time to scream as they and their armors were crushed into a pile of minced meat. On the other side within the dark domain the illusion effect took hold. Wait. It's me. ALV. 62 Adventurer was about to strike at the monster beside him when his voice suddenly stopped. A pitch-black spike silently pierced through his back. A deadly backstab. Xiao Hei's dark red eyes flickered coldly in the darkness. A 30 reduction and falling into an illusion. Just waiting to be slaughtered. Ignore the magical pets. Kill that brat and the elf. Julian's face twisted in rage as he smashed the altar crystal. The door burst open and another team of over 20 temple knights surged in. Dispel. Leonard gritted his teeth as a nearby light mage used magic to dispel the darkness effect caused by Xiao Hei's domain. Leonard immediately led the 8 newly arrived temple knights, each with attributes around 3,000, braving the deep-sea pressure and burning their combat aura fiercely towards Lin En's head. Looking at this group of murderous value monsters, Lin En did not retreat a single step. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, Xiaolan and Xiao Hei were strong. But in this team the most abnormal cheat was himself. You want to shake people, right? Lin En's right hand grasped the air and the underworld binding chains shot out fiercely from his waist. Like a venomous python emerging from its hole, it swiftly crossed 30 meters under the cover of the water flow. Whoosh! Leonard and the 8 temple knights felt a flash before their eyes, and the pitch-black chains had tightly bound all 9 of them together. Ding! Target incapacitated. Resistance ability determination in progress. Determination successful. Alchemical target detected. Temple Knights 9. Success rate 0. 1. Would you like to perform alchemy? Lin En chuckled softly. The alchemy skill, now at level 3, had a maximum target of exactly 9. 0. 1 success rate. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Alchemy. Lin En slightly parted his thin lips and uttered 2 words. Ding. Alchemy failed. Materials destroyed. Boom. A muffled sound. Leonard and the 8 temple knights with attributes over 1,000 did not even have time to scream, instantly exploding into a thick mist of blood within the chains. Plop. Julian's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the white jade altar, watching the blood rain falling around him, his eyes filled with extreme terror. 9 high-ranking knights. In one encounter, not even a scrap left. What kind of demonic art is this? Looking again, the remaining charging knights were unceremoniously sliced into minced meat by Xiaolan's water blades. No. Impossible. In the corner, Gillis looked at the ground full of shredded meat, his greed completely shattered and his pants instantly soaked. Spare me. Lord, spare me. Gillis rolled and crawled, knocking his head on the ground. I was blinded by greed. Please, my lord. Pooh. A black spike shot out from the shadow, precisely piercing his heart. Gillis' fat body stiffened, dying with eyes wide open in the pool of blood. Xiao Hei's cold voice showed no emotion. Traitors kill. Julian. The demonic whisper echoed in the high priest's ear. Julian froze, unable to see how Lin En had approached, as the cold blade was already pressed firmly against his throat. 2 choices. Lin En's tone was devoid of waves. First, continue with the ritual. Second, die. Julian's throat rolled violently, his peripheral vision sweeping over the ground full of dismembered limbs. The blue jelly was bouncing and chasing the remaining soldiers, while the black shadow precisely delivered finishing blows like a ghost. He'll do it. He'll do it right now. Julian's voice trembled like a sieve. Wise choice. Lin En slightly tilted the sword tip, but it remained poised 3 inches from his carotid artery. Julian trembled as he infused magic power, and the altar glowed white once more. This time no one dared to interrupt. The last wisp of silver light powder dispersed and the moonlight seal on Silental's surface completely shattered. The dormant magic roared back to life. She exhaled, her emerald eyes fixated on Lin N's back, her eyes red-rimmed. It is done. Julian's voice was as small as a mosquito just as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pooh. The underworld longsword lunged forward without warning, directly piercing the high priest's throat. Julian's gray eyes bulged and blood foam gushed from his mouth. His trembling right hand crushed a golden signet tightly within his sleeve. You. I said 2 choices. Lin N expressionlessly withdrew the bloodied sword, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. You forced my hand. Watching Julian's corpse fall, Lin N frowned slightly. The commotion was too great, this matter couldn't be easily settled. Xiaolan bounced back onto Lin N's shoulder, her head erupting with a mission accomplished throwing flowers emoji. Lin N flicked the blood droplets off his sword and gestured towards the inner room. Xiaolan, go to the treasury. Leave no trace, consider it our compensation for mental damages. Got it. The little girl responded excitedly, bubbling with enthusiasm. 3 minutes later, Lin N strode out of the temple's main doors with the golden heavy armor reflected a blinding crimson hue under the sunlight. Celental closely followed behind, her fear long gone, her gaze towards Lin N filled with an indescribable fervor. However. Woo. A piercing alarm magic array suddenly erupted above Tianyuan City. A scarlet magic beam shot into the sky, tinting half the sky blood red. Countless black dots surged from the direction of the Lord's mansion. The densely packed city guards surged like a black tide, madly encircling the temple. Lin N glanced up at the blood-red sky, a playful smile curving at the corners of his lips. The reinforcements are quite quick. He looked down at Celental, feeling weak. Celental bit her lower lip and shook her head vigorously. That's good. Lin N stared at the surging army with an easy tone. Let's make a run for it. Outside the temple plaza. Charge. Kill the heretics. Hundreds of heavy armored city guards surged like a black tide, the cold gleam of blades converging into a single sheet of light. Lin N gazed at the surging killing formation, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He casually tossed his 2 demon pets into the dimensional space, then ruthlessly activated his divine skill, spatial stealth. Whoosh. The space rippled like a soft water wave. Lin N snatched Celantiel by her slender waist and the whole figure instantly sank into the spatial interlayer. The colors of reality instantly faded, the world reduced to monotonous gray. The shouts of battle, footsteps, even gravity, all vanished. Kill. A heavy armored knight, his eyes bloodshot, roared and charged straight at Lin N with his greatsword. No blood splattered. The knight's body simply passed through Lin N's chest. It only stirred a faint ripple in the gray space, not even touching a single strand of Lin N's hair. Damn, this skill is insane. A wild joy flashed in Lin N's eyes. Absolute concealment plus physical immunity, freaking awesome. Without another word, Lin N, holding the elf, swaggered through the dense military formation in this gray world, treating the 20-meter-high refined iron city wall as nothing, and headed straight for the wilderness outside the city. Tianyuan City Temple ruins. The level 80 city lord Valerius, standing amid the gore, waved away the surrounding city guards. After confirming no one was around, he tremblingly activated a communication stone engraved with a skull demonic pattern. Lord Gareth the man, escaped. The imperial city lord, once so proud, now groveled like a dog. Useless. If I weren't still severely wounded and feared detection by light magic, I wouldn't have given you this chance. From the communication stone came a spine-chilling sound of chewing, and the voice of the demon commander Gareth was icy and piercing. I used the Empire's hand to seal Tianyuan City, even made that fool of a high priest a bait, and you still let him slip away. Valerius broke out in a cold sweat. My lord, please calm down. That brat has a rare spatial skill. Shut up. Don't make excuses before me. I'll give you another chance. Go slaughter a village. I need to refine 200 wandering souls. Gareth's tone was grim. As for the brave Lin N, go to the Dark Guild and place in strength bounty. Let that shadow assassin with 100% success rate handle it, alive or dead, no matter. Lin N had no idea that a deadly bounty had already been quietly placed in the Dark Guild. 10 miles away on a wilderness path. Space rippled and 2 figures materialized out of thin air. Phew. As soon as they landed, Celantiel took a deep breath of fresh air. Her face was pale, but her emerald eyes held no tears as before. Instead, they gleamed with the excitement of a narrow escape. This time she hadn't been scared to tears. Getting braver, huh? Lin N stuffed a handful of magic fruits into his mouth and crunched them loudly to replenish his massive consumption. I thought you'd wet your pants. Celantiel bit her lower lip and brushed the grass off her clothes. I'm not that weak. This princess has seen grand scenes too. Ha. Don't play tough. A blue blob of jelly popped out, landed firmly on Lin N's head and exploded into a huge emoji pack of hands on hips. Extreme disdain. Stupid elf is nothing but a burden. Little Black also transformed into a black velvet ribbon wrapping around Lin N's ankle and spat coldly. Noisy. Enough, both of you shut up. Lin N, nursing a headache, pressed down on the two lively companions and looked up at the endless black mountain range at the edge of the grassland, his eyes narrowing. With the commotion in Tianyuan City, the Empire's high-level combatants will soon be snapping at our heels like mad dogs. As planned, we head straight for the Chaos Lands. Salantiel stepped forward, her expression serious. Lin N, don't be careless. That place is a true meat grinder, no rules, full of bloodthirsty outlaws wanted by the Empire. The more rotten the better, the Empire's claws can't reach in. Lin N grinned. But enough of that. Now that the unbeliever's mark is removed, how do you feel? Never better. Salantiel chuckled. Although my level dropped back to 1, because of the life divine spark seed I seem to have, awakened something extraordinary. She traced a line in the air with her fair finger. Swoosh. A pale golden system interface unfolded without reservation before Lin N. Lin N casually glanced at it, but the next second his chewing on the magic fruit froze. Moon Elf Salantiel class life support level LV. 1 core talent life divine spark seed, unique divine passive skill divine favor, permanent EXP gain 1000. Passive skill allurement weakening resistance LV. 1 includes all basic resistances, water, fire, wind, lightning, poison, darkness, mental, etc. Hidden passive divine sense perception. Hydear inherits a divine perspective capable of capturing fleeting malice and high-level prying in the world. Active skill life judgment divine LV. 1 consumes mana, forcibly extracts free life force and worldly mana within a 50-meter radius 100, converting it into friendly life and mana replenishment. If healing overflows, convert excess into equal true damage, wiping out all hostile targets within range. Dead silence. Plop. The magic fruit fell from Lin N's mouth. Little Blue on his head, which had been wearing a disdainful emoji, instantly froze, turning into a huge dumbfounded, thighs isn't fair. This stupid elf is cheating. Little Black at his ankle also stiffened, its dark red eyes fixed on the interface, and it uttered 3 rare words, very dangerous. Lin N sucked in a sharp breath, his mind racing. The hell is this, a support? 11x leveling speed, allurement resistance as baseline, can heal and can explode with true damage. This is a mobile fountain plus a humanoid nuke. He struck gold. Lin N, is this skill pretty strong? Salantiel blinked her clear emerald eyes, and as she raised her hand a faint coolness brushed her brow. Just for an instant, only a single instant. A wisp of extremely faint, distant, elusive cold surveillance swept over her body. Then it vanished completely the next second. Salantiel frowned slightly, tilting her head in confusion. Strange. Did someone just watch us? She quickly dismissed it with a smile. Probably just a hallucination. Having just escaped from a citywide manhunt, there was malice from Imperial pursuers everywhere. She was too tense. She paid it no mind, turned and pointed at a rampaging wild boar grazing 100 meters away, her eyes full of curiosity. Never mind. Let me test this skill. Lin N didn't notice anything amiss, he only stepped back half a pace, expectation gleaming in his eyes. Go ahead. Salantiel, use your skill now. Let me see just how absurd your divine power really is. Salandier took a deep breath, her emerald irises coated with a divine golden sheen. Life judgment. A hum echoed. Within a radius of 50 meters the air twisted abruptly. Visibly the lush grass, shrubs and towering ancient trees had their leaf edges instantly turn yellow and curl. The vitality of the earth and the ambient mana were drained to the roots, transforming into countless golden specks that surged madly toward the elven maiden. The next second the divine seed flawlessly converted the energy and poured it into Lin N like a breached flood. SSS. Lin N grunted, his pores opening wide. His already full mana was instantly overloaded. Ding. Friendly target status is full, treatment severely overflows. Overflow energy converted into equivalent true damage. Go. Salandier's slender hand sharply pointed 100 meters away. There, LV. 15 raging boar was lowering its head to root the soil, its tusks covered in mud, utterly oblivious to the impending doom. In midair the restless golden energy instantly collapsed into a 3-meter-long resplendent spear of light. With an ear-splitting sonic boom it crashed down. Boom. The earth trembled and soil mixed with the smell of burnt flesh erupted skyward. That thick-skinned little tank didn't even let out a scream, it was vaporized on the spot by the true damage in the golden light. In its place only a charred crater 5 meters in diameter remained. A breeze swept over the withered grass. What the hell? Lin N's eyes twitched violently as he stared at the pit. You call this a support? As long as allies don't lose HP, all drained energy becomes true damage. A mobile fountain combined with a humanoid nuclear bomb. Ding. Overlevel instant kill of LV. 15 Raging Boar. Divine Favor 1000 EXP bonus activated. Congratulations, Salandier's level increased to LV. 2. Congratulations, Salandier's level increased to LV. 3. Congratulations, Salandier's level increased to LV. 4. 2. Congratulations, Salandier's level increased to LV. 3. Congratulations, Salandier's level increased to LV. 4. Ha. I leveled up. Salandier stared at the rapidly popping interface, her pointed ears trembling with excitement. Lin N. 3 levels in a row. My stats skyrocketed. 1,000-fold EXP cheat, utterly insane. The residual pure energy in the air was instantly locked onto by the 2 spirit pets. From the shadow beneath Lin N's feet, Xiao He transformed into a black mist, devouring the fragmented energy, his dark red eyes flashing with greed. Pure. Close to level 60. Wow. Awesome. Xiaolon bounced from the armor onto Lin N's head, unleashing an emoji pack of rolling on the ground. Want a hug? Stupid elf, do it again. I want to level up too. You're the stupid one. Salandier put her hands on her hips, chin raised high. Now you know the value of this princess. Lin N ignored these goofballs. His gaze was fixed tightly on Salandier. How much mana did that move cost? She glanced, fixed consumption of 1/10 of current maximum. Lin N's eyes lit up fiercely. 1/10 of mana to drain the environmental mana within 50 meters and instantly refill him. Wasn't this an infinite battery supercharger? Salandier, come here. Lin N's lips curled into a capitalist's exclusive benevolent smile. What? Salandier instinctively shrank her neck, her pointed ears dr. From the shadow beneath Lin N's feet, Xiao He transformed into a black mist, devouring the fragmented energy, his dark red eyes flashing with greed. Pure. Close to level 60. Wow. Awesome. Xiaolon bounced from the armor onto Lin N's head, unleashing an emoji pack of rolling on the ground. Want a hug? Stupid elf, do it again. I want to level up too. You're the stupid one. Salandier put her hands on her hips, chin raised high. Now you know the value of this princess. Lin N ignored these goofballs. His gaze was fixed tightly on Salandier. How much mana did that move cost? She glanced, fixed consumption of 1/10 of current maximum. Lin N's eyes lit up fiercely. 1/10 of mana to drain the environmental mana within 50 meters and instantly refill him. Wasn't this an infinite battery supercharger? Salandier, come here. Lin N's lips curled into a capitalist's exclusive benevolent smile. What? Salandier instinctively shrank her neck, her pointed ears drooping warily. Overtime. Lin N flipped his wrist and a labyrinth seed with a galaxy-like luster appeared in his palm. This thing had devoured 100 years of Golifen's heritage, its internal space vast. But compared to the scale of a true labyrinth, it was still too small. Scrade talent, Void Thief. Lin N muttered, instantly draining his 522 mana points. Ding. Consumed 500 mana, successfully stole 125 cubic meters of unowned space. He slammed the stolen space force into the center of the labyrinth seed star C. Heal. Oh. Life Judgment. Salandier raised her hand. Whoosh. Another area around went barren and Lin N's mana bar was instantly full. Void Thief. Heal again. Life Judgment. At the edge of the wilderness, the scene gradually turned bizarre. Salandier became a ruthless casting machine, frantically squeezing the surrounding vegetation. Lin N turned into a bottomless pit, exploiting the bug to spam Void Thief, continuously pouring Space Force into the labyrinth. The 2 spirit pets lay nearby, happily basking in the overflowing pure energy, purring contentedly. The cycle repeated 10 times. When the surrounding 50 meters had completely turned into a lifeless wasteland, Lin N finally stopped. He was drenched in sweat, his eyes burning with fervor. Success. His consciousness probed into the labyrinth seed. Beside the star C, floating with Golifen's legacy, he had forcibly created a huge space 50 meters in length, width and height using Space Force. Perfect. Lin N grinned widely. With a thought, he threw in the 100,000 gold coins and a pile of magical materials looted from the temple treasury. He would keep Golifen's blind boxes to open slowly. The 100000 gold coins were startup capital. When he reached Huanuan land he would buy all the construction materials and build an absolutely safe mobile fortress in this space. The more he thought about it the better he felt. This wave was a win. Lin N. A weak murmur came from beside him. Salandir plopped down on the withered grass, her face pale. I don't have a single drop of mana left. After continuous high-intensity casting and the surrounding mana being completely drained, unable to recover naturally, she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Good work, you'll treat you to something good when we get to Huanuan land. Here, catch. Lin N casually tossed a mana fruit to Salandir. Really? She took the fruit, took a bite, and her pointed ears shot up instantly. Just then, a sharp sting pierced Salandir's brow. An extremely cold and sinister chill like a slimy snake licked her soul fiercely across the void. Who? She shivered, turned her head sharply and stared at the dense forest behind. What's wrong? Lin N's smile instantly vanished as the netherworld longsword slid into his palm. Xiao He and Xiao Lan instantly entered combat mode. Just now. It felt like someone was watching me again. Salandir rubbed her brow, her voice trembling. Very cold, very disgusting. And this feeling, I had it once before when we escaped. Lin N's pupils contracted. Once could be an illusion. Twice definitely a problem. Salandir's hidden passive divine sense perception, high inheriting the perspective of a god, could capture fleeting malice and high evil peeping in the world. This was something even his appraisal skill couldn't detect. Water perception activate. Within a radius of several hundred meters there was no mana fluctuation except the wind. Not even a single insect. Nothing was detected. Lin N's eyes turned completely cold. Something that could hide from his overpowered stats either had a level advantage or was a top-tier concealment expert proficient in high-level magic. The wanted poster from Tianyuan City had apparently attracted a formidable hound. We can't stay here long. Lin N pulled Salandir to his feet, his tone brooking no argument. You made too much noise just now. Patrols will arrive any moment. Leave immediately, cross the border defense and head straight for Huanuan land. Salandir gritted her teeth and stood steady, following his pace. Dappled sunlight filtered through the trees and their figures quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Less than half a minute after they left. On a dead ancient tree near where Lin N had stood, the rough bark twisted without warning. Tear. A faint tearing sound. 5 deep black claw marks appeared on the trunk surface out of thin air. No mana fluctuation, no living aura. Death energy seeped directly from the void interlayer. At the center of the claw marks a line of tiny dark text slowly emerged and then quickly vanished. Marked. To prey, the elf captured alive, the male. Disposed of. The patient hunter did not strike hastily. He simply quietly carved a countdown to death behind his prey. All fear stems from insufficient strength. Inside the maze seed, Lin N intended to finish today's alchemy attempts. While reaping a batch of attributes and considering Salandir's safety, he planned to forge a similar set of armor for her. There was still plenty of Griffin's residual armor remaining, more than enough. Ding. 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 After several alchemy sessions. Ding. Obtained rare quality equipment, Undying Radiance Golden Knight Armor Female. Attribute bonus Constitution 100, Strength 35, Physical Defense 500. Ding. Congratulations Master for obtaining permanent attribute reward, Strength 35, Agility 22, Intelligence 18, Constitution 40. Put it on. Don't take it off. Outside, Lin N handed the armor to Salandir. Salandir obediently donned the silver armor, touched the fine rivets on her chest, and her pointed ears twitched. It fits perfectly. Naturally, my eyes are the ruler, got it. Let's go. Lin N locked his golden faceplate and strode westward. After half a day's march. The canyon ahead abruptly narrowed, cliffs on both sides as if cleaved by axes, the ground strewn with rubble. From afar came a dense, rapid scraping of metal. Lin N paused mid-step, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Perfect timing. I was just worrying about having no map to the Chaos Lands, and look, the delivery has arrived. Clang. Clang. From behind a pile of rubble, over 20 figures clad in black leather armor burst forth like hyenas from a den, instantly blocking the path ahead. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, an old wound running from his brow to the corner of his mouth on the left side. Without a word he tore open a high-level magic detection scroll. Whoosh. Blinding red light locked onto Lin N. Ha ha ha. Bingo. The scarred man roared with laughter, pointing his blade at Lynn. 10,000 gold coins. A barren title. Brother's fortune has finally smiled upon our Black Wolf mercenary company. Beside him a scrawny mercenary rubbed his hands, leering at Sarandir. Captain, this brat is a summoner. Just one slime. Haha, how pathetic. But the one beside him, what a figure, definitely a beauty. Cripple the man, spare the woman. Go. The scarred man waved his hand. 20 steel blades were drawn simultaneously. Lynn stood with arms crossed, unmoving. Gotta say, you lot have terrible judgment. Next life remember to keep your dog eyes open. Master, shred them. From the shadows Xiao He transformed into a dense thicket of black thorns, his dark red eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Gee. Xiaolon bounced onto Lynn's head, exploding into a massive protective frenzy, ready to dine. Emoji pack, water element visibly turbulent. No need, you two rest. Lynn raised a hand to calm his two familiars, then turned his head back. Sarandir. Show them some color. The stronger the support, the longer you live. Sarandir froze for a moment, then bit her lip and stepped forward. Inside the silver armor her pointed ears trembled violently. But those emerald eyes held no retreat. She had to prove she wasn't a burden. Yo. A little elf girl wants to take on 20. The scarred man doubled over, laughing. That's the funniest thing I've heard. Whether I have the strength or not, you'll see soon enough. Sarandir's brow erupted with golden light. Verdict of life. Whoosh. The air within 50 meters was instantly drained. The ground vegetation withered and curled visibly as golden stardust surged wildly toward the elven maiden, then violently poured into Lynn. Ding. Allied target status fully saturated. Massive healing overflow. Converted into equivalent true damage. Lynn's internal mana swelled to the brink, and he acted without hesitation. Void theft. Crack. The void above the mercenaries' heads was torn apart. A massive spatial rift formed with a roar, a terrifying suction like a hurricane erupting. Ah. Help. The three closest mercenaries didn't even manage a complete scream before their bodies were sucked into the chaotic void, shredded into bloody mist. At the same time Sarandir waved her slender hand. The golden stardust instantly collapsed into dozens of dazzling spears of light, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom. 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 The canyon shook. True damage ignored defenses. The steel armor the mercenaries prided themselves on was no sturdier than paper against the golden spears of light. They were blasted over, charred and coughing blood, their screams intermittent. Void shredding on one side, golden light slaughtering on the other. See that, you scum. Lynn looked down at the wailing charred figures, his grin threatening to split to his ears. My support alone wiped out your squad. Any of you still unconvinced? Hee hee. Sarandir lifted her little chin-high hands on her hips, striking at Sundra, a pose that seemed to say, praise me more. Alright, stop. If you blast any more, they'll all be dead. Lynn strode forward, his war boot landing heavily on the scarred man's charred chest. Cough. Cough. What? What kind of monsters are you? The scarred man coughed up blood, his eyes full of terror. But his eyeballs rolled and he rasped, don't kill me. I know you want to go west to the Chaos Lands. It's useless. Oh, the three fortresses to the west are on full alert. 300,000 regular soldiers guarding them. You can't get through. Lynn narrowed his eyes. Military intelligence on 300,000 troops. How would a bottom-feeding hyena like you know that? It's been all over the black market. The scarred man tremblingly tore off his space pouch and ring along with a crumpled sheepskin map, offering them with both hands. And the city lord put an rank bounty in the Dark Guild. He hired the shadow assassin with a 100% success rate to kill you. Spare me, my lord. Let me go like a fart. Shadow assassin. Lynn's fingers tightened. The disgusting peeping sensation Sarandir had sensed twice was no illusion. Fine. I'll let you go. Lynn took the items and smiled faintly. Schlick. From the shadow beneath his feet a jet-black blade silently shot out, piercing the scarred man's throat. I let you go. Lynn withdrew his foot coldly. But my shadow disagreed. Xiao He slowly retracted his tendrils from the ground, his dark red eyes half-closed, the disloyal. Kill. Lynn weighed the space ring and map in his hand, about to call Sarandir to move on. In that instant, the canyon temperature plummeted to freezing without warning. Master. Xiao He's ink-like body bristled like a hedgehog. No magical fluctuation. No murderous aura leaked. From within a void layer above Lin N's head, an invisible shadow dagger with absolute silence stabbed straight for the back of his skull. Silent. Noiseless. Lethal. Space stealth. In the nick of time, Lin N roared. His body instantly turned intangible, diving forcibly into the spatial layer. Clang. The clash of metal exploded across the entire canyon. Lin N's reaction had been pushed to the limits of human capability, but that strike still grazed his golden faceplate. Sparks flew as a deep crack split the indestructible golden armor's surface. Had space stealth not deflected most of the force, this blow would have sent his skull flying. The strike missed. The short blade silently melded back into the void, leaving not even an afterimage. Lin N. Sarandir rushed over with a pale face. "I'm fine." Lin N touched the crack on his helmet. Far from fear, a dangerous flame ignited in his eyes. From above the canyon, a hoarse mocking laugh echoed eerily. "Interesting. You actually dodged." The voice flickered left and right, scraping against their eardrums, fear-flee struggle. "Your reaction is far more entertaining than those wretches." The laughter faded into the distance. The sensation of being watched dissipated as well. Sarandir clenched her fists, trembling all over. But Lin N stood still, staring up at the void that had healed without a trace. 3 seconds of silence. He slowly raised his middle finger, his voice chilling to the bone. "Very well. You've successfully angered me. Since you want to play cat and mouse, let's see who gets played to death in the end." In the desolate wilderness of the night, silence reigned like a grave. He. Fear. Despair. An eerie, piercing laughter echoed from left to right, scraping against the scalp like a blunt knife. Amid the tangled boughs of withered trees, a shadow slithered soundlessly, each reappearance precisely at the blind spot of vision. "Get lost." Cylon Deer's face turned pale, her pointed ears trembling like sieves. She shut her eyes and hurled a few magical light orbs at the shadow. Golden light exploded, illuminating only empty tree trunks. She didn't even hit a single hair. Gee. Xiaolan unleashed a red alert emoji pack, the water element seething violently but finding no target to strike. Xiao Hei transformed into thick ink, guarding Lin N's feet, its dark red eyes exuding gravity, extremely dangerous. "Cannot locate the main body." "Enough, all stop." Lin N yanked Cylon Deer behind him, his voice low but as steady as an iron spike driven into the ground. "Interesting. I've seen perverted assassins, but never one with such a twisted sense of amusement. This is a first. This guy deliberately refuses to show himself, waiting for us to break down. The more he wants that, the less we should oblige." Cylon Deer clutched the edge of Lin N's armor, her voice trembling with tears. "But it's so terrifying. He's been watching us, I can feel it." "Calm down." Lin N turned, facing the void, and crisply raised his middle finger. "Hey. Idiot in the shadows." His voice exploded in the silent wilderness, arrogant beyond measure for a fugitive being hunted. "Is playing these childish games amusing? If you want to fight, come out; if not, get lost and don't waste my sleep." The piercing laughter abruptly ceased. The chilling sense of being watched, which had crawled over the skin like icy tendrils, was slapped away, instantly drained. Only the wind remained. He left. Cylon Deer cautiously opened one eye. "Left my ass, he's just lost his composure," Lin N sneered. "Perverts like him hate it most when their prey doesn't play along. Next he'll either launch a furious assault or continue lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Either way." He touched the crack on the helmet of his golden arm. "We need to power up first." Dong. Midnight precisely. In his mind, Xiao Ji's cold prompt rang out on time. Today's 17 alchemy quotas have been refreshed. Perfect timing. Lin N thrust the labyrinth seed into Cylon Deer's hands while recasting Dark Phantom Cloak on everyone to prevent the enemy from seeing their status panels. Xiao Hei protects Cylon Deer. "I need to handle something inside. Give me 5 minutes." With a thought, he plunged into the labyrinth space. The starry expanse of the inner realm unfolded. Lin N headed straight for the armory, dragging out all the silver heavy armor stripped from the Black Wolf mercenary corps during the day, plus over 100 sets of standard refined steel armor from Griffin's legacy armory, and threw them all into the alchemy array. Alchemy LV. 3, a maximum of 9 identical materials per session. Refine. For the first 9 attempts with accumulated success rate bonuses, green light flashed in succession. The 9 sets of armor were synthesized in turn, their quality steadily rising. 10th attempt. Lin En took the highest quality heavy armor from the previous 9 attempts along with a piece of mithril ingot discovered in Griffin's treasury and cast them in. The furnace flames surged. Ding! Alchemy grand success. Acquired Immortal Radiance Mithril Battle Armor Rare S Rank 2. Attribute bonus Constitution 250 Strength 150. Dual Defense 1100. 2 sets of battle armor flowing with liquid silver light emerged from the furnace, 1 male 1 female. Delicate star pattern rune carving surfaced on the silver armor surface emitting a warm and reassuring glow. Ding! Accumulated 10 alchemies. Permanent feedback base attributes enhanced. Strength 45, Agility 52, Intelligence 38, Constitution 60. Ding! Intelligence breakthrough mental power surged. Daily alchemy count 1. Lin En opened his status panel, a wild grin spreading across his face. Strength 615, Agility 556, Intelligence 580, Constitution 674. With a base Constitution of 674 plus the S-rank armor's 250 bonus, his Constitution soared to nearly 1000. What did this number mean? It meant that the fatal strike that had nearly cracked his skull moments ago would now feel no different from a tickle. Pity that Xiao He hasn't broken its limit, otherwise I could have tested this guy's strength. Lin En donned the mithril battle armor in the inner space. As silver light flowed, he was transformed into a war machine encased in the armor. He flashed out. Cylon dear, go inside and put on the female set. The elf maiden was pushed into the labyrinth seed. When she emerged moments later, the curve-hugging mithril armor wrapped her tightly and the terror in her emerald eyes had mostly faded. All set. Lin En flopped down onto the ground, pillowed his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. Ah. Cylon dear was dumbfounded. You're sleeping at a time like this. Relax with my passive skill. Master is 10 times more alert while asleep than awake. See, Noah's golden fruit body swayed proudly in the air. The passive skill Dragon's Slumber Revival was instantly activated. His consciousness sank into the depths, yet his perception multiplied exponentially. The movement trajectory of every dust particle within 100 meters, every change in air temperature, all transformed into clear streams of information flooding his mind. Cylon deer blinked in disbelief. No way. Void layer. Azzy Royer stared fixedly at the target, who had changed into top-tier heavy armor and was now sleeping soundly on the battlefield. His face twitched. Insult. This was a blatant insult. A shadow assassin with 100% win rate publicly flipped off, called an idiot, and then slept right in front of him by a mere level 6 ant. Damn it. He ground his teeth, killing intent nearly solidifying. He couldn't bear it anymore. He turned into a wisp of black smoke, silently approaching a weak point in the void 3 meters to Lin En's left. A death key dagger coalesced, locking onto the eyes. Stab them out. Make him scream in the dark. Just as he was about to tear through the void barrier and emerge, Lin En, who was fast asleep, snapped his eyes open. His calm pupils held no trace of drowsiness, only a bloodthirsty fervor that had long been waiting. Space walk. 556 points of agility erupted. Bang! Like a frenzied bull, Lin En smashed through the void barrier, plunging directly into the space layer. In the gray-white layered world, Azzy Royer's form was exposed completely for the first time. A gaunt black-robed man, his face swallowed by shadows, with only a pair of gray-green vertical pupils filled with shock. Don't think you're the only one who can hide. Lin En's maniacal laughter boomed through the layer. What? Azzy Royer was astounded. A level 6 brave could penetrate the void. Damn it, the intel was wrong. Caught off guard, half of his body was knocked out and he counterattacked instinctively. The death key dagger turned into a streak of black light, stabbing straight at Lin En's heart. Shadow pierce. Die. Clang. The clang of metal on metal was deafening. The dark attribute burst enough to kill, and a rank powerhouse struck the chest of the mithril battle armor with full force. A white mark. Just a shallow white scratch. The monstrous constitution approaching 900 combined with rank dual defenses turned a fatal blow into a mere tickle. Your attack. Not bad, buddy. Lin En glanced down at the ridiculous scratch on his chest. Didn't eat enough. Azzy Royer's pupils quaked. Impossible. How is your defense? My turn. Lin En's left hand shot up, arc lightning erupted. Savage blue lightning struck Azzy Royer's entire body, locking his muscles in painful spasms. Then his right hand pointed sharply at Azzy Royer's chest. Void crush. In this void layer at such close range, Lin En dared not steal a large section of space. He controlled it to the size of a fist, which should suffice to take the enemy's life. Crack. The space in front of Azzy Royer's chest was forcibly torn open and a chunk of flesh with shattered bone was ripped away. Pfft. Blood sprayed wildly. Azzy Royer let out a shriek of agony, using the backlash to retreat, frantically trying to vanish back into the depths of the void. Don't even think about running. Outside, Cylon Deer's shout rang like thunder. She had long been prepared. From the moment Lynn opened his eyes, she knew it was a trap. Life judgment. Within a radius of 50 meters, plants instantly withered to yellow. Vast energy transformed into a resplendent golden spear, ignoring void laws, locking onto Azzy Royer's life force in the layer. Boom. Golden light shattered the void. Azzy Royer's stealth was forcibly broken and he tumbled into the mud like a kite with a broken string. His entire body was charred and bleeding, his black robe shredded into strips, revealing a withered bark-like corpse beneath. He dropped to one knee, glaring at the two standing side by side, pure fear appearing for the first time in his gray-green vertical pupils. Good. Very good. He ground his teeth, his voice raspy like a broken gong. A hedgehog with spines. When you're exhausted, I'll come to reap your souls. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled shamefully into the earth. The remaining black chi on the mithril armor sizzled and soon dissipated. Lynn. Are you okay? Cylon Deer ran over, looking him up and down. What could be wrong? Lynn patted the dark ash on his chest. That attack. Too weak even for a scrub. Gee. Xiaolon bounced onto his shoulder and exploded with a master is awesome firecracker celebration emoji pack. Xiao Hei emerged from the shadows, its words icy hard to kill. Next time, seal the escape route. Lynn gazed at the now calm void, a grim curve slowly spreading at the corner of his mouth. A frontal kill really couldn't hold on to such a space-hiding freak. He ran faster than a rat. But since he likes playing cat and mouse. Lynn turned his gaze, crossing the wilderness, landing on the chaotic dark mountain silhouette in the distance. Then let's swap his role. In the early morning wilderness, thin mist still lingered. The air was biting cold. Lynn leaned against a withered tree, his finger pressing heavily on a black area of a tattered parchment. Go hear the Haishi Mountains. Let's level up there first. Last night the assassin was injured and now was the prime time to develop. Lynn did not want to waste a moment. Aren't we fleeing? Salantiel's pointed ears twitched, panic flooding her eyes as she gazed at the golden fruit in the air. Lord Sinuo, that assassin is terrifying. Could you please help? Such trivial matters, you must figure out how to solve them yourselves. The green dragon Sinuo rolled over in midair, his voice hoarse and unwavering. If you can't even overcome this minor crisis, how will you grow in the future? Especially you, elf. Learn more from Lynn. Don't disgrace the name of the god of life. Salantiel was brushed off, pouting with grievance and muttering softly, but I don't have alchemy. Lynn chuckled, tapping the tiny scratch on his mithril battle armor at his chest. That guy can stab from the void at any moment. Besides, the news of 300,000 troops on the border doesn't seem fake. If we want to break through, we must stock up, otherwise it's suicide. Gee. Xiaolon bounced onto Lynn's shoulder, popping out an emoji pack that read manly nod, makes perfect sense. Xiao Hei transformed into black velvet wrapped around Lynn's ankle, its dark red eyes staring fixedly at the map. Dark energy. Want. Exactly. According to the map, the Haishi Mountains are full of shadow beasts. Let's go restock. Lynn put away the map and strode forward. 2 hours later. Deep in the Haishi Mountains. The ground was scorched everywhere. The stench of sulfur and dark elements was acrid. Around them, twisted dead trees reached toward the sky. Light was severely compressed here, the view dim. Life judgment. Salantiel shouted, her divine mark on her brow blazing with golden radiance. Within 50 meters, the power of the god of life descended domineeringly. The free dark elements were forcibly stripped away. Dozens of LV. 20 shadow demon wolves didn't even have time to howl, their life force was instantly drained. The vast energy poured back into Lynn and his mana bar overflowed immediately. The dazzling golden light collapsed in midair, condensing into dozens of light spears that crashed down. The earth trembled. The ground was covered in charcoal. Well done. Lynn sat majestically on the maize seed. He furiously smashed hundreds of monster materials and dark crystals into the alchemy array. The furnace blazed, green light flashing repeatedly. Alchemy activate. Ding. Alchemy grand success. Obtained shadow resistance potion, high grade 10. Forced manifestation of low-level shadow stealth. Obtained void concealment dispersal powder 15. Makes the hidden completely visible. Obtained shadow magic core high grade 10. Lin En tossed the dispersal powder in his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting. These items were specially prepared for that pervert who loved hiding in the dark. As long as he dared to come close again, he would definitely regret it. Xiao Hei, is that enough? Lin En asked the shadow underfoot. Black mist churned and Xiao Hei poked out half its head, staring at the high-grade shadow cores, then slowly shook its head. Not enough. Lin En glanced at the dwindling alchemy attempts, then at the wolf pack almost hunted to extinction by Salantiel, and shook his head helplessly. The materials to break through the level 60 bottleneck are still insufficient. The success rate for synthesizing high-grade cores is too low. I can't try it unless absolutely necessary. Take it slow. Ding. Cumulative alchemy attempts reached threshold. Permanent base attribute bonus granted. Strength 65, agility 48, intelligence 40, constitution 80. Ding. Alchemy attempts 1, daily attempts 19. A warm current surged through Lin En's body. His bones cracked. He pulled up his status panel. Host Lin En, strength 700, agility 604, intelligence 620, constitution 744. Taking the mithril battle armor bonus into account, his constitution was approaching the 1000 mark. With this tankiness, he could easily withstand an ordinary strength powerhouse. For that assassin to try to break through his defense again was sheer fantasy. Lin En. Look at me. Salantiel's excited scream interrupted Lin En. After 2 hours of intense grinding, her level had skyrocketed. Congratulations. Salantiel's level increased to LV 21. Strength 125, agility 310, intelligence 485, stamina 650. Unlocked skills: cleansing LV 1, face changing LV 1, life restoration LV 1. The basic divine art of the god of life slightly restores health of living beings within 50 meters. Levitation LV 1, allows brief hovering in the air. Watch this. She placed her hands on her hips and casually cast cleansing. A soft sphere of watery light swept over them. The bloodstains and dust on both of them vanished instantly, and the mithril battle armor regained its luster. Then she performed face-changing. Her exquisite face twisted for a moment, instantly transforming into another girl's visage. Even her signature pointed ears retracted and her hair turned a withered yellow. How about that? My princess disappearing skills are back. I can heal, fight, and disguise. Super useful, right? She lifted her chin with pride, her eyes begging for praise. Not bad, you're a qualified sidekick now. Lin En nodded approvingly. No wonder she was the inheritor of the god of life. Her stamina stat was monstrous. Having relearned face-changing would make entering and leaving towns much easier. Suddenly Salantiel's face turned pale. She spun around, staring at the twisted shadow on the right. He's here again. Watching us. After reaching level 21, her divine perception had become keener. That malicious gaze licked the void, carrying undisguised hostility. Lin En didn't even turn his head. He pulled out the nether sword with his reverse grip. Shwa! A violent lightning arc burst from the blade, pulverizing a boulder 100 meters away into dust. Debris scattered. Persistent bastard. Lin En faced the void, a wild grin curling at his lips. Healed so quickly from last night's wound. From the depths of the void came a hoarse, cold laugh. You're too weak. Osriel's voice scraped against the air, tinged with morbid madness. I just gave you a taste last night and you actually take it seriously. Gee. Xiaolan's water element boiled and it bounced into the air, exploding into a huge emoji pack that read bullshit. Fight me, onion, hee hee hee. Osriel's laugh grew more twisted. Blame yourselves for being too weak, it pisses me off. Killing you outright would be too merciful. The shadows on the ground began to spin eerily. The surrounding temperature plummeted. I'm going to raise the stakes. Watch your back while you sleep, watch your back while you eat. Oh, and especially while you're taking a dump, watch out for a dull blade piercing your ass, ha ha ha. With the final chilling laugh, the shadows on the ground instantly returned to normal. The sensation of being locked on vanished. Salantiel stumbled back half a step, gripping Lin En's arm tightly, her face pale. Disgusting. A crazed fighting spirit ignited in Lin En's eyes. He crushed the black rock underfoot into powder. A twisted psychological tactic. He wanted to break the prey's mental defense through relentless harassment. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong target. Since he won't act well, keep moving and keep growing. Lin En sheathed his sword, his voice cold as ice. We'll see who survives in the end. He'll crush his bones into pieces. The Blackstone Mountains, rugged and scorched earth. Lynn crushed a dry wolf bone underfoot, staring at the crumpled tattered map in his hand, his face as dark as a pot bottom. 2 whole days and they were still circling the outer range. On foot we won't get out of these 10,000 mountains in a month. Lynn rubbed his temples in irritation. Isn't there a single flying beast we can ride in this godforsaken place? Salander, clad in mithril battle armor, hurried to catch up. Tianyuan City is too remote. If we were in the Imperial capital we could rent a magic crystal-powered airship. If my levitation spell were a bit higher I could use it for travel. Lynn sighed. He missed the convenience of a technological society. Salander's emerald eyes narrowed sharply, turning to look at the withered woods on the left. Again. That persistent leech just won't let go. Lynn's eyes surged with murderous intent, his right hand gripping the sword hilt. This bastard had caused Lynn no small trouble over the past 2 days. Yesterday evening Lynn was squatting behind a tree to relieve himself. Just as he was halfway done, a dagger silently emerged from the void layer, aiming straight for his rear. If not for the pre-sprinkled void concealment dispersing powder which triggered a desperate tail-cutting escape, the consequences would have been disastrous. Is this something a carbon-based lifeform would do? His concealment rank is too high, I can't see his stats or catch his true body. Lynn sneered. But breaking through my defense. Dream on. But there was good news too. Over these 2 days Lynn had been frantically refining, and the invisible barrier within him had shattered with a... As he had guessed earlier, he indeed had no level bottleneck. Alchemy added to his stats, making him a numerical monster without an upper limit. Lynn pulled up his status panel. Host Lynn. Strength 1015, Agility 904, Intelligence 920, Constitution 1044, Mana 1132. 38 refinements, 3 stats over 1,000. With the mithril battle armor his constitution approached 1,300 points. The maximum number of refinements had also increased to 25. If that bastard hadn't been lying, even if Lynn stood still and let the freak stab him, his constitution over 1,000 would snap the dagger. Cheap. Little Blue, perched on Lynn's head, irritably popped out an emoji of exhausted don't want to move. These past 2 days only low-level magical beasts around level 20 had appeared. Salander had only reached level 25 and Little Blue's experience bar hadn't budged. Little Black wrapped around Lynn's ankle as a mist of darkness, its crimson eyes gleaming with bloodlust, said, low level. Useless. They had collected a pile of scrap metal but no shadow-type magic cores. Little Black was stuck at level 59 and couldn't contribute much. Senior Snow, can't you just swat that annoying fly with one slap? Salander stared pitifully at the golden fruit hovering in midair. Humph. The green dragon Snow rolled his eyes, his weathered voice tinged with pride. If I act, my aura will leak and what comes won't be some small fry. Face difficulties yourself, don't expect me to be your nanny. Salander pouted, about to retort, when a wisp of cooking smoke suddenly rose from the valley ahead. Lynn looked up. 20 heavily armored cavalry were setting up camp. On their steel armor the Imperial Border Guard's iris emblem blazed glaringly in the sunlight. They had obviously heard the noise too, turning in unison. Who goes there? The Blackstone Mountains are under full lockdown. Trespassers. The squad leader's voice faltered, his eyes locked onto Lynn and his companion. Silver mithril armor, a man and a woman and a slime. The leader's throat bobbed wildly, his eyes instantly blazing with greedy lust. Silver battle armor. A slime. It's the wanted hero. We're rich. Clang. 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 20 standard issue longswords were drawn in an instant, forming a semicircle that tightly sealed Lynn in. Take off your helmet. Kneel and surrender, the leader barked. A few days had passed since the temple battle and the residual magic had dissipated. These fools could only rely on appearance to identify them. Lynn, should we attack? Salander's voice echoed in Lynn's mind. At this moment the elven Princess Emerald eyes held no trace of pity. The past 2 days of slaughter had taught her that mercy only meant a faster death. Leave one alive, Lynn replied telepathically, a cruel grin curling at the corner of his lips. We need a map of the north. Understood. Salander stepped forward, the golden light of her divine core exploding from her brow. Resisting arrest. Brothers, kill them all, no need to take prisoners, the leader snarled, swinging his sword. Judgment of life. A clear, cold female voice like the Grim Reaper calling names. Hum. Within 50 meters the air was instantly sucked into a vacuum. Ambient magic and the vitality of plants and grass transformed into a golden maelstrom violently ripped away. Ah. 20 elite Imperial soldiers at level 30, before they could even take a charging step their bodies withered instantly beneath their steel armor. Their life force was torn apart like a bursting dam. The agonizing screams lasted only half a second. The massive energy flooded back into Lynn, instantly overflowing and collapsing. In midair, dozens of dazzling golden spears rained down with sonic booms. Boom. Earth churned, the ground trembled. True damage ignoring defense. 19 elites instantly evaporated into charred charcoal, not even a single intact bone remaining. A level 25 support killing a full level 30 squad in one move. Smoke and dust billowed. Only the deliberately spared leader remained collapsed in the scorched earth. His pants were soaked filth mixed with mud, staring in terror at the elven maiden who seemed like a goddess. Lynn strode forward, his boot pressing heavily on the leader's charred chest, looking down at him. The border map. Hand it over. Or die. I'll give it. Spare me, my lord. I'll give it. The leader trembled like a sieve, scrambling to pull out a parchment scroll. Lynn glanced at it, frowning slightly. On the map, 3 border fortresses stood outside the Blackstone Mountains, layer upon layer of blockade. Beside them a red note read: airship voyage 10 days. 3 checkpoints. Lynn sneered. Did the Empire treat the chaotic lands to the north as some kind of flood of beasts? Why aren't you holed up in the fortress? What are you doing in the mountains? Lynn keenly sensed something amiss. The leader swallowed a mouthful of blood and stammered, It's orders from above. There's a village in this area that's gone strange. The villagers went mad for no reason, even spawned a vengeful spirit. We were sent to investigate. Vengeful spirit. Lynn narrowed his eyes. Ghosts existed, so a vengeful spirit wasn't surprising. Good intel. You can scram now. Lynn put away the map and lifted his boot, his tone flat. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The leader scrambled away, overjoyed. But as he lowered his head, his eyes flashed with extreme fear. Strong as he is, he's still a soft-hearted fool. Once I report to the garrison commander, he'll still take your heads and become a centurion. Just as he ran 10 meters, thinking he had escaped. Kill him. Lynn said coldly, his back to him. Letting a tiger return to the mountain. Only a brainless idiot would make such a losing deal. Sizz. Salander flicked her finger and a golden blade of light instantly pierced through the back of the leader's head. Red and white matter exploded. The leader fell flat on his face, twitched twice, and was thoroughly dead. Ding. Overlevel kill of LV. 30 Imperial Elite. Divine Favor activated. Congratulations. Salander has leveled up to LV. 26. Congratulations. Salander has leveled up to LV. 27. Salander withdrew her hand, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground. Just then her brow twitched sharply. Lynn. Salander turned, looking into the depths of the valley, her expression grave. Ahead. There's an extremely dense dark aura. Heavier than the smell of death and ghosts. Lynn glanced at the map. That direction was the only way to the border checkpoint, and also the location of the vengeful spirit village the leader had mentioned. Let's go. Lynn patted his mithril armor and strode into the shadows. Let's see what good stuff these dead people can drop for us. The combat boots crushed the blackened soil, losing a pungent, stinking slime. Lynn's eyes sharpened and his right hand instantly rested on the sword hilt. 100 meters ahead, the ruined village disappeared into the thick black mist. There was no sign of any living person, only the scalp-crawling rustling sound approaching in waves. Hundreds of figures with twisted limbs and ashen skin staggered out of the village entrance. The half-decayed white bones of their cheeks, the bulging bloodshot eyeballs, upon catching the scent of living humans, they all erupted into beastly roars. A pale blue light screen flickered across Lynn's retina. Corrupted creature LV. 25 villagers who have lost their sanity due to erosion by high concentration demonic energy completely degenerated into low-level monsters. Lynn, what should we do? Cylon Deer stepped forward, her hands tightly clasped. She did not retreat half a step. Having experienced the pursuit, she knew she had to adapt to this cruel law. Let's clean them up. Send them to their release. Lynn shook his head. The villagers eroded by demonic energy, so it was man-made. Demons. Cylon Deer nodded heavily, her emerald eyes instantly devoured by divine golden light. Judgment of life. Hum. The air within a 50-meter radius collapsed with a roar. The free life force was forcibly ripped and drawn, turning into golden stardust that poured into Lynn's body. Mana instantly overflowed. In midair, dozens of brilliant golden spears accompanied by ear-splitting sonic booms crashed down. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled, the soil churned. True damage ignored all defenses. The hundreds of corrupted creatures at the front didn't even have time to scream, directly evaporated into nothingness in the golden light. Not even a trace remained. Ding. Overlevel kill of LV. 25 corrupted creature divine favor activated. Congratulations Cylon Deer for leveling up 2 levels, reaching LV 29. Watching the wildly jumping progress bar, Lynn and raised an eyebrow. This 11 times experience cheat was simply insane. Others take at least months to level up once, while she directly soared after farming a wave of same level monsters. Lin N understood deeply. Earlier he had killed dozens of goblins above his level and only gained 3 levels. Gee. Xiaolan bounced wildly on Lin N's shoulder, bursting out with a rolling on the ground envy emoji. In midair, the green dragon Si Noa in the form of a golden fruit snorted coldly, "You barely have the style of the life god. Don't get cocky, keep practicing." Cylon Deer proudly raised her chin, patted the mithril armor on her chest, bursting with motivation. The smoke dissipated, the ground was scorched and no materials dropped. Let's go, there's nothing to gain. Lin N turned around, planning to go to the next outpost to gather intelligence on the border garrison. He had just taken 2 steps when his feet suddenly felt light. Xiao Hei. In the dark corner of the village entrance, Xiao Hei turned into a pool of sticky black mud clinging to the wall, greedily absorbing the surrounding free black demonic energy. Master. Black chi can absorb. The dark red eyes showed longing. Lin N sprinkled a circle of void concealment dispersion powder and leaned against the tree trunk to wait. Half an hour later. Xiao Hei absorbed as slowly as a snail. The demonic energy had too many impurities, making filtering extremely laborious. Xiaolan impatiently burst out with an emoji, stinky black charcoal. Are you going to suck until next year? Lin N couldn't stand it either. At this rate it would take forever to drain the village. He reached out and grabbed a handful of black mist in the air, but there was no alchemy prompt. Master, the demonic energy concentration is too low. If gathered densely it can be used as alchemy material. Xiao Ji's cool prompt voice sounded. Lin N's eyes suddenly lit up. During this time mana overflowed every day. He exploited a bug to spam void steel, and his portable space had long expanded to over 1,000 meters. He was just worried about where to use it. Void steel. Lin N's 5 fingers suddenly clenched toward the village. Boom. The space above the village violently overlapped. A terrifying suction force like a black hole erupted. The black demonic energy that filled the entire village like rivers returning to the sea was forcibly pulled into the portable space and compressed wildly. In just 10 seconds the village's demonic energy was completely drained. A pitch-black energy ball emitting a bone-chilling cold appeared in his palm. Alchemy activate. Green light flickered and the last quota of the day was spent. Ding. Alchemy successful. Obtained Wraith Dark Crystal Common. Attributes low purity dark attribute essence, small chance to boost dark attribute beast pets to break through bottlenecks. Holy crap, that works. Lin N played with the fingernail-sized black crystal, a sudden lightning bolt striking his mind. Demonic energy can be compressed and alchemized. What about mana? Lin N suddenly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the silent dead forest around him. That Shrank assassin who had been following him like a fly for 2 days definitely had top-grade dark attribute mana. If he drained him dry or directly stuffed him into the alchemy furnace. Could he refine a top-grade divine pill to help Xiao Hei break through to level 60? Lin N licked his lips, the madness in his eyes almost overflowing. He was just worried about not finding high-grade materials, and the top-grade consumable had been following right behind him. Xiao Hei, eat it. Lin N threw the dark crystal into the shadow. The black mud instantly swallowed the crystal, its aura surging a notch but still far from the barrier of level 60. It's getting late. Let's stay in the village tonight. Lin N clapped his hands, his tone carrying a hint of eagerness. As soon as the words fell, a bone-penetrating icy killing intent without warning crashed down from above, instantly locking onto the group. Lin N immediately sensed the difference. This time the opponent seemed no longer to be a probing Tuchango but blatant brutality and greed. Cylon Deer's face changed drastically, golden light frantically gathering at her fingertips. Xiao Lan's water elemental boiled, bursting out red alert. Xiao Hei turned into black thorns guarding Lin N's feet. Giggle giggle. A piercing hoarse laughter echoed eerily from the dead locust tree at the village entrance. Alright, enough playing. On the branch, space twisted slightly and a thin figure slowly emerged. The tattered black cloak fluttered in the cold wind. There's no fun in playing anymore. I have to say your mental fortitude is quite good. Azir looked down at Lin En from above, his tone full of Catan mouse mockery. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly threw back his hood. A hideous face, pitted and covered with dark red burn scars, was exposed to the air. No lips, yellow teeth directly exposed, gray-green vertical pupils flashing with morbid madness. Ah! The moment Cylon Deer saw that face, her stomach churned and she fell to the ground in fright. Lin En looked calmly at Azir on the tree, a hint of an undisguised extremely kind smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally decided to show up. Lin En's eyes were burning as if looking at a mountain of gold. Wasn't this the top-grade alchemy consumable delivering itself right to him? Xiaoji, can you forcibly pry open his status panel? Master, given his strength, forcibly analyzing him would consume 1/5 of your mana. Xiaoji's clear cold voice sounded. Take it. Lin En waved his hand without hesitation. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one squeeze out every last bit of the opponent's value. A pale blue screen instantly popped open. Name Azir. Attribute Strength 2110, Agility 2315, Intelligence 2011, Stamina 2081, Mana 2232. Core Skills: Black Flame Heart LV1, Void Stealth LV3, Fear Amplification LV. For the more frightened the enemy, the higher the self-buff. Current 0 Void Assassination Array, Rank Incomplete, Appraisal Skill LV7. Lin En squinted at the words, Fear Amplification, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. After all this guy isn't some twisted killer, relying on scaring people to stack buffs, such a puerile skill. Now that he can't generate fear value, he can't get the boost. Looks like he's given up entirely. All attributes just over 2000 plus in Rank Incomplete Array. Lin En narrowed his eyes, understanding dawning as his gaze swept the ground beneath him. Against this guy Xiao He is useless, but with Xiao Lan's domain and dispersal powder I don't even need to activate life domain. Handling this premium material should be more than enough. Before his words faded, Azir moved. Soil churned, dust billowed, and several pitch-black chains shot forth like vipers from their lair straight for Cylon Dier's ankles. Ah! Cylon Dier cried out. Hey! Why are you coming at me? No respect for a lady. She was about to activate life judgment. Whoosh! Suddenly a flowing water curtain firmly enveloped her. Clumsy elf, so useless. Xiaolan, sporting an emoticon of extreme disdain, eye roll, had the water shield with 300 boost sternly contract, locking the shadow chains tightly with a grating screech. Xiaolan, activate the domain. We need to be cautious against this guy. Lin En grabbed a handful of void dispersal powder and fiercely flung it around. Silvery white powder instantly filled the air. Buzz. The water elements within Xiaolan went into a full frenzy. Abyssal domain descends. Within a radius of 1,000 meters the air instantly turned into viscous deep-sea water. Within this absolute aquatic zone Xiaolan is the sole king. Lin En, he's there. Cylon Dier's emerald eyes flashed with golden light, her high-level divine sense instantly locked onto the broken stone wall to the left front. Without a word Lin En hurled a vial of high-grade shadow resistance potion. Smack. The glass shattered, the liquid erupting into a blazing white light. Forced manifestation activated. Space twisted violently. Azir was like a scalded rat forcibly squeezed out of the void interlayer and crashing awkwardly into a puddle. He was about to spew threats when his expression drastically changed. For he found his total attributes had directly evaporated by 30. The terrifying stats over 2000 instantly dropped below 1500. Hey, come over here. Lin En taunted, curling his finger. Azir ground his molars and his figure once again merged into the void. Clang. The shadow dagger carrying bone-chilling cold slammed heavily into the mithril battle armor at Lin En's throat. Sparks flew, yet the armor only showed a tiny white mark. Lin En didn't even blink, his stance steady as a mountain. Azir drew in a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. What the hell is this insane defense? This armor has to be shrank. Having missed his strike, he quickly retreated. He had finally figured it out. Hiding in the void left him unaffected, but once he returned to reality to attack, his force was brutally weakened by this damned water domain. Even more terrifying when he cast high-level appraisal on Lin and he only got question marks. It seems I underestimated you, Azir said hoarsely, turning to glare at Xiaolan. Kill the familiar first, break the domain. Shadow clone. Several dark afterimages split from his body, attacking Xiaolan from all directions. Ugly freak, do you think this baby is afraid of you? Xiaolan was burning with rage, firing water blades like a machine gun. With a 300 boost to water skills combined with a strength attribute exceeding 1,000, the damage instantly exploded. Bang bang bang. The clones successively burst into black mist. Royer couldn't even get within 3 meters. His eyes bloodshot, he took advantage of the gap in the void dispersal powder, his real body erupting into a sudden thrust. Xiaolan didn't dodge the LV. For water shield instantly thickened like a city wall. Ding. The blade tip had just penetrated an inch when the terrifying water pressure rebounded violently. Pfft. Royer's tiger's mouth split open, blood spurting, and his entire body was sent flying over 10 meters like a torn sack. Lin had no intention of giving him a chance to catch his breath. Collect. Pointing his 5 fingers at Royer, he fiercely clenched them into a fist. Void Devour activated. The portable space overlapped with reality, unleashing an unprecedented suction force more terrifying than a black hole. The shadow mana dissipating from Royer and the residual black mist of his clones were all forcibly torn apart and crazily sucked into the space. If not for the rules restriction, Lin would surely have taken Royer together. My mana. Royer immediately sensed something amiss. What are you trying to do? He stared intently at the 3 monsters before him. A warrior whose defense was so high it ignored Shrank Assassination, a slime with explosive damage and its own domain, and an elf with precise radar-like positioning. What kind of monsters are you people? Royer's voice trembled. He regretted it. The shadow assassin with a 100% win rate was about to be brought down by a few freaks today. Lin touched the faint mark on his throat, his smile so unnervingly friendly it was horrifying. What? Already hit a wall? If you don't move, he'll be the one to act. We can't delay any longer. Royer bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of black blood onto his shadow dagger. Want to kill me? Dream on. His eyes bloodshot, his gray-green vertical pupils gleaming with suicidal madness. His hands became blurs, forming seals, the surrounding void trembling violently. A shred of heart-stopping destruction aura began to spread crazily from beneath his feet. Shrank Incomplete Array activate. Not only did Lin not panic, he even shrugged. You insisted on fattening me up before slaughtering me. Too bad, it seems I've gotten overweight. Just then the golden fruit that had been silent in midair suddenly let out a cold snort. Such a crude assassination technique, and you dare to make a fool of yourself. The ancient voice of the green dragon Si Noa crashed down with a dragon's pressure like a dimensionality reduction strike. Buzz. The array aura Royer had just gathered was actually shaken into a slight disorder by this voice. He stared at the golden fruit, alarm bells screaming in his mind. What the hell kind of god-tier monster is this again? Lin wasted no more words, drawing his nether-edged longsword. Wild blue lightning arcs leaped along the blade, tearing the air. Hear that? The elder is urging us on. Lin's eyes burned with fervor, his sword tip pointing at Royer, ready to enter the furnace premium consumable. Alright, very well. You've forced my hand. Royer curled his lips. Then let me show you my strongest killing move. Giggling. Black flame sacrifice. Azrael cackled madly, his fingers like knives suddenly plunging into his own chest. Pfft. Fresh red blood splattered, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. He forcefully pulled out a pulsating black heart from his chest cavity. The black flame burned wildly on the surface of the heart, illuminating his grotesque smiling face, which was torn to the roots of his ears. It was extremely unsettling. Lin took half a step back, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Self-harm if you can't win. Trying to cause trouble, huh? Bang. Azrael crushed the heart in his hand. Dense black mist exploded instantly, forcefully tearing apart the abyssal domain of Xiaolan. Void Assassination Formation activate. The light of day abruptly extinguished. Thousands of shadow clones coalesced from the black mist, wielding pitch-black short blades, turning into a torrential rain of darkness rushing towards Lin. The short blades slashed frantically against the mithril armor, sparks flying everywhere. At the same time, an extremely cold force penetrated the mithril armor, piercing directly into Lin's brain. Ding. Master the Void Strangulation Formation specializes in soul attacks. With me around, any soul damage below divine level is completely immune. Xiao Ji's cold voice rang out just in time. Lin smirked, giving a thumbs up if this cheat really was reliable. Xiaolan, hold on. Received. Xiaolan's head erupted with a gritted teeth emoji, and the water element surged wildly, stacking heavy water shields layer upon layer, firmly blocking both physical and soul penetrations outside. At the same time, Xiao He detached from Lin's ankle. Space stealth. Shadow piercing. Dozens of pitch-black thorns pierced through the void without warning, directly targeting Azrael's back. Azrael's figure twisted strangely, barely dodging the vital point. He stared fixedly at Xiao He, his gray-green vertical pupils widening in undisguised greed, pure dark attribute. Treasure, what a good treasure. Little guy, what's the future with a waist like you? Come follow me. Xiao He's body was covered in black spikes, disdainfully pulling away. With dark red eyes fixed on that pitifully ugly face, he coldly spat out 2 words, no. Ugly. The air fell silent in an instant. Azrael's manic laughter froze the veins on his forehead, pulsating like wriggling earthworms. Ungrateful beast. If that's the case, then go die. Azrael completely lost his composure, his hands pressing down forcefully. The clones surrounding Xiao Lan all turned, their blades sharply converging into a black whirlwind aimed at Xiao He. Come back, Xiao He, you can't win against him with your current strength. Lin transmitted the message. Received. Xiao He pierced through the void and instantly entered Lin's armor. Azrael's gaze turned icy, letting the phantoms attack Lin with full force. Very well then, savor the pain of soul tearing. I want to see how long you can hold on. Oh really? Lin smiled. The dense black blade slashed madly and he stood there too lazy to even dodge. The opponent's attacks were merely superficial, not even able to break his armor, especially since he also had the skill of dragon scale hardening, which enhanced his defense. What he truly cared about was the overwhelming glass dark energy that permeated the air. His spatial pocket quietly opened, overlapping with reality, and instantly began to devour the dark mist within 1,000 meters around him. Azrael was desperately burning blood outside. Lin was quietly taking in goods inside. In just half an hour, a pitch-black magic sphere with a diameter of 5 meters was forcibly condensed in the spatial pocket. Ding! Detected high concentration of dark attribute magic, 9 dark attribute magic cores. Alchemy synthesis possible. Current success rate 25. Alchemy attempts insufficient, unable to initiate. Lin glanced at the panel. There were 3 hours left until midnight refresh. Since there aren't enough attempts, I'll just have to tie you up and slowly extract your value. Lin stepped forward, his battle boots crushing stones. Hey, I told you your attacks are useless, haven't you eaten? He raised his right hand, his fingers suddenly gripping tightly, instantly draining 1,000 points of magic. Void theft. Crack. The void behind Azrael shattered with a tremendous roar. A 10-meter-long rift in space was ripped open from thin air. A terrifying suction force swept through like a hurricane, and the surrounding shadow clones didn't even have time to scream before being pulled into the rift and turned into nothingness. What? Azrael was horrified, gripping the rocky ground with both hands, desperately resisting the deadly suction. Salanther. Lin shouted. Life judgment. The elven girl's brow glowed with golden light, and the withered trees within a 50-meter radius instantly turned to ash, with immense energy flooding into Lin's body, instantly filling his depleted mana. Come here. Lin flicked his wrist, and the chains of the underworld transformed into black snakes, accurately wrapping around Azrael's neck and limbs, pulling fiercely. Bang! The once invincible glass shadow assassin was slammed into the mud like a dead dog. Magic sealed, skills locked. Lin stepped forward, looking down at the slowly healing blood hole on his chest. Black flame heart devours the hearts of others to condense. Sacrifice can complete incomplete formations accompanied by real soul damage. Devouring hearts. That's disgusting. Lin grimaced in disdain. Master. Xiaolan bounced over, bursting out a hug me emoji. Xiaolan worked hard. Lin patted Xiaolan. Salantha rushed over, still shaken. Lin, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. Lin opened his palm, revealing an energy sphere radiating extreme pure dark attribute fluctuations. What are you panicking for? This is the ultimate food for Xiao He. Salantha's beautiful eyes widened, gasping in shock. Using the ultimate killing move of an glass assassin as alchemical material. This insane exploitation method could only be done by Lin. 3 hours later at midnight. Ding. Today's alchemy quota of 19 has been refreshed. Lin, leaning against the stone mill, suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing in his gaze. Alchemy activate. The massive alchemy array exploded into existence in midair. The high concentration dark attribute magic sphere and the 9 high-level dark attribute magic cores simultaneously smashed into the array. The ghostly light flickered wildly, illuminating the entire dilapidated village. Once. Twice. Thrice. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Shadow Divine Essence Rarest class. Attributes contains ultimate dark essence 100 breaks the level 60 shackles of dark attribute magical pets. Very high probability of triggering bloodline mutation. Congratulations master, you have received attribute reward strength 30, agility 30, magic 30. Lynn and looked at the black liquid in his palm deep enough to swallow light, and a wild smile spread across his face. A 25 success rate actually succeeded. It seems there's no need to farm for resources anymore. In midair the golden fruit that had been watching the show began to slowly drift down. Although the method is crude, this calculation to drain the last bit of value from the enemy is quite to my taste. The ancient voice of the green dragon Sinuo carried a hint of seriousness. However, this thing in your hand is not just a breakthrough material. Feeding it to that slime, it probably won't remain an ordinary magical creature anymore. Lin En looked down. Beneath his feet Xiao He transformed into a puddle of black mud, his dark red eyes fixated on that drop of shadow divine essence. An extreme fervor and desire that seemed to ignite the air. Xiao He catch. Lin En flicked his finger, precisely tossing the shadow marrow into the black mud. Gulp. Within 100 meters the light suddenly vanished. Xiao He not only did not grow larger but instead collapsed violently inward, transforming into an absolute black hole that could devour even light. The king-level pressure swept forth with a bang. Ding. Yao Yuan broke through the 60-level shackle. Evolution Shadow Assassin Slime King. Agility 2500 mutation breakthrough. Domain Evolution Eternal Night Abyss Domain reduces enemies' all attributes by 30. Absolute deprivation of perception Dark Power 300. New Shadow Dodge Kill ignores defense Fatal Strike Mimicry LV. 5. Lin En's eyes burst with ecstasy. 2500 agility. This stat panel is too insane. With Xiao Lan's Abyssal Domain, the dual domain stacked to directly slash 60 of all attributes. If we threw this all at once, even Enshrank Powerhouse would instantly become a limp-legged shrimp and kneel down singing, Conquer. The only regret is the low alchemy success rate, so I couldn't get attribute feedback, but the skills are almost perfect. Just as Lin En was scheming how to get a top-tier weapon for Xiao He, the black mist on the ground rolled violently. The jelly-like body rapidly rose and reshaped. As the light dissipated, an expressionless little loli wearing a gothic black dress with dark red eyes clutching a tattered black cloth doll tightly in her arms stood in place. Lin En was stunned. Holy shit, how did you turn into this form? Xiao He tilted her head, her voice clear and childish. In the city saw. Cute. You're a girl too. Lin En was dumbfounded. Wow. So cute. Cylon Deer's eyes lit up. She hugged the dark loli tightly and started rubbing her face wildly. Big sis gives hugs. Xiao He's whole body stiffened, her dark red eyes revealing a killer's resentment. How could a cold-hearted shadow assassin be treated like a plush toy by an elf? In midair the green dragon Si Noa slowly descended, snorting with an old-fashioned tone. I suppose you have two capable generals now. But the strongest is still me. With my undying soul I can briefly burst out S-rank combat power with ease. But don't expect me to be a babysitter. Unless it's a life-or-death crisis, I will never make a move. Don't worry, no need for you, Lin En waved dismissively. Inside he was sneering, you old geezer with the contract in hand, when the time comes to use you he'll definitely weld you onto the assembly line as a pure super strong worker. Xiao He is shameless. Xiao Lan lay on top of Lin En's head, bursting with jealousy, her water element boiling and exploding into an emoji pack that read, I am the rightful wife. Internally she was grinding her teeth, plotting to find a cute girl to mimic next time. Lin En couldn't be bothered with these goofballs. He summoned the underworld longsword with a backhand. The battle pet had taken off, so he needed to cover his own shortcomings. Take off. He stepped onto the blade. The longsword did not budge. Master Xiao, you cannot carry you. The sword spirit's aggrieved voice sounded. Lin En glanced at the stat panel. Underworld longsword 1 fine LV1 attack 25 defense 12 magic power 33 intelligence 7 with 0 strength. Indeed, it couldn't carry a full-grown person. Looks like I have to brute force it with alchemy. He pulled out a top-grade starlight ore, but the alchemy array scanned it, showing only a 5 success rate. Failure yields no stats, forget it. Cylon Deer, are there any low-level mineral veins nearby? Lin En asked. Wild mineral veins are extremely hard to find, and even if there are high-rank magical beasts reside there, the elf maiden said blankly. Master Xiao, you can sense the presence of ore within 30 meters. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke. Lin En's eyes lit up sharply. 30 meters corresponds to 33 magic power. As long as I spam low-level magic cores to stack magic power, this becomes an auto-searching or radar. Do it. He grabbed 9 low-level magic cores and slapped them onto the blade in one go. Alchemy activate. Green light flashed 100 success rate stable as an old dog. Enhancement synthesis successful. Underworld longsword magic power 9. Feedback magic power 3. Lin N's mouth curled up wildly. Once Xiao Yu finds a sea of ore and then max out attack and defense, this will be a max level cruise flying sword that can turn invisible, fly and auto target and slash enemies. 300,000 troops. How can they defend? He glanced at the assassin Azrael tied up like a dumpling on the ground. Cylon dear, let's change the plan. Lin N clapped his hands. From the current intelligence, the fortress is very dangerous. Let's not rush to deliver our heads. Let's develop in the Blackstone Mountains first. Agreed. Cylon dear nodded vigorously. She didn't want to take risks either. The stronger Lin N became, the higher the success rate. She covered her stomach. Pitiful, but can we find some normal food? I'm sick of roasted monster meat. Speaking of food, Lin N was also helpless. Indeed, since arriving in this world he hadn't had a single good meal. Let's go to the Imperial outpost ahead. Lin N scanned the map. Not only will there be military rations, but we might also get the defense layout. An hour later, at the mountaintop Earth Dam, a 20-meter high wooden watchtower stood. The moment Lin N stepped into the clearing, the guard soldier suddenly drew his sword. Who goes there? Shaolin, seal the area. Lin N snapped his fingers. Buzz. The abyssal domain crashed down, transforming into a huge blue water curtain that tightly sealed the entire outpost, physically isolating all signal. Xiao Hei, clear the area. Swish. The gothic lowly instantly turned into a black lightning bolt. Within less than 10 seconds, with a few muffled thuds, 5 soldiers inside the house were thrown out like broken sacks, crashing heavily onto the ground. There were 6 in total. Seeing Lin N's top-grade mithril battle armor and terrifying slime configuration, the 6 men were so frightened that they all slid down on their knees and kowtowed. At this critical moment, the suspicious person deep in the mountains was self-evident. Great hero, spare us. Hand over the food and the border defense map, Cylon dear said with hands on her hips, her mind full of white bread. While the few were wailing, the soldier at the back flashed a fierce light in his eyes. His body twisted violently and instantly teleported to the top of the 20-meter tower. A bunch of fools. While I activate the early warning magic array, he'll take his head and get promoted. The soldier grinned, pressing both hands firmly onto the array. The formation lines had just lit a faint glow. Poochie. A pitch-black spike pierced through his back and out his chest without warning. Fret die. Xiao Hei's clear childish voice exploded in midair. Under the absolute suppression of 2,500 agility and dark attribute, the soldier didn't even have time to scream before he died instantly. Complete silence. The remaining 5 men's pants instantly soaked, their livers and gallbladders shattered. Lin N looked down, his smile terrifyingly kind. What? You want to go warn them too? Go ahead, I'll give you the chance. No. We saw nothing. A tall skinny man scrambled, not only hauling out a box of black bread and dried meat but also offering a sheepskin scroll with both hands. My lord. This is the defense map, all for you. Spare us like a fart. Lin N took the map, casually scanned it, but his gaze suddenly froze. This map was drawn extremely sloppily, but the sentry positions, shift timings and even the hiding spots of the embezzled supplies by the quartermaster were all marked clearly with extremely covert special symbols. This was definitely not something an ordinary grunt could produce. This map, did you draw it? Lin N squinted, the tip of his sword lifting the tall skinny man's chin. The tall skinny man shivered, and being quick-witted he immediately kowtowed like mashing garlic. This humble one used to be a street rat in the imperial capital, so I know some reconnaissance and map drawing skills. If my lord finds it useless, he'll tear it up right away. Why tear it up? Lin N's lips curled into the smile of a capitalist spotting a prime draft animal. He was in need of a local snake who understood intelligence and was slick enough. In the Chaos Lands where outlaws gathered, relying only on fists was not enough. You, what's your name? Lin N put away his sword and casually tossed over a low-level healing potion. The tall skinny man fumbled to catch the potion, a glint of cunning and ambition shining in his ecstatic eyes. This humble one is bait. Willing to serve my lord like a dog or a horse. The remaining 4 soldiers were terrified out of their wits, kowtowing frantically and volunteering themselves. Sir. I can guard the gate. I won't even blink if I have to die standing. I can tend to horses. Raise pigs. I can do anything. A fat man rolled and crawled toward Lin N's boots, snot streaming. Sir, I can warm your bed. I'm tough-skinned and cold-resistant. Get lost. Xiao Lan's face twisted in disgust, her simulated foot slamming into the fat man's chest, sending him flying 3 meters. Warm the bed. How dare you steal my job? The fat man ignored his own blood, scrambled up and knelt again. Sir, I'm going back to my hometown to get married in 5 days. Please let me go. Like a fart, I'll keep my mouth shut. Lynn raised his hand. The clamor instantly fell silent. He ignored those 4 waists, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed firmly on the lanky Bart who had handed over the map. And if I don't need you? Lynn's tone was utterly flat. Bart stiffened. His eyes flickered in desperation, then gradually dimmed to gray. Then please grant me a clean death. Bart lowered his head, his voice parched. Better to die early and be reborn than to suffer endlessly in this cannibalistic world. Good. A cold, cruel smile curved Lynn's lips. Kill them all. The 4 soldiers instantly collapsed, wailing in terror. But Bart didn't move, his eyes the color of ash, calmly watched Lynn completely resigned to fate. Understood. Xiao He transformed into a black lightning bolt, a shadow blade slicing through the air aimed straight at Bart's brow. The sharp wind slashed his skin, drawing beads of startlingly red blood. Bart closed his eyes. 1 second. 2. The agony of his skull bursting never came. He trembled and opened his eyes. The shadow blade hovered a hair's breadth from his nose. Lynn loomed above him, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Lynn had indeed considered killing them, even stuffing them into an alchemy furnace to drain their value. But for the Chaos Lands he desperately needed a top-notch guide. Keeping these workhorses alive was more useful than slaughtering them. Not bad mental fortitude. You live. Lynn averted his gaze. Now prove your worth. The ashen light in Bart's eyes exploded with ecstasy. A wise man wastes no words. He immediately dug a blood-stained cloth bundle from a hidden pocket in his inner armor and raised 4 yellowed parchments high with both hands. Sir. This is a slave contract I stumbled upon. Selindel leaned in for a glance, her emerald eyes lighting up. Lynn, with just a drop of blood you can make them absolute slaves. A single thought and their souls will collapse. Lynn's expression flickered. In this damned world gods and magic ruled supreme, the lowly masses couldn't even call their own lives theirs. But this thing now suited his purpose. Sign it. Or die. Lynn tilted his chin. The 4 soldiers' faces ashen yet feeling pardon bit their fingertips without hesitation. I swear loyalty. Never betray. A crimson flash burst forth and 4 blood-red marks forcibly penetrated their brows. The contract was sealed. Bart took a deep breath, picked up the last parchment and was about to bite his fingertip. Slap. Lynn snatched the contract away and grabbed his wrist. Sir. Sir. Bart was utterly stunned. Your mind deserves better treatment. Lynn instead produced a low-grade beast core and slammed it onto Bart's shoulder. Alchemy activate. A dazzling green light erupted, a towering pillar that instantly engulfed Bart. Ding. Enhanced alchemy successful. Obtained human retainer Bart LV. 30 class scout soldier, attribute strength 150, agility 220, endurance 130, intelligence 80, mana 1, description born a surf expert in reconnaissance and cartography. Loyalty absolute loyalty bound by supreme alchemical laws irreversible. Lynn glanced at the panel inwardly amazed. With no talent for magic or battle aura, Bart relied purely on survival instinct to reach level 30. The panel was abysmal, but his will to live and his mind were top tier. This power. Bart felt the surge of warm mana expanding within him, trembling with excitement. With a thud he slammed both knees to the ground, hot tears streaming. Master. Bart's life is yours forever and ever. From a serf who ate tree bark to now even his military enlistment was a cannon fodder slot filling a dead man's shoes. And this esteemed lord with a single wave of his hand had bestowed upon him the supernatural power he had always dreamed of. Lynn smiled. Follow me. As long as you're useful you won't lack rewards. Lynn unfurled the tattered map, cutting to the chase. What's the frontline setup? Bart pointed at 3 red circles, speaking rapidly. 3 colossal fortresses, 300,000 troops locked in a death grip. First line, a pure physical heavy armor defense. Hundreds of heavy magic crystal cannons and armor-piercing crossbows, not even a fly can pass. Second line, the mage headquarters. 100,000 men swarm attack magic array focused on devastating firepower coverage. Third line, the logistics support corps. Not only mountains of supplies but also an oversized emergency teleportation array. All 3 lines can coordinate and reinforce at any moment. Bart swallowed hard, his face pale. Master, this defense is interlocking. A direct assault is certain death. Lynn pondered thoughtfully. 300,000 troops, layered defense, infinite firepower plus full map teleportation. Indeed, charging in now would be pure idiocy. Did you map this out alone? Lynn flicked the parchment. Yes, master. I spent 5 years mapping all the hidden posts and shift patterns. Bart knelt respectfully. A flicker of admiration crossed Lynn's eyes. This wasn't a mere soldier, this was a born spy chief. Very good. You 5 get back and stand watch as usual. If you reveal a single crack you die. Lynn pocketed the map. Yes sir. The 5 scrambled away. After a night of trouble, Lynn with Selendil and his 2 magical pets pushed open the door of a vacant wooden shack at the outpost, ready to rest. Creak. The door swung open. Ugh. A wave of ultimate biochemical poison, a month's worth of fermented stinky sock sweat and unidentified vomit, assaulted them. Lynn held his breath, the terrifying DNA of his past lives' college dormitory instantly stirred. He decisively stepped back and slammed the door shut. Lynn. It's too vile. I'd rather sleep on a branch than go in there. Selendil pinched her nose, tears streaming desperately, fanning the air. This dump will kill this baby, oh my. Xiaolan bounced frantically on Lynn's shoulder, exploding into a crazy vomit emoticon. Master. Use your almighty alchemy to build a house. Please. Xiao Hei transformed into a gothic Lolita, silently retreating 10 meters, covering her mouth and nose tightly with a black cloth doll, her eyes filled with contempt. The golden fruit floating in midair shook. Don't look at me, old man has no nose. Truly not fit for human habitation. Lynn rubbed his brow. Alchemy can refine everything, there's no reason it can't build a house. With blueprints and materials in place, in theory it can create anything. Let's go to the back mountain and stock up. Lynn waved his hand. Behind the outpost lay a dense forest with century-old trees dozens of meters high, blocking the sky. Xiao, you cut the trees. Xiaolan, Xiao Hei, get to work. Lynn commanded. Understood. Clang. The netherworld longsword slid from its sheath, transforming into a flowing light that scythed through. Sturdy ancient trees crashed down in rows. Xiaolan turned into a giant jellyfish and rolled up the logs. Xiao Hei's shadow tentacles shot out simultaneously. In less than 10 minutes a mountain of timber was amassed. Lynn strode forward and slammed both hands onto the pile of logs. In his mind, a 3-dimensional blueprint of a 2-story luxury villa took shape instantly. Load-bearing walls, panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, an independent terrace, everything meticulously arranged. Alchemy activate. Boom. A brilliant green light surged like a tsunami. The massive alchemical array devoured tons of timber. Wood chips danced as flowing light, the structure visibly and rapidly reorganized. Ding. Alchemy successful. Obtained exquisite double-story log villa. 1 attribute feedback endurance. 2 The light dissipated. A 2-story luxury villa 10 meters long and 8 meters wide with beautifully carved wooden windows and a huge terrace stood firmly rooted in the wilderness. A faint fragrance of pine lingered in the air. Holy crap, it actually worked. Lynn gazed at the mansion before him, even himself astonished. This wasn't alchemy, it was the ultimate cheat for an infrastructure maniac. Selendil's red lips parted, utterly dumbfounded. Wow. Long live the master. Xiaolan launched like a spring, crashing through the solid wood door and charging in. Xiao Hei, cradling her doll, followed with small steps, her dark red eyes brimming with curiosity. Lynn felt the slight increase of 2 points in his endurance and grinned wildly. 25 daily quotas, wasting 1 to improve his living conditions, a net gain. When the quota grew larger, perhaps he could alchemize some culinary delicacies too. He turned his gaze toward the depths of the Blackrock Mountains, his fingers gently stroking the hilt of the netherworld longsword. 300,000 troops. Lynn's eyes held a righteous lethality, his battle spirit ablaze. Once I nurture this sword. Let's see whose shell is harder, yours or my crew's flying sword. In the early morning, sunlight cleaved through the mist over the wilderness and struck the intricately carved windows of the log villa. Lynn sprang up from the soft bed. Shedding the heavy mithril armor, a long-lost sensation of ease surged along his spine, straight to his crown. From outside the door came the sizzling sound of meat roasting over a fire. Lynn, breakfast is ready. The door was gently tapped. Salenthier's voice was crisp and fused with the vitality of having survived a calamity. Lynn pushed open the door. The elven maiden had changed into a set of deep gray coarse linen clothes, standing beside the table with a wooden tray in her hands. The rough fabric unexpectedly accentuated her tight curves. Lynn's gaze swept over her chest with piercing intensity. Not exaggerated, visually judging a standard cup. Decent development. He pulled out a pine dining chair, sat down with a domineering posture and casually commented. Ah. What? Sailantier's hand wiping the table trembled, her emerald eyes full of bewilderment. I said the roast meat is quite fragrant. Lynn's expression remained unchanged as he cut a piece of beast meat with charred edges and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat juices exploded. After swallowing, a peculiar cool aftertaste rose in his throat. Not bad. This is the best meal I've had in this godforsaken place. Lynn did not stint on praise. 2 rosy blushes instantly fluttered onto Sailantier's cheeks, her eyes darting in panic. If you like it. I'll cook for you every day. Oh, by the way, Bart came looking for you this morning. Since you weren't awake, I told him to wait outside. The elven princess raised her chin with a hint of arrogance, her eyes brimming with I'm so useful. Well done. That kid knows how to behave. Lynn swallowed the roast meat, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. After I finish eating, tell him to roll in. Lynn glanced at the panel. Today's alchemy quota remained at 22 uses. Good steel must be used on the blade. First, boost the strength of the Yuming longsword. Second, uncover the true cards of the 300,000 strong army in the fortress ahead. Lynn had considered taking a detour, but he refused to back down when faced with trouble. Before, he lacked the strength, so it was understandable. Now that he had power, what was there to fear? Half an hour later. Bam! The scrawny Bart pushed open the door, his knees heavily thudding against the wooden floor as he slid into a kneel before Lynn. Milord. Bart pressed his head tightly against the ground. Lynn leaned back in his chair, looking down from above. I want you to infiltrate the fortress and strip away every single top-tier combat configuration inside. Bart's entire body shuddered violently, but he clenched his teeth and dared not utter a single no. Of course, with your current cannon fodder strength, going there would just be delivering yourself to death. Lynn curled the corner of his mouth into a cold sneer. So I've decided to grant you another fortune. I would go through fire and water for you. Bart jerked his head up, his eyes exploding with extreme fervor. He had gambled correctly. Following this master could truly reverse his fate. Lynn waved his hand casually. Over a dozen tattered magic books he had ransacked from Saillantier last night, along with several low-grade space pouches, clattered and clunked onto the table. He strode forward and pressed his right hand firmly onto Bart's thin shoulder. Alchemy activate. Boom. A dazzling green light flashed wildly 5 times in succession. A massive alchemical formation instantly engulfed Bart. Ding. Alchemy enhancement successful. Human retainer Bart LV. 30. Attribute strength 151, agility 228, constitution 135, intelligence 90, mana 117, obtain skills concealment LV. 1 far sight LV. 1 face changing LV. 1 storage space LV. 1. Immediately system notifications erupted in Lynn's mind. Ding. Attribute feedback reward mana 65. Ding. Judgment successful. Congratulations master for obtaining feedback skills Farsight LV. 1 face changing LV. 1. Lynn's pupils contracted and a rush of pleasure surged straight to his brain. Just as he suspected. By smashing trash items onto subordinates, he could not only mass-produce experts but also freeload attribute and skill kickbacks. Thank you for your great kindness, my lord. Feeling the mana roaring inside him and the magical knowledge crammed into his mind, Bart was so excited that his features twisted. 2 streams of hot tears burst forth and he thumped his head against the floor with a thunderous bang bang bang. Enough, no more nonsense. Lynn waved his hand coldly. 1 month. If you can't get the intelligence, find a hole and bury yourself. Rest assured, my lord. Even if I die, I'll strip the fortress down to its underwear. Bart wiped his face and charged out the door with a murderous aura. Having dismissed the superb workhorse, Lynn sat back down on the wooden chair, his gaze gradually burning with intensity. 17 uses left. Time for the main course. Shall you come here? Clang. The Yuming longsword hanging on the wall let out a crisp sword cry, then hovered steadily before Lynn. Lynn grabbed a low-grade skill book and without a blink smashed it ruthlessly onto the pitch-black blade. Alchemy activate. Green light exploded. The pages dissolved into specks of light that were greedily absorbed by the blade. Ding. Enhancement alchemy successful. Yuming longsword mana 27. Yuming longsword gain skill concealment LV. 1. Ding. Attribute feedback reward mana 16. Bloody hell. It actually works. Lin and shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with ecstasy. Forging skill books into a weapon. This absurd logic had actually been forcibly validated by alchemy. A sword that can turn invisible and auto-target enemies. If this damn thing were further infused with high-tier skills, it would be nothing less than a fully automatic stealth drone from another world. Keep going. I'll max you out today. Lin N went completely crazy, grabbing the remaining skill books and items on the table and bombarding the blade relentlessly. 11 consecutive alchemy quotas were instantly exhausted. Green light flashed wildly inside the room. Ding. Enhancement successful. Ding. Enhancement failed. The failure rate was indeed not low. Especially when that face-changing skill book was smashed and it didn't even create a ripple. Lin N rolled his eyes. Makes sense, a sword doesn't even have a face, what the hell would it change? He casually called up Xiao Yu's latest panel. Yuming Longsword 1 Refined LV. 1 V Attack 25 Defense 12 Mana 324 Intelligence 7 Skills Concealment LV. 1 Far Sight LV. 1 Cleaning LV. 1 Disguise LV. 1 Storage Space LV. 1. Lin N simultaneously received the proficiency feedback, with Far Sight skyrocketing directly to LV. 2 and mana surging by a huge margin. Xiao Yu's mana had been stubbornly stacked to 324 points. The flight radius and skill release frequency were definitely a qualitative leap. The only disappointing aspect was the pathetic 25 attack power. Lin N frowned, his eyes quickly scanning the panel. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a small line at the top. Refined LV. 1. Lin N's breath caught, his heartbeat skipped a beat. Wait. LV. 1. He had been so focused on stacking mana and embedding skills that he had overlooked this most terrifying detail. This sword, not only could it take skills, but it also had an experience bar and could level up. Xiaolan Xiao Hei, it's time to work. Lin N donned the black robe with golden edges obtained from Griffin, casually calling out to them. 2 jelly-like little creatures bounced out from the bedroom. Xiao Hei didn't change into a gothic lowly. In a non-show-off state, it preferred its original form, saving blue. Master, why did you wake me up so early? Xiaolan rubbed its big watery eyes, a meme of yawning madly exploding above its head. Master. Xiao Hei succinctly stated, its dark red pupils reflecting confusion from just waking up. Let's go, Master will take you to test a big treasure. Lin N lifted the netherworld longsword and strode out through the door. Outside, 5 newly recruited oxen were sweating profusely as they dragged a corpse. It was the dark scout who attempted to call the police last night but was instantly killed by Xiao Hei. Upon seeing Lin and the 5 were so scared that they directly dropped the corpse and collectively slid to their knees. Good morning, Master. Lin N's gaze instantly locked onto the corpse. He remembered that this fellow used a teleportation skill last night. This was a divine skill. Yes, Master. We were afraid of dirtying your eyes. The 5 bowed their heads frantically. Lin N stepped forward. The corpse was completely stiff, with wounds still bearing the shadow corrosion from Xiao Hei. There was a chance of obtaining the opponent's skill through alchemy. It was worth a try. He reached out and a low-level ghost casually taken from the temple appeared in his palm. He directly and brutally pressed it into the corpse's forehead. Alchemy activate. Boom. A dazzling green light instantly engulfed the corpse. Ding. Alchemy synthesis successful. Obtain Zombie Guardian 1. Ding. Triggered attribute feedback. Obtain skill instant step LV. 1 can instantly move to an empty area within line of sight and magical power coverage. Hosts magical power 15. Awesome. Lin N's mouth curved into a wild grin. Free ride on a divine skill, no loss. Crack, crack, crack. The corpse on the ground emitted a spine-chilling sound of its bones cracking and jerked upright. Its eyes were gray-white, filled with deathly silence. Ah. It's coming back to life. The 5 soldiers were so frightened that they wet themselves and scrambled back 10 meters. A bunch of fools, how could you understand the master's greatness? Xiao Lan rolled its eyes. Useless. Xiao Hei coldly added. Lin N examined the zombie before him, which was as stiff as a log, lacking the agility of a spirit tool like Xiao Yu. Ding. The low-level ghost has not awakened intelligence. This puppet can only execute basic attack and defense commands. Xiao Ji timely reminded. That'll do, go stand guard at the main gate. Lin N casually pointed to the entrance of the camp. The zombie immediately turned around and walked away with mechanical steps. Lin En stopped talking nonsense and headed straight into the depths of the Black Stone Mountains with his two magical pets. In the nameless valley with dead trees towering. Hiss. The ground exploded and a LV. 22 burrowing spider the size of a cow and clad in black armor burst out of the earth, its fangs aimed directly at Lin En's face. Xiao He, control it. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Whoosh. Xiao He transformed into a black line racing across the ground and the shadow bind exploded instantly. Dozens of black thorns erupted from the ground, pinning the spider firmly in midair. Xiao Yu, chop it. Lin En flicked his fingers. Clang. The netherworld longsword transformed into a streak of light striking fiercely against the spider's carapace. Clang. Sparks flew. The spider didn't lose a single hair, while Xiao Yu was instead knocked back half a meter, unable to even cut through its silk. Indeed, the initial panel of LV1 is still too weak. Lin En shook his head, decisively changing tactics. Xiao Lan, flip its head open. Xiao Yu, prepared. Received. Xiao Lan excitedly leaped, compressing the water element instantly. Puff. A high-pressure water blade shot out, accurately slicing through the spider's hard neck with green bodily fluid spraying everywhere, its health bar dropping to the bottom. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu's sword glowed with lightning piercing through the spider's brain along the crack. Ding. Killed LV. 22 burrowing spider. Xiao Yu's level increased to LV. 2. Xiao Yu's level increased to LV. 3. Buzz. The sword emitted a pleasant chime, rust fading away, and the blade gleamed with cold light. Lin En immediately pulled up the interface. Netherworld Longsword 1 excellent LV. 3 attack 45 defense 20 strength 10 agility 15 magic power 50 intelligence 7 note spirit tools do not have physical attributes converting to defense value 1 point of strength 2 points of attack power bonus current base attack 25 strength bonus 20 45 hypothesis confirmed perfectly. This is not just a sword, it's a value monster that can grow infinitely. Continue. Let's grind. Lin En's eyes burned with fervor. Xiao He controlled the battlefield, Xiao Lan broke defenses, and Xiao Yu harvested. An inhumane assembly line from another world was operating wildly in the Black Stone Mountains. 2 hours later, the stench of blood filled the air. As Xiao Yu shattered a LV.25 enraged spider, golden light flashed. Ding. Xiao Yu's level increased to LV.15. Netherworld Longsword 1 excellent LV. 15 status combat spirit high spirit tool has initially activated hunting instincts attack 165 defense 68 strength 70 agility 110 intelligence 21 magic power 674 skills stealth LV. 1 long sight LV. 2 cleanse LV. 1 disguise LV. 1 storage space LV. 1 Lin En looked at the data on the panel, a cruel yet satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Attack power breaking past 150. Agility exceeding 100 means Xiao Yu's flight and penetration speed would undergo a qualitative change. This value, combined with the innate skills of stealth, disguise and long-range detection, would absolutely allow him to walk unimpeded in the outer realms. Xiao Yu, I have a task for you. Lin En touched the hot sword hilt, smiling like a capitalist. Level up in this area. Come back to me when your storage space is full of magic cores. Understood. Master. Xiao Yu transmitted an extremely excited wave of consciousness, transforming into a stream of light, dashing into the dense forest, entering full auto-grinding mode. Xiao Lan, perched on his shoulder, suddenly perked up its tentacle. Master. There's a scent of deer in the hollow to the left. Oh. Just in time. A midday snack. Lin En was about to test his new skill, instant step. Whoosh. Magical power surged and Lin En's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing at a high point in the hollow 1,000 meters away the next second. There was no casting delay at all, simply a face-smacking divine skill. But the scene before him made Lin En's gaze sharpen. Below, on the uneven dirt road, several heavy horse-drawn carriages were toppled over. Dozens of Imperial heavy-armored soldiers' corpses lay scattered on the ground. Not a drop of blood, no physical injuries. Every corpse's face twisted in extreme horror, as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying in life. Their souls have been drained. Lin En took a step forward, his gaze chilling. Master, it's the aura of the demon race. Xiao He transformed into black mud, sticking to the ground, speaking with certainty. The material convoy heading to the front line was slaughtered, but the goods were unharmed. What does this mean? But it doesn't concern us. The more chaotic the front line, the more advantageous it is for us. Lin N's gaze directly overlooked the corpses, focusing on the open-top carriage. Lifting the oilcloth, he saw neatly stacked fine white rice snowflake flour boxes of coarse salt and spices and a scattering of snow pears on the ground. Lin N's eyes sparkled. That silly elf must have gone to the woods to dig wild vegetables. If it saw these pure human staple foods, it would probably be so happy it would take off on the spot. Free resources, why not take them? Lin N waved his hand and his storage space opened with a rumble. Dozens of horse-drawn carriages along with fruits strewn all over the ground and several deer nearby were instantly collected into the space. Let's go home for a feast. Lin N brushed off the dust from his hands, casually pulling up his latest panel. Host Lin N, strength 1015, agility 904, intelligence 920, constitution 1044, magic power 1147. Although the attributes from the alchemy feedback just now weren't much, little by little adds up, and this limitless value was reassuring to behold. Lin N looked up, watching Xiao Lan, who was bouncing ahead full of thoughts of food, and then glanced at Xiao He, quietly alert and coiling around his ankle. In his mind, the image of that elf princess dressed in coarse linen clumsily roasting meat in the kitchen unconsciously surfaced. Lin N suddenly smiled. In his past life, being a corporate worker fighting alone, he had had enough of the loneliness of being abandoned by the world. In this life he would be the strongest ruler, trampling all enemies beneath his feet while also being the happiest person in this damned world. Having these lively companions around was quite nice. Lin N turned and walked towards the camp. The valley behind him was deathly silent, with the shadows of the demon race silently seeping across the defense line. And that AFK flying sword madly harvesting experience deep in the forest was destined to stir up an unstoppable storm of blood and gore in the impending tempest. Lin N brought Xiao Lan and Xiao He back to the mountaintop camp. The log cabin stood empty before him. A few newly conscripted soldiers, trembling with fear, were patrolling the perimeter. Where did that stinky elf run off to? Why isn't she back yet? Xiao Lan was lying on top of Lin N's head with a looking around disdain emoji popping up above her head. I'm starving. She didn't go off to eat by herself, did she? Lin N frowned slightly. Although this silly elf had some ability to protect herself, running around deep in the Haishi mountain range was still extremely dangerous. He closed his eyes and the water sense spread his vast magical power like a tide in all directions. Within the sensing range there was no trace of Salantir. Let's go find her. Lin N wasted no words and directly urged the magic power within him. Blink step activated. Whoosh. Lin N's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The next second he directly appeared on the trunk of a towering ancient tree 100 meters away. Wherever his sight reached, wherever his magic covered, was a landing point. The ancient tree was slippery and Lin N's foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall, but it didn't matter. With a thought his figure flickered again. He landed on a steep rock. He landed on the edge of a bottomless cliff. He even directly hovered in midair. This extreme speed that completely ignored terrain and folded space gave Lin N an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Wow! Master is so fast. Xiao Lan bounced excitedly on Lin N's shoulder. Swift, said Xiao He, who had turned into a black velvet wrapping around his ankle with a hint of envy in his dark red eyes. Although it had space phasing, it absolutely could not achieve this kind of unrestrained continuous flickering like Lin N. The Haishi mountain range stretched endlessly. Lin N flickered continuously for half an hour, finally catching a familiar magical fluctuation behind a hidden hillside rock in the north. Whoosh! Lin N landed silently beside Salantir. The elven girl was lying behind a rock, staring intently downward. Sensing someone beside her, she trembled in fright and was about to cry out. After realizing it was Lin N, she immediately clamped her hand over her mouth. Salantir did not throw herself at him to claim credit as usual, but instead with a grave expression she raised a finger and made a shushing gesture. Then she pointed downward. Lin N followed her gaze. Below was a small hidden village which had now turned into a living hell. Dismembered limbs were scattered everywhere, blood staining the soil dark red. The bodies of young villagers lay haphazardly among the ruins. In the open space in the center of the village, a nearly 3-meter sub-werewolf clad in black heavy armor LV 35 was leading 6 massive gray wolves tightly encircling 7 elderly and weak villagers. The sub-werewolf opened its gaping maw and right in front of a little girl chewed up a human arm alive. The harsh sound of bones crunching echoed through the dead silent village. The little girl collapsed in terror, her whole body shaking violently, unable even to cry. Several elderly people hugged each other tightly, closing their eyes in despair. The surrounding gray wolves bared their venomous fangs, their eyes filled with mockery and bloodlust. They did not directly bite their prey to death, but were instead savoring the fear emanating from the prey. Do you want to save them? Lin En asked through telepathic communication. Salantier nodded heavily, suppressing rage in her emerald eyes. She replied telepathically, I can kill them instantly with life judgment. But I didn't act hastily. I heard them mention the demons. Lin En gave her a slightly surprised look. Having gone through life and death in the labyrinth and being hunted all the way, she was no longer that simple-minded naive fool who only charged headfirst. Well done. Lin En praised without stint. He told Xiaolan and Xiao He to stay quiet while he held his breath and concentrated. The terrifying senses brought by all stats exceeding 1,000 allowed him to instantly capture the sound of the sub-werewolf below. The sub-werewolf spat out the crushed bones in its mouth and let out a hoarse wild laugh. Cry. Scream. The more you fear, the more delicious your souls become. The sub-werewolf waved its sharp claws in the air. Lord Waleilius said, as long as we cultivate one more qualified wraith there will be a heavy reward. The sub-werewolf approached the little girl step by step, its huge shadow engulfing her. Let me see your look of despair. This extreme resentment will definitely produce a top-grade wraith. The sub-werewolf raised its sharp claws ready to carry out the final slaughter. A flash of extreme disgust passed through Lin En's eyes. He didn't care what grand ambitions the demons had, nor did he care how the Empire and the demons fought each other to the death. But this kind of deliberate creation of fear, the brutal behavior of taking pleasure in tormenting the weak, made him feel utterly nauseated. Xiaolan, Xiao He. Leave that sub-werewolf for questioning, kill the rest. Lin En directly gave the order. Roger. Die. Xiaolan and Xiao He vanished from where they stood instantly. The sub-werewolf's claws were just about to come down. Boom. A high-pressure water blade descended from the sky, too fast for the naked eye to catch. Splat. The 3 gray wolves on the left didn't even have time to scream, they were directly cut in half at the waist and dark red blood gushed out. At the same time, the ground on the right exploded violently. Dozens of pitch-black shadow vines shot out like venomous snakes, instantly piercing through the heads of the other 3 gray wolves. Xiao Hei's shadow erosion activated and the 3 gray wolves were drained into withered husks within half a second. The sub-werewolf's pupils contracted sharply, its heart skipping a beat. Before it could react, 2 terrifying domain pressures crashed down. Xiao Lan's abyssal domain. Xiao Hei's eternal night domain. With the 2 domains stacked, the sub-werewolf's LV 35 attribute panel was forcibly suppressed to rock bottom. Its knees gave way with a loud thud and it heavily knelt on the ground, its kneecaps shattering directly. Whoosh! Lin En activated blink step and appeared directly in front of the sub-werewolf. Spare me, my lord. I'll tell you everything. The sub-werewolf was terrified out of its wits. Looking at this human in front of him and the blue and black monsters beside him that exuded king-level pressure, it completely broke down. Lin En looked down upon it from above, his voice devoid of any emotion. What is this about creating wraiths? The sub-werewolf shook like a leaf, speaking rapidly. It's Lord Waleilius' order. Let humans die in extreme torment and fear, then use demonic energy to corrode the corpse. There is a probability that a wraith will be born. We just follow orders and get benefits. Who is Waleilius? How many wraiths do you have now? Lin En continued to interrogate. Lord Waleilius is the city lord of Tianyuan City, a demon commander. I really don't know the exact number. The sub-werewolf kowtowed desperately, blood streaming from its forehead, but I heard from the lord's personal guard that he has already collected hundreds of extreme resentment wraiths. It seems he's planning a big move at the border recently. The city lord of Tianyuan City. Lin En was greatly shocked. When he escaped from Tianyuan City, he had indeed felt a massive surge of magic power coming after him. He never expected that the level 80 warlord was actually a minion of the demons. Things are getting interesting. Lin En's eyes turned cold and he waved his hand casually. Take care of it. Xiao He transformed into a black lightning bolt and activated Shadow Kill. The pitch-black shadow blade ignored all defenses and instantly sliced across the sub-werewolf's neck. The head rolled off, black blood spurting. Lin En stood in the pool of blood, his mind racing. Using torture on humans to create wraiths. Collected hundreds of them. A big move at the border. He immediately thought of the Empire convoy he had looted in the valley earlier. The bodies of those heavily armored soldiers bore no physical wounds, their faces were extremely contorted and their souls had been completely drained. It seems the demons have already extended their hand to the border. Lin En's lips curled into a cold smirk. The 3 massive fortresses guarded by 300,000 troops were not only iron walls blocking his path, but had also probably long been regarded as prey in the demons' eyes. Lin En, what about them? Salantir ran down from the hillside, her hands gathering soft golden light, and began casting healing spells on the injured villagers. Lynn and looked at the terrified villagers. 7 elderly and infirm individuals trembling all over, their gazes vacant. Though their injuries had healed, they had suffered no small trauma. Lin En sighed. If he hadn't encountered them, it would have been one thing, but since he had, leaving these people outside would be a death sentence. He happened to be in need of a few living souls to test a bold idea. Wait for me, Lin En said to Salantir. With a thought, he directly entered the maze seed within his portable space. Within the pure white space, a sea of stars swirled. Lin En had long discovered that this maze seed was far more miraculous than imagined. It could not only absorb drifting spatial fragments to grow automatically, but also change its form according to his will. Once, as he stood beside the herbal garden left by Gulifin, a thought flashed through his mind, that the land was too small for planting. As a result, the edge of that floating islet in the starry sea actually began to extend new soil outward. This thing could obey its master's will and create matter out of thin air. But he also noticed his magical power rapidly draining. After some experimentation, Lin En discovered that aside from magic power, magic cores and even magic crystal ore could be absorbed and converted. Lin En had originally thought that Salantir's vast underground labyrinth had formed naturally over tens of thousands of years of geological evolution. Now it seemed he had still underestimated the laws of this world. The so-called deities might indeed possess the power to create something from nothing and open up new worlds. Now he planned to use these terrified villagers to build his own future stronghold in advance. Lin En raised his hand and directly slapped a kilometer-square spatial fragment, one he had stripped earlier using the avoid pilfer skill, into the starry sea of the maze seed. He selected a dim star and fixed this space fragment onto it alone. The star flickered violently, rapidly expanding into a huge transparent bubble. The kilometer-long spatial fragment merged into it, forming a void of nothingness. I wonder if this magic power will be enough. Lin En casually took out a few magic fruits and tossed them precisely into the bubble. A wondrous scene unfolded. The magic fruits burst in midair, transforming into dense vital energy. Within the previously empty void, brown soil began to condense out of thin air. Green shoots broke through the soil, wild grass spread madly, several saplings shot up at visible speed and grew into towering trees. Lin En stood suspended in the void, overlooking the scene below. A kilometer-square miniature ecosystem took shape. There were grasslands, woods, and even a clear stream gathering in the low-lying areas. It's still too small, Lin En stroked his chin. He withdrew his consciousness from the maze seed and directly activated Flash Step with his actual body. Whoosh! Lin En appeared in a desolate wilderness several kilometers away. Void Pilfer. He swung his right hand, continuously forcibly stripping and compressing large patches of unclaimed space. Carrying these fresh, building materials, Lin En returned to the maze seed. He stuffed all the newly stolen spaces into that bubble and smashed in over a dozen magic fruits and a pile of low-grade water element magic cores. The bubble expanded wildly. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Where the flat grassland had been, a small hill rose at the edge, the river widened and the trees merged into a small forest. Gazing at this vibrant, wholly his own absolute domain, Lin En nodded with satisfaction. With a thought, he summoned 2 carts filled with fine white rice flour and dried meat from his portable space, parking them steadily by the stream. After doing all this, Lin En returned to the outside world. He opened his eyes to find Salantir quietly standing by, tending to the villagers' wounds. You're not thinking of raising them inside the maze seed, are you? Salantir paused her work, her emerald eyes fixed on Lin En, instantly reading his mind. Is there any other way? Lin En spread his hands. This village is finished, all able-bodied laborers are dead. With just these few weak and sickly ones, if they stay here they won't survive the night before becoming monster supper. Salantir was silent for a moment, then nodded. She understood that Lin En was speaking the truth. Without protection, ordinary people could not survive in the Blackstone Mountains. Lin En walked before the villagers, his voice calm. I've found an absolutely safe place for you. There are mountains, water, and sufficient food. Whether you can pull yourselves together and survive depends on your own luck. The villagers raised their heads dazedly, and before they could react, Lin En waved his hand. Space twisted. In an instant the 7 villagers vanished from the spot and were precisely teleported to the carts inside the maze bubble. Done. Lin En clapped his hands, turned to look at Salantir and the 2 magic pets and said, let's go, well, make a big meal. Those deer are waiting to be cooked. Hooray. I want roasted meat. Little Blue spun excitedly in midair. Just then Little Black, coiled around Lin En's ankles, suddenly poked out its head. Its dark red eyes stared fixedly at a dense forest off to the side and behind. What's wrong? Lin N stopped. Little Black closed its eyes, sensed carefully for a moment, and said with a trace of hesitation, Master, there seems to be an extremely faint trace of demonic energy. Demonic energy. Lin N immediately spread his perception, his vast magical power sweeping over a kilometer radius like a radar. The rustling leaves, the chirping underground insects, everything was normal. There was no abnormal energy fluctuation. Sailentier also shook her head. I didn't sense anything either. Little Black shook its jelly-like head, turned back into black velvet, and coiled around Lin N's ankle. Maybe I was mistaken. Let's head back first. Lin N didn't dwell on it. Little Black had just broken through, so occasional deviations in perception were normal. The 3 humans and 2 pets flickered in place, then disappeared into the wilderness with a few consecutive flash steps. The village ruins once again fell into dead silence. The wind swept up the smell of blood from the ground. A full half-hour passed. On the trunk of a towering ancient tree in the distance, a patch of bark shadow eerily twisted. The shadow peeled off, and a short figure wearing a worn gray robe and hood slowly materialized. In his hand was a short magic staff inlaid with a black crystal. His forehead was drenched with cold sweat. That was close. The short mage let out a long breath, his voice hoarse and harsh. He glanced warily in the direction where Lin N had disappeared. Human, brave, truly terrifying. In that instant I felt as if my soul was about to be torn apart by his perception. If it weren't for this high-grade shadow cloak, I would definitely have been discovered by that slime. He walked over to the headless corpse of the wolfman, kicked a piece of bone on the ground, and a flicker of contempt flashed in his eyes. That waste of a city, Lord Walerius swore he had set a net across the sky and ground. And what happened? This brave not only is still alive and well, but his strength has become this terrifying. The short mage tightened his grip on the staff, a sinister green light gleaming from under his hood. No, I must inform the commander immediately. This brave's growth rate is too abnormal. He has even mastered the power to steal space. If we don't eliminate him soon, he will definitely threaten our great plan at the border. He pulled out a pitch-black scroll from his bosom, bit his fingertip, and quickly drew a bizarre rune. The rune glowed with a faint light, and his body instantly turned into a cloud of black mist, completely merging into the shadow of a withered tree. For days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the carved window lattice of the log villa, spilling onto the long pine dining table. Sarandel pinched half a slice of white bread, her emerald eyes fixed on the window, her expression tinged with worry. Today was the day the Imperial Logistics team would resupply the outpost. Don't worry too much. Lin N leaned back in his chair, cutting into a piece of roasted venison dripping with fat. Well, deal with whatever comes. He had reason to say that. Over the past 4 days, Little You had nearly wiped out half the magical beasts in the Blackstone Mountains. This flying sword, having awakened its killing instinct, had its level skyrocketing all the way to 43. Unfortunately, the magical crystal vein was still not found. Lin N decided to take a different approach. He discovered that when enhanced alchemy failed, it only destroyed the materials used, leaving the base item unscathed. So he unceremoniously emptied the supply depot generously sponsored by Jellyfine. A full 100 alchemy quotas, all kinds of magical cores and ores. He threw them all onto Little You. After 4 consecutive days of frantic enhancement, the green light nearly turned the log villa into a haunted house. Lin N glanced at the latest panel on his retina. Netherworld Longsword, Rares Class LV. 60 attack, 3450 defense, 1520 strength, 1600 agility, 1150 intelligence, 1150 mana, 5200 new trait, 100 miles soul lock, can perform precise ultra-long-range kills out of sight. These terrifying stats had completely surpassed Xiao Lan and Xiao He. An ordinary strength magical beast couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from it. Fine, just a little nervous. Sarandel withdrew her gaze, carefully sliced 2 pieces of white bread, placed the venison with crispy edges between them, and covered it with another slice of bread. She held the simple sandwich in both hands and handed it to Lin N. Lin N, thank you for teaching me this new way to eat. These past few days she had been the happiest of all. Nourished by ample carbohydrates and meat, the elven maiden's already fair skin took on a healthy pinkish white hue, moist and full. She was originally a princess of the Moon Elves, and her beauty ranked among the finest in the entire elven race. Now, having shed her earlier panic and illness, she exuded astonishing charm in every movement. My lord, please enjoy your meal. A middle-aged woman in coarse linen clothes came forward with a steaming bowl of thick soup, then respectfully stepped aside, a contented smile on her face. She was one of the 7 villagers Lin N had rescued 4 days ago. During these days, Lin N had entered and exited that independent space multiple times to observe the ecological evolution of the maize seed. Among the 7 villagers, except for the little girl who had witnessed the sub-werewolf feeding and was still in a daze, the others had completely calmed down. When they learned that Lin En had granted them this pure land without monsters and with abundant food, everyone knelt down excitedly, kissing the ground where Lin En had walked. Lin En discovered that this woman knew how to bake bread, so he directly promoted her to be his personal cook, responsible for the villa's 3 meals and cleaning. Although there were no fine kitchen utensils and they had to use the most primitive earthen kiln to bake, the bread still came out soft and delicious. You did well. Lin En took a sip of the thick soup, its flavor rich. I will grant you a house and a piece of land. Everything within the maize seed belonged to Lin En. To live there in peace, one had to contribute corresponding labor. After you return, have them continue cultivating the land to the south. I need fresh vegetables. Lin En issued the order. As you command, merciful Lord. The old woman was moved to tears. Without Lin En, they would have long become monster dung. To be able to work for a great master who wielded spatial miracles was a blessing she had cultivated over 8 lifetimes. She even resolved that once her daughter recovered from illness, she would have her serve this lord as well. Lin En raised his right hand and spatial mana surged. Space twisted and the woman's figure instantly vanished from the room, precisely teleported back into the maize seed. Lin En turned to look at the other end of the dining table. Xiao Lan, Xiao Hei, mind your manners. Learn from Serendil. The 2 magical pets were lying on their plates, greedily devouring the venison. Xiao Lan ate so much that its slime core inside was bubbling and a blissful expression exploded on its head. Master, this is so delicious. Xiao Lan mumbled indistinctly. Hearing Lin En's rebuke, Xiao Lan retracted its tentacles. Xiao Hei silently swallowed the piece of meat in its mouth and slowed its eating pace by half. My lord. Urgent footsteps came from outside the wooden house. The fat slave ran to the door panting and knelt on both knees. He stole a glance at the white bread and roasted meat on the table, swallowed his saliva but dared not covet any. Reporting, my lord, Bart is back. So fast. Where? Lin En put down his knife and fork. Back to you, my lord, at the foot of the mountain. He will be up soon. Very good, well done. Lin En picked up half a piece of white bread and casually tossed it outside the door. A reward for you. The fat slave caught the bread with both hands, kowtowing repeatedly in excitement. Thank you for your bounty, my lord. Your subordinate withdraws. Lin En had laid down a rule that slaves were not allowed to call him master. The few conscripted soldiers had no complaints about this. On the contrary, they were grateful to Lin En for being able to eat leftovers every day. A moment later, the tall, thin Bart rushed into the courtyard, dusty and travel-worn, and slid to a kneel outside the door. Reporting, my lord, your subordinate has returned. Didn't I give you a month? Why are you back so soon? Lin En leaned against the doorframe, looking down at him. My lord, the situation has changed. Bart raised his head, his expression solemn. The fortress has suffered an internal revolt and the entrance is completely sealed. Tell me in detail. According to the information your subordinate has gathered, I don't know how, but a large number of demons suddenly appeared inside the fortress. Many human soldiers were infected and turned into corrupted creatures, biting anyone they saw. Currently, the fortress logistics lord Baron Balin is frantically dealing with the problem and the entire fortress is in chaos. Lin En raised an eyebrow. So the demon's target was indeed the fortress garrisoned by 300,000 troops. Serendil. Lin En turned to look inside the house. Apart from possessing human bodies, do wraiths have any other uses? Serendil put down her knife and fork, picked up a napkin to wipe the breadcrumbs from the corner of her mouth, and thought carefully for a moment. The ancient texts do not have clear records. But I once heard the high priest mention that the last time the demons invaded the continent in full force, they used a massive number of wraiths as a catalyst to initiate some kind of forbidden ritual. Lin En tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden door. Creating wraiths, inciting internal strife, corrupting the army. The demon's appetite was bigger than he had imagined. Bart, keep watching the fortress. Report any signs of disturbance to me immediately. Lin En took out 2 bags of polished white rice and a large piece of dried meat from his portable space and threw them in front of Bart. Bart's eyes lit up instantly and he pounced on the food like a starving wolf. These past few days he had been sleeping and eating in the open outside the fortress, surviving on grass roots and tree bark. Thank you for your grace, my lord. Your subordinate will keep a tight watch on the fortress. Bart kowtowed 3 times, grabbed the supplies and ran off, afraid Lin En would change his mind. No sooner had Bart left than another soldier on patrol at the foot of the mountain scrambled up the hill. Report, my lord. The soldier's face was pale, pointing at the dirt road below, his voice trembling. The logistics troops are here. Following his pointing finger, Lin En squinted. In the morning mist, a squad of heavily armored cavalry armed to the teeth was riding along the winding mountain path. The iron hooves of the warhorses shattered the wilderness silence. On the imperial banner fluttering in the wind was embroidered the crossed longsword and wheat sheaf symbol of the logistics corps. Understood. Proceed as planned. Lin waved a hand. The finely decorated log villa vanished instantly, completely stored into his personal space. The mountaintop clearing returned to its desolate state, overgrown with weeds and scattered rocks. Lin threw out several sets of ordinary knight armors from his space spares from the outpost. Put them on. Salanter pinched her nose and stepped back 2 paces. The armor surfaces were caked with dark red bloodstains emitting a foul stench mixed with sweat and rust. Too smelly. I refuse. The elf girl's face was full of resistance, shaking her head like a rattled drum. Little Blue perched on Lin's head, covered its non-existent nose with tentacles and popped out a vomiting violently emoji pack. Little Black turned into a puddle of black slime and silently moved half a meter away. Lin was also a bit disgusted, but without further ado he placed his palm on the armor. Alchemy. A green light flashed. The dirt on the armor surface instantly vaporized and the metal texture became denser. The appearance remained worn, but the odor was completely gone and the quality had secretly improved a notch. Salanter reluctantly donned the armor. The oversized chest plate looked empty on her, clanking loudly as she walked. Lin changed into the armor and casually called up the panel. Although he had mostly used the 100 alchemy attempts on Little U, the accumulated attribute feedback was still extremely substantial. Host Lin strength 1215, agility 1104, intelligence 1120, constitution 1244, mana 1457, all attributes surpassed 1,000. Lin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. He was now in the truest sense a powerhouse who had broken through the first-tier shackles. Placed outside, he was enough to sweep across a region. Half an hour later. Heavy panting came from the end of the mountain path. A squad leader nearly 2 meters tall wearing fine chainmail led 4 soldiers pushing a wooden wool cart, laboriously climbing up to the mountaintop platform. The uphill road was rugged. Ordinary soldiers had no spatial equipment and could only transport supplies by manpower. This damned mountain path is not fit for humans. A soldier plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Haha. Fortunately, the monsters in this area have been cleared thoroughly. The squad leader LV. 51. He dusted off his clothes and arrogantly scanned the empty camp. Where is Captain Baron? The squad leader barked. This month's supplies have arrived. 10 sacks of coarse rice, 10 strips of dried meat, 5 boxes of low-grade hemostatic potions. Lin stood at the back, remaining still. The fat slave immediately put on a fawning smile, rubbing his hands as he stepped forward. Sir, the captain led a team to clear monsters deep in the Blackstone Mountains and hasn't returned yet. Sir, this month's supplies seem a bit short. Less nonsense, the squad leader snorted coldly. The front line is strained recently, supplies are severely insufficient. Make do with what you have. Your captain left so early, perhaps he caught wind of something. The squad leader's eyes sharpened as he scrutinized the fat man. Lin stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Sir, we have recently detected traces of demon activity deep in the mountains, and I heard something happened at the fortress. The squad leader's expression turned serious as he looked at Lin. Humph, it seems you're quite well informed. His tone softened a bit. Since you know, that makes things easier. Contact your captain immediately. The border needs reinforcements. You garrison troops hiding in the rear must be transferred to the front. Only 5 men will remain at each outpost. Go ahead. We still have to hurry to the next outpost. Salanter stood beside Lin, her palms sweating. What do we do? Even with our people, this outpost now has fewer than 10. Salanter telepathically transmitted, her tone anxious. Don't act rashly for now. Lin replied telepathically, we don't know if they have communication scrolls on them. Acting recklessly will expose our whereabouts. Lin put on a troubled expression as he looked at the squad leader. Sir, isn't 5 people too few? Maintaining the route to the front line requires a lot of manpower. If the monsters counterattack. Lin had learned from the fat man that the outpost's duties aside from early warning were to clear the supply lines to the front. If Lin hadn't killed the soldiers of this outpost, perhaps the attack a few days ago wouldn't have happened. This is a military order. The squad leader interrupted impatiently, carry out the order. Yes. Lin nodded. Sir, I know which area the captain and his team went to. I'll go call them back, what do you think? Lin's mind flashed to the hidden sentry who was instantly killed by Little Black. That guy was reclusive and had never shown his teleportation skill in front of others. It was extremely unreasonable for such a divine skill to be on an ordinary soldier. He didn't know what purpose the sentry had for lurking in the outpost. It was just the right thing to exploit. Alright, go quickly and come back. Our time is precious. The squad leader waved his hand. Lin N had no casting preamble, and mana surged within his body. Blink. Whoosh. Lin N's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving not even a trace of mana fluctuation. The squad leader's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropping. This is teleportation magic. He whirled around, staring intently at the fat man. How does your squad have such a person? The fat man swallowed his saliva, forcing calm. In reply, sir, he just recently awakened this skill and hasn't had time to report it. The squad leader's eyes instantly blazed with extreme fervor. Teleportation. Spatial magic. Such a strategic level talent, if you recommended him to the logistics lord, would be a great achievement. Great. The squad leader gripped the sword hilt at his waist. He must come with us. When he returns, immediately assign him to my squad. Meanwhile, Lin N had appeared on the canopy of a towering ancient tree 1,000 meters away. From his vantage point, his gaze pierced through the mist, locking onto the winding dirt road in the valley below. There were over a dozen heavy wagons with hundreds of Imperial soldiers laboriously pushing them forward. This was the main convoy of the logistics force. What was left for the outpost was just coarse leftovers if the real payload was all down there. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Lin N's eyes turned cold. He needed to build a base in the chaotic lands, and supplies were hard currency. Since the front line's 300,000 troops were already overwhelmed, leaving these supplies would be wasteful. Lin N raised his right hand, a dark light flickered in his palm. A stiff corpse with gray-white eyes appeared on a branch. It was the hidden sentry zombie he had earlier fused with a low-level ghost using alchemy. Go. Lin N issued the command. Kill all those guards. A red glint flashed in the hollow eyes of the zombie guard. Crack, crack, crack. Its bones cracked, and it teleported directly from the 10-meter shy canopy, plunging toward the convoy below. Not bad. Even as a zombie, it can still teleport. Lin N leaned against the trunk, arms crossed, giving a comment. Too bad the ghost's quality was too low, otherwise I could have nurtured it. As long as he framed the demons, the more intense the fire, the less the fortress would focus on his remote outpost. In the valley below, a dull thud suddenly sounded. A zombie that couldn't be killed actually brought him an unexpected surprise. Ah! A piercing scream exploded from the rear of the formation. The grating sound of metal shattering sent chills down one's spine. The steel armor was actually bitten through. Fresh blood splattered like a fountain across the zombie's face. The soldier didn't even have a chance to resist, his eyes quickly rolled back and he fell straight to the ground, convulsing violently. After only 3 seconds he staggered to his feet, a bestial growl rumbling from his throat, and lunged at the dazed companion beside him. A real zombie. Lin N leaned against the tree trunk, stunned by the sight. How could an ordinary corpse after alchemy transform into a zombie with infectious abilities? Xiaoji, analyze it. Analyzing. Analysis successful. Master, a large amount of high concentration corrupted agent remains in the target's body. Effect: once the agent comes into contact with a corpse, it can transform the corpse into a bloodthirsty monster. Note: the agent's potency is extremely unstable. This state can last for at most 3 days. I see. Lin N suddenly understood. This guy must have been lurking in the outpost with some mission in his past life, only to be killed in one blow by Xiao He last night, the corrupted agent accidentally landing on himself. The agent activated unexpectedly, turning him into this ghastly form. Pity I didn't interrogate him in advance. Lin N stroked his chin. Xiaoji, display his panel. A pale blue light screen opened. Corrupted soldier LV. 35 A status: incubating, remaining survival time 2 days, A strength 401, agility 455, constitution 800, magic value 322, skills flash step LV. 1 Steel Fong LV. 1 Infection LV. 1 Infected individuals absolutely obey the mother entity's commands, corrupted regeneration LV. 1 Weakness: destroying the head results in instant death. This attribute increase is ridiculous. Lin N raised an eyebrow. A mere cannon fodder originally at level 30, after becoming a zombie his strength and agility doubled and his constitution skyrocketed to 800 points. But it only has a lifespan of 2 days, too short. Lin N's gaze moved downward. Corrupted soldier, remaining survival time 3 days, A strength 380, agility 400, constitution 600, skills Steel Fong LV. 1 Infection LV. 1 So there is a time limit. Lin N pondered. It seems I need to use alchemy to manipulate it. Lin N intended to try whether the product of alchemy could permanently retain the corruption time. If he could create a corpse king without a lifespan limit and then casually toss it into the fortress ahead. In the valley below, screams had already become a corpse, facing a mother entity capable of teleportation coupled with the ever-increasing number of infected due to fission. The Imperial convoy's defense line collapsed instantly. Ah! Help! The outpost captain despairingly crushed the communication magic scroll at his waist and a red light shot into the sky. At the same time, at the mountaintop outpost, the petty officer who was about to descend the mountain turned pale, staring fixedly at the red distress signal in the sky. Something's wrong. A high-level demonic creature has appeared below. The petty officer drew his long sword and shouted at Fatty and the others, "All of you follow me. Support immediately. Follow him." Lin N's telepathic message arrived punctually in Cylon D'Air's mind. Understood. Cylon D'Air remained expressionless, leading the 5 slave soldiers, feigning a terrified and reluctant demeanor, and followed the petty officer in a frantic dash down the mountain. From the mountaintop to the valley floor, even at full speed, it would take at least half an hour. No rush. Lin N stood on the canopy overlooking the one-sided massacre below. The attributes of the corrupted soldiers already overpowered ordinary logistic soldiers, and coupled with their fearlessness and insensitivity to pain, this was a complete dimensional reduction strike. Moreover, there was a mother entity capable of teleportation carrying out precise decapitation strikes. In just 10 minutes, over 100 elite Imperial soldiers were completely annihilated. The valley was left with only the bone-chilling sounds of chewing and growling. Over 100 corrupted soldiers clad in Imperial armor swaying wandered aimlessly on the dirt road. Grr. Several zombies that had lost their targets began to push each other. Swish. Lin N activated Flash Step and appeared directly before the initial teleporting zombie. The scent of living humans instantly stimulated the surrounding zombie horde. Roar. A dozen zombies abruptly turned their heads, their grayish-white eyes locked onto Lin N, and they lunged forward with mouths stained with gore. Lin N stood still. Roar. The teleporting zombie beside him suddenly let out a piercing screech. The absolute pressure from the mother entity made the dozen zombies charging at Lin N freeze, halting abruptly and retreating to their original positions. Good. Lin N nodded with satisfaction. Have them all come over and line up. The teleporting zombie's hollow eyes flashed red and it let out another low growl. The absolute obedience trait of infection LV1 took effect. Before long, over 100 swaying corrupted soldiers neatly formed a dozen rows on the dirt road. Lin N called up the panel and glanced at the remaining alchemy count. 29 times. After his intelligence attribute broke through the 1100 mark, the daily alchemy quota had increased by another 4 times. The count is more than enough. Life is getting more and more promising these days. Lin N strode to the front of the zombie horde, encircling the teleporting zombie and the 9 ordinary zombies in the front row. The 2-day lifespan limit of the zombies was a concern. To preserve it, he had to try whether alchemy could bring about a qualitative change. Alchemy activate. Boom. A brilliant green light instantly engulfed the 10 zombies. Ding. Detected homologous corrupted substance. Current synthesis success rate 84, not bad. Lin N felt no psychological burden. Even if it failed, there were over 90 spare materials behind him and he could always catch more. The green light swirled and compressed wildly in the air. The 10 corpses merged into one, bones reshaped and rotten flesh solidified. Ding. Alchemy successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained Corrupted Leader 1. Congratulations. Attribute reward Constitution 35. The light dissipated. A monster nearly 2.5 meters tall, covered in black keratin with a prominently humped back, appeared before Lin N. The red light in its eyes was deeper, and the corrupted aura it emitted made the surrounding ordinary zombies instinctively retreat. Lin N immediately checked the panel. Corrupted Leader Raregrade level LV 36, status permanent, survival strength 650, agility 720, constitution 1100, magic value 630, skills Flash Step LV 2, Steel Fang LV 3, Infection LV 5, new skill Corrupted Poison Mist, releases high concentration corrupted energy poison mist causing continuous erosion damage. Corpses that die within the poison mist will automatically transform into corrupted creatures. Excellent. Lin N let out a long breath. The 2-day lifespan limit was completely erased. All attributes skyrocketed. Most importantly, he gained a godly skill that combined area attack and unit spawning. With this thing around, who needs to bite one by one? Just release the poison and it's done. Lin N looked at the remaining 20 alchemy quotas, then glanced at the over 90 zombies behind him. Continue. Lynn N again encircled 9 zombies attempting a second synthesis. Ding. Target rank increased. Current synthesis success rate 56. Too low. Lynn N decisively gave up on synthesis. Materials were plentiful but he couldn't waste them like that. Then let's do strengthening alchemy. Lynn N directly grabbed the ordinary zombies beside him using them as materials and slammed them into the corrupted leader one by one. After about 10 minutes 12 alchemy quotas all zombies were used up. 9 failures 3 successes. Gained constitution bonus 104. Lynn N called up the corrupted leaders panel again. Corrupted leader raregrade level LV 39 strength 850 agility 900 constitution 1500 magic value 830 skills infection LV 7. Level 39. Base attributes about to break 1000 and constitution has reached a terrifying 1500 points. This is practically an unkillable tank. Lynn N looked at the panel, a grin spreading across his face. Hide. Wait for my command. Sensing Cylon D'Airs approach, Lynn N waved his hand to store all the supplies into his space, then issued the command. The corrupted leader vanished in a flash. Hurry. It's just ahead. At that moment the petty officer, drenched in sweat with sword drawn, led Cylon D'Air and the 5 slave soldiers panting heavily as they rushed to the scene. However, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. No demonic creature. No battle. Only Lynn N. And the still wet bloodstains on the ground. What's going on? The petty officer's eyes widened, pointing his sword at the empty valley and roaring at Lynn N. Where are the people? Where are the supplies? Over 100 people vanished into thin air. Lynn N turned with a calm demeanor, gripping the standard issue helmet atop his head before casually removing it. There was no need for timidity at such a moment. His black tousled hair lifted in the mountain breeze. His deep dark eyes fixed coldly upon the other party. My lord, I have been awaiting you for quite some time. Lynn N's voice intoned without a hint of fluctuation. The petty leader's voice caught in his throat, his eyes locked onto the iconic black hair and dark eyes, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You are the black-haired brave. The Lynn N who wreaked havoc in Tianyuan City. The battle at the Temple of Tianyuan City had been heavily suppressed by the authorities. But such explosive news could not be contained. Among the lower-ranking soldiers it had already spread like wildfire. Damn it, we've been played. The petty leader realized instantly. Flustered, he fumbled into his bosom and pulled out a magical communication scroll. Isn't it a bit late to send a message now, dear logistics lord? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lynn N's mouth. A flash of blue light. Shaolin instantly appeared at the petty leader's wrist, its tentacles coiling around to snatch the scroll away. Master alchemical materials. Shaolin shot back to Lynn N's shoulder, a smug expression flickering above its head. My little Shaolin is truly splendid. Lynn N did not hold back his praise, reaching out to rub Shaolan's soft bouncy form. Shaolan purred with contentment, even casting a provocative glance at Xiao He below. Xiao He was not to be outdone. A patch of black mud spread along the ground, silently transforming into a gothic black dressed lowly. A pitch-black shadow blade pressed without warning against the petty leader's throat. The 5 slave soldiers behind also drew their swords. The shadowy chill emanating from the blades pierced the petty leader's skin. Now it's my turn to ask you some questions. Lynn N clapped his hands, his gaze icy. Is your supply convoy the only team? Where did you depart from? What is the situation at the front lines? The petty leader looked at the blade at his neck, then at the soldiers with drawn swords behind him. His knees gave way and he fell to the ground with a thud. So you're all in this together. Spare me, brave lord. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The petty leader swallowed hard. My lord, the supply convoy set out from Tianyuan City to resupply the outposts along the route. Originally over 100 soldiers were pulled from various points and put in the convoy destined for the front lines. The petty leader spoke rapidly, terrified that a moment's delay would cost him his head. A major incident has occurred at the front. The third line of defense has been largely overrun by the demon race. The second line has also seen infected individuals with casualties beyond count. Not only our line but Tianyuan City and the other border baronies have all been forced to dispatch reinforcements. Based on my judgment, the main force will arrive soon, conscripting every remaining soul in the outpost to fill the defense lines. The petty leader spilled all the information in one breath. After listening, Lynn N fell into deep thought. The front lines were collapsing faster than anticipated. Nearby lords were frantically conscripting soldiers, indicating that the situation had spiraled completely out of control, with the demonic offensive far exceeding the Empire's expectations. Salanter, we can't wait any longer. Lynn transmitted through telepathy. If we delay further we might get dragged into the meat grinder of the main army. I concur with your assessment, Salanta replied via telepathy. If the fortress falls completely the thugs from the Huanluan land to the north won't miss this opportunity. After all, the larger the territory the stronger the divine blessing. Divine blessing. Lynn seized on the new term. Currently the blessing cap of the Aortelia Empire is 10 layers. The neighboring Elven Kingdom has a blessing of 9 layers. The situation in other countries is unknown. Such information is an absolute secret, Salanta explained. I see. So the size of the territory is actually linked to the blessing. Lynn suddenly understood. That being the case, the royal capital must have a main temple which would exponentially increase the combat power of the capital. Indeed. Lynn glanced at the corrupted leader behind him. His current trump cards were abundant: a level 60 fully automatic cruise flying sword Xiao Yu and an immortal corrupted leader capable of mass spawning and attacking. A divine level healer Salanter. A dual domain magical pet that had broken its shackles. In his personal space he also had over 800 magical fruits as blue potion reserves. His goal was merely to cross the border fortress and establish a base in the Huanluan land. Ordinary soldiers posed no threat and the demon race was an excellent source of alchemical materials. There was no need to continue lying low. Lin turned his gaze to the kneeling petty leader and the 4 terrified grain transport soldiers behind him. I'll give you 2 choices. Lin held up 2 fingers. First, be conscripted by me and follow me to break through the fortress. As a brave I will slay the demon race for the benefit of all living beings. If you survive I'll grant you a great opportunity. Second, hand over all your belongings as military funds for fighting the demon race. Then go back and spread my name. Lin's tone was calm. Which will it be? The notion of fighting the demon race for the benefit of all living beings was pure nonsense. He was not a bloodthirsty demon, so he naturally gave them a chance. The 5 exchanged glances. One soldier reacted first as if granted a reprieve, kowtowing frantically. Honorable brave lord. I choose the second option. I will return to Tianyuan City to sing of your greatness. This is my entire fortune, 5 silver coins. The soldier offered his money pouch with both hands. Very well, you may go. Lin accepted the pouch, waved his hand and said nothing more. The soldier looked at Lin in disbelief, fearing he might change his mind, then scrambled to his feet and fled toward the mountains. He looked back every few steps and within moments he was out of sight. What about you? Lin looked at the remaining 4. A storm raged in the petty leader's heart. Rumor had it that the Empire secretly harbored 7 braves, each decisive and ruthless. But this black-haired brave before him was so foolish, saving the world. Fighting the demon race. Didn't he realize he was still a wanted fugitive? How had such a fool survived this long? Once I get away safely I'll immediately report back to the city and secure a grand future. The petty leader schemed inwardly, but on the surface he put on a righteous air and quickly produced a few gold coins. I too wish to return to the city and proclaim the grand ambition of the brave lord. Praise your greatness. The other 2 soldiers followed suit, kneeling and offering their belongings. Lin accepted everything without question and waved them off. The 3 expressed their gratitude profusely, turned and hurried away. But none of them noticed that the corrupted leader hidden in the shadows of the trees had vanished from its spot. Only 1 soldier remained. He stood there unmoving. Why haven't you left? Lin regarded him with interest. My lord, do you truly wish to save this decaying world? The soldier raised his head, his eyes filled with struggle and hope. Clearly this one had a brain. Lin thought for a moment and spoke honestly. I can only say that within the scope of my abilities and within my territory I will not allow a single demon to appear. Any other questions? The soldier gritted his teeth. Then what about oppression? Oppression? Lin looked into his earnest eyes. Good question. Oppression exists everywhere in every world. But in my territory, as long as you work hard you will be rewarded. These words shocked the soldier once more. Hard work would be rewarded. In this wretched world, no matter how hard you tried, you could never see hope. The soldier took a deep breath. My lord, I have one last question. Can I still see my wife and child? Lin felt a slight stir in his heart. Without answering he pulled out the last slave contract from his space and tossed it at the soldier's feet. Sign this and come with me. As for your wife and child, once you become a free man you can return to see them at any time or even take them away directly. A free man. The soldier froze. On this continent slaves were consumables. He had never heard of anyone who had signed a death contract regaining freedom. Lynn smiled faintly. Based on your performance I will grant you rewards. Once you've accumulated enough rewards I will naturally cancel the slave contract. I cannot have all my subjects be slaves. The soldier's eyes reddened and he dropped to his knees, kowtowing heavily. I am willing to serve my lord. He believed Lynn's words without reservation. No lofty noble would bother to say such things to a lowly soldier, let alone give him a choice. Without hesitation the soldier bit his finger and pressed it onto the contract. A red light flashed and the contract was sealed. Just then heavy footsteps came from the dirt road behind. The leader who had sworn to return and proclaim the brave's fame along with the two soldiers were now walking forward with stiff robotic steps. Their eyes were a dull vacant gray with blackened bite marks on their necks. Like marionettes they rigidly followed behind the towering corrupted leader. The newly contracted soldier turned to see this sight, his heart clenching violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Thank goodness. He swallowed hard, immensely grateful for his earlier decision.